Alright, so welcome to the first lesson of this WP Odyssey Master Quest. Now in today's video, I just want to go straight back to the beginning for anyone that's a complete beginner, just so they understand the background of basically what WordPress is and how we've got WordPress. So without further ado, let me minimize this and let's start this presentation. Okay, so what is WordPress? Now, here's what we're going to cover. So a brief history of websites and introductions to CMS, content management systems, an overview of WordPress as a content management system, the differences between WordPress.org and WordPress.com, because it's really important that you know the difference, the key benefits of using WordPress, and the popularity market share of WordPress, and finally, the WordPress community and ecosystem. So, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course for you at this moment in time. So watch the entire video, don't skip around, make sure you don't fast forward. But if you're looking to save some time, as a pro tip, you can watch the video at double speed. Okay, so a brief history of websites. Now, the early web had websites that were just basically static HTML. Now, websites began as simple HTML pages that required manual coding for every change, which was time consuming and limited in functionality. Now, I think it's important just to show you here what I mean by that. Now, if we just flip over to this page, you can look. This is like a really out-of-date, old HTML website, and you can see, there's nothing amazing about it. But this page was created using HTML, and as you can see here, this is what HTML looks like. So this page would have been created with something that looks something like this. Now, when you wanted to make changes to your web page, this became a problem because most people didn't know how to edit these pages. So the first problem was the content and the design of the website and the code were all mixed together. So when you wanted to make a change, you had to ask your web developer to change the content. The other downside was none of this content was dynamic. So if you imagine every single page on this website had this section at the bottom, which is called the footer. Now, if we wanted to change this word company, for example, let's say we decided one day we wanted to change that word to organization, then the web developer would have to go into the home page, make the change to the footer, save it. Then you'd have to open every single other page on the website to make that change. And as you can imagine, that became a bit annoying and very frustrating and time consuming. So what happened, this led to the demand for dynamic content because everything was static. It was not very easy to manage. So this led to the demand for dynamic content. So as websites grew in complexity, manually managing each page became challenging. This led to the need for dynamic content solutions that would simplify updates and handle larger content volumes. So what happened was we started using programming languages like PHP, and what that allowed you to do was to store variables. So for example, we could store the phone number. Let's say we stored the phone number as a variable, and then every time we needed to call that phone number, we would call the variable to display it on the website. This was great because if we ever needed to change the phone number, instead of going into each page and making the phone number change, you could just change the variable once, and then all the places that the website would display the phone number would automatically get updated. So that's what variable and dynamic content allowed, which was, a massive help. Now, just to explain how that affects CMSs. Now, this led to the emergence of CMS platforms. Now, CMSs like Joomla and Drupal rose to address these needs, providing structured, scalable content management. And then WordPress eventually emerged as a leading choice due to its flexibility and ease of use. So if you can imagine what a content management system is, it's just like a platform that allowed you to store all of the content. So just an introduction to what a CMS is, or you'll hear the term CMS or content management system. Now, what we'll look at here is definition of a CMS. Now, a CMS is software that helps users create, manage, and edit website content without needing to code. So what it does, it separates the content from design, simplifying updates and content organization. So like we just said now, in the old days with static HTML, all of the content, the text, was intertwined and mixed with the web development, the design of the website. So you needed the web developer to make any changes. And what CMS allowed us to do was to separate those, where the web developer would be in charge of the design and the look of the website, and you as the user would, or whoever the user is, would be able to manage the content. And whatever changes you make to the content would affect the way the website would look. So that's what a definition of a CMS is. So the importance of a CMS streamline content management, making it easy for non-technical users to manage websites and keep content current. This allows for faster updates and ensuring consistency. So as you can imagine, if you're a web developer, when we were using static websites, and every single time you need to make a change, not only you have to develop websites, but you're making content changes for people. So this put the power back into the website owner's hands, where they could literally just go in, make changes, and then the website would automatically be updated. These are things that we've now become accustomed to, and they just take as standard, but it wasn't how things were back in the day. And also CMS facilitates collaboration. So most CMS platforms allow multiple users with different user roles to work on a site, improving workflow and content accuracy. Teams can easily manage and publish content without overlap. So what this means is, like, websites, no matter how big or small, can have multiple users managing the content. So for example, if you look at a website like the BBC News website, there's not just one person managing the content. There's several users that can log in and make content changes, and then everything's assigned to that user. So that's another good benefit of content management system. Now, an overview of WordPress as a CMS. Now, WordPress, what is WordPress? WordPress is a free open source content management system which was launched in 2003, and it was originally designed for blogs, but now powers a diverse websites globally. So originally in 2003, this platform came out that was called WordPress, and it was basically designed for creating blogs, and that's all it was used for. But as people started to use it and get familiar with it, they realized actually this is quite a powerful tool, and it's just evolved over time to be able to create basically any kind of website. But that is WordPress, and I just wanted to stress as well, I put it in caps there, that WordPress, the software, is free. It has always been. It started in 2003, and even now in 2024, nearly 2025, it's still free because it's open source. Now, content creation and organization. Now, with WordPress, you can create, edit, and manage content effortlessly, from simple blogs to multimedia rich pages. And we'll go into all of this so you can see exactly how you can make different types of pages, but you can literally create any kind of page, because WordPress just allows you to manage the content in a really efficient way. Now, customization at its core. Now, with WordPress, when you start with WordPress, everyone starts off with the same look and theme of the website, but there's thousands of themes that offers endless possibilities to tailor functionality and design, catering to both coders and non-coders. So what this means is you can literally install WordPress and make it look like any kind of website you want by using themes, adding functionalities by using plugins. You can literally customize it to whatever you need it to be. So that's another reason, or another feature of WordPress. SEO friendly by design. Now, WordPress includes built-in optimization features such as clean code and customizable permalinks to help your site rank higher in search engines. Now, just by using WordPress off the shelf doesn't guarantee you're going to jump to the top of Google, of course not. But it's been proven that the structure of WordPress will help with your search rankings just because of these reasons. So it's important to bear that in mind. And finally, a global community. Now, it's got a vast network of contributors and users, ensuring continuous improvement, abundant resources and support. And you'll see that as you start using WordPress, you'll never be without support. Like, WordPress is always getting updates from the community. There's always support. Like when you run into a problem, someone's run into it before, there'll be support online. So just having that global community is another reason of, why WordPress is basically awesome. Okay, so the differences between WordPress.org and WordPress.com. Now, you may have come across this already, or it may be new to you. Now, there are two different versions of WordPress. So it's important that you understand the difference between the two, because only one of them is what you need, and only one of them is what I'm going to be talking about in this whole school community. Now, WordPress.com is a hosted platform. Now, a managed platform that handles hosting and maintenance, but limits customization and monetization options unless you're on a higher paid plans, and you're unable to use custom domains on the free plan, and sites could be deleted. Now, this is not to be dramatic about things. Basically, the way WordPress.com works is you go to their website, you sign in, and you can create a website for free on their platform, but there's limitations. You can't use plugins like you can with WordPress.org. You're very limited with a theme, so the style and the layout of your theme would be a bit more basic because you can only use the themes that they have available. You can't create e-commerce stores. You can't use a custom domain, so instead of using, for example, for me, wpodyssey.com, I'd have to use wpodyssey.wordpress.com. So it doesn't look as professional. I believe if you pay for one of the premium packages, you can start using a custom domain. And because you can't monetize your site as well. That's another important one. So if you're thinking of running ads on your website to, find a source of revenue, you can't do that with WordPress.com because you're limited to their terms of service. And the reason I've said your site could be deleted, because it can. Like you have to abide by the terms of services that you signed up to when you use WordPress.com. If you don't abide to those, they can just shut down your site and then that's it. Your site's gone. So it's important to be aware of that. It's, I don't know how often it happens, but it can. You're basically renting a website from WordPress in this scenario. So that's WordPress.com. WordPress.org, on the other hand, this is self-hosted. So it provides full control over your site, allowing you to install plugins, customize themes, and monetize freely. But it does require separate hosting and a domain. So like I said, while software is free, you download WordPress.org for free, and we'll go into that in one of the next lessons. You need to have hosting and a domain name, so it's not free in that sense because you have to have hosting and a domain. But then you've got full control. You own it. Nobody's in control of that site other than you. You decide how it looks, what functionality it has. You decide whether you want to monetize it. You can do everything. Just to show you quickly, if we flick over just to show you the differences. So this is WordPress.org. And when you go to WordPress.org, you'll see there's a button here which says Get WordPress. And this is where you download the latest version of WordPress. And we'll go into that when we install WordPress later on in this course. But that's WordPress.org. You go there, you download it, and then you install it. Simple. You own it. WordPress.com, you don't download it. You log in and you create a website inside their platform. So you create Get Started, or you log in, and then you can basically create very basic websites. So that's the two different versions of WordPress. So it's important that you know the difference, because at some point, if you say you're working on WordPress, there will be a confusion or a crossover. So just be aware of that. And then if we just skip forward, now control and flexibility. So WordPress.org offers more flexibility for developers and businesses, while WordPress.com is beginner friendly with minimal setup. And that's basically everything that I've just covered already. So nothing that I'll be talking about in this program will be in reference to WordPress.com. It's all about WordPress.org, because we're trying to teach you how to build anything that you want. And to do that, you're going to need to use WordPress.org. So I basically, from this moment on, other than knowing the difference, I suggest you just forget about WordPress.com. So in terms of cost differences, WordPress.org itself is free, but you need to pay for hosting and extras. Whereas WordPress.com, you can create free websites, and there's paid plans available, obviously with varying features. So, hopefully you now understand the differences between the two. Okay, so the key benefits of using WordPress. So some of these we've already covered. So versatility, so you can power any type of site from blogs to e-commerce with WordPress's adaptable structure and tools. Now, honestly, with WordPress, you can build literally anything. So obviously there's the blogs, which is what WordPress is famous for. You can build business brochure sites, portfolio sites. You can build e-commerce sites, membership sites, forums, anything, you name it, you can build it. So that's one of the key benefits of WordPress. Ease of use, so it's beginner friendly and intuitive. WordPress makes it easy to manage content without coding skills. And as you'll see, once we start creating our first WordPress website, you'll see how easy the dashboard is to navigate. It can get overwhelming sometimes when you start adding plugins and new features because, you know, the dashboard does change slightly, but out of the box, it's very easy to manage your content. Customization, so this we covered, so you can choose from thousands of themes and plugins to create a site tailored to your needs. There are thousands and thousands of free themes inside the WordPress dashboard. There's even more paid themes available on the internet that you can, you know, look for and download if you like the look of something specific. And then you think of any feature that you want to add to your WordPress website. There's already thousands of plugins that offer that. So, you know, the fact that you can customize your website is to do whatever you want is amazing. And SEO friendly, we touched on this earlier, so built-in customization features and plugins that help improve your site's visibility on search engines. So not only is WordPress's core search engine friendly, you can actually install SEO plugins that help guide you to make the changes that you need to boost your website above your competitors in the rankings as well. Okay, so popularity and market share of website. Now it's important that you are aware of this because, you know, quite often we get requests for WordPress websites. People don't even know what WordPress is, but they just heard about WordPress, and this is probably why. So global dominance. WordPress powers approximately 43.7% of all websites on the internet, making it the most widely used CMS worldwide. You know, you think about that there are millions of websites on the internet and over 40% of them, 43% of them use WordPress. CMS market share. Now, among websites using a content management system, WordPress holds a market share of around 62.3%, far ahead of other platforms. So yeah, not every website on the internet uses a content management system. Some are like built, you know, static still. But out of all the websites that use a content management system, over 62% of them use WordPress. Now, if I just flick over to this tab just to show you, as you can see here, according to WP Zoom, which everyone knows this is true. So this says 43.6% of all websites are using WordPress. And this is according to November 2024, so it's up to date. And as you scroll down, we can see here, WordPress holds 62% of market share of CMS websites. So I hear it all the time on social media, people going, WordPress is dead, nobody uses WordPress. It's just not true. 62% of CMS websites use WordPress. And these people that say these things, the competitors that they're talking about, look at them. Shopify, 6.4%, Wix, 4.4%, Squarespace, 3.1%, Joomla, 2%. It's just, you know, don't listen to them. WordPress is the most popular platform, so it's just important that you know, you're aware it has got that dominance and market share. Trusted by diverse users, so WordPress is used by individuals, small businesses and large enterprises alike, proving its versatility across different needs and scales. So we've already touched on how you can use WordPress for literally anything, and like I said, you'll see websites built by WordPress, you know, by Dave the Butcher or Bob the Builder, whoever, you know, anyone who it is. You'll see all sorts of businesses using WordPress, even up to the White House. So the White House website uses WordPress, and even Disney, you know, the massive, great Disney, they use WordPress to power their blog. So WordPress is used by literally any kind of business. Growing community and ecosystem. So the platform's popularity has fostered a massive community contributing to ongoing development, support and resources. Now what I mean by this is I think we'll leave this, we'll cover that in the next section. So we'll talk about the WordPress community, because it's something that you should be aware of and probably maybe even are aware of, but it's something that will really help with your WordPress journey. So this is where we talk about the WordPress community and ecosystem. So there's a supportive global community. So WordPress has a vast active community of developers, designers and users who provide support, share knowledge and contribute to the platform's growth. Honestly, when you search for anything online regarding to WordPress, there'll be thousands and thousands of websites dedicated to WordPress. So you'll never be feeling like, oh, no one's had this problem, how am I going to fix this problem? You know, even like communities like this that you're in now is part of that global community. Contributions to core development. So as we mentioned earlier, WordPress is free and open source. And what that means is no company is actually developing it. So there's there are, volunteers constantly developing new features for WordPress that get contributed to the WordPress ecosystem, and these get rolled out as updates. So whenever there's an issue with WordPress or new features need to be added, these are all added for free by people. So, having that contribution to core development is amazing. So thousands of volunteers and contributors help improve WordPress through updates, security patches, and feature enhancements, ensuring the platform remains current and secure. So, you never got to worry about, are they going to release a new update? There's constantly new updates coming out. So extensive resources and documentation. So users have access to comprehensive documentation, forums, tutorials, and courses, making it easy to learn and troubleshoot. I think on this one, even going to the WordPress.org forum, you can see here, this is WordPress.org's forum. They've got a vast documentation page here of literally everything, like installing WordPress, fixing WordPress, developing WordPress, WordPress mobile apps, networking. You can go here and you can find anything you need about WordPress. And not just on this website. When you search for WordPress problems, like we said earlier, you can find literally all sorts of support online. If you run into a problem, someone's already experienced that, ask the question online, and there's an answer to it. Honestly, that's how I basically learned WordPress over the last 15 years, by reading these forums, having help and support of people. The community is just massive, and that's because of the popularity of WordPress. These other platforms where, maybe there's 3% of websites are built in it, there's going to be less information online to help you get through any trouble that you're going to have. And then the ecosystem of themes and plugins. Now, with tens of thousands of themes and plugins, the WordPress ecosystem enables users to easily extend site functionality and customize design, empowering both beginners and advanced users. So like we said, even though we've got these forums that have got all that support, just having the ecosystem of themes and plugins mean you can literally add any feature you want to a WordPress website. Even if there isn't a plugin, you can find a developer to create it for you, because you can build anything with it. So we'll get stuck into this a lot more, obviously, as we evolve through the course. But for this one, I just wanted to, just give you an understanding of why we're using WordPress, why WordPress is still powerful, and why we've created this course for it. So to summarize, we've got covered understanding CMS and WordPress. So we explore what a content management system is and how WordPress fits into the CMS landscape as a versatile, user-friendly platform for creating and managing websites. One thing we haven't done is showed you, what a CMS looks like, but we'll be covering that in the next few videos. So you'll get to see inside WordPress what that's like and how the content is organized. We've covered the key differences between WordPress.org and WordPress.com. So we've covered the distinction between the two. So now you should know, anyone says WordPress.com, run a mile. If they say WordPress.org, this is where you're going to learn everything that you need to be able to use it. The core benefits of WordPress, so flexibility and vast plugin ecosystem and ease of use, making it the go-to CMS for beginners. And as we start using it, hopefully you'll get to see and agree with what I'm saying. And then the WordPress popularity and market share. So WordPress powers over 40% of all websites globally, demonstrating its widespread adoption and trust within the web development community. So, you're in safe hands going with WordPress. And then finally, thriving WordPress community. We've covered how we've discussed the robust ecosystem of developers, users, and resources that contribute to WordPress, continued growth, offering a wealth of support and innovation. So there's no homework or anything to do on this one. I just wanted to cover off, what WordPress is, and hopefully now you've got a better understanding of what it is. Now we need to show you, exactly how to use it. So Before we do that, we need to get stuck into, domain names and hosting. So we'll look at that in the next lesson. But yeah, so hopefully you've enjoyed that, learned something, even if you've used WordPress in the past. And yeah, we'll see you on the next lesson. Okay, so welcome back. Now in today's video, before we can go and build a WordPress website, there's a couple of things that we need. We're going to need a domain name and we're going to need hosting. Now in this video, I want to cover off how to choose the domain name and hosting. And in the next video, we'll then go into actually choosing and setting up your domain name and hosting. So if we just get stuck in and get started, let me just minimize this and let's start this. So choosing a domain name and hosting. So here's what we're going to cover. So understanding domain names and their importance. Then we're going to look at choosing the perfect domain name, web hosting basics for WordPress, different types of hosting so that you understand what we're doing, how to choose the right hosting provider, and WordPress recommended hosting. Now, as always, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip around, don't fast forward. But a pro tip, if you want to save some time, you can watch it at a faster speed. So let's get started with understanding domain names and their importance. Now, definition. A domain name is your website's unique address. So for example, www.yoursite.com, that people use to visit your WordPress site, making it more memorable than using the server's IP address. So if you're not familiar, the way the internet works is your website is stored on a server, that's hosting. And that server has an IP address, something like 21.314.45. You get the point. So giving that to somebody as your website address is not memorable at all. So to overcome that, we've got domain names. So you can pick a memorable name like yoursite.com, and then something called a DNS server is converting that to the IP address. So let me just show you. If I go to here, now this is like a quick graphic. So if we type in wpodyssey.com on our computer, what happens is that request goes to what's called a DNS server. Now that's a domain name system. And the domain name system server, what that does is it translates the domain name into an IP address. So someone types this in, this then routes it through to your website. And that's why we use domain names, not IP addresses. So it's just more memorable and easier for people to remember. So that's what happens when you type in a domain name. So that's understanding the definition of a domain name. Now, next, branding. A good domain name reflects your brand or business and is often the first thing visitors will remember. A memorable domain name helps with recognition and trust. Just think about it. Google.com, Amazon.com, eBay.com, you just remember them all. So branding is important. And then SEO impact. Now, while the domain name itself isn't a huge SEO factor, a relevant domain name can have a small but positive effect on search engine rankings and may help with discoverability. So obviously, if your company name is like just a name, so for example, DT Davis, then the only good that is going to have for you is people when someone's searching for you by your name. Whereas if your domain name is Davis Plumbing, then you've got a keyword in your domain, and that might help when someone's looking for plumbing services. So that's what that SEO impact is. And then easy to remember and share. So a branded, easy to remember domain name makes it easy for visitors to find and share your website, increasing exposure and engagement. So yeah, so just picking something that's easy to remember that people can share is definitely a tip that I want to promote, but we'll go into that in a bit more detail now. So choosing the perfect domain name. Keep it short and simple. Aim for a short, easy to spell name. Avoid complicated words or phrases that are hard to remember, as simpler names are more memorable and easier to share. Again, going back to google.com, amazon.com, ebay.com, they're all easy to remember names. For me, I wanted wpodyssey.com. My company for this training course is called WP Odyssey. So for me, the natural name would be wpodyssey.com. So try and keep it short and simple. Reflect your brand or niche. So your domain should relate to your business niche or the content of your website. This helps visitors immediately understand what your site is about. So for me, I've gone WP Odyssey because I could have gone WordPress Odyssey, but I thought it was a bit long. Generally speaking, people in the WordPress community abbreviate WordPress to WP, so for me that's why it made sense. But yeah, pick something that reflects your brand or niche. And avoid numbers and hyphens. So numbers and hyphens can confuse people and make the domain harder to remember. Stick to letters only to keep it clear and professional. Now, I've got first-hand experience in this because obviously hosting and managing customers' websites, and even as someone who back in the day, one of my first domains had a hyphen in it. When you buy a domain, not only is it your website address, but quite often it's your email address as well, because you'll have dan@wpodyssey.com. So when you're on the phone with someone and you've got to say it's dan@wp-23 Odyssey, whatever it is, it just delays and complicates things, and you can hear the confusion in people's voice when you're talking to them. So I would, as a rule of thumb, avoid numbers and hyphens. It's not to say it's a solid rule, like if you have to have it, then use it. It's not going to affect rankings or SEO. I just think it's better when you can roll the domain name off your tongue easily without having to say hyphen or explaining like numbers. Like, you know, I had a customer that had a domain 7870. Like, what was it, numbers or was it written letters? So obviously that was a confusing one. So yeah, try and not use numbers and hyphens if possible. And then, you know, if you have to, use keywords. Incorporate relevant keywords that represent your website's purpose or target audience. This can help improve SEO and make your site easier to find in search engines. So like I said, it's not necessarily all the time. So things like Amazon, they don't necessarily have to have keywords in there. But if you can and you have to, then you can use keywords. So like Davis Plumbing, or even going as far, you know, some companies won't even put their company name in the domain name. They'll have, they might be called Davis Plumbing, but their domain name could be Plumbers in Cardiff. And then when someone's searching for plumbers in Cardiff, what's Google going to think? You know, that is a keyword that they want to be found for. That must be the right business. So, you know, you can be creative with domains as well. Okay, so now that we've covered domains, let's have a look at web hosting basics for WordPress. So what is web hosting? Web hosting is a service that allows you to store your website's files and data on a server. It's essential for making your site accessible online for visitors. So a website is basically a bunch of files and images that you need accessible online. And a hosting is a server that stores all those files on them. So unlike, how can I explain this? So it's basically like having a big computer that you've got a space on that big computer where all your website is available. So you would never ever store your website on your own computer, because when your computer's off, your website's going to be down. So you use hosting to have these supercomputers. That's the best way to explain it. Supercomputer, which stores your files on it that are accessible all the time. So the importance for WordPress sites. So WordPress sites require hosting providers to store their files, databases, and media. Without hosting, your WordPress website cannot be accessed by users, which is what I just said. It needs to be on all the time and all your files available. Now, types of hosting. Now, there are different types of hosting which you need to be aware of. We'll go into these in a lot more detail in the next slide. But just to touch on them, you've got shared, which is perfect for beginners, where you share hosting with other website owners. You've got VPS, where you rent as part of a server, like a more structured section of a server. You've then got dedicated hosting, where you own and control the whole server. And then you've got cloud, which is a newer online way of doing it, which offers a bit more flexibility. And then finally, you've got managed hosting, where someone offers you, you know, specific WordPress hosting. And normally that comes with some sort of maintenance as well. So choosing the right one depends on your site's traffic, budget, and technical needs. And then impact on site performance. So the quality of your hosting affects your site speed, uptime, and security. A reliable hosting provider ensures that your WordPress site performs well and remains online. This one's important to touch on because not all hosting is the same. When you go into Apple, for example, and you want to buy a new MacBook, there's not just one MacBook in there. They have varying different MacBooks with more resources. So if you're starting off and you don't know what you want your MacBook for, you probably start with a smaller one. But if you're like a video editor that edits videos all day and you need like super fast computer, you'll pick the most expensive one because it can handle those requests. And it's no different to hosting. With hosting, the more powerful your server or your hosting is, the faster your website will be, how fast it can deal with requests from visitors. So yeah, it's really important that you've got the right hosting for your website. When you've got a brand new website with no visitors, no photos, no anything on it, it's just a basic website, you don't need the singing and dancing hosting, but you can grow and expand your hosting as your site grows and as your traffic increases. So that's just explain how your hosting will have an impact on your site's performance. Now, different types of hosting. Shared hosting, a cost-effective solution where multiple websites share the same server resources, ideal for beginners or small sites with limited traffic. Look, we all start here. This is where I started. Actually, I started with free hosting, but I won't go there. If you get offered free hosting, don't go for it. Get shared hosting to start with. So shared hosting can be, there can be hundreds of different businesses on the same server, all using the same resources. So the benefits of it is that it's cheap, it's affordable, but the downsides are you're all fighting for the resources of that computer. So it's like having 100 different tabs open on your computer. They're all fighting for the resources of the computer. So that's shared hosting. VPS hosting. So VPS is like a level above shared hosting, and it's called virtual private server hosting. And this offers more control and dedicated resources, making it suitable for growing websites that need more power without the cost of dedicated hosting. So with shared hosting, you're not guaranteed any resources. You're just on a server with other people, and you just don't know what you're going to get because you don't know what the other sites, how much traffic they've got, what resources they're using. You're just using whatever you can. And on a VPS, you actually get assigned like a section. So it's like shared hosting is like being in a dormitory when you're all using the same resources. VPS is like you're renting a room and you've got your own gas meter, you've got your own electricity meter. So what you use is yours, you're in charge of it, full control, and it's like the level above shared hosting. Now, a dedicated hosting, this is where you're like renting the whole house. This is all, you've got all the rooms, you can do what you want with them, you can rent them out to other people, you can do what you want. So you get a whole server to yourself, providing maximum performance, control, and security, best for high traffic and resource intensive websites. This is what we've got. We've got dedicated servers, but we didn't start off with this. You gradually grow as you need more resources. So a dedicated hosting is where you get your own server and you're in charge of it all. Then managed WordPress hosting, we just touched on this. So this is tailored specifically for WordPress with optimized performance, automatic updates, and security, ideal for users who want WordPress management without the hassle. So generally with this, you'll get some sort of maintenance as well. So you get WordPress specific hosting with maintenance. So when you want to make changes to your website, someone at that team will be doing it for you. So for example, as a hosting company ourselves, we offer this to clients. So we look after their website, we do all their updates. The customer doesn't have to worry about their website. We do it all for them. So that's what managed WordPress hosting is. And then finally, cloud hosting. So this is quite often termed as VPC. This is a scalable solution where resources are spread across multiple servers. So VPC allows for isolated private cloud environment for greater security and flexibility. So from experience, what I'd say is with dedicated hosting, I'd say there's a slight edge to dedicated hosting for reliability, for performance. Whereas with cloud, the way that works is your resources are shared over multiple different servers. But what's great about it is the scalability of it. So if I explain, you've got a website, and with dedicated hosting, if you want to increase your resources, let's say Black Friday's coming up and you know your website's going to get 5 times more traffic. Now, in order to handle that traffic, you're going to have to upgrade your server. Now, once you've added new RAM or CPU or hard drive space into your server, then you're stuck with that because you've upgraded to it. You've bought it, you've put it in, you're stuck with that for the rest of the year. Whereas with VPC, it's a bit more flexible. You can actually use like a slidey scale to go, okay, Black Friday is coming up, we're going to need more memory, so let's increase our memory to allow for more requests. We're going to need more CPU because we're going to have more requests as well, so we need to increase that. And we may need more hard drive space. And then what you can do is once Black Friday is over and done with and the traffic's dipped back down to like, you know, whatever it was originally, you can then put your resources back to what they were before Black Friday. So it gives you that scalability, but it's doing it on the fly. You can dictate and choose how your VPC settings are. So we've got a VPC server and we've also got dedicated because, you know, we want the performance and we also want the flexibility. But my experience are VPC doesn't have quite the same performance, but it's amazing in terms of the flexibility. Okay, so how to choose the right hosting provider. Now, just for transparency, because we've had our own hosting company for the last 10 years or so, I haven't spent a great amount of time comparing different hosting. And one thing I want to do is I want to spend time doing that so I can recommend the best, you know, shared hosting providers for you. But that's going to take some time. So for now, I just want you to be aware of what to look out for. And then in the next slide, we'll cover some of the WordPress recommended ones. So first thing is performance and speed. So look for a provider that offers fast load times and reliable uptime. Fast websites rank better in search engines and provide a better user experience. So if your host is saying to you when you're going on their website, you know, we do this speed, we're going to be fast uptime, then you can go back to them if they don't provide that and say, well, you promised this. And that's what you want to look for, people that are guaranteeing, you know, performance and speed. And when I say, you know, fast websites rank better, I'm not just saying that, they do. One of the criteria for ranking is performance. And also, like a side effect to that is user experience. Like I'm sure you've had it yourself where you've gone on a website and it's been really slow and you've just gone, oh, stuff this, I'm going to go off and find somebody else. Now, when you do that, you're telling search engines that that website's not very good because they'll know the bounce rate of that website. So when customers go to websites and stay on them, you're telling search engines that the website's good, and that also helps your ranking. So performance and bounce rate are all affected by performance and speed. So really important to make sure that you're picking one that guarantees good performance and speed. Customer support. So ensuring the hosting provider offers responsive, knowledgeable support, especially for WordPress specific issues. 24/7 availability is ideal. There's nothing worse than when you get a problem and you've got to speak to your hosting that they say, oh, you need to speak to your developer to sort that out. You want to be picking a hosting provider that says WordPress all over their hosting, because then you know you're dealing with a company that's got experience and staff that understand WordPress, so that if you have a WordPress specific issue, they can tell you what it is and deal with it. And then in terms of support, don't, pick someone I don't think it's realistic that you're going to find on shared hosting someone that's going to offer 24/7 telephone support. Ideally, you want telephone support. Ticket is a minimum, obviously, but you might find that frustrating. Ticket is ideal for when you've just got a query and you can wait a day or so for a response. When there's something urgent, let's say your website's gone down and you need hosting help, you don't want to be sending a ticket in because, it could be 6 o'clock on a Friday night. You might not get a response and your website's down all weekend until they're back in on Monday morning. You don't want that. You want to make sure that you've either got telephone support or at least ticket support, because then, not ticket support, chat support, sorry. So when you go to their website, you'll see a little bubble in the corner that says chat, and you can just chat with whoever. So that's what I recommend. Make sure that you have got some telephone support, or as a minimum, you've got chat support, because ticket only, not ideal. Scalability. So choose a provider that allows easy upgrading as your website grows, offering flexible plans to meet increasing traffic or resource demands. So like I said, when you start off, your website will have no resources. It won't need many resources because your website won't be very big because you haven't added anything to it yet. And you probably won't have much traffic. So your website server is not having to deal with many requests. But as you start adding, whether it's products or blog posts or photos, portfolio items, more things to your hosting, your website's going to, start to balloon and grow. And likewise, as you get more traffic to your website, the server's going to have to handle those requests. So you want to find a host that's going to easily allow you to upgrade your hosting as you need it. Because the only way you'll know you need to upgrade is when your website starts getting slow. So when your website starts getting slow, you need to increase your hosting. So you want to find one that allows you to increase the resources as you grow. And then security features. Select a host with built-in security measures such as SSL support, firewall, and daily backups to safeguard your site from cyber threats. If your website's not offering you SSL certificates or backups, then you need to speak to a different provider, because as a minimum, you need backups. Now, we'll show you how to take your own backups, because I do always recommend that. So you do need your own backups, but you need an SSL certificate. And ideally, you want some sort of firewall protection as well. So they're the things that I'd be looking out for when you're researching a hosting provider. Now, finally, just to touch on WordPress recommended hosting. And like I said, in this course, eventually, I want to spend time, and it's going to take months to do this, because I want to really pick the top hosting companies that are on the market, and I want to test them out with different websites, test their support out, test their reliability, test their uptime, and then I can give like an updated video here where I can give a recommendation on which hosting I think you should be using as a beginner. But for now, that's going to take time because, like I said, we've got our own servers. I'm not in that position. We offer hosting and maintenance, which is not necessarily what you're going to need. So while I'm doing that, until I've done that, I think what would make sense is that we go with WordPress's recommended hosting. They're the ones that we should start with. So WordPress.org recommends hosting providers that are optimized for WordPress, offering fast, secure, and reliable services tailored to your site's needs. Choosing a recommended host ensures top performance and excellent support. Now, some of their recommendations are Pressable. Now, I'm mentioning these because these are what's on their website. So Pressable, this is premium hosting with a higher price point, built on the WP Cloud platform by Automatic, who own WordPress. It's a powerful choice, but maybe better suited for advanced users or larger sites due to its cost and advanced features. Now, I've taken a look at this, and their plans are like $30, $40 a month to start with. They sort of offer a bit more maintenance. It's not what you need as a beginner just starting to set up a WordPress website. So for me, I wouldn't be recommending that, but that's just one of the WordPress recommended hosting providers. Bluehost. Now, this one I'm quite happy to recommend because it's ideal for beginners, offering affordable plans. It is cheap, with easy WordPress installation, excellent customer support, and cPanel for easy management of your site. A reliable choice to get your WordPress site up and running smoothly. So I mentioned cPanel here because quite a lot of this program will cover cPanel, and it's something that I think that you're going to need, whether it's just building and dealing with your own website, or if you're going to go further and deal with other people's website. cPanel is something that you're going to need to be familiar with, and Bluehost comes with that. So for me, it gets my seal of approval. And another thing which I think is important to keep an eye out for when you're picking a hosting provider, we've already touched, you're going to need a domain name. Quite often, some of these providers will offer a free domain name when you take out hosting, and Bluehost is one of them. So that's another reason why I think Bluehost is a good starting point for anyone going through this course and starting off to build their first WordPress website. The next one they recommend is Hostinger. Now, while it's budget friendly, Hostinger uses hPanel instead of the more familiar cPanel, which may be challenging for beginners. So it's best suited for smaller sites, but may not be the easiest option for those new to WordPress. So with Hostinger, like I said, cPanel is like the industry standard software for hosting websites, basically hosting your website. But it comes with a license, so you don't have to worry about that. But your hosting provider will be paying a license to cPanel for using the software. So what Hostinger have done, I think they've basically gone, well, we won't pay cPanel the license fee. We'll just use our own, we'll just make our own one, call it hPanel, which means they can put the prices down a little bit, even though Bluehost is very cost effective. They've made their plans a little bit cheaper, but then you're stuck with something called hPanel, not cPanel, which nobody wants. So I'm not going to knock it because I haven't tried it enough to be able to give it, but the point is nobody else is using hPanel, whereas cPanel is used by basically everybody. So for me, it's not going to be a recommended one, but you know, if you want to try it out, feel free. But obviously it may mean things are a bit more tricky moving forward in this course because you'll be going on hPanel instead of cPanel. And then DreamHost. So known for reliable WordPress hosting with excellent uptime performance. While a solid choice, Bluehost is a better option for beginners due to its more intuitive setup and cPanel integration, making it easier for new users. So just to show you quickly, just be worth going to the WordPress website. So here you can go to wordpress.org and go to their hosting page. And this is where they show the 4 hosting companies that I mentioned. Like I said, for me, this wasn't suitable. Bluehost sounds perfect for me. I've tested it out as well, and it's something that I would be recommending. And for the rest of this course, I will be using Bluehost to, you know, show you how to set up hosting and things like that. Hostinger, if you want to use it, you know, just expect to be following a slightly different guide. And then DreamHost, I'm sure it uses cPanel and it's a good host, but it's not one that I'll be recommending at the moment. So yeah, so that's where I've got those companies from. And then, yeah, so this video was just about making you aware of what to look for. And if you've got your hosting set up already, that's fine. You know, if it's got cPanel, you can follow along. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just assuming, maybe incorrectly, that at this point you're a beginner, you're watching the video because you want to learn how to build a WordPress website. And if so, then, you know, for me, Bluehost would be the preferred choice. And in the next video, we'll cover how to set that up, and I can give you the links and everything of exactly what you need to do. So there's no need to stress or do anything at the moment. So just a summary, what we've covered in this video. So we've covered off understanding domain names. So we've covered the importance of owning a custom domain and how it establishes credibility, professionalism, and easy recognition for your site. We've covered choosing the right domain, so tips on selecting a domain that's easy to remember, relevant to your site's content, and optimized for SEO. Then we've looked at the role of web hosting, so we discussed how web hosting is essential for running your WordPress site, providing the foundations of your site's speed, security, and uptime. And then we've looked at hosting types explained, so we've given you a breakdown of shared, VPS, dedicated, and managed hosting, with an overview of the cloud hosting, which is the VPC, and its benefits as well. And then selecting a hosting provider. So key factors to consider when choosing the right hosting provider, including performance, support, scalability, and security. WordPress recommended hosting is something that we've covered as well. So I'm not saying there's anything you need to do now. Obviously, you know, feel free to do some research if you want. If you want to, you know, go around and research some hosting providers, crack on. But I just want to make everything as easy as possible for you to get up and running. So in the next video, we'll be giving you the links of the recommendations and the reasons why. So yeah, I think that's probably enough to cover in this video. And I think on the next video, the goal is to get your hosting set up so that then we can install WordPress and get your first website up and running. So yeah, hopefully you found that useful, and yeah, we'll see you on the next video. All right, so welcome back. Now in today's video, before we can go and install WordPress, we need to make sure that we've got a domain and we've got our hosting set up. So that's what we're going to be doing in today's video. So without wasting any time, let me just minimize me. Let me get me moved over to about there, and let's get started. Okay, so setting up your domain and hosting. So here's what we're going to cover today. So we're going to cover buying your domain name, setting up your hosting account, how to connect your domain name to your hosting provider, understanding DNS and pointing your domain name to your hosting, SSL certificates, what they are and why they're important, and then we'll do the final checks to ensure your domain and hosting are set up correctly. Now once we've done all this, we can then install WordPress and move on and start building our website. So That's what we're going to start with. So as always, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. You need to make sure that you understand this. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. But pro tip, if you want to save some time, then you can watch it at a faster speed. Okay, so buying a domain name. Choosing a domain registrar. So select a reliable domain provider. These services allow you to search for, register, and manage your domain name. Your host will quite often offer a free domain name with a new hosting plan. So I want to cover off, because it's possible that you've already got a domain name. Now, if you've already got a domain name at a different registrar, or you want to have your domain at a different registrar, then I think it's important that we cover that. I just want every aspect of what's realistic in the world of building websites to be something that's taught in this course. So it's quite often that your domain is somewhere in one place and then your hosting is in another place. And there can also be benefits, because like I said, when you buy hosting, quite often you do get a free domain name for the first year, and then you'll have to pay for it. So it might be that that's appealing now, but then next year the renewal price will be more than if you'd bought the domain somewhere else. And likewise, there's sometimes benefits by buying a domain somewhere else. So I just want to cover both of those things. So how to register a domain. So search for the domain name you want. If it's available, you can purchase it through the registrar's website. The process typically requires creating an account and entering payment details. Domain extensions to consider. So when choosing a domain, think about the extension. .com is the most common and widely trusted, but other options like .co.uk or .net may be relevant depending on your location or niche. For me, I always want .com. Like .com is like the daddy of domains. Like if you've got that, then you're the main owner of that domain. Obviously, being in the UK, .co.uk is quite commonly used. It's just a little bit longer, and yeah, I just think for me, .com is the one that I would always choose, but I understand .com's not always available, so sometimes you want to go for .co.uk or .net, and there's even the new extensions now where you can get .store, .online. There's no real preference or advantages to picking a domain name extension. I just think .com is always neater. Like when you think of Google, it's google.com, amazon.com, ebay.com. You always think of .com. So for me, I wanted wpodyssey.com, and that's the one that I would probably recommend. But it's always good practice to have .co.uk as well if you're based in the UK. And likewise, if you're based in other countries, you'll have different, domain extensions. And then understanding domain ownership. So it's important that you understand that, when you buy a domain, you don't buy it like you buy, your groceries or whatever, and you own it. You basically hire it for a period of time. So once you register a domain, you own it for the period that you've paid for, and that's typically a year, sometimes 2 years. So be sure to keep track of renewal dates and renew your domain on time to ensure you don't lose ownership, because it can happen. You can buy a domain, you think you've got it, and then the renewal comes around, you don't renew it, and then I think they give you like a month grace period where you can reclaim it, but after that it's free for all. Anybody else can register it, and you could lose your domain name. So yeah, it's important that you do renew it on time. Quite often domain registrars will offer auto renewal, so every year it'll automatically debit the amount from your bank account. Generally speaking, you'll get an email anyway from your provider, but I've seen it in cases where you've set up an email address last year which you no longer use, and then the domain emails don't come through to you. So look, let's just put this to action. So this is what I would be doing if I was you. So let me just get domain. So at the moment you're in this, whether you're in the free class or whether you're in the paid one, this is going to look very similar. And under the setting up a domain and hosting, this is the way you're watching the video at the moment. Obviously that video is not there because we're filming it. But as you scroll down, there's a couple of resource links here. So if you click this Namecheap buy a domain, it'll open up this page. And I like Namecheap. I think it's cheap. Like their name says, they're affordable, and I like some of the additional services that they offer. So for this purposes, let's just buy a domain. Let's do it on the fly. So for me, I've already got wpodyssey.com, but I haven't got wpodyssey.co.uk. So So I think I need to get that, and we can use this as the example then. So wpodyssey.co.uk. So let's do a search. Hopefully it's still available. Okay, so once you've done the search, you'll see here at the top, this is what I searched for. And look, it's a green tick, it's available, I can add it to cart. And what happens is underneath, you'll see some of the other recommendations that Namecheap will recommend. So, because sometimes this won't be available. So let's say I chose .com. Now it's saying it's not available. Now I know that because I've already bought it with another registrar. So because it's not available, then this recommended section becomes quite important, because then I can go, okay, which one do I want? And you can obviously go by price and what you feel, is right for you. And you can see there's 400 different additional extensions. So, feel free to browse around, get the one that you want. But for me, I want this .co.uk domain. So let's just wait for that to update. Click search. I'm going to add that to cart. Brilliant. So £5.52. Let's go to checkout. And then it'll ask me some additional questions. So for 1 year, I want auto renew. I definitely want that. I don't want premium DNS. I don't need that. And I don't want web hosting through these guys. So I'm going to remove that. Don't want it. I just want the domain. As you can see, they're selling some additional extras here. But for me, I just want the domain, so I'll confirm order. I don't have an account with these guys, so let's create. Have I got an account? Let's have a look. No, I don't. So let's set one up. Just do this. Okay, I may pause it now while I just do this. Okay, so create account and continue. Okay, so I've entered some details in there, that's fine. Save this, continue. And then I want to pay by PayPal. I want to make sure that I've got automatic renewal. I don't want to make sure I miss them. And then do that. Continue. Okay, and then I want to check out with PayPal. And there we go. Just wait for this order to confirmation to complete. So thank you for your purchase. So we've now bought wpodyssey.co.uk for a year. We have paid $6.98. So yeah, that's it. Perfect. Okay, so now we can click manage and go to the manage the domain. So you can see now domain names, manage, and we've got wpodyssey.co.uk, and we'll come back to that now because we're going to be looking at how to point this to where we get hosting from in a minute. So there we go. We've bought a domain. That's it. That's as simple as it is to buy a domain name. That's mine now for the next year. Okay. Now, setting up your hosting account. Now, as I said, Well, let's go through this. So choosing your hosting plan. So select a hosting plan that suits your needs. So you've got shared, VPS, dedicated, and all the different methods that we talked about yesterday. So consider factors like website traffic, performance, and scalability. As a beginner, start small and scale up. So create your hosting account. So register with your chosen hosting provider, fill your details, and select a domain name if not already purchased. This will give you access to the control panel. Now, let's just run through this and then we'll look at hosting plans. So accessing your hosting control panel. So once your account is created, log into your hosting control panel, often cPanel. Here you'll manage site files, databases, emails, accounts, and more. And we'll show you that in a second. And then configuring your account settings. So set up basic account settings such as contact details, billing preferences, and notification settings, and keep your hosting account organized. So what I've done here for you is, you may have gone after yesterday's video or the video that we did, the one before this, and done your research on hosting, and you know which one that you want to use, and that's fine. You go with whoever you're comfortable with. Just to make things easier for you, one thing I've put at the bottom of this page in this video is I've added the Bluehost, which is my recommended hosting for going with this program. Now, I've chosen that one because, like I said yesterday, it's a WordPress recommended hosting partner, and from using it over the last few weeks and months, I think it does everything that you need to do. So I've put a quick link in here for you. So when you click that, you'll see it'll take you to the Bluehost page where you can pick your plan. You can see here, look, different prices. If you want to see it in a different currency, at the top here, let me just log out of here. I can't see. Let me just log out. And then let's click Bluehost recommended host again. Now you can see it's got pounds. So if you want to change currency, you can here. If you want to see it in dollars, you can. I like Bluehost because they're pretty international and they cater for everybody. For me, I want to see the pounds. And as you can see here, these are the plans that you'll got. So I think it'll default to the currency that you use. So, you probably may not even need to change currency. Just in case you do, that's how you would do it. And then, as you can see here, you've got 3 different plans. So honestly, these are the only 2 I think you're going to need, is the basic or choice plus. I'd even say basic. And just to show you, just to go through what these plans include. So on the basic plan, to start with, you can have 10 websites. Amazing. If you're brand new to building WordPress websites, having the ability to build more than 1 website is amazing. A lot of hosting plans you'll come across, they'll just say 1 website. So the fact that we can build 10, so we can build the one that we want and we can play around with some other ideas, that's amazing. Then we've got 10 gigabyte of NME storage. That's plenty. Honestly, 10 gigabyte is plenty. Now, just to talk a bit more about the hardware of a server, one of the things you want to be looking out for is the speed. We talked about that yesterday, is the speed of the server. Now, one of the factors for speed is the hard drive. Now, the historical hard drive, which is hard disk drive, HDD, where it would use actual physical disks inside a hard drive and a pin, it's just too slow. It's too slow at reading and writing. So we've recently moved on to SSD hard drives. And with SSD hard drives, they're more like a big USB stick. So there's not an actual disk in there. It's just a solid state hard drive. And that's a lot faster. And with this, and I'd say if you're looking at hosting, make sure as a minimum you've got SSD. If you've got HDD, you're going to have problems. So SSD is a minimum. This hosting plan comes with NVMe storage, which is even faster than SSD. So, you've got 10 gigs, plenty of space, and it's going to be fast. So for me, that's a big thumbs up. You can have 100 concurrent visitors at any time. That's plenty as a brand new, if you're building websites for the first time, having 100 people on your website at one time is plenty. If you feel it's not enough, then you may need to upgrade to this plan. This is ideal for 40,000 visitors a month, so that's plenty. If you're going to be getting that every month, you'd be happy. AI site creation tool. this is not something I'm promoting. I'm not a fan of it. I don't like it. We'll go into that in the installing WordPress section, which is important because it just adds a load of stuff that you don't need. I'm not a fan of it, but it comes with it anyway. They all do. It's part of their creation tool, trying to make things easier for non-techie people. But the whole point of this course is I want to teach you how to do it properly. So, I wouldn't be promoting this. You got a 30-day money-back guarantee. You got a free domain name for the first year. So let's click that, what it says. So you can get, look, free domain name, and then after the year, you'll have to pay for it. You've got pro email free trial. So this is where you can create your own domain name. So like dan@wpodyssey.com, always better than having like @gmail, for example. You get a free SSL certificate, a free CDN, which is Cloudflare. So we'll be going into CDNs a bit more down the line, but that just means, so just to explain that quickly actually, because when you've got a host, let's say your hosting provider is in Manchester. If somebody in California is going to your website, what they do is they send a request from Manchester to from California to Manchester, and then the details of your website get sent all the way back to California. Now that obviously takes some time. It's quick, but it takes time. Whereas if I'm in, if I'm up the road from Manchester, that's going to be quicker than from someone from California. Now, what a CDN does, it means it distributes your website on a network of servers all over the internet. So that person in California, when they want to see your website, they'll be accessing it from within the US. So it means that there's a copy of your website distributed all over the United States. So it's not going to take as long as going to Manchester. But the point is, we'll go into that into a lot more detail down the line. But look, this comes with free CDN, so that's good. And then web application firewall and DDoS protection. So some of the things we talked about yesterday was, you want to make sure that your hosting has got security, and you've got a free SSL certificate, tick. You've got a firewall, tick, and you've got DDoS protection, tick. So amazing for this price that you've got here, which is $159 a month. And then you've got 24/7 chat support. So we said yesterday, if you're stuck with ticket support, you're going to get frustrated if there's an emergency that you need to speak to somebody. This one's got 24/7 chat support, and as you can see in the bottom right hand corner, we've got the chat icon. You can click that and you can start to talk to someone straight away, and that's 24/7. So for me, that's a tick. If you're adamant that you do want telephone support, then you're going to need to upgrade to the Choice Plus plan, and that comes with phone support and daily website backups free for the first year. So the only downside to this one is there's no backups, but we'll be covering backups down the line. But look, to get started, this one's fine. I'd be recommending you go with this one to start with. So if we choose that plan, and then the first thing it asks you is to choose your free domain. So here we can type in, let's just do anything here. So you type in what you want and type in your extension that you want. For me, .com. Search for domain. And just give it a second. And then you've got your checkout here. So look, for a whole year of hosting, it's only £19.08. Like the massive discounts at the moment. So, that link does help because it's got some discount on it. So yeah, so that's the hosting you get for a year. You pay £19. You get a free domain name, and look, that's going to renew at £10.27 in a year's time. Now, the reason why I wanted to do this exercise was to show you to buy a domain somewhere else, is that this will renew cheaper when, let me just have a look at what price that was. $11.85. So yeah, it's not actually cheaper. So it's about the same. Okay, so that's fine. So you get a free domain name for a year. That's amazing. Domain privacy. So this is where you, let me just show you what that is. So domain privacy is, by default, when you register a domain, your details have to be registered on a public registrar. And with Bluehost, you have to pay for that. You have to pay, I think that's an annual price to make sure that your details are protected. And you can use tools like this. I'll reference this actually in the lesson. Let me just add that resource now. Add resource so you can see. So that allows you to search for a domain, and it'll tell you, so let's have a look. So if you do a lookup, and then what will happen is if you haven't protected your details, your information will be registered here. So it could have your name, so you can see, look, it's got Cardiff, so that's obviously for me. So because with some providers, you don't have to pay for this, so it's redacted for privacy. So I believe with Namecheap, you don't have to pay for that, whereas with Bluehost, you do. But you get it free for the first, or you don't get it free at all, actually. So if you want protected, you've got to pay for it. If you don't want it to be protected, you don't want to pay for it, then you can just remove it. So you can see, look, keep me protected, remove from cart. So by doing that, what it's going to mean is your details will be visible online. That might not be a problem for you. It might be, it's up to you. That's a preference choice. And then you get free emails. So once you've chosen what you want to choose through your hosting plan, you can click continue to checkout. And then again, you just enter all your details in here, purchase the hosting, and then that's it. You've bought your hosting. Now, I've already done this process, so I'm not going to fill out all of my details here. But just to show you, once you've done that, let me log in. I'm just going to get a security code. Okay, so we've got the code, we enter the security code in here. This is two-factor authentication just to protect your account. And you get the choice to setting that up once you're in. But this is it. So once you've logged into, once you've bought your hosting account and you've logged in, you'll arrive at this dashboard. And when you click on websites, what you'll see initially is you'll see that Bluehost has automatically linked your domain name that you've had free through them. It's installed WordPress and it's linked them together for you. Now, I don't want you to use this website. If you want to just, crack on and use that one and that's it, you can stop watching this video and carry on with that. That's fine. But the whole point of WP Odyssey is I want to be teaching you how to install WordPress manually and using the tools that are available, because you're going to need to do it at some point. So, I think we'll be looking at deleting this eventually, but that's not the point of this video. This one is to get your hosting set up and get your domain linked up if we need to. So as it stands, what you've got now is your hosting set up, and you're in your dashboard and you've got a default website that's already created. Now, just to show you as well, if you click on this hosting tab on the right left-hand side, this is where you get access to cPanel, which is what I was talking about yesterday, how important it is to have cPanel, because we will be doing a lot in there throughout this course. So if you click on cPanel, just give it a second to load up, you'll see this. This is cPanel. If you're not familiar with it, this is what it is. And you'll see all the different sections in here. You will get very familiar with this. If it's something that's overwhelming at the moment, don't worry. So you've got email here where you can manage email settings and email accounts. You've got files here, which is how you upload your WordPress files and manage them onto the server. You've got databases, because WordPress websites require a database to store all the data. So that's how you manage that. You can manage your domains, you can see metrics, security is all done here, software, and then advanced settings with preferences, and the Softalicious apps installer is there. So, we won't go into too much detail there now, but I just want to show you that you do get cPanel with Bluehost, and it's there. So whatever host you're with, just make sure you've got cPanel, because we'll be using this throughout the course. So yeah, we can close that, and we can flip back to the presentation. Okay, so on this one, we want to be talking about how to connect your domain to your hosting. Now, what you need to do is you need to update DNS records. So access your domain's registrar, control panel, and update the name servers to those provided by your hosting provider, linking your domain to your hosting account. So as it stands, you know, with Bluehost, if you've taken the free domain, what you've got now is you've got your domain already with your hosting and they're linked together. There's nothing you need to do. If your domain is with another provider and your hosting is somewhere else, we need to link them together now. And the way we do that is by updating the DNS records. So just to flip back to here. So if we go to my account dashboard, so if you've got your domain with Namecheap, so you can go to domains, you can see my domain is listed here. So I can click on that. I can manage it. And then what you'll see is along the top, you see some different settings. So we didn't go premium DNS, we don't need it. And name server. So there's two ways of pointing your domain to your hosting. There's name servers and there's a DNS. So as you can see, name servers are here and we can customize those in a second. But at the moment, our domain are using the Namecheap basic DNS. Okay, so that means they're pointing the domain to themselves, and that's it. And then we've got the advanced DNS here. And when you go to advanced DNS, this is where you can see all of the records that are set up for your domain. And what we need to do now is, if we're in this, we can add a domain. So we want to add as external domain. So if I type in here now, so we're in our hosting platform and we need to make sure that they recognize our domain. So we're going to put in wpodyssey.co.uk and we're going to add that. That's the domain that we just bought in Bluehost. Okay, so just give that a second while it's processing. Just refresh. So there we go. So all of these domain setting processes, they do take time because they don't happen in seconds. But as you can see there, we've just gone to the home, we've gone back to domain, and we can see now that wpodyssey.co.uk is an external domain, and we've now got settings. So that's done. So in order for us to make this work, what it's saying is we need to change our name servers to Bluehost. Okay, and to do that, we just go here and we can go back to domain and we go to name servers here and we can click on custom DNS. Okay, and what we need to do now is we grab these name servers and we can paste that one there. We'll take this one, we'll paste that one there. Okay, and then to click this tick button. So now what we're doing is we're telling Namecheap that we want them to be our domain registrar. They own the domain, they keep it, they look after it for us, and they'll renew it for us. But we're telling them, point the domain to Bluehost. Let Bluehost control the domain. So that's done now. And we just wait a second. When you see things like transfer in, that means when you actually transfer the ownership of the domain from Namecheap to Bluehost. There's no need to do that. That just delays things. There's no need to do it. Now, one tool that's really important when you make any changes to DNS or your domain is you want to be able to see at what stage the process is of transferring the domain. And this website here called What's My DNS, which I'll reference in the course notes. We'll add that now actually. We'll add a new resource. So check domain DNS. We'll add that. Save. So now what we can do here is we can type in our domain. So for me, wpodyssey.co.uk, and then it'll tell us what the IP address, where that domain is pointing to, okay? Now what we need to do is we can check here. So we can go to the settings of this, and we can see that the A record for Bluehost is this .198, and we're seeing .198. So what that means is the settings that we've made, we've told the domain not to go to Namecheap, we've told it to go to Bluehost. So we can, and you can see it's updated everywhere. So that means, it should mean that the domain is now on Bluehost. So if we type in .co.uk, let's see what we get. Okay, it looks like it's not finding anything. So let's have a look at our domain list here. So as you can see, it's not connected to any service at all. So what we need to do first of all, we can go to website, and I just want to see how Bluehost handle it. So if we add a site, we just have an empty environment for now, and we can call this WP Odyssey, and we'll call it UK, just so we've got that. Continue, and then we can type in here the domain that we want. Continue. Let me just give that a second. So now we can see the WP Odyssey external domain here. So we can click on settings, and we can see now that when we go to websites, and we've got this WP Odyssey UK test run that we set up. When we click on settings, you'll see domain here. And when you click this domain, you see, look, it says recognize wpodyssey.co.uk, and we've got the DNS status is finished setup. So we can click on that. And then you'll see, look, its expected name server records should be ns1.bluehost.com and ns2.bluehost.com. And it's detected that it's actually set to those. So it's seeing what we've configured it to in Namecheap. So that means job done, it's done, but this could take some time to propagate. So we'll click Save Changes, and that's it. We just need to wait for that to finish. And in the next video, when we install WordPress, that will have propagated, and then we'll be able to install WordPress on that domain. So that is how to connect your domain to your host. Now, another way of doing it is the DNS and pointing your domain to your hosting. So name service is what we've done. Now, in this one, we got the DNS overview. So DNS, or domain name system, converts domain names, so yourdomain.com, into IP addresses, allowing browsers to find and load your website. So exactly like we talked about yesterday in the video, where someone types in, wpodyssey.com, it goes to the DNS server, and that translates that into an IP address and delivers the website on that server. So that's what a DNS overview is. Now, types of DNS. Now, DNS includes A records, CNAME, and MX records. Among others, there are other ones which direct traffic to the correct server, email system, and services. Now, just to touch on these, A records are when you point your domain to an IP address. So for your website to load, you would point your domain to an IP address. That's an A record. Now, a CNAME is a way that you can make a part of your domain do the same as another part of the domain. So, for example, you could create a CNAME record for www, and then that would use the same IP address as what the main A record is doing. So when you type in www, it would go to the website just like if you didn't use www. And then MX records, they're used to handle mail. So it stands for mail exchange, and we'll be covering that at a later point. So it's not directly related to WordPress, but we will be looking at setting up MX records. So that's what those do. Pointing to hosting. So once your name servers are updated with your hosting provider details, traffic is directed to your WordPress site. So just to go into, just to show you that, if we go to domains here, and we go to this WP Odyssey external domain and click on settings, you can see the advanced DNS is now loaded. And what it's doing is it's actually adding all of these records themselves. And now you won't need most of these, and a lot of these will, probably confuse you. But the point is we've got this A record, and this @ symbol means that it means nothing. So when someone types in wpodyssey.co.uk, this is what it will do as an A record. It'll point to this IP address, which is where my website will be stored in that account. So that's why when we do a search now for wpodyssey.uk, you can see we've got a mixture of 152 and 198. This is because it's propagating, it's updating over the internet to deliver the right IP address. And at the moment, it's not quite finished because we need them all to say 152 for it to be finished. And as you can see here, we've got a mixture of A records, MX records, and have we got any CNAME? We've got a CNAME record here as well. And there's one here for www. So when you type in www.wpodyssey.co.uk, it will go to where the website is, which is this record here. Don't worry if this is overwhelming. We're going to cover it in more detail and it will become easier. The main point is that your domain is pointing to your hosting, and you understand that now, because we changed the name servers, we're now giving control to Bluehost to manage the DNS, because beforehand we had to manage the DNS inside Namecheap. Okay, but because we're now not using the Namecheap DNS name servers, we can't do it in Namecheap. We're doing it in Bluehost because we just want it all in the same place because it'd be easier. So that's that. Okay, so SSL certificates. Now that we've got our domain and our hosting talking to each other, whether you've got them on the same platform or in different platforms, they're now talking to each other. So now what we've got here is SSL certificates. So what they are and why they're important. So what is an SSL certificate? So an SSL, or secure socket layer, is a security protocol that encrypts the data exchanged between a website and its users, ensuring sensitive information like login details and credit card numbers are secure. Now, back in the day, you would just put your passwords in and it'll get transferred over the internet and there'd be no encryption at all, and any hacker wanting to intercept that could. But what SSL certificates do is it just like padlocks and locks away the information while it gets transferred over the internet, and then it gets unencrypted the other end. So why SSL is important? So SSL certificates protect users' data, increases trust, and provides a secure browsing experience. Websites with SSLs are marked with a padlock icon in the browser, showing visitors that the site is safe to use. So you know beforehand, if you don't have a padlock in the top in the browser URL address bar, then you know there's something dodgy. And even browsers now will give you a warning on the page. So a good graphic to sort of explain this. So I've put here, what is an SSL certificate? So secure socket layer, it encrypts data between your website and its visitors. So let me just move me out the way. So without an SSL certificate, this is you sat at your computer and you're putting in your credit card number or your password. Let's say your password is password 123. You type that in on your computer. That gets sent over the internet to a website that doesn't have an SSL certificate, and it just gets sent with as password 123. So any hackers that want to check the traffic of this website or this server can intercept that password, and now they've got your password. They can have your credit card number, they can have your full name, they can have all of your details that you've put in. So that's what not having an SSL certificate means. Now, when you've got an SSL certificate, this encrypts the data between your website and its visitors. So with an SSL certificate, this is you and you're typing in your password 123. Now, before it goes anywhere, it gets encrypted. And what encrypted means, it gets converted into like a jumbled muddle of text, numbers and letters, okay? So if somebody does intercept this, there's nothing they can do with it, because it's like finding a safe with like the biggest, longest combination that you just can't find. You just can't unlock it. And then what happens is, just before the website needs the information to use it, the server then can decrypt this code back into the password, and it can only do that with the key of the SSL certificate. So that's why SSL certificates are so important, because all of the information that flies over the internet is encrypted and it just means that your information is safe. So hopefully that helps visualize it a little bit better so you understand what an SSL certificate is doing. Okay, so where are we? We covered that, we've covered that. Okay, so impact on SEO. So it does have an impact on SEO. So Google give preferences to sites with SSL certificates. Websites with HTTPS instead of HTTP are more likely to rank higher in search engine results. I think that's a given now because historically, you know, you could have websites without SSL certificates. Generally, you don't see them now, and if you do, you run a mile. So you know, you've always got to have an SSL certificate, not just to keep your visitors happy, because the bounce rate would be so high. If you didn't have one, people would just be bouncing off your website. They wouldn't be comfortable. You know, there's an argument that some websites that are just browsing websites, so websites that you go on and you're just, you know, reading text about things, no information is being transacted. Does it need an SSL certificate? Probably not, but still, Google give preferential treatments to sites with SSL certificates, so always have one in place. So how to set up an SSL? So most hosting providers offer a free SSL certificate. If they don't, then probably not a wise choice, because you don't be paying for the minimum SSL certificates. Look, there are different levels of SSL certificates, but you want to be at least having one for free. You can enable SSL through your hosting's control panel or use a plugin to implement it on your WordPress site. And then verifying SSL setup. So after installing, check that your site is secure by visiting it using HTTPS and verifying the padlock icon in your browser address bar. So just to show you that, if we go back to our websites here. Now I wonder if this is propagated now. Let's have a look. So there's a few more 152, so it's not quite there yet. We'll just try it. So in whatever account you're in, you might have several that you've set up now. So in the settings, you'll see this SSL. Okay, great. It's automatically turned it on for me, which is great. But the way that you would do it is if you see this unlocked, you would click manage and you would just make sure that you tick this active button, because, you know, I think because we've bought a hosting plan that comes with an SSL certificate, they've automatically done it. So this is one thing that's great about Bluehost, is that they automatically add the SSL certificate. Now, there are other ways of doing it. So if you go to your hosting and you go to cPanel, and I think when we get to the point of introducing Cloudflare, we'll talk about how you can install SSL certificates that way. So what you can do is in cPanel, you can go to SSL status, and it'll show you all of the domains that you've got registered in this hosting account. So we can see now we've got wpodyssey.co.uk. There's an SSL that's been installed and it expires on February the 20th. Don't worry, it'll automatically get renewed. And then you can view certificate. And in here, if I wanted to uninstall this certificate, I can just uninstall it. And then if you've got an SSL certificate from a third party, you would install it here. You would paste the keys in here and the CA bundle and install certificate. But what's great about Bluehost is you don't have to do all of that. You just basically go to settings in your account and you just make sure it's enabled here. If it's not, you just click manage and you enable it. So that's how easy it is to install an SSL certificate with this hosting plan. Okay, so final checks for domain and hosting. So verify the domain registration. So ensure your domain is properly registered with your domain registrar and the domain ownership details are correct. And you can do that with Namecheap or with a Bluehost, wherever you've bought your domain. You can go in, just check all your details. Check the name server settings. So verify that the name servers for your domain are correctly updated to your hosting provider. Name servers ensuring proper DNS linking. So another tool you can use for this is this MX toolbox. So if you type in your domain here, let's just take this. This will tell us what our name servers are. So you can check, you can verify through public record what the name servers are for your domain. And as you can see here, they're perfectly set up. So I think having this tool available to you would be quite useful. So check. Oops. There we go. So yeah, checking your domain name service to make sure that they're set up correctly, just in case you run into any problems, because it's, there's always a problem. People always run into problems, and it could be anything. It could be that you haven't put the right credentials in for your name servers, and if that is the case, then you could check. But obviously, Bluehost's finalized tool does verify whether you've done it right or not. So confirm domain, so hosting connection. Test the connection between your domain and hosting by entering the domain in the browser. You should see either a placeholder page or a hosting provider default page. Let's have a look if that's now working for us. This may not work because we don't have a site yet. And as we can see here, it's still propagating. So as you can see, some locations are picking up the old IP address, some are picking up the new one. So, we might need to wait for that to propagate in order for it to fully work. So I can't do that at this stage. And then verify SSL certificate. So ensure that your SSL certificate is properly installed. Check for the padlock. So once your website is accessible, you'll be able to see the padlock. We know it's installed because we've seen it in Bluehost, but you can check that yourself as well. So just to summarize what we've covered. So we've covered purchasing a domain name. So we discussed selecting and buying the right domain name for your website's identity. Setting up hosting. So we've covered the basic of setting up a hosting account, preparing it for WordPress. Obviously, like I said, we go with the company that you're comfortable with. For this, like I said, we've gone with Bluehost. I'm comfortable with that. And then connecting your domain to hosting. So we explained how to link your domain to hosting by updating the DNS records. SSL certificates, so introduce the role of SSL for security and trustworthiness of your website, and hopefully you understand now why they're so important. And then we've done some final checks just to ensure that your domain, hosting and SSL are properly set up and ready for WordPress. So yeah, so that's it. I think we can actually get to work now on this. We're at a point where we can install WordPress. So I think after this video, you may need to go back and watch it again. I know it's been a long one. We have covered a lot, but at this stage now, you've bought a domain name, you've got your hosting set up, they're talking to each other, and now we're ready to install WordPress. So the only thing I'd say now is, get all of that set up. Go and get your domain name, go and get your hosting, link it all up. And then in the next video, we'll talk through, how to install WordPress. And yeah, we'll get our first website up and running as soon as possible. So yeah, I know there's a lot there. Well done. You've covered a lot. And if you've got any questions or anything that's confusing about this video, then I've pinned a post below. In there, you can write comments or ask any questions, and I'll be happy to answer. So yeah, we'll see you on the next one. All right, so welcome back. So by now you should have had your domain purchased, you should have your hosting set up, your domain linked to your hosting, and you got your SSL certificate set up. So if you've got all that in place, now we can move on to installing WordPress. So without further ado, let's get stuck in. Okay, installing WordPress. Now here's what we're going to cover. So we're going to look at the different installation methods using hosting provider's one-click install tool. Manual installation steps, installing WordPress locally with local WP for testing and development, and then troubleshooting common installation issues. Now, warning, as always, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. But obviously a pro tip, like I always say, watch the video in 2x speed if you want to save some time. Okay, so different installation methods. So it's important to understand there's a few different ways that you can install WordPress. So we've got the one-click install and the manual install. One-click installation, a quick, beginner-friendly method available through most hosting providers. With a single click, WordPress is automatically installed and set up. This sounds great, it's easy, But after using it several times, especially with Bluehost, I'm not going to recommend it, but you need to be aware of it. Now, on some hosts, I know I've used it and it's been pretty good. You just install it and it's good. Manual installation. So hands-on approach that offers more control. This involves downloading WordPress, uploading files via FTP or through File Manager in cPanel and configuring a database. This is the way I prefer to do it. I just feel more in control. The installation is cleaner. And it's the way that I recommend. So, but we'll cover everything. Look, we're going to go through everything and give you the choice. And then we got the AI assisted setup. So some hosts like Bluehost offer AI tools to help install and customize WordPress based on your site's goals, streamlining the setup process. So again, I've tried this. It's not for me, and I don't think it's going to be for you either, because the whole point of this is that we're teaching you how to build websites, and this is teaching you how to do it. Using AI to do it is not really helping, because you end up with this bloated website that's not really for you. So, but it's important that you're aware of it, and I want you to try it and see what you think. And then local installation. So installing WordPress on your computer for offline development and testing, ideal for trying out themes and plugins and customizations before going live. So I think it's important that you do understand this. Being able to install WordPress on your computer means you can work offline, you can install your website, you can test things, make sure you're happy with it, that it works before putting it live. So I think it's a good tool and good that you be aware of it. Now, another advanced method is called Composer. Now, Composer allows command line installations and dependency management, offering even more control. Now, I don't think this is suitable for a beginner, but I just want it to be there so you understand there is a way of installing WordPress. But in the advanced lessons way down the line in this course, we'll be covering that. So, but just want you to be aware of it. Okay, so let's start with the one-click install tool. Now, for this, you basically do it in your hosting, and if you're with Bluehost, when you sign up and you create your hosting account, you'll already have WordPress installed, and that's because WordPress has done this for you. I'm going to advise that you delete that site anyway, because it's not, you haven't learned anything to start with, and it's not very good. So, that's what we're going to go through now. But let's just go through these slides, and then I'll show you hands-on, how we use the one-click install tool and how to delete the default page that you've had assigned to you. Okay, so you locate the one-click installer. So in your hosting control panel, often cPanel or a custom dashboard, look for the one-click installation option for WordPress. Now, in Bluehost, you can do it in cPanel, and you can also do it inside the Bluehost dashboard, which I'll show you. You just start the installation process, so click on the WordPress icon and follow the prompts. This usually includes selecting a domain, creating an admin username, and setting up a password. So all the basic stuff that you need to set up a WordPress website. So you customize basic settings. So some installers allow you to choose setting such as language, site title, and basic configuration options during the setup. None of these are set in stone. They're all options inside WordPress. So even once you've installed it, you can, in the settings, we'll be doing all the important settings in the next few videos. So don't worry, none of these are set in stone. They're just basic configuration. And then just complete the installation. So after submitting the installer, we'll set up your WordPress site automatically. And within minutes, your site will be live and you'll receive a login URL for easy access. So that's basically the one-click install. Now, just to take a look at that, like I said, if you're in Bluehost, if you just set up your Bluehost account, I don't think I've ever seen this with other providers before. When you go to websites, you'll see you've already got a website. And if you go to that website, it'll work. It's a website that Bluehost give you at the start point. This is what I'm going to suggest you do for that. So this is the default one. So that I had the free domain, I bought the hosting package, and it installed WordPress for me. This is what I think of that. So you go to settings. So let me just clear, if you want to use this, then feel free. If that's all you want to do is have a WordPress website set up, you want to use the Bluehost one, crack on, just use it. But this is not what I want, and it's not what I want to teach either. So I had an error there because I've already deleted it, I think. But if you haven't already deleted it, you just go to your website, click on it, you go to settings, scroll down, and you remove WordPress. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to delete WordPress. Remove WordPress. And there we go. That'll take just a few minutes, I think, for it to sort itself out. So it's still showing WordPress there. So just leave it. It's going to do that. So this was the default. URL that I got through my WordPress Bluehost hosting. They gave me a free domain. That was the one I got there. And then in the last video, I imported my names cheap domain in as well, which is what this one. And there's nothing on that one. That's a blank account. So for this one-click install, we'll do this. Okay. So let's pick this domain. So you go to settings. And as you can see, there's nothing there. I've deleted files, so it's nothing showing. But the same thing, you go to settings and you can install WordPress. So if you click that, it basically does the one-click install. Now, another way you can access that is you go to hosting, and this is why I want you to get familiar with cPanel, because you will need it. So you go to hosting, you click on cPanel, and then as you scroll down, you'll see all these different sections. I've minimized them for just convenience. But you want to go to this software section, and in there you'll see WordPress Manager by Softalicious. So if I click that, this will not be there for you. So let me just select that and remove, because it doesn't actually exist. None of these exist, so don't worry about this. You just don't need any of it. Remove installation, okay. And then give that a second. Okay, so now if I want to install WordPress using the one-click installation method, you'll get presented with this screen. You'll have no installations there, and you just click install. It's that easy. So you click install, then you can pick what protocol you want. So for me, it's up to you. Do what you want. I like having HTTPS and www, so I'm going to pick that one, but pick what works for you. And then you can pick the domain. So as you can see, this was my free domain. This is a default domain that Bluehost has given me with this one, and I've got my imported one, which I got from Namescheap. So I'm going to pick that one for now. So I'm going to install WordPress on https www.wpodyssey.co.uk, and then I'm going to have the most latest version, which is 6.7. If you want to use an older one, you can. I don't recommend it. Always use the most recent, up-to-date version of WordPress. So for me, it's 6.7. And as you scroll down, there's some basic settings. So site name. So let's just do WP Odyssey UK just for now, and I'll put WordPress coaching. You should put like a strapline there. These can all be edited inside WordPress, so don't need to touch any of these settings. And then you've got your admin account. Now, whatever you do, please, please, please never, ever, ever use admin as your username for WordPress. So pick something that's unique to you. You've got the admin password there. So keep a note of these because you're going to need them in a second. And I'll put your one-click WP admin. These are just for me to have notes as we go, because there's going to be a few things to set up. Now, admin email, it's important that you put something valid in here. Because if you do forget your password, this is the email address that you'll be able to recover a password from using the Forgot Password tool. So make sure you put something valid in there. Your language is set as English. Unfortunately, these are just some plugins that get installed with this setting. Nothing you need to worry about under advanced settings. These are just database settings, so you don't need to worry about that. And then click install. And literally, you just wait a minute. That's about it, depending how quick your server is. But we'll just give that a second and let it do its thing. And there we go. Congratulations, the software was installed successfully. So WordPress is installed. You think, great, brilliant. And then if you click this, your link, your URL, it'll open up a new page. And instead of getting the WordPress default theme, you get this Bluehost holding page. So I don't want that. And then you've got the admin URL. So I can log into the admin. So I'm going to click that. And I'm not allowed to access this page. Just give it a second. Right, this could be because I was logged in earlier. So let me just clear the cache. And let's try this. Okay, there we go, because I'm logged in. Now, inside the WordPress dashboard, you can see now that, just wait for this to finish. This is not the default WordPress dashboard. This is Bluehost's version of WordPress. And the way I can explain this, I don't know if you've ever had it before, where you've gone to PC World and you've bought like a laptop, and when you're taking it home, it's just full of software that you don't want or need. Like it's got antivirus in there, it's got, you know, all these different browsers, everything that PC World want you to have to try and upsell you to more things. And that's what I feel about this one-click install tool. So while it's quick and easy to install WordPress with a few clicks, you end up with this website that is just clogged up with crap. Like, for example, I don't want this Bluehost plugin with all these things on it. I don't want Jetpack. I don't want Opt-in Monster. I don't want to use WP Forms. So when I go to like plugins on the left-hand side here, you'll see like it's got premium. All these plugins are installed. I don't want them. So I'm not telling you what's right or wrong with WordPress, and if you're not bothered about this, that's fine. But I really want to try and teach you how to do things the right way. So for me, one-click install is easy and quick. And if you've got a one-click install tool on your hosting, whoever you're with, that doesn't install all of this crap, then that's great, because I know it exists because I've got it on my server. But unfortunately with Bluehost, they're shoving some things down your throat which you don't want. So hopefully you've learned now how to do the one-click install, but it's not something I recommend. You haven't learned anything by doing that. So for me, not a recommended method. So if we go back and carry on with this, I think manual install is definitely the way forward. And there's a few ways you can do manual install. So there's the file manager way and FTP, and we'll cover both now. So with the file manager, you download the WordPress file. So you begin by downloading the latest version of WordPress from wordpress.org. Go to their website, click Get WordPress, and download it. We'll do it now. Let's just do it as we're going. So let's go to wordpress.org. And as you can see on wordpress.org, we can click Get WordPress. And we can download the latest version. Look, they've got a more recent version than Bluehost had. So this is 6.7.1. We click that and it's downloading. There we go. Now, once those files are downloaded, we need to upload them to our server. So we can use the built-in file manager feature within cPanel. You can upload the zip file to the server and then extract the files into the public HTML directory. Now, just to show you exactly how we do that. Now, for this example, we're going to install WordPress on this default account, which is the WP Odyssey test one. So what we're going to do is go to hosting, and we're going to go to cPanel. And then I can go to File Manager. So under File, so you've got emails here. And if these are overwhelming, you can close them down. So email we can minimize, and we want files. So go to File Manager. Now inside File Manager, these are the directories of your hosting account. And none of them are of concern to you. You shouldn't worry about any of them. You just need to go to public HTML. And when you go to public HTML, you should see nothing. Now this directory here is the one-click install that we just did. So you can ignore that one. That's just the home of another website that we've installed, which I'm going to end up deleting. What we want to do is we want to install WordPress into public HTML, because that's the directory that is open to the internet, to the public, to be able to view your website. Now to do that, all we've got to do is click this upload button, and then you will get this window. Now you can either select and find the files, the WordPress file that you want to upload, or you can drag and drop it. So for me, I know I want this one. I'm going to drag and drop it here and just wait a second for that to upload. Obviously, depending on your internet speed, it'll depend how quick this process is. So there we go. You can see it zipping through now. It's uploading. And there we go, job done. So now we've uploaded WordPress to our host. And if we go back to the public HTML folder now, we can see we've got this directory here, this zip file. Now the first thing we've got to do is select it, right click and extract, because we can't do much with a zip file. And we want to extract it into the public HTML folder, which it knows is selected that by default for us. And we can click extract files. Let it do its thing. And there we go, really quickly, it's extracted everything. So now we don't need this zip file anymore because we've extracted it. We've extracted to this one. So we can right click and we can delete the zip file. Skip the trash, confirm, it's gone. Now the next step, we need to get all the files and folders and directories that are inside this WordPress folder and move them into this public HTML folder. And the way we do that is we go into the WordPress directory and we click select all. So all the files for WordPress and the directories in there are now selected, and we need to move them up one directory. So we click move, and then we just remove this WordPress name. So we want them to go into public HTML. And we can click move files. And there we go. They've gone from the WordPress directory now into public HTML. So if we go up one level, we can see they're all there. So perfect. We've done everything we need. The files are now on our server in the right location as well. Now, this WordPress directory, we don't need that because it's empty. And we can verify that by clicking on it. And we can see this directory is empty. So we can delete that. So we move up one level, we select WordPress, right click, delete, and we skip, and it goes in the bin. Okay, so that's the first step. We've now got the WordPress files on our server. See, it wasn't that hard. I think it's pretty straightforward to do that. So we've uploaded the files to the server. Now, next we need to create a database. Now, in your hosting control panel, locate the MySQL database option, create a new database and user, then assign full permission to that user for accessing the database. Let's do that. Now we go to cPanel, so we can click this cPanel logo, and we're back in our cPanel. Now we can minimize files because we're done with files, we've uploaded files, and we've got this database section. We need to go to this MySQL databases. So we need to create a database, we need to create a database user, and then we need to give the user the permission to use that database. Now it's pretty straightforward. Look, let's create the database first. So in this first box, it says create new database. And we can call this whatever we want. So for me, I'll abbreviate WP Odyssey, create database. And there we go. Added the database WPO. So that's done. Now next we need to create a user. So if we scroll down, we can see here MySQL users. And there's none at the moment. So I'm going to create one called Dan. I'm going to generate this password. I'm going to keep a note of that. I'm going to put that here. You won't need to keep a record of this only other than when we're installing WordPress. So that's why I'm doing it in just a quick email, because I'll delete it later on. So I'm going to tick the box to say I've copied this password into a safe place, use password. And then you'll see cPanel's software will give it a score of 100 out of 100. It's a strong password. You'll notice if you start using your own passwords here, you'll get weak scores. So just use something strong and then click create user. There we go. We can go back. So now we've created the database, we've created the user. We just need to give the user the permission. So we do that by scrolling right the way down to the bottom, and you'll see add user to database. Now the user is Dan and the database is this WPO. That's the one that we created that we wanted to use. We click add. And then on this page, you just need to select all privileges, make changes. And then it says success, you've saved Dan privileges to the database WPO. That's it. That's all you've got to do. Now we can go back. So now we've done what we needed to do. We've got the database and we've got the files on the server. So the only thing left to do now is to run the installer file. So if we just go back to the presentation and just cover that off. So run the installation script. So after uploading the files, navigate to your website URL in the browser. So e.g. yourdomain.com. The WordPress setup wizard will guide you through entering your database name, username and password. WordPress will then automatically connect your website to your database. So to do that, all we need to do is go to our website. If for any reason you've forgotten what your domain is, you just go back to websites, click on the website that we're adding, and then you can click here. Okay, so that's going to open up wpodysseytest.com. And as you can see, even if just to show you, if I go wpodysseytest.com, you get redirected to this page. And this is where the WordPress installation files take place. So the first thing you do is you pick your language. So for me, I want English UK. And this determines the language of the admin. So I click continue. Then, welcome to WordPress. Before getting started, you'll need to know the following items. Now, database name, we know that. Database username, we know that. Database password, we know that. Database host, don't worry, it's already pre-built and we'll explain that in a second. And the table prefix, we know that. So then we can just click let's go. And as you can see now, it's asking for the database name. Now you can flick back to your MySQL databases in cPanel. And you remember, this is the one that we created. And I can just paste that in there. We need the username, which is here. Paste that there. Make sure it's got no rogue spaces in front or behind. And then we've got this password, which I made a note of. This is why you need it. And then the database host, generally speaking, most of the time, your databases and your files will be on the same server. And that's why you can use localhost, because it's local, they're on the same machine. Sometimes with hosting, your database will be on a different server, but your host will tell you what to use in that case, and they'll give you a domain to point to your server, the database server. So in this case, you don't need to worry about that. 9 times out of 10 is going to be localhost. So just leave that default. And then table prefix, you can leave that by default. Now we will discuss changing that when we get to security, because it's not that secure to use the same table prefixes on every WordPress website on the world. But for now, we're just showing you how to install WordPress. We can leave that as it is, and then we'll click submit. Once you've done that, you'll get this message. If everything's accepted, you'll get a message saying, all right, sunshine, you've made it through this part of the installation. WordPress can now communicate with your database. It's now, if you aren't ready, it's time now to run the installation. So just click that. WordPress will ask you a few simple questions like we did earlier. So site title, this is where you put your company name or your name in, whatever your website is. So WP Odyssey Test, this one is. And then you can create your username. Make sure you never use the admin username, because that's just not safe at all. And then, you can put your own password in or just use what it gives you. I'm just going to make a note of that. WP Odyssey Test. Okay, so that's my password to log in to my WordPress website. And then I put my email address in. Again, this is for recovery purposes. And then the final thing is search engine visibility. So you want to tick this when you're setting up a WordPress website for the first time, because you just don't want search engine indexing your website and showing it in search engines when you're in the middle of building it. So you haven't got your content laid out, you haven't got your design finished, you haven't got images on there. You just don't even finding it yet. So it's always advisable at this stage to disable discourage search engine from indexing your site. Before going live, you need to make sure that you uncheck this, and we'll be covering that in a going live checklist. So don't worry about that. You won't forget. I'll make sure you remember. But it is important to just tick it now. And then you can click install WordPress. And there we go. WordPress has been installed. Thank you and enjoy. And I can go log on. Now, if I want to see my homepage, you've got this link here. Go to WP Odyssey test. So let's click that. And there we go. So this is now the default WordPress homepage. This is what WordPress want us to see, not the Bluehost holding page that they forced down us when we did the one-click install. Now, you can't do much with this. We've got to build this website out, but this is like installing WordPress. So you've done all the basics right. Now, in order to log into the admin, if you ever forget, you go to the URL and you just do /WP-admin. And that's how you access the admin of your website. So there we go. And if I want to log in, I'm going to type in my username and the password that I made a note of. Obviously, you can get your browser to remember this. But for now, I'll just put it in like that. And there we go. So we've manually installed WordPress. Look, I know it's a bit more time consuming than the one-click install, but we're now in a much better position. We've now got a clean, lightweight website. We're not overwhelmed with all the different windows and pop-ups and all the different crap that they installed. We've just got the default WordPress website, and this is what I like. I like having this, and we'll be running through the dashboard in the next video. But for now, you can go to plugins and you can see, look, there's nothing enabled. There's nothing that we shouldn't have there. Yeah, that's it. We've installed WordPress. That's how it should be. So that's installing WordPress, the file manager way. Now, there's another way of doing it, which is using FTP. So FTP means that you install software on your computer and basically allows you to transfer files over the internet to the server from your computer without going into cPanel. I do this, and it's just a preference whether you want to use it or not. I think it's important that at this stage I show you it. If it's not for you, that's fine, but it's important that you're aware of it because, when you're working with clients in the future, this might come up. Well, it will come up. So install manual installation the FTP way. So same thing again, you go to download WordPress files. So you begin by downloading the latest version of WordPress from wordpress.org. You can extract the zip on the computer before uploading. So unlike the previous way where we upload the zip file, this way we extract the zip file on our computer first, then we upload the files that are inside that. So this allows direct upload to public HTML folder. And we'll show you that in a second. Then you upload the files to the server. So use an FTP client. So for example, FileZilla, which is a free one, or your host's file manager. We've done that in the previous video. To upload the WordPress files to your host server, typically into the root directory, often named public HTML. Then you create a database. There's no point going over this again. We just do exactly the same thing as what we did earlier. So you create a database and then you run the installation script. So let me just show you how this works. Now, before you can use FTP, there's a couple of things that we need to do. So first of all, you can go to FileZilla. I'll put a link to this underneath this video. And you want to download the client, not the server. You want to download the client. So you go to the client and you download FileZilla client. And it'll recognize what software you're on, what operating system you're on. So it'll recommend the right version, whether it's for Windows, Linux, or Mac. And you want to get the free version. So just click download. And then once that's installed, you just need to install it on your computer. And once you've done that, you'll have FileZilla, which is this. Okay? And just to briefly explain to you how this works and what it is, the left-hand side is the files on your computer. And as you can see here, you can navigate around your computer. So I've got my desktop there. I've got my downloads there, which is showing here. So that's how it works. The right-hand side is your server. So we need to connect to the server now so that we can move any files onto our server. Now, to do that, we need to go to cPanel And again, just in case you're not in cPanel, go back to your host. Now, because we've already set up the one-click install on this domain, and we've set up the manual file manager using this way, I'm going to create a new site. So we've got a new site to install now. So let's add new site, and we can use, I want to do an empty environment. So basically these two are where Bluehost infects your website with a load of crap, which I don't want. So I'm going to do an empty environment. Continue. I can give my site a name. So we'll call this WP Odyssey FTP test, okay? And we'll click continue. And then I can pick a domain, which domain I want to use. Or I can use a temporary domain. So let's do that. Let's use a temporary domain. Continue. If I had a domain, if I hadn't installed the one-click install, I could have used wpodyssey.co.uk or wpodysseytest.com. So whatever domain you've got that you want to use. Now, what you need to do now, once you've created that, you will see underneath here, it'll show you the document root. So this is where we need to upload the files to, okay? So first of all, we need to go to hosting, and we need to go back to cPanel. And the first thing we've got to do is, in files, we need to create an FTP account. So you can see now we haven't got any FTP accounts. So I'm going to create an FTP account, and I'm going to use the username Dan, and then I have to pick a domain. So just for this to make it easy, let's do this wpodyssey.co.uk. So my username is going to be dan@wpodyssey.co.uk. I'm going to use the password generator to create the password, and I'll make a note of this, and I'll save that in my little document here. So FTP user password there. Now I have copied this password into a safe place. Use password, and again you get 100 out of 100. Now when you create an FTP account, it will automatically create a directory for you based on your username. And that's not what I want at all, okay? So we need to delete this. Now, if we go back to websites, and the one that we're going to be using, this FTP, you'll see that our document root is public HTML /website e28 . So we want to go into that one. Now, as you start typing in this directory, so as I start typing public, you'll see it's recognized the existing directories in this hosting account. So I want public HTML. Now I could do / and then it'll find these, but I think going to public HTML is good. So I want, when this user logs in on FTP, I want it to display the public HTML. You don't need to worry about quota. I can then create an FTP account. Here we go. Account created for Dan. So that's it. I can now go back to FileZilla, and I need to, in order to connect to my server, I need the host, I need a username, I need the password and the port, okay? So the username and the password we've got, so we created that just now, so dan@wpodyssey.co.uk, and the password I put in the email here, so let me just grab that. The port for FTP will always be 21 unless you're specified by your host to use a different one. It'll always be 21. And then the host, so we get that from our cPanel. So if we could click on tools, we go back, or click cPanel, take you back to the home of cPanel, and you'll see here your shared IP address is this 50.6.153.152. That's our host. So if we copy that and we paste it in host, and then we can click quick connect. Now this computer is now trying to connect to the server to see if we can get a response. And as you can see now on the right hand side, we're inside the public HTML folder of our server. So just to show you again, if we go to File Manager and we click on public HTML, you'll see the contents of this directory are exactly the same as what's here. Okay. Now, the home of our website for this domain that we're creating is website E28, this one. So I can click on that and open it. And now we've got an empty directory, and that's the home of this website, because you can't have all of the websites. You can have 10 websites on the basic plan with Bluehost. They don't all go in the public HTML. They have to have subdirectories for each site. So that's why we're in this one for this. So once we've extracted WordPress, and if you haven't done it already, what you do is you go to your zip file, right click, and you open it. And when you open a zip file, it extracts it. So instead of having a zip file, you then have got all the files that are inside it. And just to show you, look, we've got WordPress here. If I open that, you'll see now we've got all the contents of WordPress. So what I need to do is select all of these, because I want to move them onto the server. Now, once you've selected all the directories and files that you want, you can either right click and upload, or you can drag and drop them into the directory. Okay, and as you can see, it's now populating. So all the files that we're uploading are there. Now, this process does take a bit of time. It does depend on your internet speed as well. So I'm going to fast forward this bit so we don't need to watch all these files uploading. And I'll come back once the upload is finished. Okay, one thing we could do is while this is uploading, we can create a database for this website. So again, like we did earlier, we'd go back to cPanel and we would go to MySQL databases. We'd create a new database, give this a new name. So it'd be FTP for me, for example. You can call it what you want. So you create the database and then scroll down. We've already got the user. We don't need to create a new user for this. And we just need to select the user, so it's Dan, and then the database FTP, and then we can make sure that they work together, and then give all privileges, make changes, and then you'll get the success message, and that's done. Okay, so we've now got the new database, the new user, and they're intertwined, connected, ready for us to install this. So we'll just wait for the files to upload, and then we'll be able to continue with the installation. All right, we're coming into the final stretch. Okay. All right, so we'll just wait for the last few files to upload. You need to make sure that they're all uploaded before you try and install WordPress, because if one of them is an important file, it won't work. So just wait. 17, 16, 15, 14. Here we go. Come on. There we go. Done. So now we can flick back to our account. Now, obviously with this, because we're using a temporary domain, I don't know what it is, so it's hard for me to go to. But basically, you would go to the URL of your website. You know, in normal cases, it'd be something like this. But in this case, it's this one. So you click on this, and likewise, like with the other one, you would... There we go, wait for it to open. You'd get the WordPress installer. So you basically go to where your home page should be, just type your URL in, and then you'll get the installer. So from here on in, it's exactly the same as it was using File Manager. So we just need to add the database name. We'll just do it for the purposes of doing it. So this one was FTP. Just remember. And then same username, same password, which was this one, database password. Local is the same, WP is the same, so click now. Okay, great. All right, sunshine, you've made it through this part, so it's worked. Run the install. Site title, so WP Odyssey FTP. Pick a username. Let me just save that down here. And then we'll put our email address. And discourage search engines as always. So we've got that in there. So install WordPress, and there we go, log in. And that's it. So just to show you, that should be working. there we go. We've installed WordPress manually using FTP. It's a lot longer to do it than what we showed you with File Manager. But generally speaking, you just do it, you put the files to upload while you're setting up the database. And if you've got good internet, it doesn't take that long. So that's how we install WordPress the manual way. Now, just to finish the video off, I thought it would be good to just show you how to install WordPress locally with local WP for testing and development, because I think it fits into this lesson. So installing using local WP. So download and install local WP, visit localwp.com, download the local WP software and install it on your computer. So bit of background on this. This is basically a software that allows your computer to act like a server, and you can then spin up WordPress websites, and you can spin up as many as you want. You can test different things, test themes, see if they work, test plugins, make changes to websites before you put them live. I think it's just a good tool to have on your computer, and you can just use it as you wish. You can create a new site, so you open local WP, click create new site, enter the name of your site. Local WP will automatically set up the local environment. Configure site settings, so choose the preferred environment settings. So what's great about this is your server will have a specific set of like its environment will be, a certain PHP, a certain engine that's running it, and you can match that. So you can tell WP local or local WP what's configuration to you, so it matches your server. So when you move your site from your computer to live, it's not going to a totally different environment. So that's just something we can cover. I'll show you that in a second. And then you complete the installation. So once configured, local WP will install WordPress automatically. Access your site by clicking open site to view the front end, and WP admin to access the WordPress dashboard. So testing and development. Use this local setup to build and test your sites offline. You can try plugins, themes, and customization without affecting your live website. And one thing I loved about this was I could work on it while I was working at the airport. I was stuck at the airport. I could work on my site there. Obviously, you need the internet to get images and things like that, but it allowed me to work on my website, which was great. So let me just show you that quickly. So if we head over to, I'll put a link for this below as well. So it's localwp.com, and you download for free. You need to create an account to be able to do that, but you download it. And once you've got it installed, let me just show you now. If I go here, it's this little green local icon, and it'll open up like this. And to create a website, it couldn't be easier. You literally click this plus button, create a new site, click continue, give your site a name. So WP, so we'll call this doesn't matter what we call it WPRC. Advanced option, so it'll just show you here what the address will be. And you notice to access this website, you can't use this domain because that's the real domain. So what it'll do is it'll change it. It'll remove this dot here. So it'll be wpodyssey.com.local. It'll always end with .local. And then you can change the path of where you want to save it, but I'd leave that as default. Click continue. Then this is where you can choose your environment. So you can either choose the preferred one, which is what their default one is. Whereas for me, look, I know I'm not using Nginx on my hosting, so I would go to custom. I would pick the PHP version that I know I use. I then pick Apache because I use Apache, and then my database would be 8, so that's fine. But you can use the preferred, honestly. It's just do what works for you. Click continue, and then you give your website a username and password. This is your admin. You don't need to worry about the email address, because with the email address, the way that works is there's no email in local WP. Any emails get sent to a specific mailbox, and I'll show you how to access that in a second. You've got some advanced option here. Is it multi-site? No, you don't need that. We'll cover multi-sites again. And then you give it a second, and it's just going to spin up your website. Just give it a second. You need to give it some privileges now. So I need to put my password in. Adding WordPress, installing WordPress, and there we go. That's it. That's how quick it is to install WordPress. So if I want to go and visit this website, I click open site, and there we go, WordPress, wpodyssey.com.local, and I've got a WordPress website. Now, if I want to access the admin, I can go WP admin, and there I can log in, close that, password saver, and there we go. I'm now in my admin. I can create pages, I can add plugins, add themes. I can do everything that I could do with a normal WordPress website. So obviously the only downside is, the whole world can't access this website. It's just for you for testing and development. Now, one really cool thing with, let me just show you this first. So if I go log out, and if I say, look, I've lost my password, and I put my username in here, and I click get new password. Now, normally what would happen here, an email would get sent to you where you can click a link and reset your password. Because I said emails don't work, I just thought it'd be worth you seeing this. So on your live account, you can go to tools and you can go to this thing called MailPit. And if you open MailPit, it opens up this like fake email inbox. And this is where your emails go. So when you do contact form testing or you forgot your password, everything goes in here. And then you can click on here, and then you can get this link and change your password. So that's MailPit. So that's important for you to be aware of. And then one other cool little feature here is live links. Now with live links, you need to be signed into your local account, which I am. So you just click this icon and sign in. Now, if you enable live link, it'll give you a pretty URL. So, and it's always something crazy like prettypeach.localsite.io, because the URL I've got here, which I've used, wpodyssey.com.local, that won't work on the internet. It only works on my network, on my computer. But one cool feature that local has is this live link. So what this means is, as long as my local is on, my computer's on, my local's on, and this website is on, and live link is on, I can now share this URL with anyone, and they can visit this website. So again, this is not for having doesn't mean you don't have to have hosting. This just means if you want to show somebody something that you're working on, they can see that feature while you're working on it. So look, when you put that crazy URL in, it'll ask you for the username and password, which it's already given you here. So you'd pass this to your friend or your client or colleague or whatever it is, and then you'd be able to log in and see that website and use it. Now, from personal experience, what I've noticed is when you do that, I wouldn't do it with clients, because from experience, it's always a bit slow. And then that client's first impression of the website you're building for them is that it was this really slow, sluggish website. So it's not the best feature, but it is a cool little feature. And if you want to use it, you can. And look, it gives you the details here. So you can just copy that, send it to your friend, your mum, whoever you want to check something that you're working on. And then, yeah, so that's local, which is a cool way of, playing around with websites. Okay, and now troubleshooting common installation issues. So, you're going to come up against issues. It is going to happen, there's no denying it. And some of the more common ones that I wanted to cover here was the white screen of death. So that's when you go to your website and you just basically get a white screen during the installation. Now, a blank screen could indicate missing or corrupt WordPress files. So to fix this, re-upload the WordPress installation files to fix this. So literally, you just re-upload the files, delete what's there, re-upload them, and run it again, and chances are that'll fix it. Error establishing database connection. So when you're going through the WordPress installation part, when it asks for the database details, I've seen it so many times where that bit fails. So you've either put the database name in wrong, the username in wrong, anything, the credentials there could be wrong. And a common one is you haven't granted the user the permissions. Like, that's a step a lot of people forget. So you haven't granted the permissions for the user to the database. So just make sure you've done that, and that will solve that. And then installation timing out. So just verify that your hosting meets WordPress minimum requirements and supports PHP and MySQL to prevent installation stalling. So I've seen this as well, but obviously I wanted to cover hosting before installing, partly because to make sure that you pick the right hosting. And we've gone over making sure that you're picking something that is WordPress compatible. And if you've chosen Bluehost from my recommendation, then you're not going to come against this. But if you ever do come across it with a customer or client, that could be because they haven't got the minimum requirements required for WordPress. So, I know this has been a long video. I've actually had to film this video twice because the first one I deleted. So, I know it's long, but there's a lot to cover here. And I think, at this point now, we've done so much so far already in this course. Now you've got a WordPress website. Now we can start customizing. So just to cover what we've gone over. So we've covered all the different installation methods. So overview of one-click and manual installation approaches to set up WordPress. And obviously I've covered, which my preference is. You do what's right for you, honestly. There's no right or wrong. One-click installation, so simplified method using your hosting provider's one-click installation tool for quick setup. I just wish Bluehost's version didn't install all the additional crap. But hopefully, if you're with a different host, they don't do that. Manual installation steps. Installation. It's a long day. Okay, manual installation steps. So step-by-step guide of manually uploading files, creating a database, and running the WordPress setup wizard. I don't know, there just seems something a bit cool about doing it manually. I just prefer doing it, and whether you use FTP or file manager, that's up to you, but we've covered that. And then we've gone over local installation for development. So how to install WordPress on your computer using local WP, ideal for testing and offline development. So hopefully you get some fun and use out of that. And then finally, troubleshooting and installation issues. So we've covered some of the installation challenges and solutions to ensure a smooth setup. So yeah, look, it's been a long video, I know, and hopefully I can cut it down so it's not mega long, and it's something that you can watch. I do want feedback. Keep giving me feedback. Down below I'll pin a post that you can go to. Give me some feedback on the video. Would you prefer these videos chopped up into smaller videos, or is it good like this? Just let me know. So homework for this one. I want you to get WordPress installed, and I want you to play around. Give it a go. Try installing WordPress, the one-click method, do it manually, and let me know what you think of local WP as well, because I think it's a cool tool. And I think, yeah, that summarizes that. So I'm glad that we've got to this point now. I'm glad that we've got WordPress installed. And yeah, now we can start. We'll go through a few more basic settings, like make sure you're familiar with the dashboard and everything, but before long we'll be able to start customizing your website, and we'll get you a fully functioning WordPress website. So yeah, all right, have a good one. Speak to you soon. See you on the next one. All right, so welcome back. Now in this video we're going to be touching on just giving you a quick overview of the dashboard. So obviously by now you should have installed WordPress, and if you followed the guides step by step, you'll have a nice clean install of WordPress. So if we just get stuck into this, and as you can see today, we're covering navigating the WordPress dashboard. So here's what we're going to cover. So one, navigating the dashboard section, so you can get familiar with your way around the dashboard. Customizing the dashboard layout and widgets, so you can make it feel more comfortable for yourself. Exploring the settings menu and where to find key options. Number 4, understanding the role of themes, plugins, and appearance settings. Introduction to the WordPress toolbar and admin bar for quick actions. So yeah, so as always, quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course for you at this stage. Watch the entire video, don't skip around, don't fast forward. And as always, a pro tip, if you want to save some time, then you can watch it at double speed. Okay, so navigating the dashboard section. So we're going to flip back and forth between the presentation and actual on-screen. So let's start with home. So this is an overview of the site activity, recent posts, and quick links to get started with site management. So if we just head over to our dummy site that we set up in the last few videos, so you can see here, you've got into WP admin, and this is the dashboard. You'll see a dashboard home, says dashboard. And as you can see here, you've got like a welcome to WordPress widget here. Each one of these is called a widget. So this is the dashboard welcome widget. You've got site health status widget here. You've got at a glance, which gives you an overview of your site. So you've got one post, one page, one comment. It shows you what WordPress version you're running and what theme you're running at the moment. You've got some activity status here, so you can show you recently published. You've got a post called Hello World. And you've got one comment on that post. We've also got a quick draft widget, so we can create a new post. So we can put a title and some content in there and it'll post. And then we've also got some news here, WordPress events and news. So attend an upcoming event near you. And as you can see, just some basic news and information about WordPress. So that's your home dashboard. So let me just let's get back into this. And then next we've got updates. So this is where you can manage WP core, themes, plugins, and translation updates from one central place, keeping your site secure and up to date. Now we'll be getting into updates in a lot more detail as we go through this course because they're so important to make sure that you keep on top of things. Now one thing WordPress does really well is on the dashboard, you can see again under dashboard you've got home and you've also got updates. Now, as you stand, this is a brand new website, so there's no updates to do. But if you click on it, and you'll see, if there are updates to do, there'll be a little icon here, a little red icon to warn you to say, you know, there's 5 updates to do or 4 updates to do. Because with WordPress, without doubt, you'll have updates to do. Some of these are new features that are being rolled out by theme developers, if you're using a specific theme, or new features for plugins that you're using, because without doubt, as you start using WordPress, you'll be adding more and more plugins. But those plugins not only have new features added to them, but they also have security patches. So it's important that you keep on top of this and make sure that you update your plugins and your themes as often as possible, and the WordPress core itself. But anyway, WordPress makes it so easy for you. When you log in, you've got this update section. And as you can see here, WordPress updates current version 6.7.1. And it says here, you have the current latest version of WordPress. So we don't need to do any updates. If we didn't, there'd be an option here to click to update to the latest version of WordPress. And then you've got 3 sections here, which is plugins, themes, and translations. Now they're all up to date. There's nothing to update here, so there's nothing for us to do. But you will see a list here of your plugins that need updating. You'll see a list of the themes that you're using that need updating and any translations that may need updating as well. So yeah, really simple and straightforward for you. You just go dashboard updates and then you'll see. And as we go through the course, we'll be showing you more of this as we go. Okay, and next we've got posts. So create and manage blog posts, categories and tags, essential for content organization and structure. So as always, we'll be going into these in a lot more detail throughout the course. But as you can see on the left-hand side, I just want to cover off all these items so you're familiar with them. So post is here. So if you click posts, and this goes for any item, if you click the main menu item, it'll take you to the first sub-item. So for example, if I go to pages, it's automatically highlighted all pages. Same for posts, it's automatically highlighted all posts. So what we see here is a list of all the posts that we've created. Now, posts are content for your blog, basically. So as you can see here, we've got blog posts. We've got one default blog post. This was already installed. We didn't add it. It was just as part of the WordPress installation. But what we can also do with this section is we can add a new post. So with that, same for all these sections. The button will either be here next to the title or in the left-hand side menu. Same for pages. You can see the same thing applies there. So if you want to create a new one, we just click add new, and then that'll take you to this page where you can add a new post. But we'll be going into that in a bit more detail as we go through the course. So we've also got categories. This is where you can create categories to organize your content. But that's what this menu item is here. And we've also got tags. So you can preload tags. So just little keywords about what your content's about. But this is posts. And then as you can see, next we've got pages. So add and edit pages like home, about, and contact, which form the foundational structure of most WordPress sites. So if you've got a business, you've got a website, you're going to have a home page, you're going to have an about page to tell people about your company, a contact page, probably some sort of services or portfolio pages. So this is where you would create those static pages. And just to show you, just quickly, briefly, as you go here, underneath you've got pages, and this works in a similar way to posts. So as you can see, if we click on pages, it's highlighted the first item by default, which is all pages. And this is where we can see the pages that have already been created. So by default, WordPress creates a privacy policy page for you, and it's created this sample page. And again, if we want to create a new one, we just click add new page, and then we can pick a template, or we can just put a title in and put the content in here. but we'll go into this in a lot more detail as we go through the course. But it's just to get you familiar with the dashboard. Now, to go back to the dashboard, when you're in a post or a page, you click this WordPress icon here, and then you click leave, and then you're back on the dashboard. So that's pages. Now, after pages, we've got media. Now, this is where you can upload and organize images, videos, and other files used in posts and pages. So obviously, on most web pages, you'll see now images, videos, PDFs, documents, anything that you want to add. Now, WordPress allows you to manage all of the media in one place. So you've got this media tab. If you click on that, same thing again, you can add a new media item here, which is the same as here, and you've got your library, which shows everything. So as you can see, we've got nothing here at the moment. If we want to add something, you can either drag and drop an image. So let me just find something we can drag and drop. So I can drag and drop this, and then that's now been added to our media library. And as you click on that, you can see it shows what the image looks like, and on the right hand side we can see what the file is called. It gives it a URL, which always is WP content uploads with the date and the name of the file. So we can use that now when we create pages and posts. So that's the media library, which, like I said, we can, we'll go into a lot more detail on that as we go through the course. Now, next we have got comments. Now, comments, this is where you can manage user feedback by moderating comments on your posts, improving site engagement and interaction. So on a blog post, you can choose when you create your blog whether you want to allow users to leave comments or not. Some people don't, some people want that. And then obviously you can have a discussion as people read the post. People can leave a comment, you can reply to that comment, they can reply again, somebody else can reply. But you can do that with a blog, as you can with any blog on any platform. But let me just move this over here so we can see better. But what you can see here under comments, so WordPress has got this section called comments where you can manage the comments. So when you install WordPress, by default, it'll give you one comment, which is assigned to the post that we've got here, which is called Hello World. And as you can see, this is just a comment. It says, "Hi, this is a comment. To get started with moderating, editing, and deleting comments, please visit the comments screen in the dashboard. Comments avatar from Gravatar." So that's something we'll get into again when we discuss the blog. But as you can see, you've got a few options here. So it's already been approved, this one. So if it hadn't, you can unapprove it. Because with WordPress, you can have settings, which means they automatically get approved, which can be dangerous if someone's saying some bad words, or they can be something that you need to approve first. But this one's been approved. We can either unapprove it, we can reply to it, we can quickly edit it, we can edit it, which I'll show you the difference between the two in a moment. We can mark it as spam, so we can teach WordPress what's spam and not spam, and we can bin it. But if we click on it, edit, you can see, so the name of the person was a WordPress commenter. Obviously this will change as you go. It's got their email address, it's got the URL, and this is what they've said, and its status. So that's just where you manage comments. But like I said, we'll cover that in a lot more detail as we go. Now, next we've got appearance. So this is where you can control the visual aspect of your site, including the theme, customization options, menus, and widgets. Now, as we're building out the website in the next course, we'll be covering this in a lot more detail, but I think it's important that we do just touch on it briefly. So as you can see here, we've got appearance, and this is where we can see the theme. So at the moment, we've got this 2025 theme that's been assigned to our website. And if we click on this icon here, this will open up our website. And as you can see, this is what the 2025 theme looks like. We can click on the sample page. You can see there's not much to it. It's pretty basic. But this is the 2025 theme. And if we click the name of the site here, we can switch back to the admin, go to appearances. And then, if we want to change theme, we can activate this one, and that'll change the layout of the theme. So if we now go back to our website, you'll see we've got a different style and a different look to our website. So that's the appearance section. Now there's also, under appearance, we've got this customize option. So if we click that, WordPress gives us some basic options that we can do to make changes to our website. So we can change the navigation, we can change some styles. We want it to look like this, we can. And we can save that. We can go back. We can look at the pages that we've got. So we've got 2 pages. So yeah, there's just some basic, and every theme will have its own customized options. So for this one, we've got certain options, and then for the other ones we haven't. Now it's good practice to remove themes that you're not using, but we'll go into that as we go throughout the theme throughout the course. But just important for you to get familiar with this appearance menu. As you add themes, things will change here, so you'll start seeing more and more menu items. There is a appearance, there's an editor here as well, and that is again theme basics. I think they might have recently changed customizer to editor, because it used to be customize. I think they've recently updated that. Let me just try using an older theme. Yeah, they have. They've updated on the new versions of WordPress to editor. Okay, so you've got editor, which used to be customize. The button here still says customize, but yeah. So that's appearances. That's how you control what theme your website is using. Now, after the appearance, we'll cover plugins. So the plugins menu, this is where you can add new features and functionality to your site by installing, activating, and deactivating plugins. Plugins, as we start getting through the course, you're going to be using lots of plugins because they will add functionality to your website. And it's really easy for you to do that, just to touch on that now. So you've got the plugins menu here. And as you can see, we've got a couple of plugins already installed. These were added when we installed WordPress, but because they're white, they're not actually active on our website. So if we wanted to activate a website, we just click this activate. And as you can see, it now shows in a light sky blue. That means this theme is now active on our website. If we want to add new ones, we can add new plugins here. And then you can search for what you want. So you can search, say I want a contact form, I can search for contact. And here's contact form 7. If I want to install that, I can just click install, activate, and there we go. We've now added a contact form to our website. And as you'll see on the left-hand side, it's now added a new menu item where it's got the settings for that plugin in. So we'll be able to customize and tweak the settings for that plugin in this menu item. Now, if we want to deactivate this plugin, we just click deactivate, and it's now gone back to white. So it's now not affecting our website. And then if we want to delete it, we can just by clicking the delete button. And it's asking us to confirm. We want to OK. And there we go. That's now been removed totally from our website. And let's deactivate Hello Dolly as well. So that's the plugins menu. You've got installed plugins, which shows you everything that you've got installed, and you've got add new plugin, which is the same as this button here. Okay, next we've got users. So this is where you can manage who can access your site, assigning roles and permissions for editors, authors, contributors, and more. One of the things we discussed in one of the first lessons was how content management systems like WordPress brought in the fact that you could have multiple contributors working on one website, adding content. And this is exactly what you can do with WordPress. And you can manage that under this users section on the left-hand side here. So if we click on users, you'll see at the moment we've got one user, and my role, which is me, I'm Dan, I've got this role of administrator. So I'm in charge. This is the highest level of privileges that the website's got, and I can do everything on this website. Now, if I want to create a new user, I won't bother filling all this details, but these are the details that your credentials have to put in for each user. So you've got username, email, first name, last name, website, if you want. These are not mandatory fields. Language, you could set a different language for a different user. You can generate the password. So if you think I want a better password than that, you can. And then you can assign a role. So as you can see here, these are the roles we've got. So subscriber is like the lowest. There's not much that a subscriber can do. They haven't got any access. They can log into the admin, but there's nothing they can do. Contributor, they've got a little bit more access. Author, so this is people that are allowed to create new posts. So they'll be able to go into the blog. So say now you had a news blog and you wanted someone to have privileges just to create new stories, they can. So they'll be able to do that with the author privileges. Editor, this gives them a little bit more range, so they'll be able to edit posts that have been created, like other people's posts as well. An author can only edit their own posts, whereas an editor can edit other posts. And then an administrator can do anything. They can control the whole website, the appearance, plugins, whereas these roles are unable to do that. But this is where you manage users. Now, another item we've got under users is profile. So this is your profile where you can create and customize your profile. So you can add a picture, you can change your name. You can't change your username once it's been set, but you can change your nickname, and you can just decide how your name is displayed. So for example, this one hasn't got a name. I haven't got a name on mine, so I'm going to put my name in here. And I'm going to save that, update profile. And now when my name appears throughout the website, so let's say I've written a blog post, I might not want my username to appear because that's obviously going to give any potential hackers one item of credentials for my login. So I can decide whether I want to appear as Dan Davis, or Davis Dan. So for me, let's have a look at that one, Dan Davis. Update. So now when I write an article on this website, I'll appear as it's been written by Dan Davis. So that's the user section. Now next we've got tools. So this is where you can access additional settings for importing, exporting data, and sometimes for extra plugin specific features. Now what I mean by that, you can see here that there's not a great deal of features under tools by default. So if I click tools, you'll see here we've got import, export, site health, which is quite important. We'll be using that as we go through the course. Export and erase personal details, theme file editor, which we'll be talking about disabling that as we go, because we don't want the ability for anyone to edit the code of our website as we use it. So I understand. And then plugin file editor, same. So we'll talk about those. Now, sometimes some plugins that you add will add their own menu item in the left-hand side, which is something that we showed you a moment ago with the contact form 7. But some plugins will just add their settings under tools or under settings. So just bear in mind, sometimes if you can't find where's the settings for the plugin I've just installed, just always check tools as well. But yeah, that's the tool. So you can see some of the tools that are available out of the box. And then finally, we've got settings. So this is where you can configure essential site-wide settings, including general, writing, reading, discussion, and permalinks for overall functionality and user experience. Now, some of the settings here are quite important, and I'm just showing them. I think the next video will go into these in a bit more detail, but just to show you quickly what you've got. So you've got general settings, where you can set your site title, tagline, the URL. I wouldn't be touching this because it could break your site. Admin email address, is this a membership site, can anybody register, what's the default role that somebody has when they subscribe. You can change the site language, time zone, like this is so important, getting the time zone right so that when you do schedule posts that they go out at the right time. You can change the date format, time format, and what day the week starts on. And then you've got the writing, so this is where you can post things, the settings for when you post. So generally speaking, we don't need to change these. We'll cover those again. Reading, so some important things here where you can set what your home page is. Is it your latest post, or are you going to use a static page? Again, we'll be covering that in the future video. You can decide how many blog posts appear on a page. So by default, it's 10. You may want to update these. For each blog post in a feed, include the full text or an excerpt. So they're things you can decide. And when we installed WordPress, one of the things we said it was a good practice was to discourage search engines from indexing your site while you're building it. So this is where you would unselect that before going live to make sure that Google does index your website. Then we've got discussion on the left-hand side. So this is where we can control the discussion settings for our blog. So, for example, do we want to allow people to just comment on any post? Do we want them to pre-approve those comments? So as I said, we'll go into these in a lot more detail, but this is where we can control the discussion settings. Media, so as it stands, WordPress, when you upload an image to WordPress, it'll create different size images. So it'll create a thumbnail, a medium size image, and a large image. So you'll have the full size image, a large image, a medium image, and a little thumbnail size image. And this is where you can dictate the different sizes of those as they're uploaded. Permalinks, so this is an important one. This is to dictate the URL structure of your website, so how your website pages appear on search engines, how you find them. So for example, plain, it's not much help to anybody that. Whereas post name, you can see it's got sample posts. So if you created a page called About Us, with post name, it would be about-us. Now, don't worry, we'll go into that in a bit more detail shortly, but you can just see that's where you can control the permalink structure. And then finally, we've got privacy. So this is where you can create a privacy policy page. We will be going into that. But yeah, there's nothing really for you to be concerned about there. So, they're the key settings available on WordPress. Now, some other things to cover off is customizing the dashboard layout with widgets. So, rearrange dashboard widgets. So, organize your dashboard by dragging and dropping widgets to prioritize sections like site health, quick draft, and activity according to your workflow. So, on the home page, you can really customize that to what you want. And we'll show you now in a second. Screen options, so use screen options menu at the top to show or hide specific widgets on your dashboard, customizing the view to focus only on essential sections. This also applies to other pages such as plugins. And what you'll find is as you add more plugins, your website's dashboard is going to get cluttered with widgets. So it's really down to you then to be able to control and organize that so it's neat and clean so that you're not getting confused with, all these different widgets affecting you. Add in plugin widgets. So many plugins add their own widgets to the dashboard. Enable or disable these through screen options for a cleaner workspace. And I will show you that in a second. And then third-party dashboard customization plugins. So if, for example, you're not happy with the dashboard, there is a way that you can use a plugin which is called WP Admin UI. And there's plenty of other ones out there as well, which allow you to customize and create a personalized dashboard experience. So I don't really bother with these, but I think it's good to cover them just so that you're familiar with them. But yeah, let me just show you what you can do in terms of customizing. So as you can see, when you click dashboard, again, it's selected the first item, which is home. And as you can see, we've got this welcome widget. We've got site health status, at a glance, activity, quick draft, and we've got this WordPress events and news. So if I want to rearrange these, all I've got to do is drag these titles. So if you hover over the title of these widgets, you'll see you get this little cross icon. I don't know if you can see that, but you can, if I want to move this over here, I can just by dragging it over there. And if I want activity to be here, I can. So, you can just move whatever you've got. And as you've started to build your website, you'll start to see different widgets appearing here. So it might be that you don't want some of these at all. So you can either minimize them. I don't want that one. I don't want that one. And I don't want that one, I don't use it. It might be that you minimize them all. You can do that. Let me just reopen them. But you can really pick and choose how your dashboard looks and feels. Now, what I mentioned earlier about screen options is in the top right hand corner, you've got this screen options drop down. When you click that, you'll see here all the items that are on your dashboard, and you can decide whether you want them there or not just by unchecking these. So if I don't want this welcome to WordPress widget, which is the first thing I see and it's a bit overpowering when you land on your dashboard, I can decide I don't want it. So I can just click uncheck on welcome. And there you go, it's gone. I don't have to look at it anymore. And if I know I'm never going to use this quick draft tool, I'm just going to check that and it's gone. And then I can close screen widgets and that's it. My dashboard now looks different. But like I said, as you start adding more and more plugins, you'll start to see more relevant and different widgets appearing on your home dashboard, and then you can pick and choose which ones are important to you. So, some people like to play around with this, some people don't. There's no right or wrong answer. It's just I want you to be aware of what you can do with this screen options menu. Now, the screen options menu is also important on some other pages as well. So like on posts, for example, if I open screen options, you'll see I've got the options to see the author, category, tag, comments, and data. And these are all appearing here. So if I decide I don't want to see what tags are on this page, I can uncheck tags and then you can see that's gone. Or if I don't want to see what category it is in, I can do that. Or I don't care what author it is, I can uncheck that. And then you can also dictate how many posts appear on one page. So at the moment it's set to 20, so you'll see 20 posts on this page. You might think, I want to see 50, I want all 50 on this page. You can just change this to 50. You know, it's not going to make any difference now. And you can click apply. So now we'll see, you know, 50 posts as they're added here. Okay, so that's post options, and then same for pages. The same thing applies here. You can dictate and choose. Now, as you add more plugins, this screen will get overcrowded. So for example, when you add an SEO plugin will score each page on this page as well. So you'll have a new column on this table. And if you want to hide it, this is how you do it. So a lot of people don't know this about screen options, but I think it's quite a handy little tool to have, just to help you customize your admin the way you do it. Now, another thing that's important to note is that when you make changes to your dashboard, it's only making changes to your dashboard. So if you create a new user for your colleague or your wife or whatever it is, whoever needs access to your website, theirs will be the default one, and then they'll need to make and customize the dashboard themselves depending on what they want. So I just thought it'd be worth mentioning that. Okay, so exploring the settings menu. I think we've gone through this. I might have gone through it prematurely. So general settings, so adjust essential site details like site title, tagline, time zones, and time format. These settings set basic identity and regional configuration of your site. Writing and reading settings, so you can control how posts are formatted and displayed. Specify the default category format and adjust how your homepage is shown, whether as a blog feed or static page. These are just things we've already covered. And then discussion settings, manage comments and interaction settings, including moderation rules, default avatars and notifications, ideal for adjusting the engagement experience of visitors. And then finally, the permalinks and SEO search engine optimization friendly URLs. So set the structure of URLs, making them SEO friendly. Typically the post name, which is the one I mentioned earlier, option is the recommended for readability and search engine optimization. So the next video we'll be going into some of the essential settings that you need to set on a new WordPress website. So we'll be going into those in a bit more detail then. And then finally, just the WordPress toolbar and admin bar. So quick access link. So the toolbar provides direct links to key areas like the dashboard, new posts, and page creation, allowing for faster navigation as you work. You can preview the site, so quickly view your live site from any admin page to see how updates appear in real time. This link makes it easy to check your work without leaving the dashboard. And then you've got the comments and notifications, so access and moderate new comments, plugins, updates, and other notifications directly from the toolbar, staying on top of interactions and site maintenance. I'll show you these now in a second. And then finally, we've got the user profile settings. So manage your profile and account settings from the toolbar, including quick access to log out or update personal information. So if I show you what that is, you may have noticed as we were using the site, you've got this black bar running along the top, and that is the admin bar. So as you can see, on the dashboard, we've only got this option here, which is new. We can create a new post, new media item, new page, or new user. And you can do that quickly from here. You've got this, which allows us to go to our profile, so we can log out, we can edit the profile. And then, like I said, showed you earlier, if you click on this, it'll take you to view your website. So you can go to the front end. And then this acts like a toggle. So once you're on the front end, if you want to go back to the admin, you click it again. Okay. And as you can see here, look, on this page, you can see that this has changed. So we've got the dashboard now is the default link. We can go to plugins, we can go to themes, we can edit the site, which is the customizer. And then again, we can add new, and we can see the comments and manage them from here. This doesn't change, it stays the same. Now, what's important is when you go to posts or pages and you're inside one of these items, that taskbar is gone, but it's been replaced by this item here. So if I want to make a change to this, if I want to just write some text here. Now, if I want to see what that looks like, I can save it and I can click this icon here to view the post. And as you can see, I can see that post live without leaving that page. It's still open there. Now I've got this hey test. I've just added that, it's there. Now, once you're on the front end of your website, if you're on any page, that's a page that you've got set in the admin, you can go and edit that directly. So for this, it's a post. So I can click this edit post, and then I go back to where I was and I can edit it. Same for pages. If I go onto the front end of my website, so let's go back to the dashboard and let's go to the front end and close that. Now, if I go to this sample page, this is a page, not a post. You'll see that's changed now to edit page. So if I want to edit this page, as long as I'm logged into the admin, I'll see this black admin bar along the top. I can click edit page. I can go in here. I can make changes. I can click save. And then if I can view that page, there we go, my change is there. So that's the admin bar. Again, as you add more plugins, they'll be fighting for space along here. So for example, if you add a caching plugin where you want to speed up your website, if you need to clear the cache, generally speaking, you'll see a quick link for that. So all your important quick links will appear in this black admin or taskbar, it's called. Okay, so that gives you a quick overview of that. And that's it for this video. I think just to summarize, just to show you what we have covered. So we've covered the dashboard essentials. So we've navigated through key sections like the home, updates, posts, pages, media, comments, appearance, plugins, users, tools, and settings to understand where to manage content and updates. And as we use the site, you'll get familiar with these sections a bit more. Then we've got customizing your workspace. So we've explored options for arranging widgets and personalizing the dashboard layout for a more efficient workflow. Same strategy can be applied to other menu pages where we showed you, your screen options can be used on other pages to like hide and things that you don't want. And then settings and key options. So we located essential settings, providing a foundation for customizing site preferences, configurations, and other key options. And then we had the themes, plugins, and appearance. So gain an understanding of how themes and plugins shape your site's functionality and look, and where to access these tools. And then finally, we just covered the quick actions with the toolbar. So we learned how to use the toolbar for fast navigation, access to the preview, comments, and profile page. So yeah, they are things that I do use. So I just thought it'd be worth making sure you get familiar with your way around the website. And yeah, for this, after this video, I just suggest that you play around with those options. In the next video, we're going to dive a bit deeper and we're going to go into some essential some essential settings for WordPress. So basically everything that I recommend that you do out of the box, just to set your site up perfectly. Before then, we move on to start customizing it and creating pages. So yeah, hopefully you found that useful. If you've got any questions, obviously drop them in the pinned post below. And yeah, we'll see you on the next video. All right, so welcome back. So by now you've got your WordPress website set up, and if you followed the last video's instruction correctly, then you should now be familiar with the WordPress dashboard. So in this video, I just want to touch on some of the basic settings that you should have set up from the get-go before we start customizing our website. So without further ado, let me minimize move me out the way over there, and then we'll just get started. So basic settings for a new WordPress website. So here's what we're going to cover. So we're going to cover the site identity settings. We're going to look at the general settings. Now, these two are both in the same one, so we'll go into that in a second. We'll then look at the configuring the permalinks to make sure you set up, get a head start with your SEO. Adjusting reading settings, managing discussion settings. Now, just a quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course for you at this moment in time. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward, but obviously if you want to save some time, here's a pro tip, you can watch it at a faster speed. Okay, so setting up site identity. So site title, so choose a clear, memorable title for your website. This will appear in browser tabs and search engine results, helping visitors recognize your brand. Generally speaking, this is going to be a company name or your own name, whatever your business or website is going to be about. Like for me, it's going to be WP Odyssey, that's my site title. And then your tagline. So add a short description or slogan that summarizes what your site is about. This can enhance your site's identity and engage visitors at a glance. Admin email. So enter a valid email address for site notifications and account recovery. This email will receive important updates and user information and security alerts. So yeah, it's important that you've got your right email address in here. This is not your user account email. This is the site admin account. Slight difference is when there's an error on the site, you're going to get these notifications. So if your site goes down or it's offline for any reason, you'll get a notification to that email address. So it's important that you've got the right one in place. And then save changes. So after changing these settings, make sure you save your changes and apply it to your WordPress site. So just to go to that, now we're going to cover general settings in a moment, but for me, you would normally set these up when you're setting up your website. But if you haven't and you want to change them, you would go to general settings, which is settings general. And as you can see, site title here is WP Odyssey. Now if this was my main website and it was for WP Odyssey, then I would have it as WP Odyssey because that's my company name. That's what I want my site to be titled. But I'm clearly putting test here because this is a demo site that we've created just for the purposes of running through this tutorial. Now for a tagline, so in a few words, explain what this site is about. For an example, it would be just another WordPress site. So it's a terrible example, and if you don't populate this, that's what your website will show. So when you go to Google and you search for, let's have a look, web developer Cardiff for me, for example. So as you can see here, this one here has got web developer Cardiff web development, Cardiff website design. Okay, if I don't change my tagline, for me it'll say WP Odyssey test dash just another WordPress website, and you don't want that. So it's important that you do fill it in. Now for me, my tagline for something like this would be Master WordPress from beginner to pro. That's what I'm doing. That's what I want people to know about and understand about my website. So for me, it'd be WP Odyssey test, Master WordPress from beginner to pro. Okay, so just make sure you've got that in. Make sure your admin URL is correct. So this is one that you monitor and that you get alerts for. So if something does go wrong or there's an issue, you get alerted for it. And then just click Save Changes. So there we go. We've now set our site title settings. Now, next, general settings. Now, under general settings, we've got time zone and date format. So set your site's time zone and preferred date format to keep post timings, events, and scheduled updates accurate. This is especially important for scheduling posts. Language. Choose the primary language of your site's interface, affecting the WordPress dashboard and standard messaging. So this won't affect anything on the front end that visitors see. This is just for you in the admin, because WordPress is a multi-language platform. If you want it in French, you can put your language to French and you'll see your dashboard in French. Obviously, pick the correct English that you want. For me, it's English UK. I don't want to see the Americanized English, but maybe, some people watching this will want that. And then week start day. So define which day your site's calendar views. Consider the start of the week, helpful for organizing content and schedules. Site address. So I don't recommend you touch this, but verify that the correct site URL, ensuring links and navigation work smoothly, especially after domain or hosting changes. Do not edit these as it could break your site. So we're already in the general settings. As you can see, settings general, and the items we're talking about here are here. Site language, pick the one that suits you. So for me, it's English UK. My time zone, I want it to be London. You can put whatever you want in there. And obviously the reason why it's so important is because if you get to the point where you start scheduling posts, so let's say I want to write a blog post and I want it to go out Friday morning at 5 a.m. If I've got this time zone set incorrectly, it's going to go out at the wrong time. It's not going to be posted when I wanted it to be posted. So just make sure you've got that set correctly. Time format, just make sure it's right for you. So for me, I want this format. Obviously, if I was in America, I'd want November 25th, 2024, but I want this one. And then time format, I'm happy with that. You can use PM if you want or something custom. And then what day your week starts on. So for me, Monday's perfect. So I'll save these changes. And that's it for general settings. I'm happy with those general settings. Now, next, configuring permalinks. So what are permalinks? So permalinks are the permanent URL for your posts and pages. SEO-friendly permalinks improve search engine visibility and make URLs more readable. And not only that, they help with your SEO because it tells search engines what your post is about. Let me just show you quickly, because if we go to the permalinks settings, so on the left-hand side here, you'll see permalinks. Okay, and as you can see here, we've got day and time. So this will, add a URL structure. These are different URL structures for your website. Most people, well, let's go to any website. I'm going to go to this one here. Okay, web development. So if I click on services, you can see the URL at the top here changed to services. So that's telling Google and search engines and the user this page is called services. If I go to solutions, it's called solutions. So it's easy to understand what the page is about. WordPress, for some reason, has these other methods, which is plain. So this one, absolutely no use at all. It's not going to tell anyone anything about your website. So what's important is that you pick one that it clearly explains what the page is about. Now, just to continue with this before we start making changes, now you understand what permalinks are, selecting the right structure. So go to settings, permalinks in your dashboard, and choose the post name option, which uses keywords from your post title in the URL and is ideal for SEO. So if you create a page called services and you want the URL to be your domain /services, post name is the structure that you need, and we'll set that now in a second. You can customize for specific needs. So for specialized content types or multi-author sites, consider a custom structure. This flexibility helps organize content efficiently. Now, save your changes. So after selecting the preferred structure, click Save Changes to apply it across your site. Now, just to show you what I was talking about. So for me, it makes sense to choose post name. And as you can see here, if I create a page called sample post, it will create this URL structure, which is perfect for SEO. Now you can see here, there are different structures. The only one sometimes that might be worth considering is this custom structure. But we'll go into that in a bit more of an advanced lesson, because for now, I just want to get you up and running, and the most simple, effective one is post name. So choose that and click Save Changes. All right. Now, next, we want to look at adjusting the reading settings. Now in here, you've got homepage display. So choose whether to display your latest post or a static page as your homepage. A static page is ideal for business sites, while blogs often will show the latest post. And that's true. If you've got a blog, you want to show all the latest blogs on the homepage. And WordPress caters for that because it was historically built for blogs. If you've got a business website and you want to create like a static homepage, then you want to tell WordPress not to use the default blogs. You want to use a static page. Okay. Blogs, pages, display settings. So adjust the number of posts shown on the blog page to control how much content displays per page, enhancing readability. So just like in the admin, where you can see how many posts on a page at once, you can do that in the admin as well. So if you've got, by default, WordPress will show 10 on any page. But if you want to show, let's say you've got 3 posts running along the page and you've got 5 rows, then you want 15. And likewise, just depends what you want. You can change it to cater for whatever you want. If you have 10, then you're going to have 3, 3, 2. So that's not going to add up to what you want. Syndication feeds, again, I don't want to get too bogged down in these, but set how many items show in your RSS feed. Useful if you have an audience subscribing to your site. Chances are you probably don't at this stage. If that is something that you need help with, just reach out and we'll probably add something into the course, but it's not something I come across a great deal. Content display, so select whether to show the full text or summary for each post. Displaying a summary typically is better for SEO and user experience. And then search engine visibility, control whether search engines can index your site. This setting is useful for private or development sites that aren't ready for public view yet. And we touched on that at the start of this course. So if we go to reading, which is where we were just now, so this is where we can set what we want to display. So look, by default, your homepage will display your latest posts. But if I want, I can set a static homepage. So look, if I right click here and I open this in a new tab, this is the default homepage WordPress has given me. And as you can see, we've only got 1 post at the moment, so it's only showing 1 post, but I'm getting a page here with my blog post, which is, hello world. I don't want that. So let's say I want a static page, and then I can select from my pages which I want to be my home page. Now these pages have to be published, so if they're in draft, they won't work. But you can go to pages, create a new home page called home, and then it'll appear in this list. But we don't have that at the moment. We're going to do that in the next lesson. So for now, I'm just going to click sample page, okay, and then I can click save. And what that does then is it changes my home page. Let me just make sure that's saved. And if I refresh, my home page for WP Odyssey test is now this sample page. So you can create a page and then assign it to be your home page. Okay, so that's that. And then we said how many posts we want to appear on a page at any one time. You can choose, and change that to whatever you want. And then this is the RSS feed. So if you've got your posts being sent out on an RSS feed, you can dictate how many appear at each time. So that's up to you. Now, for the post feed, what do you want that to include? Do you want it to include full text? So that means, let me just show you what I mean by that actually. If I go back to changing it to viewing your private post, if I go to the homepage, do I want this to show all of the content of the post or just a snippet of it? So it makes sense to show just a snippet of it. So I would choose this option here, exit. So that's what that is. Because there's not much content on this page, it's not really going to highlight the difference, but that is the difference. You don't want to show the whole article on this bit. You want to just show a little bit and then they click through to read the next bit or the remainder of the article. And then search engine visibility, we touched on that. When we're creating a new site for the first time, we want to discourage search engines from indexing the site. We don't want Google indexing it on search engines because we're not ready. We haven't finished building our site. But when we get to the point where the website's finished and it's ready to go live, then we would uncheck this, and then that would allow Google to index our website and list it on the search engine. So, or not just Google, all the search engines. So that's what that is. And I click save. I want to leave it like that for now. So that's that. Now, managing discussion settings. Now, this is important because one, you need to first of all decide whether you're going to have a blog or not. If you have a blog, then you got to decide whether you want people to be able to leave comments or not. And likewise with this, we'll get into this in a bit more detail down the line, but you can control whether you get spam, because if you allow comments, it opens the door to some spam comments, and we can cover how to tackle that. But look, these are the key points. So enable, disable comments. So choose whether to allow visitors to leave comments on posts. This setting can be managed globally under settings, discussion, or individually for each post. So like I said, if you're not going to have a blog at all, or you don't want people leaving comments, you turn this off. Instead of hiding it and then getting bombarded with spam, turn it off. Comment moderation, so control how comments are managed on your site. You can choose to approve each comment manually or allow trusted users to comment freely. So that test one that we had earlier, which was hello world, that had automatically been approved. So we can decide whether we're happy with that or whether we have to manually approve. Now, if you've got a big website and lots of people commenting, that could be a task. But yeah, this is where you would do it. So I don't want to go into what's right and wrong at this stage. We'll go into that as we create our blog. For now, it's just for you to know where the settings are for this. And for me, I would be disabling comments unless you've specifically got a blog that you want people to have comments on. Spam protection. So use options such as comment approval queue or integrate anti-spam plugins to prevent unwanted or harmful comments from appearing on your site. When we get into plugins and essential plugins, one of the ones we'll be talking about is Akismet, and that does a really good job of managing and controlling the comments that you get on your website. So there are tools that will help with that, but it's definitely something that you want to consider, because if not, you'll just get bombarded with comments. And then pingbacks and trackbacks. So decide whether to accept notifications from other blogs linking to your site. These can provide valuable backlinks, but may increase spam. But look, the point is for you to know where to do this and what I suggest you do at the start. So to start with, we go to discussions, and as you can see here, attempt to notify any blogs linked to from this post. Allow link notification from other blogs. Allow people to submit comments on new posts. So if you're not gonna allow people to comment, you can just uncheck that from the start. Other comment settings. So comment author must fill out name and email. Users must be registered and logged in to comment. So this can really help with preventing spam, because if they've got to register and create an account with you first, that'll eliminate a lot of spam that you're going to get. It'll eliminate a lot of the bots because they won't have registered. So this can be a good one to prevent spammers. What other ones are good here? Show comments. No, you don't need to do that. Enable thread. That's all right. Break comments into pages. That's not essential for now. Email me whenever anyone posts a comment. So it's good for you to be aware, because if you get a bombardment of comments, then you know that there's something going on your website and you can investigate it. And then before a comment appears, comment must be manually approved. So to start with, if you're not expecting anybody to comment on your site, I would enable this because you just don't want random comments appearing on your, people can say anything if you've left that enabled. Content moderation and disallow comment keys. Avatar. So this is where people can have images. Gravatar is quite a good. I'm not that concerned about these for now. They're not important ones. I would just be basically making sure that comments are disabled if you don't want them on, or you're not going to have a blog, and anyone and not letting anybody comment on the posts. So yeah, so that's what I'd be doing. That's basic settings. There's no need to make a great deal. I think you'll review these as you start facing different issues. So if you're starting to get a lot of spam, then we can come back and review these. But for now, that'll be enough. So we can save changes. And for me, they're the most important ones that we need to deal with for now. So we've dealt with permalinks, discussion, and general, and reading. So just to summarize what we've covered now. So site identity settings. So set up a site's title, tagline, and basic identity details for a clear professional start. That's going to have an effect on your Google rankings, and not your rankings, but what people see when they search for you on Google. General settings we've covered. So we've covered configured essential site settings like time zone, language, and date format for accurate and localized display. And again, I'm sure I mentioned this, but that doesn't affect the front end. It's mainly for the back end and the admin. Configuring permalinks, so we've adjusted your URL structure for readability and SEO benefits, ensuring easy navigation for users and search engines. So you should now have post names set as your permalink structure. And then we've got reading settings, so define your homepage layout and set search engine visibility to guide how content is displayed and accessed. So for that, at the moment in time, you probably have got your search engine visibility locked down, so no chance of it getting indexed. And if you've got a static homepage, you should have set that now at the homepage. But the next video, we're talking about creating a homepage anyway. And then we've gone to managing discussion settings. So set up your comment preference, spam filters, and moderation rules to manage site interactions effectively. So that's it. So that's basically what we needed to cover today. What would be great now is that you go and apply this to your site. So just set the basic WordPress settings that we've covered. I'll make a note of them in the description below. And if you run into any problems or you've got any questions about the settings, then there's a pinned post below that you can also just, reply to, comment on, and I'll get around to answering them as soon as I can. So I think that is it. That's the end of this video. And yeah, we'll see you on the next one, where we're going to be setting up our first page. I think it's the first home page or the first page, but yeah, we'll be doing that. So yeah, see you on the next one. All right, so welcome back. Now at this point, you should have now got all your WordPress basic settings in place. Should have done that before we move on. And what we want to talk about today is getting your first page or your home page set up. Now, in this video, we're not going to be creating some dynamic, amazing WordPress page. We're just going to be creating a page, getting you familiar with how to create pages, setting your home page, and getting you familiar with the pages section and the block editor. So let's just get stuck into this. So creating your home page. Now here's what we're going to cover. So adding a new page, we're going to make sure you learn how to add a new page. Block editor basics, so this will become quite important as you go on your WordPress journey. Working with text and media, saving and publishing pages, and then setting the new page to be your home page. So as always, just a quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course for you at this stage. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward, but obviously if you're looking to save some time, here's a pro tip, you can watch it at 2 times speed. So adding a new page. Now, accessing the Pages section. So navigate to the WordPress dashboard and locate the Pages menu. Click Add New to create your first page. Now, yesterday we covered this. We'll go into it in a bit more detail now. We'll show you a real life example, but we did this yesterday when we showed you around the navigation. Now, adding a title. So enter a clear descriptive title at the top of the page. This serves as both the name of your page and in most cases forms part of the URL. Now, with a home page, that's not so true or relevant. But when you create a page called services, it'll automatically create the URL services. So you'll have yourwebsite.com/services. With a home page, because it's set to be the default page, you actually land on it by going to yourdomain.com. So it's not so relevant in this case, but just need to be aware that it is there. And understanding the page editor layout. So familiarize yourself with the WordPress block editor, which is also called Gutenberg. Learn about the content area, block toolbar, and available settings to structure your page effectively. So we'll be going into that now. We'll be showing you exactly how to familiarize yourself with the page editor. It might be daunting when you first get in there, but trust me, it won't take too long for you to get familiar with it. And then finally, we'll be publishing the page. So once you're happy with the content, click Publish to make the page live. Alternatively, you can use the preview option to see how it will appear to visitors before publishing. So it's a handy little tool, the preview. You can view the page before it goes live, make sure you're happy with it. Once you're happy, you click Publish, and then everybody can see the same thing. So if we flip back to our website, so we're back to our WP Odyssey test site. Now, if we go to Pages, which is what we said, now you can add a new page by going Pages, Add New Page, or the way I prefer to do it is when you clicked on Pages, you've got this menu item at the top here, which is Add New Page. So let's do that. Now, depending on what template, what theme you're using, will depend what you'll see here. So this is asking us to choose a pattern. I want to get into patterns later on. So for now, we're going to close this, and we're just going to be left with the default page. Now, I'm going to move me over here because it's going to be less in the way. And as you can see, this is quite self-explanatory to start with. So the first thing you've got to do is add a title. So like we said, it's got to be descriptive to what we are. So this is the home page. You can either call it home or home page, whatever you prefer. Now, as we said, whatever you call it, this is what your page URL will be set as. Okay? And we'll show you that in a second. Now, if I want to add some content to this page, so this big blank area here is technically our home page. So if I want to add some content here, I can just start writing. So this is my home page. Make sure I spell it right. Now we've got that. Okay, so that's the content editor. And in the next slide, we'll be going into the block editor a bit more so you understand it. What I want to do now is get you familiar with all the different options that you can see on this page. Now, first of all, let's start with the sidebar. So on the right hand side, we've got this sidebar. And as you can see, we've got page and block. Okay. Now page, this refers to settings relevant to the page in itself. And as you can see, you've got a few options here. So you've got set featured image. So if we click this, we can upload an image or we can just use an image that we've already got in our media library. I'm going to pick this one as my featured image. Then we've got some options underneath. So we've got the status. By default, it'll be in draft because we haven't clicked this publish button at the top, which is to save and make the page live. We haven't clicked that yet. So by default, the status of this page is going to be draft. Now, if we want to change that to something else, we've got these options. So we've got pending. Now, this is an example of this would be, let's say you're an editor on a website or someone's an editor. They're going to write an article or a page. They're going to put it into pending. And then what that's going to do is going to mean that you're going to have to go in and log in and verify the page before you publish it. Now, when you change it to pending, you'll see that this publish button has changed to save because we're not going to publish the page. It's going to put it into a state of pending, waiting for someone's approval. So that's pending. As you see, we move it back to draft, it's gone to publish. We've then got the private option. So this means the page will only be visible to admins and editors. Then we've got the scheduled section. So this is what we talked about yesterday where we said you need to make sure that your time zones are set correctly because if they're not, then the post will go out at the wrong time. Now with scheduled, if we click that, you'll see we've got a calendar underneath. Now if we want this to go out on the 28th, we've done that. So now we've set a date in the future. And as you'll see in the top right hand corner, the publish button has changed to schedule. So again, if we did click that, the page wouldn't go live now, it would go live at this date. Now, because we've set our settings for time zone correctly in the settings of the admin, we're using GMT. So we know it's going to go out at 1332, the time that I want, okay? So make sure you've got that right. And then finally, we've got publish. So this is what it will be once we've clicked publish. This just shows the status as being published. This means it's visible to everybody. It's on the internet. So let's just put it back to draft for now. Now, next we've got this publish option. So we can decide when we want this to publish. So by default, it's set to now. So it means that it's going to, if I click publish now, it's going to publish now, this second. But if I said I wanted it to publish on the 1st of December, I'd click the 1st of December here. I could pick a time, so 9 a.m. Now, again, you can see here it's changed to schedule. So if I click that, this page would go live on the 1st of December. So you can control this publish date. Now, it's important for you to know that you can actually reverse engineer posts. So let's say you've written an article and you want to backdate it, because with WordPress, your posts will be listed in order. They'll be listed in order, chronological order. So if you wanted to backdate a post, so it doesn't go out today, it goes maybe like 3 days ago, you can manipulate that by saying, right, I want it to go on the 1st of November, whatever date, and then it would be inserted with that date timestamp, okay? So that's that. Then we've got the link option. Now this link option is where it's automatically created the URL of the page matching the name, okay? So as you can see, we've called it home and it's created home. Now there might be some circumstances where your page name is different to what your slug or URL is going to be. So for example, we could have a page that's called about WP Odyssey. So I'd call the page about WP Odyssey because that's what I want to appear as the title on the page. But it might be that I want the URL just to be about, and then I could manually enter what I wanted here, okay? And it could be that, you know, we've called the page home page, but I want the URL to be home, okay? So you can have a difference if you want. Now, if you do change your page title and you want the URL to match it, then if you delete what you have here and click enter, you'll see it'll automatically on the right-hand side take the new page name and create a URL for it. So that's just something to bear in mind. Author is another option. So for that, we've got Dan Davis. That's me at the moment. If I had other authors, you can assign pages to different users. At the moment, we've only got me on the website because it's a brand new test website, so I can't change it. But you could. So if you wanted to assign this to somebody else, you could. Just bear me a second. Let me just put that on Do Not Disturb. So there we go. So that's the page author. Now, template. This might not appear for you. This is template. This is theme dependent. So depending on what theme you're using for WordPress, that'll depend what templates you've got available. So it could be that your theme has got a specific homepage template, and that's just a preset layout that your website's going to display if you select it. So for this, we're going to use a page template, but as you can see, we've got a swap template, we can create a new template, and we can show templates. So for this one, we're just going to leave it as pages. Now, discussion, this is for comments on your website. If you want, you can open this so people can leave comments. Generally on pages, you don't do this. It's normally for blog posts. So for me, I'm going to leave that on closed, and that means nobody can leave any comments on this page. And then finally, we've got parent. So what that means is you can create like a hierarchy of pages. So for example, let's say you had a page called services, and that was the parent page. You could then have child pages underneath that of all of your services. So it could be plumbing, central heating, 24-hour emergency call out, whatever it is. And then that has an effect on the URL structure. So you'd have yourdomain.com/services/plumbing. That's if you have a hierarchy. So as this is a home page, we don't want it to be have a parent because it's its own parent. But if you need to set a page to be a child page to another parent page, then you'd just be able to select the page that you want here, okay? So that's the page settings, okay? Now, if I click on the block one, you'll see it says no block selected. Now, the way the Gutenberg or this editor that you're looking at here works, it's called the block editor. And these items are all called blocks. So if I click this block here, which is a paragraph, you'll see now on the right hand side, this section has changed to be, you know, it's telling you this is a paragraph. So start with the basic building block for all narratives. So it's a paragraph tag, and this allows me to make changes to this block alone. So if I wanted to change the text color to orange, I could. If I want to change the background to this green, I can. And if I want to change the links to black, I can. Now, if I want to make this a link, I can just double click the word home, create link, and then I can pick one of my pages. So as you can see, I've customized this block inside this block editor on the right hand side. Now, if I create another block, a paragraph block, and I'll call this second block, you can see it doesn't inherit those stylings. So I can click on this block. Now this has now changed to edit this block. So I can have a slightly different one. I can have text in green, background in orange, and links can be white. So let's have a link there. So as you can see, so there's nothing too serious to get into here. I just want you to realize that on the right hand side, you've got the page settings, which is for the whole page as a whole, and then you've got the block editor, which is dependent on which block you've selected, okay? And you can do all sorts of changes. So if you have an image, the settings will be different for that block. If you have text, it'll be different. If you have a heading, it'll be different. If you have a bullet point list, it'll be different. So you need to play around with all of the different blocks available to make sure that you're familiar with how the block editor changes for each one. Now, on the left-hand side, let me move me over here now. Now, to add blocks, we'll go into this in a bit more detail shortly. You can click this plus button here, or this button at the top, this plus button here does the same thing. But this one shows all of the available blocks, okay? So if you're not sure what blocks you want to add, you can browse here and just see which one you want. So, you know, maybe, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let me pick. Let's be boring and pick a heading. And I can type in there, heading 2. Oh my God, I can't type. Okay, so this is how to add a block. Now you'd notice when I start a new block, when I open this, you only get a limited choice. But if you click this browse all button, you'll see that does exactly the same as opening this block selector section here. Okay, so that's that. I think we covered yesterday what this button does. If you click this, it'll take you back to the dashboard. Obviously, if you do it before saving, you lose all your changes. So make sure to save as draft before you click this if you're going to go back to the main admin. Next, we've got the tools. Now here we've got an edit option or select option. Now edit means you can come in here and you can just pick something and make some changes, whereas the select tool is used to highlight different blocks. So for me, I'm going to leave it on edit for now. Now, another cool feature is you've got the undo and redo. So if I want to undo the last change, I can click this and then it removes the text. If I want to complete that totally, it's gone. If I want to redo them, I can just click this. So if you make any mistakes, don't forget you've got these undo and redo options on the left-hand side. Next, we've got the document overview. So if we click that, we can see an overview of all of the items that are in our block editor. So we've got a paragraph, which is, this is my home page. We've got another paragraph, which is second block. We've got heading 2, which is here. And as you can see on the right-hand side, we're now seeing the block that's selected. And then we've got an empty paragraph here. So that's the document overview, which can be handy. Now the outline, this shows us what we've got in our document. So what headings we've got. So we can just see like how many characters, how many words. So it's just an outline of your page. All right, so we're going to close that. And there we go. So we've got a bit more space. We can see the page a bit better. Now along the top, we've got another block specific item. And this shows us, look, we're on the home page and we're dealing with a page. Now when I click that, first of all, if I'm not selecting any of the blocks, you'll see I just get a search. So I can search for commands and settings. If I select a block, so I'm selecting this paragraph with the green background, when I open this now, I get some options. So I can duplicate it, I can add a block before it, I can add a block after it, I can create a group, or I can delete it. So it's just some shortcuts for you for each block. Now for this one, what can be handy is sometimes you'll create a block and you think, I want to duplicate that block. Instead of having to rebuild the same block over and over again, if you need multiple blocks that look the same, being able to select a block and click duplicate is just going to save you a load of time. Okay, so that's one way that you can duplicate posts. So that's that. Now, one thing we just did cover is saving as draft. So I suggest you do this as often as possible, especially if you're on the page a long time. It does auto save, so you might see sometimes it'll just say saving, just so you know it's doing it itself. So that's cool. And then we've got this icon. So this icon is a tool that allows you to see, well, it does multiple things. First of all, it allows you to see what your website will look like on different devices. So you've got desktop, we can click tablet. So that's what it's going to look like when you're looking at it on an iPad or a tablet. And then mobile, it gives you an idea of what it's going to look like on a mobile. Okay, so I'm going to put it back to desktop. And then this preview in new tab, this allows us to see what the page is going to look like on a real life website before we've published it. So this will become, you know, a handy little companion of yours. So if you click this, it'll open up a new tab and we can see now what that page looks like. Okay, exactly like we've got in here. Okay, the only difference is our featured image is inserted above all of these blocks, which is what this is. All right. Now, next we've got this, which allows us to zoom out. So this will just basically put all of our blocks in view. So if I click this, everything's in view anyway, so it's not going to make much difference, but it just zooms it out so you can see the whole page in one view. Depending on the size of your screen, it'll depend on what you see. And then finally, we've got this setting option where we can hide this tool, this sidebar. So if I click this, it's disappeared. One of the most common issues I get asked is, you know, oh, my sidebar's disappeared. Don't panic, you just need to open it again here. So you've clicked a button and there is a shortcut for it, as you can see, which is Shift and Command. I don't know what it is on a Windows machine, but it can sometimes disappear. So if it's gone, just click this and you'll get it back, because, you know, it is quite handy to have this. But also it's just as handy to remove it so you can work on your page, you know, without any distractions left or right. So that's that. Now, before we click publish, I just want to have a look at some of the other options we've got here. So these are just visible options, things that will affect, you know, how you see things. So let me move me out the way again. So you've got top toolbar, you can see that if you want. Yeah, and if you want to get rid of it, you can. You just click it again. Distraction free, click it again. Spotlight mode, so it highlights the specific block that you're on. Sometimes it's hard to tell which block you're on, so maybe you like that feature. I'm just going to disable that for now. Then we've got different editors. So this is called the visual editor. So you're building your website exactly as what you're going to see on the front end. Now, if you decide that you want to see the code editor, you can click that and you'll see the page as a code editor. So everything here is now code. For this purposes, we want to be on the visual editor. And then we've got some tools here like keyboard shortcuts, copy all blocks, help, manage patterns, welcome guide, and preferences. So we can remove that. And that's what we've got left to do now, is to click publish. So let's do that. Let's publish. It'll ask us, are you ready to publish? It'll make sure that you're happy that you want it to be public. And when's it going to be published? So actually, I'm glad we've caught that. I want it to be now. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to test this website. So that was a good little catch there. And then we'll click publish. And then I can click view page. Let me just close it. I can click view page. And as you can see, we've now got WP Odyssey test /home-page. And then we can see the home page that we've created. Yeah, I know it's not an amazing page. We're not worried about that for now. But it's just showing you that, you know, we've created a page, we've saved it, and you've had a look around the dashboard section of the page. So as you can see here now, we've got this home-page. Now, one thing I said to you earlier on was that on a home page, you don't have that. It just goes to the base of the URL, so it should be on this. Now, the reason is because we haven't set that page to be the home page yet, but we'll be doing that in a moment. So let me just move me back over here and let's go back to this. Now, some of this we will have covered. So block editor basics. Now, understanding the block system. So the block editor uses individual blocks, so text, image, list. And as you've seen, they add on each line is a new block for flexible layout and design. Adding new blocks. So we use the plus icon to add blocks like paragraphs, images, or headings. Each block has customization options. You can also use the shortcode such as /. So as we saw, you can click the plus on the block, or you could click the plus on the left-hand side in the top left-hand corner, which we'll cover again now. And a shortcut is you can do / to start typing which block you want. So as you get familiar with the blocks that you want, you can access them quicker by just / and start typing the block that you want. Then we've got arranging layout. So you can use groups, columns, and spacer blocks to structure your content for a more professional appearance. And then previewing your layout. So regularly preview your page to see how it will appear live, helping catch any layout adjustments earlier. This is important because, like I said, one, it's important to save regularly, and two, previewing, because the front end might not look exactly like it does in the admin because of fonts and colors that your theme is already preset. So it's important that you do check to make sure that it's doing what you want it to do. So just to cover off that again, what we were showing you was, if we go back to here, we go back to pages, click on the home page, and as you can see, let's just remove these for now. Right, so we're going to delete that block. Delete that block. You can do it, there's several ways you can delete blocks. You can do it like this, delete block, delete block. So if I want to create a new block, like I said, you either click here and you can pick the shortcode of the most commonly used ones, or you can browse all. Like we said here, you can pick the ones, have a good search for the ones that you want, or you can / and then start typing. So if I want gallery, as you can see, as I'm typing, it's filtering out all the items that match what I'm typing. So I can click gallery here. So I can go either upload images, or I can go to the media library. Let's pick these 3 images that I've uploaded earlier, and I can click create a new gallery, insert gallery, and there we go. We've created a gallery with 3 images, okay? And what we just covered then is how to add the blocks as a block editor using the shortcodes, how to delete them, and how to customize the blocks. Whatever block you've selected will have different options here on the right hand side. All right. Now, working with text and media. So inserting text. Add text using paragraphs and heading blocks, ensuring consistent structure for readability. So when you want to add a heading, you need to add a heading block. When you just want to add a paragraph, you haven't got to add a paragraph block. You just write text. Adding images, so use the image block to upload images, or select from the media library. Adjust alignment and size for better layout control. Embedding videos and audio, so add multimedia with dedicated blocks for platforms like YouTube, or upload directly to make your page more dynamic. And then creating image gallery, which we've just done. So use gallery blocks to display a collection of images cohesively, perfect for visual storytelling or showcasing work. So as we just showed you here, if we go back to this, when you want to add a heading, you would just add / and you can see it's come up there already. So heading 1. You don't need to add / paragraph for text. So this is where content will go. And that's it. So that's how you add text. Obviously images. So you can just type in image. You can upload or go to media library. Just pick an image. There we go. That's there. If you don't want the featured image to appear, you can actually go to the page settings and remove the featured image, just so we don't want to duplicate images. And then we can click save. Now, because we've got a published page, we've now got this icon, and that's not to be confused with this icon. Now, in this drop down, this is preview. So this allows you to see changes before you saved or published them, okay? Whereas this one shows you the most recently saved page. So this is the most recently saved page here. But if I go underneath this and I add a new block, this item has not been saved yet. Now, if I go here and I click preview, you can see that that item is there, okay? But if I click this one to go and view the page, you can see it's not there because we haven't actually saved it yet. So the preview and the view are 2 different features that you need to be familiar with in here. So if I click save, and then I go to view page, because we've saved it now, that item is there. So just for you to be aware of that. Now, saving and publishing pages. So saving drafts, so use save draft to save your changes without making them public, letting you return to edit anytime. Like we said, it's important you do this as often as possible, especially if you go back to the admin, you don't want to lose any changes, just keep saving as you go. But you will notice that the WordPress editor will periodically save draft changes for you as well. So previewing your page, so preview to check how your how your layout, images and text appear before to visitors before publishing. So we've covered that, so make sure you use the preview tool to do that to make sure you're happy with it. Publishing options, so choose publish to make your site page live or schedule for a future date. Set visibility to public, private or password protected. So we've covered that already. You know how to do that in the page options on the right hand side. And then updating content. So once published, use the update to make edits. This has actually been changed to save now, so I need to update that, ensuring your page stays accurate and relevant. So as you can see here, if we go back to WordPress, let's close this down. We're in the page editor. Now, if I want to make a change to this and I want to call it 2, you'll see now that the update button, or it used to be the update button, is now changed to save. Okay, so if I make a change, I click save, and there we go. That'll then be updated and I can see that on the home page. That's that. Okay, so finally setting your home page. So now that we've created a home page, what we do is access your reading settings and go to settings, reading in your dashboard to find your home page options. I know we covered this yesterday, but we're actually going to do it this time. Set a static page. So under your home page displays, that's the option. Select a static page to set a custom page as your home page. And then you can select your home page. So this is where we said only published pages will appear. So if it's in draft, it won't appear. So from the drop down, choose the page to display as your home page. Optionally select a post page if you have blog. And then save changes. So click save changes to finalize your settings. So visitors see your chosen home page first. So just to show you how we do that. So we said in the admin, we're going to click this to go back to the WordPress dashboard. And under settings, we want to go to reading. And this is the option, your homepage displays. Now by default, it shows the latest post. And just to confirm that again, if I right click here and open in new tab, you'll see we're just seeing the default posts. Okay, and we've got Hello World here. That's our default post by Dan Davis. Now, we don't want that. We want our new awesome homepage to be on display. So I click this. I want a static page. And then below, you get the options here. So what is your homepage? Now, I've got 2 pages that have been published and are visible, and they're appearing here. So I want my homepage to be my homepage. Now, I don't have a post page at the moment. We haven't created that. So I'm going to leave that blank. And then I'm going to click save. So now, when I go to my homepage, click open in new tab, we're going to see this amazing homepage. So now, as you can see in the top navigation bar, there is no /homepage. We've just got wpodysseytest.com, and that shows our homepage. So that's how we set our new page to be our homepage. All right, and that's that. Okay, so just to summarize what we've done, we've added a new page. So we learned how to create a new page in WordPress, starting with the essentials to build content. Now you can use this to build out your other pages. So you can now create your home page, your about page, your contact page, services page. You can use this method of adding pages to create any pages that you're going to need. We've covered the block editor basics. So hopefully now you familiarize yourself with the block editor for flexible layout options and streamlined content management. And then inserting media, and I've shown you how to add text, images, and other media elements to enrich your page and enhance visual appeal. And then saving and publishing. So understand how to save drafts, preview your work, and publish your page for visitors. And finally, we've learned how to set the home page. So we configured a specific page as your home page to give users a custom view of your site. Generally speaking, when I create a new website, what I'll do is I'll create a brand new page called Home. I'll save it with nothing on it, and then I'll assign that page to be the home page straight away, just so that's that done. Because once you've done it once, you haven't got to change it or do it ever again. So that's why I do that. Okay, so let's get to work. Now, I know that lesson hasn't giving you a homepage that you can actually use. That wasn't the point of it. We'll be covering that in the next course, which is customizing your website. So we'll be going into how to create like a beautiful looking website. Then this was just for you to have something where you could learn, get familiar with the dashboard, get understanding how pages are created, what you can do with pages, how blocks work. And I think that's what we've achieved with this video. So hopefully you found it useful. You know, I'm always looking for feedback. So, you know, if you've got anything you want to say, there'll be a pinned post below. I'm happy for you to, you know, drop me a comment, give me some advice or tips of what you think would be better. But if you've got any questions on this lesson, again, that's the same place. Let's have a conversation in there. I'll try and answer as quickly as I possibly can. And yeah, I think that covers this lesson. So, you know, hopefully we'll hear from you soon. And in the next video, we'll be talking about what we do in the next step. So, you know, what the course is going to cover. And, you know, I'll go into a bit more detail on the structure of that. But yeah, so that's what we do. So hopefully you've enjoyed it. And we'll see you on the next one. See you soon. All right, so welcome back. So now we've got our first WordPress site created. You know, we've covered a lot so far in this course. You know, we've gone from, you know, learning about what WordPress is, history of websites. We've got hosting, we've got domain name all set up, we've set up our website. We've gone all the way through to creating a homepage, and we're now familiar with the WordPress dashboard. So the next steps, we just want to talk about what comes next. So obviously, some of you are going to be watching this on YouTube, some of you are going to be watching this in the free community, and some of you are going to be watching this in the paid community. So I just want to explain what comes next for each one of you. So let me just move me out of the way here, and we'll just get started with this. So yeah, next steps. So here's what we're going to cover. So introduction to advanced WordPress topics, customizing your site, essential plugins. Then we'll look at a preview of site security essentials, a preview of performance optimization. We'll have a sneak peek into the advanced modules, and then we'll look at the next steps in your WordPress journey. So as always, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. Obviously, pro tip, if you want to save some time, you can watch it at a faster speed. Okay, introduction to advanced WordPress topics. Now, discover how to expand beyond the basics with tools and techniques that elevate your site's functionality and performance. Now, obviously, up to this point, we've just covered the foundations. We wanted to get you familiar with WordPress. Hopefully, you feel a bit more comfortable inside the dashboard now. There's nothing there that's too scary. But now we need to move on to some advanced topics. Exploring upcoming modules. So get a sneak peek into essential topics like customization, plugins, security, and optimization to understand what's next in your WordPress journey. Now, it goes without saying, the first thing we need to do is we need to be able to build a website, and that's what comes under the customization. We need to be able to customize what we've got, and I want everybody that's watching this or following me to be able to do that. So the whole point of this is that anyone on YouTube, anyone in the free community, and everyone in the paid community needs to be able to build a website as a minimum. Okay, so what we've done now is we've given you the foundations. The next course, we're going to move on to being able to build a website, and that's what I want everybody to be able to do. And then obviously after that, there are advanced modules, which, you know, if you want to join the paid community, you can, and you will get those. But that's the choice that you can make. But as a minimum, you need to be able to build WordPress websites, and that's what I want to make sure that you've got. But we want to explore the upcoming modules. Now, customization. So learn about the possibilities for tailoring your site's appearance and layout with advanced options covered in depth in the later course. And that's the next course, so course number 2. Essential plugins. So understand the value of key plugins that improve your site's functionality, and setting the stage for deeper exploration in future lessons. So again, to be able to build a website, you're going to need to be able to use some plugins. So we're going to cover that. You're definitely going to have that as cover, but obviously we're not going to go in as much depth on the free course as we are in the paid course. But I want to make sure that you understand whatever, you know, when it comes to plugins, what's important and what you need. And then continuing your journey. So gain insights into the pathway to mastering WordPress with advanced training and resources available in the pro community. So, you know, there is 2 communities. Obviously the free one, I want to make sure everyone has a certain level of, you know, WordPress skill. And if you want to take it further and you think this is something that you want to do and you want to take on, then obviously there's the option there available to you. So the first one we said was customizing your site. Now this is available for everybody. I want to make sure everybody has got the option to customize their site. Now we're not going to go into that now. I just want to touch on it so that you understand what we're going to be doing. So customizing your site. Explore how to personalize your WordPress site to align with your brand and vision. Adjusting colors and fonts. So modifying the color palette and typography to create a cohesive look and feel to your site. Configuring layout options, so customize page layout and sections to optimize your user experience and site navigation. Adding custom images and media, so incorporate unique images, logos and media elements to enhance your site's design. And then tweaking the appearance settings, so utilize the WordPress customizer for site-wide visual adjustments with ease. Now, I think it might be easier at this stage just to show you if we go inside the paid community. Now, at the moment, I'm building this all out. So this video is going to get updated over time because at the moment it's all relatively new and I've got a lot of work to do to make sure I've got everything rolled out. Now, I had to start at the beginning. So this first course, which is WordPress Foundation, is what we're filming and rolling out at the moment. As you can see, you're here, so you're in the Beyond the Basics. It's what the next steps are. And as you can see, I've categorized these into folders. And this looks the same inside the paid and the free school. But what you'll get access to will vary depending on which one that you're in. So customizing your site. Now at the moment, we haven't filmed this yet. I've got it all planned out. Once I finish this video tomorrow, we'll be moving on to that. So this will start rolling out straight away. Now, what we're going to cover in this. So we're going to cover choosing and installing a theme, building a home page with the block editor. We're going to cover page builders, so an overview and the basics, creating additional pages. You're going to need more than just a home page. And then we'll cover menus, navigation and widgets, customizing your site and enhancing your site with basic CSS tweaks. So by the end of this, you'll be able to build a website and I'll show you all the tools you need to be able to do that. So that's what's going to be coming next course. Now, if we flick back to this, I want to cover essential plugins because your website more than likely is going to need some additional functionality. So for example, you're going to need like a contact form. This is where we talk about some of the additional functionality and how we do that. So you can add plugins that do basically anything, but I want to talk about the essential plugins, ones that you a must have. So introduction to plugins. So understand the role plugins play in extending WordPress functionality and how to select reliable ones. Because obviously they're not all reliable. You can pick some bad ones. So I want to make sure that you're familiar with that. Installing and managing plugins. So learn how to install, activate, deactivate, and remove plugins from your WordPress site, and obviously how to manage them. Key plugin categories. So we'll explore essential plugins for SEO, backup, security, performance, and contact forms to enhance your site. Best practices for plugins. So tips for avoiding conflicts, managing updates, and ensuring optimal performance in plugins. And then exploring advanced plugins. So a brief overview of optional tools for specific needs such as WooCommerce or page builders. With this topic, I think within the free side of the course, because I want to make sure everyone has got the ability to build websites, there's going to be elements of this course, the essential plugins course, in the free community, but not everything. Some of it will be held back for the paid community. And then here's some of the other sections that we'll go. So we'll preview of site security essentials. So understanding basic security. So learn the importance of securing your WordPress site and the common vulnerabilities to address. Now, it goes without saying, if you're using WordPress, you are going to come across security issues. It is the most popular platform. It's the most targeted platform. So yeah, the only time you run into problems is if you don't stay on top of things. And what we're going to teach you is how to make sure that you do that. And then backups basics. So discover why regular backups are essential and how they safeguard your site against potential risks. Security plugin overview. So explore beginner-friendly plugins like WordFence and security to protect your site from threats. There's others that we're going to cover as well, but they're just some of the most well-known free ones that we can use. Updating WordPress securely, so learn how to keep your core themes and plugins up to date without compromising your site. This is going to be key. One of the most important things is to make sure that your WordPress site is kept up to date. there's a stat, and I think I wish I knew it off the top of my head, but I think it's like 90% of compromises are because, WordPress sites are not kept up to date. So I'm going to be drilling it into you how important WordPress updates are. So that's something that we'll cover under the essential plugins, or under the security section. Strong passwords and user roles, so understanding the importance of security credentials and assigning appropriate roles to users. So this is just a preview, and I think if we flip back and forth between what's actually in these modules, you'll get to see some of the things that we're going to cover. So yeah, I think it's a good point to cover this. So essential plugins, that's something that's important. So we're going to be covering introduction to plugins, SEO essentials, backups and security plugins, optimizing site performance, enhancing functionality, compliance and analytics, and optional tools for specific needs. I wanted to add this content creation blueprint in as well. So in there, we'll be covering things like creating pages and posts, using the block editor, so going into more detail of how to use the Gutenberg block editor, formatting content for readability, and obviously that includes for search engines, adding and managing media, creating a blog, managing comments, and then there's be a bonus module in here, how to leverage ChatGPT for content creation. Now, going into security, this is my bread and butter. This is the bit that I love about WordPress, and making sure that your website is safe and secure. So we'll cover introduction to website security, backup basics, updating WordPress securely, essential security plugins, securing user accounts, configuring your login page, server and file security, advanced security hardening, preventing information disclosure, and ongoing security practices. Okay, so lots to cover there, but that's obviously only inside the paid community. Now, next we've got, so once you've got your website built, you've got your website, it's, it looks pretty, it looks good, you've got your content in there, you've ensured that you've now got a secure lockdown website. The next step is getting the performance out of the website, making it as fast as possible, which is going to help with your ranking and user experience. So in this module, in this course, we're going to cover understanding website performance. So discover why speed and optimization are crucial for user experience and SEO rankings. Caching basics, so we'll learn how to cache, how cache can drastically improve your site's load times and overall performance. Everyone wants the fastest website possible. So some of the reasons for that is caching, and we'll be covering that in great detail. Image optimization essentials, so explore tools and techniques to compare and optimize images without losing quality. Plugins and performance, so get an overview of performance enhancing plugins like WP Rocket and Smush. So again, we're just adding plugins that are already designed and built to create better performance of your website, but they need configuring. So that's what we'll be covering. And then monitoring speed. So understand how tools like Google PageSpeed Insights to assess and improve your site performance. Now, if we look at that module in the paid community, you can see performance optimization. Now, this is going to be a whole course. So why speed matters, caching basics, image optimization, minimizing HTTP requests, testing and monitoring performance, reducing plugin overload, and implementing a content delivery network. So, they may change, but this is like an outline for you just to see what is coming, what I'm going to be recording. And these are going to be filmed in order. And my goal is to try and get as much of this filmed before Christmas. Being the end of November now, it's going to be tight. But that is something that is going to be, it's just a priority for me that I get this rolled out as quickly as possible. Okay, next, let's have a sneak peek into the advanced modules. Now, upcoming advanced modules, explore what lies ahead from e-commerce to advanced customization techniques for unique WordPress sites. So I want to make sure that you've got the ability as well to create e-commerce sites, because, WordPress is now not just a blogging platform or something that's used for, business websites. There are so many WordPress e-commerce sites, and that's built using a plugin called WooCommerce. So that's something I want to cover. I want to make sure that you're comfortable and familiar and capable of creating e-commerce sites, because if you're going to be building websites for clients, this is going to be a request that you're going to get. So theme development insights. So as I've said, early on in this course, customizing, we'll be using off-the-shelf themes or creating our own, building our own using page builders. But I want the skill set, I want the knowledge for you to have in creating your own themes, because once you can create your own themes, you're in total control. Not only will it help with, being able to build exactly what you want, you won't have any limitations. You'll also get better performance, because you're not, with page builders, they tend to add a lot of unnecessary code into your website, which can make them slow and sluggish. When you build your own themes, you can control what goes into it. So you're limiting any bloat or lag that your website may have. So, you may not be thinking now that you want to go into development, that's fine, but it's something I want to cover for the people that do feel that they want to go down that route. And then managing client sites. Now, if you got to this point and you're building websites and you're developing themes, you're going to have requests from customers. Because for me, when I started building websites, the natural request I had from customers then was, well, will you look after my website for me? So that's how we evolved into basically offering hosting. You don't have to go into that, but we offer hosting and then we offer maintenance. So, when a customer wants to make any changes to the website, they'll just send us the request and we'll do it. And then we can set up maintenance plans for them. And then that can set up like a recurring income model for our business, which, makes things a lot easier. And then growing your WordPress business. So learn the essentials of client acquisition, setting up your business and building recurring revenue. And then expanding your skills. So get an introduction to tools like advanced custom fields, page builders, and other specialized features to take your sites to the next level. Now, the next steps in your journey. Now, obviously, for now, you can continue. If you're on the free path, you're in YouTube or you're in the free community, you can continue with the free journey, learn enough to get your first WordPress site up and running with essential tools and techniques. As I said from the start, I want you to be able to build WordPress websites, okay? Obviously, inside the free community. So yeah, first of all, if you're watching it on YouTube, then you need to join the free school community. I'll put a link below. Inside the free school community, I've got a weekly Q&A session. I don't know how long we're going to run that for, but for now, I want to offer as much help as possible. So, one session every week. I think it's going to be running on a Friday. So, you can jump on. It's like a Zoom call. You can ask me questions, and I'm there to help and support you along the way. And you've got, obviously, in the community, you'll have all of these videos that are on YouTube. You'll have, not the whole course, but you'll get enough so you can be able to build websites and understand what plugins that you need, essential plugins. So you can continue on that route, and if that's all you want to learn how to do is to build a website for somebody, then maybe your journey stops there. There's no need for any more. Now, exploring WP Odyssey Pro. Now, gain access to advanced courses, live support and resources designed to master WordPress beyond the basics. So the whole point of WP Odyssey is there's more course, so there's more material for you to learn and advance your knowledge on WordPress, all of the things that we've covered. And just to show you, if I go back to this course, you can see everything that's going to be included. So in the free, we're basically going to have WordPress foundations and customizing a site, and maybe we'll touch on essential plugins because I want to make sure that you've got a website that's actually functional. And then inside the paid course, we'll have more on the essential plugins, content creation blueprint, site security essentials, performance optimization, SEO and analytics, e-commerce, building with WooCommerce so you can build e-commerce websites, theme development because we want to go down that route. It might not be for everybody, but I want to teach everyone how to build WordPress websites from scratch using code. And then I want to go into like growing your business, so having a WordPress business and finding clients, basically creating a business, doing what I do, and then managing and maintaining client websites. So obviously once you've got websites that you're managing for customers, you need to have the ability to and the knowledge of what you've got to do every month or every week to make sure that you stay on top of that. So that's everything that's going to be included in the Pro. But not only that, like I said, we've got the calendar. And in here, starting from next month, we're going to be running 3 times a week. So on Monday, Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to run live Q&A. So you can jump on, ask questions. And we're going to be teaching a new topic in there as well. So we'll probably do we'll teach a new topic and then we'll do Q&A. So, these are going to be really valuable. And like I said, we're going up to 3 times a week next month. And then obviously we've got the community here, which, you know, as it stands, this community, the paid one, it's very small. You know, I haven't promoted it or launched it because I haven't got enough in there yet, but this is going to grow. And, you know, there'll be a lot of support, but as you can see, there's things being posted in there already. Yeah, exploring WP Odyssey Pro, unlocking your full potential. So discover the exclusive benefits of WP Odyssey Pro, including deep dives into SEO, e-commerce, security, more. Not, like I said, not only that, I think what's important is in that community, you know, there's going to be all the live replays. They're going to be there forever. So if you're in the community, you've got access to those. You know, we're going to be talking about resources. It's basically going to be everything you need for WordPress. There's going to be nothing left out. And if there is something left out, you can ask me for it, you can request it, and we'll create something for it to make sure that you're comfortable that you're using something, you know how to use it. So that's what the WP Odyssey is all about. It's about giving absolutely everything to everyone that's in there, okay? And currently the price is, this is not like a sales pitch, but the price will grow as the course and the material in there grows. At the moment, there's not much in there because it's brand new. We're just rolling it out. You know, we're in the foundation section, so it's only $29 a month. Now, if you sign up at $29 a month, that's your price for forever until you leave. But in the new year, when there's more course in there, we'll be putting the price up, and then when you join, you'll pay that price. So yeah, there's a lot to consider, but you know, it might be for you, it might not be. There's no pressure or stress. If you want it, then that's where we are. So stay connected. So if you're in the free community, engage with the free community, ask questions and access upcoming live sessions to support your learning journey. And then in terms of your next move, so decide how far you want to take WordPress mastery. You know, your journey begins here. So like I said, you know, I said it at the start, WordPress is a journey, not a destination. You will constantly be learning new things, and having WP Odyssey as a community is something that I wish I had when I started. It would have accelerated my learning. You know, I don't know, I can't even quantify how much it would have accelerated it, because when you're on your own and you're working on your own, you don't know if you're doing things right. You don't know, you've got no one to ask questions to. You're just there doing things, trying to work them out, and you know, you can get by, but you can accelerate your earnings just by having a lot more support. So yeah, so in summary, just to go through this, so we've covered the advanced WordPress topics, a glimpse into the skills and tools that you need to take your sites to the next level. Customizing your site, so learn how to enhance your site's appearance and functionality with foundational techniques. Essential plugins, so discover must-have plugins to optimize and secure your website. And then we've given you a sneak peek into security and performance and some of the other modules. Prepare for critical modules that safeguard and enhance your site. And then, you know, we've just covered your WordPress journey. So understand the roadmap ahead and the resources available to support your growth. So for me, that's really it for this module. I just wanted everyone to be clear on where they go from now, because, you know, that's all I've taught you so far is the foundations. You've got that. You've got the foundations now. You've been able to set up your hosting, get your domain, set up a website, get familiar with the dashboard. Everyone's going to go with me now to the next point where we can build websites. That's so important. But then obviously where you go from there, that's up to you, okay? But if you've got any questions, whatever community or whatever platform you're on, just ask the questions. I will get back to you. I will answer. I'm here to help. You know, if you want a call to discuss things, then I'm happy to do that, or jump on one of the Zoom live calls in one of the communities. You know, I'm here to help as much as possible. So hopefully you found that useful, or as always, there's a pinned post below. I'm happy for you to give me some feedback. You know, this is all new, or it's all going to change, it's all going to get better. And yeah, I'm just here to teach everything that I know about WordPress that I've learned over the last 15 years. So yeah, hopefully you found that useful. And yeah, we'll see you now in the next course where we'll be customizing your WordPress website. So yeah, have a good one. All right, so welcome back. So by now you've got your WordPress website set up. You know, we've learned all the foundations, should have completed everything in the foundation course. And we're now at the point where we're going to start to look to build our first WordPress website. Now, the first step in that process is choosing and installing a theme. So that's where we're going to start today. So let me just move me out the way, put me over there. And as you can see, we'll start with this. So choosing and installing a theme. So here's what we're going to cover today. So one, the role of themes, just so you understand what themes are. Browsing and selecting a theme. Key considerations for choosing a theme. Installing and activating a theme. And then theme settings and site identity. So by the end of this video, we'll have that installed. And in the next video, we'll go into building some pages using those themes. Okay, so warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And obviously a pro tip, if you want to save some time, you can watch it at a faster speed. So the role of themes. Now, what are themes? Themes control the overall appearance and layout of your WordPress site, including design, fonts, colors, and structure. They offer pre-built templates to give your site a cohesive look without coding. So any site that you go on, you'll notice that it's got like a style and a feel to it, and that's what the theme does. So, for example, if we take a look here, if we look at this website, this one's got a specific style and theme to it, and that's because that's the template, the theme that it's using. Okay, then you compare that to the White House, very formal, very different in terms of layout. But this is a theme. So as whoever's using this website creates more pages, they'll have the same look and feel for this, and it sort of matches the style of the White House. Whereas this one, this is a bit of fun. This is an area in Cardiff which is known for its street signs. This has got that sort of style and theme. So every website has its own style and theme, and it's important, that you understand what a theme is and what it does. So it just gives the total appearance and style of the website. It gives it its own identity. So why themes matter? So a well-chosen theme ensures your website is visually appealing, user-friendly, and aligns with your brand identity, creating a lasting impression on visitors. So this is true. This is just what we touched on. Now, if you gave the Inksplot theme, the one that we did to the White House, it just wouldn't go together. So you've got to make sure that you're picking a theme that matches your brand. Imagine the White House using this. It just wouldn't make sense. Okay, so that's why a theme matters, because it just gives that first impression of someone that lands on your website or your client's website. That's the impression that they're going to get. So making sure you pick the right theme. So themes and functionality. So themes can also provide built-in functionality such as sliders, custom layouts, or integration with specific plugins, extending your site's capability. So depending on what theme you pick, you'll have different options available to you, and some of them will have like their own functionality as well. So for example, some of them may require WooCommerce because they're an online store. You wouldn't use an online store theme for a blog. So just bear that in mind when you're looking at themes and you're picking themes, that you're picking ones that have the the functionality that you need. Customization potential. So some themes allow deep customization, letting you tweak settings or even custom code to match your unique vision. And this is something we'll cover when you're picking a theme. You just need to go into detail to make sure that you're happy with the level of customization, because some of them, they're pretty rigid, and what you get, that's it. You can only just fit your content into it and you can't do any more. Some of them are so flexible on the other extreme that you can, literally just change the way that they look to match what you need. So, that's just something that you're going to have to get used to as you start using more and more themes. And then one thing that's important is that you understand is the difference between the free and premium theme. So understand the distinction between free themes, so they're accessible and basic, and then the premium themes, which are feature rich with dedicated support. So at this point, I think it's just important. The main thing is that it's important that you just understand that there are different themes. There are free ones and there are paid ones, and we'll go into more detail on those in a moment. Okay, so browsing and selecting a theme. So for free themes, so accessing free themes, so explore the WordPress theme repository for thousands of free themes directly from Appearance Themes in your dashboard. And just to show you that, when you go to your WordPress dashboard, which we're in now, let me just do something here. So when you go to your dashboard, like I said, you go to Appearances, Themes. I'm sure we've touched on this before, and you can see the themes that you've got at the moment. This is our active theme, and then these are our inactive themes. Now, if I want to add a new theme, click Add New Theme, and as you can see here, we've got over 7,119 free themes to choose from, and these are all free. Okay, so this is where you would go to find your free theme. Now, understanding paid themes. So consider premium themes from marketplaces like ThemeForest or independent developers for advanced features, unique designs, and dedicated support. So if you're looking for free themes, there are marketplaces on the line. You know, you can search online for WordPress premium themes, and you'll find independent websites that will be selling themes. Okay, so like a business will create themes and sell it. But these marketplaces make it easy for you to browse, compare, and buy themes. So a popular one, this is one I used to use, you know, back in the day when I used to use off-the-shelf themes. This one's called ThemeForest. It's owned by Envato. And yeah, they sell themes for every kind of website. You can see like Shopify, Jamstack, marketing, e-commerce, UI templates, Elementor, so you name it, they sell lots of different things on your basically themed templated items that you can use over again. So for us, we're looking for WordPress themes. So you've got this WordPress tab here. You can click on that, and then you can see all of the WordPress themes that they've got available. All right, so that's where I would suggest that you go when you're looking for a premium theme, if a free theme is not suitable for you. I'll put links below anyway, so don't worry. So using search and filters. So use filters to find themes based on criteria like industry or layout, whether free or premium. So again, if you're in the dashboard of your website and you want a specific theme, then you can filter them, because obviously 7,000 is a lot. Popular is a way that you can see what's being used at the moment. If you want to filter, you can use this feature, filter feature, and then you can pick, right, okay, well look, I want an e-commerce theme, and I want a custom header with footer widgets. Then I can just click apply filter, and then, you know, we're now down to 1900. So you can keep using the filter to find specific themes to try and narrow down what it is that you're looking for. Again, on the free WordPress themes, you're going to be limited with the filter as well, but you can filter. And then in the paid community, in the paid marketplace in Vanto, you can actually search by, you know, what you want. So if it is an e-commerce that you want, you can click here, and then you can scroll down. You can see these are all the ones that actually will work as e-commerce. So when you're browsing, just use the filters to try and, you know, narrow down what you're looking for, and that'll obviously save you some time, you know, picking the wrong themes. Okay, so now we've got previewing and comparing themes. So preview themes to see how they look on demo sites, compare free themes for simplicity and paid themes for additional functionality, and then evaluating value. So decide whether free themes, decide between free and paid themes for considering your budget, the required customization, and the long-term scalability of your site. So, you know, this is something you need to think ahead of, you know, what sort of things you're going to be doing with your website, because if you decide that you want to build a WooCommerce website in the future, but you pick a non-WooCommerce theme now, you might find yourself having to rebuild the site down the line. So just try and think ahead. Sometimes that's hard when you're building a website for your client, but just try and get as much out of them as possible. But just to show you quickly in terms of previewing a theme, inside the WordPress dashboard. So if I go to Appearance, Themes, Add New Theme, now you can see we've got a good selection of themes here. If I want to just see what this one would look like on my website, then I can just click this preview button. And you can see this is not doing a very good job of giving me an idea of what this would look like. It looks nothing like the demo site. So sometimes you're going to come across that because you haven't populated your website yet. It's got nothing to use to give you an idea of what this would look like if you used it. if we go to block editor and I scroll down to this one, Spectra one, and I want to preview this, this is a lot better. So this is now using some dummy content to create a home page for me, so I can start to visualize what I could build if I chose this theme. And as you can see, this looks pretty professional. It's pretty generic, but it's clean. I don't think anyone would complain if they landed on this website and thought, okay, what does this guy do? Obviously, you'd populate it with your own content, your own images, but it does everything that I want. Okay, so you can use the preview tool in WordPress to get an idea. Then obviously if you like what you're looking at, then you can install it. But for now, you're not going to install that one. But that just gives you an idea of the preview tool. And like I said, some of the preview tools work better than others. So if they don't work and they're not for you, then you can move on to the next one. But yeah, that's the preview tool. Now, if you're looking at paid themes, these actually work pretty good as well. So if I let's go to popular items to have a look. We got Woodmart, let's pick that one. Okay, so if I click on that to go into it, it's got its own page. So this is where you can buy it, you can read reviews, you can look at comments, see what the support is, see how many sales they've had for this, so they're doing pretty good. And then what's important here is this live preview. Okay, so when you click the live preview button on any theme in the marketplace, what generally happens is sometimes you get taken to the demo site. Okay, so this is not the demo site. This is Woodmart's website. And what they're saying here is, it's like their sales page. So they're showing you what's available. But what's good is, within Woodmart, it looks like they've got different theme options inside the theme. So you buy the template, the theme that they're offering, you can buy it. And then inside that, you can choose different layouts. So for example, you can see here, these are all the different versions that they've got. So it's saying they've got 89. So if I know I'm going to be, building something that, is selling furniture, then I can click furniture, and these are all the different furniture examples. And then I can pick one of these to look at, to see what it would look like for me. So if I pick this one, this is now a demo theme, so I can see and start to visualize how this would work for me. So if I thought, amazing, this looks great, let's have a look. I can see what the shop pages look like, so I can see what the menu looks like. And hopefully you can see the difference now between a paid theme and a free theme, like what you get with it. But this gives me an idea of what my website would look like. All right, so that's how to preview your themes when you're looking at buying something. So key considerations for choosing a theme. So 1, responsiveness. So ensure the theme adapts seamlessly to different devices and screen sizes for optimal user experience. I think it's fair to say now that this is a given. You have to have a website that's responsive. If it's not, I think you'd probably struggle to find a template that's not responsive, but you need to make sure that you've done everything you can to make sure it's responsive, because you have to accept that probably half of your traffic now will come from mobile devices. So if your website is not looking good on a mobile, you're going to lose traffic, you're going to lose customers and lose business, because people are just going to bounce off. Google are going to prioritize mobile websites as well on mobile searches. So, goes without saying, you need to make sure that your website's responsive. So, customization options. So look for themes that allow easy adjustment for colors, fonts, and layouts without needing advanced coding skills. Now, obviously, you don't need to code these because they're pre-built themes, but someone has developed this theme, and some of them will have developed, like I said earlier, very limited options for you to change. So what you see is what you get. You just got to edit your text and your photos. And other ones will have, far too many options that they might feel overwhelming to you. But it's better to have more options than none, I guess, because you want to be able to pick and choose what your website's going to look like. So yeah, that's one thing I would keep an eye out, is what customization options there are available. And I'll show you how to do that in a second. And then performance. So choose a theme that is lightweight and optimize for speed to enhance your site's loading times and SEO. Now, being new to WordPress, this is something that's going to become apparent to you as you start to build out your website, you start off small, so you've got probably, not the best hosting. You pick a theme, you then start adding your images, you start adding content, and you may find that your website's not the fastest. Now, there's loads of factors for that, and there'll be loads of things that you can do to make it faster, which we're going to cover, further down the line. But you just want to make sure that whoever's theme you're choosing are giving you every opportunity to make it faster. So that's why choosing a theme that offers, something that's lightweight is going to obviously help. You don't want something big and clunky. And, there's some of the things I'll show you now to look out for when you're picking a theme. And then we've got support and updates. So prioritize themes with regular updates and responsive support, especially for premium themes. So if you're going to pick a free theme, I think you've got to accept that, support will be minimal and, updates will be less frequent because no one's getting paid to improve that theme. I think there will be a level of updates coming from free themes because they'll have to do it to, make sure that they keep their spot on the marketplace. But going for a premium theme, you're going to see that because there's a team of developers behind it getting paid as everyone's buying these templates, you're going to find that there's going to be a lot more support and a lot more updates. And that's something that's going to be something that you need to look out for. And then compatibility. So verify that the theme works smoothly with essential plugins and the latest version of WordPress. Now, inside the WordPress dashboard, that's a little bit more tricky to do. When you're looking for a free theme, there's not much you can really do because you'll get limited information. So for example, if we view this one, we can see, look, Spectra One is a beautiful and modern WordPress theme built with the full site editing FSE feature. It's a versatile theme that it can be used for blogs, portfolios, businesses, and more. Spectra One comes with a sleek and professional design that will make your website stand out from the crowd. You can see here, look, this is not for e-commerce, so you wouldn't use this for e-commerce. You'd use this for like a brochure website or anything that says here, like blog, portfolio, and business, okay? So that's what you'd be looking up for there. But you can't see from this, if it's going to be fast. You can't see if it's going to be compatible with certain plugins because the free ones don't. You just got to assume that they will, and the chances are they probably will because they're up to date on the WordPress repository. But when you go to paid plugins, this is where you're going to, be able to play around and look into it a bit more. So what you'll see is on the right-hand side, you'll get some, valuable information that's important. So one here, last update, 27th of November, 2024. Today's the 29th of November. So this theme had an update 2 days ago, and it's been out since 2017. So we know this is actively kept up to date. So that's a bonus. We know that's a good thing. You can see it's compatible with Facebook, Elementor, Elementor Pro, WooCommerce 9, WooCommerce 8, WooCommerce 7, WP Page, Bakery Builder, and WPML, which is a translation plugin. So, we know this is compatible with everything that we need, okay? And the developers themselves will generally tell you in their description here below, so you can see. Obviously now there's a Black Friday sale or Cyber Monday, whatever it's called, sale coming up. So you can see this is compatible with Gutenberg. It's compatible with Elementor, WP Bakery. We can see that there's 88 pre-built templates in here. I think that was 89 now when we looked. So we know the customization options are going to be good for this one. Optimize for Google page speed. So this is a bonus as well. We said we want to make sure that it's fast. So we've detailed instructions about how to optimize your website performance with real examples. Responsive and Retina, so optimize for mobile devices. Again, everything that we've put in that list, this template is telling us it's got, okay? So this would be a good one if you were looking to build a WooCommerce website, okay? Because it's got everything that we're looking for. Now, another thing to bear in mind is that you can look at reviews, so you can see reviews. This one's got 4.92 out of 5 from over 3,000 reviews, so we know it's good. And then you can check comments as well. If you're really not sure and you want to make sure, you can check the comments and see what people are saying, what problems. And this is always a good sign. So if someone's leaving a comment an hour ago and the author has replied to it, you know that they're active. So if you stumble across any problems, you can come here, ask a question, and someone's going to answer it for you from the development team. So, this would be a good theme. There's nothing that would jump out to me that why you wouldn't want to buy that theme if you're looking to build a site. All right, a WordPress site, a WooCommerce site. So there's some of the things to look out for. Okay, so now that we know what themes are and how to find them, the next step is installing and activating a theme. So accessing the theme repository, navigate to Appearances, Themes in your WordPress dashboard and click Add New to explore available options. So we'll go back to that now in a second. Uploading a theme. So for purchased or custom themes, use the Upload Theme option to install a zip file directly from your device. So if you've bought one from ThemeForest, when you buy it, you'll get a license. They'll send you you'll be able to log in and download the theme, and it'll be a zip file. You then need to upload that into WordPress. So we'll show you that in a second. Previewing the theme, so we've done that already. So use the live preview feature to see how the theme will look on your site before activating it. And this goes for themes that you purchase. So as we showed you in the WordPress dashboard just now, you can only preview the free ones because that's all's in there. But when you install a theme, before you activate it, so there's installing and then activating. So just before you would activate it, you can preview it. So this is where you could preview a paid theme. And then activating the theme. So click Activate once you've selected a theme to apply it to your WordPress site. And then finally, post activation check. So review your site to ensure the theme displays correctly and make any necessary adjustments. So if we switch back to our WordPress dashboard, let me just close these down. We don't need that now. So inside Appearances, Themes, if you were going to upload something that you've purchased, so you'd click Add New Theme, and then you'd click Upload. And this is where you would add your zip file. So you'd either drag and drop it into here, or you'd click Browse, choose File, and then you'd search your computer for the file, install it, and then you would get presented with that theme and ready to activate it. Okay? So, but for this demonstration, what we're going to do now is the whole point of this course is to help you build your first website. And I want to show you how to do it as quickly, as cheaply as possible. Okay? So for me, we're going to go with this Astra theme. Okay? So I can preview this. And as you can see, gives us a rough idea. There'll be different options and layouts, but I just want to show you how quickly we can build a WordPress website. Okay? So for me, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this layout. For our demo site, I'm just going to install it. Now, because I know the Astra theme, I know, we're not going to build something that looks like this. Don't worry, we're going to build something different. You can build whatever you want with Astra, which is great. They have a free and a paid version, but for you, I just want to show you how to build a free website, basically. So for this, let's install it. So you click this install button and just wait a second, and then I can activate it. So there we go, I've activated this theme. So now we're not using the 2024 plugin, we're using this. Now, just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to open my website so I can see what it looks like. Not much has changed, okay? So you can see it's got this new footer at the bottom and it's got a new header, which we can't see because everything is white. But the point is, we've activated the theme, okay? Now, one thing we said here was activating the theme, which we've done, and then post-activation checks. So sometimes when you activate your theme, you'll see a big difference in what is on display. Now, this section here is what we built out in our first course, in the foundation course, where we just created our first page using the block editor. That's carried over because the content is still inside this homepage. Okay, so that's just basically the body of the website. So the body of the website is here, but the theme has given us this heading and it's given us the footer, and it'll give us the general style and feel of the website. So for me, my post-activation checks are, it's installed, it's working, but we got some work to do now to make it look good. All right. So if I go back to the dashboard, one thing you'll notice is that when you install a theme, quite often you'll get theme-specific options. So here we've got Astra, and if I click on that dashboard, you'll see now I've got Astra, because that's the theme we're using, options, okay? There's videos, there's guides, there's the customize option, there's the site builder, and then Spectra, which we'll cover in a moment, all right? So that's our post-activation checks. Everything's working, that's fine. Now, customizing your theme. So this is theme settings and site identity. So accessing the customizer. So go to Appearances, Customize, to open the WordPress theme customizer and access customization options. And in there, we'll be able to adjust the site identity. So update your site's title, tagline, and logo to reflect your brand or project identity. And then tweaking colors and fonts. So in there, you can also modify the color scheme and typography setting to align with your desired look and feel. And then customizing layout and widgets. So adjust layouts, options, and add widgets to enhance your site's functionality and design. We'll be going into these in a lot more detail further on in the course, but I just want to touch on what we're going to be, just looking at now. And then saving and publishing changes. So using the publish button to save your customizations and make them live on your website. So what we're not going to do now is we're not going to build out our homepage yet. We'll do that in the next video. I just want to touch on the customizer option. So if you go to Appearance and Customize, now what we'll see now is it's loaded up our homepage because that's our default page. And this is where we can now run through these options and start making changes. Okay, so obviously they're promoting their their pro version of the theme here. And you can click that to be taken off to that. But for this, I don't want to be going into that. Then we got some like global options where we can update typography, colors, containers, buttons, scroll to top, enable it or not, accessibility, block editor, and some miscellaneous changes. We got the header builder, so we can pick a different header. So we'll leave that for now. Breadcrumbs, blog, page, sidebar, and footer settings. So these weren't here when we had the edit option on the previous theme. So this template has allowed us to do this. But what's important thing for me at this point is this site identity. Okay, so if we click on that, you'll see we got this site icon. Now the site icon is this little WordPress icon that we've got here. So by default, WordPress will use their WordPress logo as your site icon. But if you want to customize it, you can. So let's just do that now. I want to use this little favicon that I've got here, and I click select. And then you can either crop it, you can use the crop tool to set it as you want. For me, I don't want to, I'm going to skip cropping. Let me move me out of the way. Skip cropping. And as you can see now, my icon has been set here. And as you can see, it's now in the icon. So as you open tabs, so for example, let's go to eBay. You can see they've got their own little icon here, which is the shopping basket. If we go to Amazon, I should be able to spell Amazon. You can see they've got their own little site icon. So it's like a mini version of your logo, basically, is what you show there. WordPress has got theirs. eBay have got theirs. Amazon. Every website will have their site identity. So we've just set that on our website now. That's the first thing that we've done. And it gives us the option here under site identity to set the title and logo setting. So we want to do that. We want to assign a logo. So I can click select logo. I'm going to upload a logo. And I can either do that by dragging and dropping, or I can select a file. So I think I've got my logo. Let's do this one. Let's put this here. And then I can click select. And then it's asking me, do I want to crop it? So, I could show a certain part of the logo. For me, I want to show the whole thing, so I'm going to click skip cropping. And as you can see now, my logo has appeared in our header, which is what I want. I want the logo there. And you depending on the theme that you've chosen, if you've chosen this theme and you're following along with this, then that's great. You'll have to see the same things I am. You can upload a different logo for a Retina device. So a Retina device is a screen that has got a higher clarity or more pixels on it. So something like an iPhone or an iPad will have a Retina display. And if you want something with a higher quality, you can. So you can enable this and you can upload a logo that would be of a higher quality, okay? And that's important because what you don't want to do is be loading high quality logos for devices that don't need it, and it just means the website will actually display the relevant logo depending on the screen. but that's just an option this theme does. You can change the size of the logo by, just changing this. I was quite happy with where it was around there. Site title, so obviously my website, this one is called WP Odyssey Test. If I want, I can show that title. I don't actually want to show that because I'm happy with just the logo, so that's that. And then you've just got some other options, tagline, you can display it or not display it, and you can decide visibility on different devices, okay? So that's that. So let's go back to the site icon option where we were, and I'll publish that. So now you can see our header is coming into play. This over the right here is our menu, which we can't see because it's in white, but we'll be fixing that in a moment. And then, yeah, you can go through these. We'll be covering all of these in future lessons as we go through the course. But for me, it was just about getting our site identity in there, because these are global settings now. Any page that we go to. So if I click out of this, what pages have we got now? So we've got a sample page. Let's go into that and let's view that sample page. And as you can see, our logo is there because we've just set some global settings for our header, and you can see the navigation there. But let me just, it's a phone number. There's no navigation, but we'll fix that in the next lesson. So that's just doing showing you some of the theme settings and how to set your site identity. Okay, so I think that's probably enough for this one. Just showing you how to install a theme. Let me just get this going. So in summary, we've discussed the role of themes, so we've understand how themes influence the design and functionality of your WordPress website. We've looked at browsing and selecting themes, so we've explored the WordPress theme repository, and we've looked at the free versus paid options. Key considerations for choosing a theme. So, learn what to look for in a theme, including responsiveness, simplicity, and customization options, and then installing and activating a theme. So you're now familiar with, how to follow step-by-step instructions to install and activate your chosen theme. And then finally, customizing your theme. So use the WordPress customizer to adjust branding, colors, layout, widgets to fit your needs. Now, we will go into more detail on these as we go through this course. This lesson is obviously just to get you in a position where you can install a theme, which you've now done. So well done, you've installed your theme. So your only homework now is to obviously pick a theme. If you're going to follow along this course to to build your first WordPress website, then I suggest that you also install the Astra theme. And then as we go through this lesson, we'll be able to customize it together. And if you've got questions, then there'll be more support and help for you. So yeah, so hopefully you found that useful. As always, if you've got any questions or comments for me, then just use the pinned post below, and I'll respond as soon as possible. But yeah, hopefully that's been useful. And yeah, in the next lesson, we'll be talking about building a home page out using the block editor. So not like last time where we just built some random page out. We'll actually look to build a real life home page now that you can use. So yeah, we'll see you in the next lesson. All right, so welcome back. So hope you're enjoying the course so far. I know we're getting stuck into it, hopefully running through it at fast enough pace for you. Now, we've got a theme installed. In today's video, I want to be talking about, let's just get this up and running, using starter templates, okay? So here's what we're going to cover. What are starter templates? Installing starter template plugin, choosing the right template, customizing your template, and then saving and previewing your progress. Okay, so warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. Pro tip, as always, watch the video in 2x speed if you want to save some time. Okay, so what are starter templates? Okay, so ready-to-made designs. So starter templates are complete website designs that you can import and use right away, saving you from building everything from scratch. So yeah, that's basically what it is. It's just a way that you can go, right, I like the look of that website, I want to download it, and I want to edit it. So that's what starter templates are. Perfect for beginners, so they're ideal if you're new to WordPress, offering a foundation to customize without needing the design skills. So generally, when you're building a website, the designer would design the website first, then the developer would build the website, and then you'd add the content. Arguably sometimes the design is built around the content, but they're the 3 steps of building a website. But with this, you basically see something you like, you download it. So there's no design to do, there's no developing to do. You just add your content into a pre-made website. Tailored for your needs. So templates are designed for specific website types like blogs, online stores, portfolios, or business sites. So like I say, when you're browsing starter templates, which we'll do in a moment, you'll see that, there's some that are specific to certain types of websites. So like I said there, if you've got a blog, then you want a blog template. So you want to pick one that's specific to you. If you've got a business website, then in the starter templates, you might be lucky enough to find one that's, designed for plumbers. So if you're a plumber, perfect, you can just use that one. And yeah, so basically any type of website that you're looking to build, there's a starter template going to be available for it. So basically a head start on your website. By using starter templates, you skip the initial design phase and get straight to personalizing and adding your content. So like we just said, you're not having to do all of the hard work where you're designing, developing your website. You're just adding the content to a pre-built website. Now, obviously, this is not my preferred way of doing it. The whole point of this course, though, is to get you from being a complete beginner to building websites. And for me, this is the fastest way to do it. And what it does allow is it allows you to see how websites are put together so that when you do want to build your own website, you can just copy what you've seen. So that's what we're going to cover and what starter templates are. So installing starter templates plugin. Now we'll just go through this and then we'll do it manually. So access the Astra dashboard. Now in your WordPress admin area, navigate to the Astra dashboard and click Starter Templates at the top. You'll get a prompt to install. So a pop-up will guide you to install and activate the Starter Templates plugin with a single click. Honestly, it couldn't be easier. We'll show you now. Select your setup method. So after activation, choose classic starter templates and then build with templates when prompted. And then choose your page builder. So select block editor as your page builder and proceed with beginner friendly options. So we'll show you now in a second. There are different page builders, which we'll be covering in the next video or in a couple of videos time. But for this one, we'll be using the block editor, which is like the built-in one with WordPress. And then explore templates. So browse through the available templates tailored to different site types and begin customizing. So if we just take a look at what we just covered now, if we go back to our WordPress dashboard, so, you're back to your WordPress website, the one that we've built so far. And what we said we do is head over to this Astra option, which is the template that we've now installed. So our theme, is called Astra. And inside that, just click the icon and then you'll get presented with this page, which is like all your documentation, all the options that you've got. And at the top, you'll see this starter template. So this is where you can, start picking and choosing what template you want to use. So for this example, let's just click that for now. And this is where you'll get presented with this prompt. Now, because we haven't got this installed, what it says, starter templates, create professional design, pixel perfect templates in minutes, get access to 280 plus pre-made full website templates for you, for your favorite page builder. So what we're going to do is install and activate this. Let me just go back to here. And then when you get presented with this, you can either use the AI website builder, which I don't recommend, or the classic starter template. So in my presentation, I said, let's start with this one. So click that. And this is where you get presented with the page builders. So we've got Block Editor, Elementor, or Beaver Builder. We'll be covering these in a few lessons time, but for now, we're going to use the Block Editor. So just click that. Give it a second. And as you can see now, it's asking you what type of website are you building. And, you can just browse templates now. So if there's something that you think, oh, that looks nice, I want to use that, then, you can check it. Okay, so that's how you install the plugin and that's how you get to this point. Now, choosing the right template. Okay, so understand your needs. So identify the type of website you're building. So whether it's a blog, portfolio, e-commerce store, or business site, and choose the template designed for that purpose. So like I said, if you're building a blog, don't choose an e-commerce one. You need to pick what's specific for what, your requirements. Match your brand. So look for templates with colors, fonts, and layouts that align with your brand's personality and goals to reduce the need for heavy customization. Now, don't get me wrong, when you pick one of these templates, you can totally destroy it by changing the colors, changing the images, you can just make it, you can customize it to exactly what you want. As a beginner, I suggest you try and find something that matches your brand as close as possible, so you haven't got to do much. We want to get you this website up and running as soon as possible. Even if your first website is not perfect, just to get something up and running is better than nothing. And then when you've got your first website up and running, you can then start working on your second or improved one. So, the less work, the better for you. And then consider features. So check if the template includes essential features like responsive design, built-in forms or image galleries, so you don't need additional plugins. So obviously the more plugins you choose and use as you go will slow down your website. And obviously we'll cover that in the speed optimization module. But what we want to do now is just choose something that has got everything that you think that you might need. You might not find something exactly because, again, these are free templates, but you want to try and get something as close as possible. And then prioritize simplicity. So for beginners, choose a clean and straightforward template that's easy to customize and avoids unnecessary complexity. And then preview before committing. So use the live preview option to see how the template looks with your content and on different devices to ensure that it fits your vision. So if we go back to our website now, this is where we can start picking one. So one thing that is important for you to be aware of, as you can see, you can browse different templates here. And as you can see, some of them have got this premium icon. So to use those, you'll need to pay, all right? Like I said, I want this to be the fastest and cheapest way for you to get a website up and running. So we're not going to delve into the premium options. We're going to just look at the free ones, okay? Now, excuse me, when you look at these, you can use the filters at the top to try and find, like we said, if you've got e-commerce, there's no point you looking at local business, okay? So you want to go straight into, these online shops, and then you can see, all right, okay, these are all the online shops that are available, and then you just got to look out for the ones that are free. Does this suit my brand? This one or this one? Likewise, if you've got a clothing brand or a jewelry store, there's different specific ones that are available. You can just shortcut that. Now what you will notice is when you click clothing brand, you'll see well, this isn't the clothing brand, but it's just that they feel like you could customize this for a clothing brand. Okay, so they won't always be perfect. Then let's have a look. So you've got community, you've got blog, websites, e-commerce, community, personal sites. So if you're an artist, then these are the ones that it suggests would be suitable for you. As you can see, you can imagine how these would work. Professionals, so if you're in finance, and you will see the templates being duplicated in the different categories. Like for example, this one here is there, and it's also under the business tab. Personal care, so at this point it just comes down to preference for you, which one you want to use. I think for this example, I think we'll choose something like this. Okay, so once you've selected it, before getting started, you'll get this preview tool, and you can see, we can easily adjust all these images if we want to. You can pick like a font that you feel matches. You can upload your logo from the start. So if I say I want to choose this one, just move me out of the way. So my logo is now in place. These are like pre-installation options that you can change. So I can change the size of my logo. So that looks pretty good. And then you can change the font to match. I think this one's the closest font to what I'm using, so that works. And then I can pick some different colors. So if I want, this purple feel, I can. Obviously, you can customize these later on once we get into editing the site. Just go with this for now. And then we click continue. Okay, then you'll get asked which features that you want. So it's automatically selected the page builder and contact form because there's something that you're definitely going to need. E-commerce, we don't want that for our site. Donations, no. Automation, integration, sales funnels, video player, and free live chat. I don't want any of these for now. If there's anything that you specifically want, feel free to select them. But for me, I'm just going to click continue. And then advanced options, it looks like you already have a website created with starter templates. This is because I've played around with some demo ones. You won't see that. So I'm going to click here, submit and build my website. And just give it a few seconds to, what it's doing now is basically creating some default pages that it thinks you're going to need. It's adding some media items to the library, and it's just basically building your website out with some dummy content so that we've got something to start customizing. And there we go. Congratulations, your website is ready. It took just 8 seconds to build. All right. So then I go to view my website. And there we go. This is now the home page. So it's automatically set this new home page to be the home page of my website. All right. Let's have a look. Now, if I go back to my dashboard, just to show you what it's actually done during that process. So let's click here. Let me just close that tab. You can see dashboard looks the same. Now, if I go to pages, you'll see these pages weren't here before. So my original homepage, which was this one, where we created all this rubbish throughout the initial stages of the foundation course. I can leave this. So it's now created a new homepage, and it's automatically set it to be the front page in settings, reading. Okay, so this is now the homepage. It's not this homepage template that we built. So it's automatically done that for us. So now that we've got this new homepage, I can delete this one. I don't want that homepage because it's not going to be part of this website. It's created an about page, a contact page. This was already there. This was already there. We don't want this sample page. We can delete that. And then we've got a services page. Now, if you go to the media library, you can see it's automatically added all of this media, which is part of the template. So obviously I think we got to about there. This was our media that we've added. And then everything from here up is media that's specific to this starter template. And like I said, it's set that page. So let's open that in a new tab. And then these should all be linked. So if I click on the about page, it'll take me to the about page. Like, this is not amazing, but this is pretty cool. Like, you've got a website now. If you've never built a website in your life before, in a matter of 8 seconds, you've created this. And you can easily change this background image. You can change this. You can change the text. You can have something up and running really quickly. Now, this here is a missing image. I don't know why that's like that, but we can update that in a moment. We'll put our logo there, so we'll show you how to do that in our footer. So we've got services and we've got a contact page, and on that contact page we've got some contact information which we can update in a moment, and then we've got a contact form as well, so that's cool. So yeah, very basic, but we've built a website, and you might have picked a different template which would be more complex and have more features on it, but this is just to show you what you can get up and running in a really short amount of time. Okay, so customizing your template. So now that we've got that installed, the next step is that we need to be able to customize it so it matches what we want. Okay, customizing the template. So replace placeholder content. So swap out the default text, images, and links with your unique content to make the site truly yours. We'll go through that in a moment. Fine-tune colors and fonts, so adjust the color palette and typography to match your branding and aesthetic preferences. Reorganize layouts, so rearrange or remove templates sections using drag and drop functionality to fit your need. Now with the block editor, you don't quite get a drag and drop. You do sort of, I'll show you in a second, but there are other block editors which truly have drag and drop where you can really move things around as you want. And then incorporate new elements. So add extra blocks, widgets, or sections to enhance the template's functionality. So, maybe on the homepage you want to add a gallery. It's not there at the moment, but we can do that. And we'll have a look at that in a second. And then preview and perfect. Continuously check your changes, ensuring the design looks professional across devices before publishing. So let me just check out that. Now, what we said was, so whenever you're on a page, obviously you've got this edit page. And as you can see, we've now got this full page editor, all right? And as you can see, we've got this main header feature. So what you won't see is the header, okay? So let me just break that down just in case it's new to you. So this section at the top here, where you've got the logo and you've got the navigation, that's called a header, and that's a global element. So that'll appear on every page. So as you can see, every page we go to, this doesn't change. This header bit here, the logo and the navigation doesn't change. So that's a header, it's a global element, and it doesn't appear when you're editing pages. So the website starts here, okay? And the same thing applies to the footer. So this footer where you've got your copyright and your company name, the logo, which we'll fix in a moment, and the footer navigation, that's a footer that appears on every page. It's a global element, and it won't appear at the bottom of these pages when you edit them. So all we're editing is everything in between, everything that sits like from here, I think you can see my mouse, all the way down to just before the footer. So that's what we've got here. Now, you should remember from the foundational course, we've got this option to open up here. And this is our page editor, and we've got our block editor. So if we click this block, we've got the options for that particular block. And these are page-specific settings. We've also got this document overview. Okay, so we can see how this page is being created. Let me move that so we've got a bit more, let me move me over there. We've got a bit more room to view. So we can see here these containers. Now, when I say drag and drop, you can't drag and drop the items in here. But let's say, I know we wouldn't want to do this, but if I want to move this container, so this container here is this info box here, okay? So you can see when you've selected it, it's got this blue outline around it. So this container is this section here, okay? So once that's selected, on the right-hand side, the block is that. So if I want to change anything, for example, the background image at the moment here under styles is set to this, which is an image, and it's got this image. So if I wanted to change it to a gradient, then I can. If I want to change it to a solid color, I can. So if I want to make it red, I wouldn't, but I could, okay? So let's put it back to white for now, and then let me just click on here and put it back to this image. So that allows you to change things like that. But the point here is that if I want to move these blocks into different orders, so let's say I've got this 3 column here and I've got this about page. Let's say I want to move this about section above this, okay? Now, when you select these, if I want to move this above, I can just drag it and put it in here, okay? So now when we look at our website, so if I go to preview in a new tab, move me over there again, you can see we've got the main feature at the top. Now we've got the About Us section there, and then we've got this. So when I say drag and drop, it's literally what you can do in the left-hand side here. So let me put that back because I prefer that there. Just because of the hierarchy, I want it to go this way. I want the main featured image. Then I want to show the services that we offer. Oh, that's cool. It's web design as well. And then the About section here and talk to us. So that's the drag and drop. Now, obviously, what we need to do now is customize this page. So what you would do is, let me go to styles here, colors. Actually, we'll do that in the, right, let me just save this. And I want to go to the view pages. And if I go to appearances, customize, and in here, these are the global settings, and we touched on these previously. So global, so if I go to colors, we can see here that these colors don't quite match, okay? So I want to change this color to my purple. So let's go here. Let me just go and find something here. Well, just bear with me a second. Let me get my exact purple. And then hopefully this should look a little bit better. And you get an idea then of, you know, what it is that we can do with this to make it look a bit better. Okay, so that purple is that hex code. I want to use this one. So that's my accent color. Again, I want links to be that color. I'll put my new one in there. So we've got those. And then I think that's the title one, which doesn't work. And then this one I think we'll use the same purple. There we go. So these purples now match. So I've just gone into the global settings for colors, and I've changed the purples to the purples that I want. I can click publish now. And I can click this cross to go out of this and then back to my home page to edit that. And you'll see now these are the same purples. So that was the first thing I wanted to do. Okay. I'm not going to change this background image. I've shown you just now how you can do that. You can select the block editor, go to styles. Sorry, make sure you've got that selected. Let me just go to this, the container. So one thing for you to bear in mind is that sometimes when you're using the select tool here, you won't be able to select certain elements. So when I'm over here, it's selecting the info box, and the info box is just the text. It hasn't got a background. It's the container on the left-hand side that actually has got the styling to it. This image is assigned to the container. So that's why it's good to get familiar with this document overview, because you can actually specifically choose an item. So for me, container, styles, I've got the background image. I want to keep that. So I'm not gonna mess around with that. The info box. So I can put in here my title. I'm just making something up for that. Okay. So you just got to go through the site yourself, and then you start making these customizations. And like I said, constantly preview changes that you make so you can see what it looks like. Okay. Learn WordPress, beginner to pro in 6 weeks, explore. Okay. So where does this button go? Let's have a look where that buttons go. So if we click on that button, and then let me just click the button under general, you see call to action. And at the moment, it goes to nothing. So where do I want that to go? Do I want it to go to my home page? Do I want it to go to, does it do a search? No. So what you need to do there is, on your website, you'd go to, I want it to go to services. This is where I'm going to promote what I do. So I can copy that link. So I can highlight the link here, copy it, and then I can paste that in this link option here. Okay, and then click save. Now, because I've clicked save, just wait for that to finish saving. Oh, it has finished, that's fine. I can refresh, go back to my home page. And then, so learn WordPress, beginner to pro in 6 weeks, explore. Now, when I click this, it'll take me to the services page. Okay, so I've linked now the home page to the services page. Okay, so I've got 3 options here. Again, I'd probably change these if I was doing this for myself. So I could do so what I'd suggest here is that you pick your 3 most popular services. Quite common that you'd put your 3 most popular services there, but sometimes you could just put areas of the website. So you could have, you know, about us, services, and contact us. So it hasn't got to be your services if you haven't got 3 services that you offer. But you know, that's how you could use this 3 column. Okay, so we could put in there WP Odyssey free, WP Odyssey pro, and then one-to-one mentorship. Okay, so for me, they're the 3 services that I would offer for WP Odyssey. So that's what I'd put in there. And then obviously you can just edit this text to what you want. So you literally just highlight it, you can delete, and you'll put, you know, make sure you type everything right. Okay, so you can type what you want. Obviously, just go through it, make sure that you type it, you know, fill in the content that you want. If needs be, use ChatGPT to help you with content if you're not sure what to say. And then, you know, just go through the page, making changes. this button here, you can see it probably doesn't link to anything. So when you highlight this block, either doing it here, call to action, under the general tab, you can minimize these layouts. So button, it's got no link. It's going to this hashtag at the moment, so that's no good. We want it to go to the contact page, so we can click contact. You can just click that, copy that, and go here, and then click save. So now when I go back to the home page, so always when you click the logo, it should take you back to the home page. That's like a given. And then as you scroll down, this get in touch button now, when I click it, should take us to the contact page, and it does. Okay, so that's how you would go around just editing your website. Now, this is going to take some time, so obviously once you've finished watching this video, have a pause, go into your new, pick your template that you're going to use, go in, start making changes, and just getting everything perfect for what you want. And then, let me just have a look what we've got here. Move me back out of the way. So yeah, so once you've started making changes, like I said, constantly keep reviewing what you've done. So draft mode, so set your work as a draft to ensure your changes are stored without making them visible to visitors. This gives you freedom to refine your site at your own pace. Now, the only thing I'll say about this is once you've installed the starter templates, it's automatically going to publish it, okay? Hopefully your site is still in development mode, because obviously you've told Google not to index your website. No one's going to find it. No one's going to know it. So it doesn't really matter. But one option you could do is, as you create new pages, you can put, set it into draft mode. And then nobody can see it. Even if someone does stumble across it, only you will be able to see it and make changes to it. So preview your changes. So use the preview option to see how the edit looks in real time before publishing them. This ensures everything appears as intended across devices. Again, when my website's in this development phase where I've got no pages being indexed on Google, I will quite often just save it and then view the page instead of using the preview tool. Just constantly saving as I make changes to make sure I don't lose anything. And then keep iterating. So continue updating your site by testing layouts, tweaking designs, and refining content until you're satisfied. Don't rush. Quality takes time. One thing I'd say here is just little things like on the homepage here, as you add content, little things that you want to do is you'll notice this WP Odyssey free, this is 3 lines of text. Perfect. We haven't done this one, but you just want to try and make sure everything is symmetrical. So, for this one, you'd want to write a similar amount of content that would fit in here. So again, 3 lines, because if you have 1 line of text here and then 4 here, it just, people don't know, people like things for a reason. Sometimes they don't know why, and people will make a decision within seconds as to why they like or don't like your website. So for example, if this one has got this amount of text and then this one has got, this amount of text, and you click save. So let's go back. You may disagree with me, but for me, this looks nice because it's symmetrical, everything is lined up. Now, if I refresh, you'll see, to me, that looks messy, okay? And you don't want your website to look messy. You want to make sure that you're trying to match the amount of content. And this is where ChatGPT can be helpful. So if you're not using or utilizing ChatGPT, I do recommend that you do, because sometimes you can write out what you want to say, and maybe, you've got this, this, and this. You can give it to ChatGPT and say, can you make these 3 sections of text the same length? And then it will just help you, manipulate the text so that, you can make your websites look nice. So that's one thing I would suggest that you do. So take your time, make sure you've got it, all looking nice. Now, check responsiveness. Now, always preview your site on different screen size, desktop, tablet, mobile, to ensure a seamless user experience for all visitors. Goes without saying, you need to make sure everything's ready, mobile ready, because that's where people are going to be looking at your website as well. So publish when ready. So once you've completed the remaining steps, your site will be polished and ready to go live with confidence. Now, I don't think once you're at this stage and you've got a starter template in place, let me just hide that and hide this sidebar. So this option here, we did say we can have a look at what the website looks like on tablet mode. And as you can see here, look, nothing jumps out of the way. I know we just messed this content up, but don't worry about that. Actually, let's put that back because that gives you an idea to remember to use this undo tool. Where are we? Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, so basically make sure you use this to see it, make sure it looks good on different devices. So here you can see this text actually, move me out of the way again, doesn't fit on a mobile. So what you want to do is, where is it? Advanced styles, content. Title. So we've got 30 bottom. Okay, maybe we'll come back to that. But basically, we want to try and make sure that this sort of thing doesn't happen. We want to make sure that it does fit. And I just want to see how to, yeah, so what we want to do is, so that's margin, where's font size? So it's a prefix tag, so we want the title tag. That's that. Separate presets. Is it presets? No. Prefix, color, typography, title. Typography. So you click typography, and then this is where you can see the font size. So I don't want to get too much into CSS at the moment because that's something we're going to learn as we go. But as you can see, we've got the font size set here to 25. And as you can see, when we change this device to tablet, if we go back to title, typography, it's 35. So actually, yeah, so that's what I wanted to make sure is that these are specific to the device. So when I click on desktop, when I go to typography on the right hand side, you can see the font size is set to 40. Okay. When I go to tablet, you'll see the font size is set to 35. So what this template has done is it's gradually made the font size slightly smaller for different screens. Now, when you use Pixel, which is this option here, it's a fixed size, okay? So if the screen is slightly smaller or bigger, the text will just, not fit properly. Whereas you can use a font size which takes the width of the screen and then calculates the font size based on that. And I didn't want to get into this in this video, but I think it's just important that we do touch on it. So as you can see, this WordPress text, look, it's got the S. Let me just click off that. You can see the WordPress doesn't fit, okay? Now, when we click this item, and I go to typography, you can see it's set to 25 pixels. Now, one thing I could do is I could put my thing in here, make it a little bit smaller. Oh, sorry, that's the typography. So we want to go to the prefix. You can see it's set to 50, okay? So if I just slowly make this smaller. So look, when I get to 46, that fits now, which is cool, okay? So it looks better. That's how it should look. However, Android phones and Apple iPhones are all slightly different. So even though it looks fine here, on a different mobile phone, it might not quite work. So what I suggest you do for mobile, and again, this is a bit more of an advanced topic, we'll do it again, is you want to pick the font size to be VW, okay? And what that does is it actually changes size based on the view width. So whatever the width of the device is, it'll change size. So it'll never break down into another line. Now 46 VW is too big, okay? So we want to let's reduce this down to something that's readable. So we want to make it around there. So 12 VW, okay? So now, as you can see there, that font size is 12 VW. Let's click save. And if I open up, let's go to view that site. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new tab. I'm going to put this in there and I'm going to drag this. Let me just refresh. Inspect. just cached, that's all. Right, what's going on here? Is it because... Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just take that, we'll go here, and then we'll just make this smaller so it looks like... So this is still that's the desktop view. So the desktop view goes here. And then it goes to the tablet view where you can see the font size is now gone smaller. And you'll see now, as you can see, the font size is not changing size as the screen gets smaller. It's staying the same size. So as you can see, the logo changed size, the menu changed, the font size has stayed exactly the same. But when we get to this, now this is where we got the mobile version. So this is where the mobile version kicks in. Now, if you notice the Learn WordPress, as you can see, that text is getting smaller and smaller and smaller as we make the screen smaller, because it's calculating the size of the font based on the width of the screen. But these are some of the advanced things that we'll go into later on. I don't know why I deviated onto that now, but we did. But that's something that we'll just be touching on again. So let me minimize me out of the way. And that's probably it for today, I think, for that one. Okay, so summary, what have we covered? So understanding starter templates, a quick and effective way to launch a professional looking website with pre-built designs tailored to various needs. So hopefully now you've got an understanding of what they are. We've covered how to install the plugin as well and choosing an importing template. So select a design that aligns with your goals and import it seamlessly into your site for a strong starting point. So hopefully you feel confident now that you can go to Astra, install starter templates, pick one that suits you, and then customizing a template. So tailor the design by updating content, layouts, and site identify to make it uniquely yours. So I would say at this stage, don't stress about making this perfect. You're probably not going to make it perfect if it's your first website. Like I said, try and pick something that requires minimal changes. But, you know, you've just got to have fun now and play around with it. You know, just get stuck in, roll your sleeves up, start making changes and see what you come up with. Saving and previewing. So safely save your progress, preview changes, and ensure your site looks great across all devices before finishing. And then next step. So with your starter template set up, you're ready to dive deeper into building and refining your site with custom pages, navigation, and more. Okay, let's get to work. So for me, what's important now is that you feel like, you know, you can install a template. So that's the point. I want you to just get to the point that you saw in the video and just play around with it. You know, like, let me just move me out the way one more time. Just come in here and just change it. You know I didn't show you there how to change images and stuff. That's probably something that I missed, but I'll just show you now. If you click on this, you can see here on the right hand side, once you've selected it, it's got the image. If you want to change the image, you can pick a different image. I don't have any images in here at the moment, so if I chose this, you can see, and then, you know, just play around with it. Just play around with changing images and getting comfortable making things, you know, the way you want. And what we'll do in the next video is I want to show you really how to, I know we mentioned we do it here, but we didn't, is how to add new sections. But in the next video, what we're going to be covering is, let me just double check. We're going to cover the custom pages with block editors. So what I want to do in the next video is show you how you can create your own page like this using the block editor, and just by using this. But that video can also cover how we add in a new section here. So let's say you wanted to add a gallery in here. That'll be exactly how you'll do that. So we'll cover that in the next video, so because we've missed it on this one. But yeah, so hopefully you aren't too overwhelmed with that. What would be really handy is if you've got any feedback for me, leave them in the pinned post below. And yeah, I just want as much feedback from you as possible of how things are going so far, what you feel. And if you do build a website, make sure you post that in the community. Post it in the wins section. So show me what you've built. I'd love to see and give you some feedback. And yeah, so we'll see you on the next video where we'll start customizing it even more, so you can really get something built that, you know, is of use to you. So yeah, hopefully you've enjoyed it, and yeah, we'll see you on the next video. Thanks. All right, so welcome back. So now you've got a website that's, you know, almost there. It's looking good, looking better than what we did in the last modules. So yeah, you've got something that's half tidy. Now we just want to talk about how we can just make it even better and give you the ability to create your own pages, own templates. And yeah, so let me just move me out the way. Let's put me over there out the way. And then, so yeah, so for this one, it's going to be custom pages with the block editor. Not just custom pages, but custom sections with using the block editor. So here's what we're going to cover. So we're going to learn from template layouts. We're going to start a new page from scratch. We're going to look at patterns. We're going to be optimizing for mobile and user experience. And we're going to just ensure consistency across pages, okay? So, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip it, don't fast forward. You know, the reason I say this is because watching it, you're going to take it all in, you're going to learn, and if you miss something, it might be affecting you down the line. But pro tip, if you're trying to save some time, you can watch the video in 2x speed. Okay, so learn from template layouts. Okay. So understand template structure. So explore the pre-built pages from the chosen theme to see how sections are organized and styled. So what I mean by this is we've used the starter templates now, and as you've seen, that created a load of pages for us, and inside those pages there was pre-built layouts. Now the templates haven't done anything extraordinary there. That's all they've done is use the elements that you've got at your disposal to create something. And for you to understand how that's been created is going to, you know, help you enormously, because you're then going to be able to start creating your own pages, okay? Giving it a bit more customization to, you know, what these templates offer. So identify useful patterns. So take notes of recurring design elements like headers, galleries, and testimonials that you can use on your custom pages. Repurpose layout ideas, so adapt sections from templates, tweaking them to fit the purpose of your new page while maintaining consistency. So if there's something that you like on, let's say, the home page, and you've got a gallery page and you want to take an element from there, then, you know, studying that block will allow you to recreate it in the way that you want on your gallery page. And then improve confidence with exploration. So studying templates helps you learn faster, giving you practical ideas for designing pages effectively. So this is the process of learning how to build WordPress websites. So, you know, just like me, when I first started, I would find websites online that I liked, right click, view source. I would take that code, load it in a browser, and then start making changes. What you've got now with WordPress is the ability to use templates where you can, you know, see what a page looks like the home page that we've now created, and you can take elements from it, like learn how that's built and create your own versions of pages on blank pages. So what do I mean by this? So if we go back to our website, let me just move me there, close that, move me back. Now if we go to the pages section and I click on the home page. Now, with this, let me open up the document overview, okay? And I'm going to have to open this up so we can see both sections. So I'm not important in this one. So, what do I mean? So you can see now how this page is created. So we've got a container here, which is this main slide feature. We've got another container here, which is this section. We've got another container here, which is this section, and another container, which is this talk to us section. Okay, so this page is built using 4 containers, and inside these containers, we've got elements. So this info box is what's inside that container. Now this section, we've got 3 info boxes. Okay, so we've got one for each of these elements. And if we scroll down, we've got in this container, we've got an info box, which is this, and an image, and they're side by side. And then we've got this container, the final one, which is a call to action inside the container, okay? So each one of these blocks inside the containers have set, you know, a load of settings on the right-hand side. And what I'm saying to you is, study how these have been created, because, you know, this section here, we now know how to create this section. So we just call a container, and then we call it info box. So for example, for me now, if I wanted to add a new item here, I'm going to call a container, so I know it's there first, but let's just search for it so we can show you how we do it. I want a container. So when I say I want a new container, it'll then ask me, sorry, because it's highlighted inside that block, it's created a container inside that block. So let's remove that. So if I highlight an area that's not in a current one and I click container, okay? Now it's created a container. Now this container, I can now choose how I want this layout to be. Now, do I want it to be a full page container, 50-50, 33%, 25%, quarters? So you can pick what container you want, okay? So I'm going to pick this one for now, just for ease, because we're trying to recreate what we've created here, okay? So now we've got a container. Now this container has got nothing in it, okay? So if, the best way to do this, I think, would be to open this up and move this container above the first container, okay? So now we've got two containers. Hopefully you're following along. So we've got this container here, which doesn't look like this one, and we've got this container. Now we can study what options in this container have been selected. So let's select the one that looks good. Now we can see it's set to full width and the content width is boxed, okay? It's got a content box width of 1140 and a minimum height of 100. So let's compare that to this one. So we've got a full width boxed, but this one's 1200. So we want to make sure that that matches. So 1140. So let's change this to 1140. So now these two would match. So we've got 1140, 1140, okay? Now this one's got a minimum height of 100. This one's got a minimum height of nothing. So let's match that because we want to create something. So that just means minimum height. So the height of it cannot go smaller than 100 pixels, all right? Equal height, let's have a look. That's not enabled. So we've got a HTML tag of div and overflow is visible. So same, it matches, okay? So the core settings of that, the container type is now matching this one. Now let's have a look at the layout. So the layout is flex and it's aligned to the bottom column. Let's have a look here. So flex bottom. So that's the same, full, center, center, and wrap. Okay? So if we go, sorry, we should have looked at this one. So it's full, yeah, so they're the same. Okay, there's nothing different about them. This one's the one that we create, this one's set to top, justify contents top. Now when we get into CSS, we'll be learning more about flex and the different types of CSS. But these are just options. So what this is saying is justify content. Where do you want the content in this block? Do you want it in the middle? So if I click center, you'll see this whole block has now moved to the middle of the container. Whereas the one it was set to is at the top. So it's going to be at the top. Okay. But this one that we've just created is sent to the center. So if we want to match it, we want to put it to the top. Okay. So you can see the plus has now moved to the top. If you want it at the bottom, you can do that. You can separate it, space around space. We'll learn these later on, but they're not important now. But let's just match it for now. Okay, so what's making this one look like this? And this one looks slightly different. So for that, we want to highlight this container. And we can click on style. And you can see under the style, under the background option, we've got an image and we've got this image attached. So if we want to clone that for this one, we can go to style, click image. We can then add an image. I'm not sure exactly which image it is. Is it this one, I think? So if I select that. Now you can see we don't have, it's not the same one actually. Let me just match it. I think it's this one. It's not important. But you can see, because we've got nothing in there and we've only set the height to be minimum 100, it's only going to show 100 because what we've set is what's called the background image, and the background image will only show the height based on how much content is in there. But we've got no content, okay? So as you can see, this container is empty. This container has got this drop down with an info box in it. So while we've selected this container, we want to add an info box. So if we type in info box, okay? So that info box now should be, let's have a look at our overview. Right, it's not inside, so we're going to drag that inside. So now it's inside. Now we've got the same setup as here. Okay, so if we just, do this, learn WordPress, beginner to pro in 6 weeks. Just make sure, yeah. Okay, so we've set this up the same. Now this info box and this info box, they look different, okay? So why do they look different? What can we do to make sure that they're the same? And honestly, the reason I'm going through this is because this is how you're going to get the practice in to make these blocks look good. So you can see this one's got this icon, this one doesn't. So this info box, we can see here under general, it's got image icon off. So let's go to this one and have a look. Image icon, right, this is on. Okay, so this has got an icon. Maybe I don't want that icon. So if I want to match, I got to do the same thing. So I'll turn that off. Okay, now we got the same. Now under the content, we've got here div, and it's center aligned. Enable prefix is off, and enable title, and it's a H3. So this one's div. Enable prefix is on, and it's a H1. So we want to enable prefix on and set it to H1. Okay, so now we can see this has actually changed a few things. So actually our learn WordPress was in here. So we can take that and put it in there. Now we've got learn WordPress. We can put that on a new line. Actually, we won't do that. We'll just leave it like that for now. Okay. Now, in this info box, we've got, let me move me over there. In this info box, we've got enable title to be on. Let's have a look. We want enable title to be on. We've got it as a H3 there, and on the main one, it's a H2. Okay, so we want to match that. So let's put this to H2. There we go. Now, enable description is on the nice one. Enable description is off. Okay. So we've got these messed up here. So we've got enable description. I want to turn that off. But before I turn it off, I'm going to take this text and I'm going to turn description off. And then I can just paste this text in there. Beginner to pro in 6 weeks. All right. So again, starting to look a bit closer, but not quite there yet. Now, separator. We've got no separator there. There's no separator there. There's no call to action, we know. There's no button. Oh, there is a button actually, yes. So let's go here and go to call to action. We want a button. Okay, so that matches closer. And then you can pick the button type. I'm pretty sure it's this first one that we're using in here. So call to action, button, inherit from theme. Okay, interesting. Button. Inherit from theme. Okay, so now we're getting a bit closer. This button in the main one doesn't have an icon. Okay, so it's got show icon on but no icon, and it goes to this services page. Okay, so here we want to match it. We want a show icon. We'll remove the icon and we'll set the link to here. Okay, and if we want to change the text, we can. So I'll put my caps lock on to match. Explore. All right. So they're starting to look more similar, but they're not quite there yet. So under this general tab, we're just basically preloading the content. Okay. Now, in terms of styling, we go to this option. Now, styling is where we can set the color, the font, and that's what we'll do under the style option. So the prefix, you can see we've got it set to this purple. And the typography is default 80, weight is default. So sometimes you'll have to flick back and forth to remember what you're doing. So on this one, the prefix was, we need to put it to the purple. So as you've added colors to your global settings in the customize option, they'll appear here. So these are my theme colors. So I know I can pick this one and it'll do the same thing. All right. Typography. So we had, in this one, we had it set to 80 pixels, default 80 pixels, weight default, uppercase default. Okay. So here we want it to set to 80 pixels as well. Okay. Default. That wasn't quite how it was. Transform uppercase. Now, if I write WordPress here, if I put a little O there, for example, now on this section under typography, if I change transform to uppercase, you'll see it'll change the little O to a capital O. And that's because we're forcing everything to be in uppercase. Now, next, we can see they're on two different lines. Now, if I force this to go on a different line, let me just do that. You'll see that the gap between Learn and WordPress is bigger than here. So what we need to do is we can study this one to get ideas in typography, and we can see that the line height is set to 1 and the letter spacing is set to 10. So let's go back to our one. And we can see here, line height hasn't been set. So if I set that to 1, you can see now it's like that. And the letter spacing, I can set to 10, and there we go. So we're getting closer. This one now is exactly the same as that in terms of text, all right? Now, if we go to the title, let me just check the padding actually. So the prefix on this one has got, move that, 005 bottom left. So with padding, when you see padding laid out, it's always top, right, bottom, left, okay? So you can see here, we've got margin, top, right, bottom, left. So we've just got 5 set to the bottom, and that's it. Whereas on our one, we've got 5 at the top, which we want to set that to 0. And then we want to set 5 to the bottom there. Okay, so now for this Learn WordPress, our padding is exactly the same. Now next, let's go to the title. Okay, so let's go to this one, this title, and we can see we've got the color is set to, I think it must be theme color 8. I'm just going to copy that to make sure that we don't. It's this one, okay, so that one. Now we can go to hours, and under title we can set the color, and we want it to be the same. So there we go, the color is now the same. And typography for this, let's check what we got. So we've got font size 40, weight 300, default. So let's go to ours. So we've got font size 40, so that now matches. We want the weight to be 300. Okay, so you can see now this has become thinner. So as we increase this weight, you can see you can make it bolder and bolder and bolder. But for now, we're just trying to use an existing block to try and recreate another block. Okay, so for that, we want to make it 300. Now we can set line height and letter spacing as well. Now hopefully you can see here, the letter spacing on this one is a lot bigger than this one. Okay, maybe you prefer this one and you just want to keep it like that. That's fine, that's your choice when you're building it. But for this, I'm just trying to show you how to recreate. So for this one, we've got letter spacing, we've got line height 0 because it's not going onto multiple lines. Okay, so we don't need to recreate a line height. And then letter spacing 6. So let's go to ours, and then we'll do line height. We leave that blank, sorry, and then letter spacing 6. So you can see now that now looks the same. Okay. Now, if we close that, we can see the margin for this subtext here, the title, sorry, is 00, 30 bottom, 0 left. Now if we go to hours, we can see we've got nothing in it. So we want to go 0, 0, 30. There we go. So you can see now the gap, the margin underneath that text to the button is 30, which matches this one. So now we've made the text and the button look exactly the same on the two items. The only difference is this is a lot bigger. Okay. Now, I don't think we need to go there. I think what we need to do is look at the container. We need to study this container to see why it's so much bigger than ours. Now you can see this, it's got image position default, left 50, top 50. Okay, let's have a look at ours container. So we've got default, top 50, left 50, okay. Let's see what else is here. So attachment, scroll, repeat, no repeat. So you can see here it's no repeat. And size, cover. What's ours doing? So we've got scroll, no repeat, cover. Okay, so that's the same. Let's go down. Maybe it's spacing. Let's go spacing. Okay, so on this one we've got 18% at the top. So you can see a padding, the percent is highlighted and we've got 18. Let's check ours out. So ours has got nothing. So let's click the percent here. So we've got 8, and let's put 18 in there and see if that does. Now you can see it's put in 18 on all of them, which is not what we wanted. That's added 18% padding at the top, 18% padding on the right, which has pushed things in, 18% padding at the bottom, and 18% padding on the left, which has also pushed the text in. So to unlink these, you want to click this button here. So this is a link, is unlink them. So now these are all separate, which means I can put in 0 here, 0 here, 0 here, and then that doesn't affect the right, the left, and the bottom. It's just the top that's got the 18% padding. So we can now see these starting to look more familiar or similar. Okay, now what else is missing? So row gap, column gap. Right, so the row gap is set to 0 on that one. Let's have a look. Let's put this to 0. Okay, so they're matching a bit better. So what else was on spacing that we might have missed? I don't think there's a margin. Margin is 0. So we've done the spacing. Shape dividers, I don't think we need that. Box shadow, border, color, background. Right, there's something in this one which is different to here that we need. So we need to find what's causing that. Is it advanced? This is where we can just spend a bit of time, like I said, spend time doing this, making sure that we work out what it is. So no repeat. Let's have a look here. So we've got container type, full width box, 1140, 100. Ah, right, I've worked it out. Okay, so you can see a minimum height 100. On the main one, it's got 100 VH. So VH means view height. So what that means is when you go to a website, if your window is this size, then that feature image will fill the whole size. If your window is this size, it'll fill the whole size of that. So instead of using 100 pixels like we did on ours, it should be 100 view height. So let's go back to our container and we can see minimum height 100, but it's pixels. We don't want pixels, we want view height. Okay? So you can see now they look the same. So let's click save. And let's view this page. And there we go. So you can see this black bar does affect things, okay? So ignore that. But if you imagine the black bar wasn't there, it's about 15 pixels, then you can see this image has filled up the whole space. So that's our header, featured image, and this is the one that was created by the theme. So the whole point of this lesson was just to show you, or this part of the lesson was just to show you that you know, all of these blocks here have just been created by WordPress or whoever created this template, and you can easily recreate them yourself, okay? So it's not to say there's no point you recreating the same thing all the time, because obviously it's already there and you can call it without needing to. But the point is, I just want you to learn from templates. You can spend time looking at any block that you want in your template to see how it's been created. So for example, this container, when we created a new container earlier, we were given the choice whether we wanted a full width container or half and half container, or 33%, 33%, 33% container. So this one has obviously been created using, you know, a third column. And if you go to layout, I imagine, you can see it's got 3 columns, 1, 2, 3. So that's how that has worked. And then you can style each column. All right. So that's how that works. So hopefully that's helped. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to, explain here. But, you know, learning from templates will really accelerate your understanding of how things are built and how to create new things. So if we want to start a new page from scratch, start with a blank page. So create a new page, name it to align with its purpose, such as testimonials or gallery. Lay out your structure. So use the block editor to add and arrange sections locally, ensuring a clean and intuitive flow. Reuse and adapt elements. So pull inspiration or reuse blocks from existing templates to maintain visual consistency and save time. Add functional elements. So include buttons, call to actions, or contact forms to enhance usability and drive user engagement. And then preview your progress. So regularly preview your page to ensure it fits seamlessly with your overall site. Now, the reason why we're going over this is because what I want you to have the ability to do is, we've got a home page, okay? So we don't need to create a home page. And this template has created, you know, an about page for us and a contact page, a home page, and the services. But what if you want a gallery page, okay? You might want to create a gallery page. So let's do that. So that's what we said. Let's create a new gallery page from scratch. So gallery page, publish. I'm clicking publish now because I want to have a look at this page. All right, just close that. Now, if I view this page, you can see it's created a page and it's used the global header, which is this section at the top, and it's used the global footer, which is at the bottom here. Okay, now that's great. So it's used the template top and bottom, but it's basically taken what we've added so far to create the body of the page, which is currently just a title called gallery. Now, when we go to, for example, the about page, we've got this: who are we? We've got our mission and talk to us. All right, and then we've got the about title there. Now, if we want to recreate this page, so let's close these down. If I want to create a page now, so yeah, let me just do this actually. Now, you'll see on the home page, we've got this massive featured image, yeah, with the title inside it. Okay, we've got 2 of them now because I force line break that actually. So let me just go to edit page, just so we can make this the same. Let's put it back like that. And then we can open that in a new tab. So we've got this one, which is Learn WordPress, Beginner to Pro in 6 weeks. And then we've got what I created, the one I created and the new one. So they're the same. Now, you'll see on the home page, you have a big featured image, which is common for WordPress, for any website really. When you go to the home page, you have a big featured image, which gives one message of how you're going to help the person that's on your website, okay? So this tells, look, you're going to WordPress and you're going to go from beginner to pro in 6 weeks, okay? So that's the main one. When you go to sub pages, they generally use like a feature image, like a slide, not as big, so normally smaller. Maybe this one's too big. And it just basically is a title of the page. So this could say about us, but to be a bit more interesting, the page is called about, but the title is who are we? All right. Same for services. This one's called services and services because you can control, the title. So this one could be services as the page, and then what we do or how we help you. That could be what we'd have in there. Same for contact. Look, page is called contact, but then the title is contact us. So one thing that's important when you're building out new pages is you want to make sure that the pages are in line with your template. So I would say if we're going to create a gallery page, we want to make sure that we've got this feature as well. So that'd be the first thing that we would do. Okay, so let's go back and we can go here. Now, yes, we can create a template by going to design library, and then we can go here and see, right, what sort of page do we want for this. Okay, so we can pick one of these pages. So early on, this might be what you want to do. You might want to just have the ability to go, okay, I'm going to create a gallery page, but I want to just cheat and I want to just get one of these up and running. And there's nothing wrong with that. So you can pick this sort of layout, you can pick the columns, literally whatever's available, okay? And that's easy for you to do, but you're not learning anything by doing that, which is why I wanted to, start with helping you with, to match what we just taught you in the last slide, which is how to recreate elements, okay? So I'm going to show you the harder way first, which is what we just done. So we want to create here a container, yep. And obviously if we have two tabs open, we can just see how this is being created, okay? So this is a container and it's got what is that? That's just a heading in the middle, okay? So that's simple. So we want to create a full width container. We want to do what we did with the previous one. So we want to make it, so full width box 1140. So we want a full width box, and to match, obviously we want to try and make sure everything matches. And then this one's got a height of 600 pixels this time. So we want to match that. So we want 600 pixels. So we've now created that heading, and then we want to put a background image. So if we go to style, background image, and we'll just put any one of these in. Let's just pick that one. No, that's the wrong shape. That one will be fine. So let's click that. And then inside that, we can dictate. We want scroll, no repeat, and cover. So you can play around with these. So cover, this size. So if we click contain, you can see it's not filling the whole space. So the image is contained within inside the shape that we've created, which was 1140 pixels wide and 600 pixels high. So contain means the image will sit in there and you'll be able to see every part of the image. That sometimes leaves like white bars on the left-hand side because it's inside, okay? So if you click cover, what that does is it ensures that the image goes 100% wide and 100% high, but it'll be zoomed in and it'll be cut off. So you can see we've cut off this cloud here because we want to make sure it fits properly. Under contain, you can see we can see more of the cloud, but we can see white bars here. So I noticed by default it used cover. So we want cover, okay? So now we've got our background there, and we want to create now a heading inside this, okay? So with this selected, we can create that. We want a heading, and then we want to put in here, just for make it simple. Okay, so let's put it outside again. So let me just drag that in, not that paragraph. This, we'll put it in there. Oops, you'll see it'll appear indented, okay? So now we can see this doesn't look right, but again, because we want to make sure our page looks like it's been properly built, we want to copy the styles of this, all right? So first of all, we want it center aligned and we want it to be a H1. So let's select that. We want it center aligned and we want it to be a H1, okay? Then we want it to be, yeah, that's fine. Then we can go to styles. We want the correct color to start with. So let's go styles. We can pick from our theme colors underneath here. If you want to use something different, you can. I don't recommend it at this stage because we want to use our theme colors. And then what we need to do is we can click off this and then we want to go to typography. Okay, so this is where we set the font and everything. So here we can go to typography, we can copy everything. So font family default, that means we're using the default template theme. Font size 70 pixels. Okay, so we want to go 70. and make sure pixels is done. It's fine. So weight, we want 500. Style default, transform uppercase, decoration default. So we want weight, what was it, 500. Style default, transform uppercase, and decoration default. So line height and letter spacing, let's have a look what we've had there. So line height 1.4, letter spacing 9. We just want to copy this because we want to make it look the same. Line height 1.4 and letter spacing 9. So now we can see they look the same, yeah? Let's close that. It doesn't look like there's any text shadow on that one, so we don't need that. I'd say that matches. Okay, so if we save that and we now view this page, we can see we've now got, well, first of all, let's go here. So we've got the gallery page where we can see it's got the header and then it's got who are we. Now, if we go back and we go to the gallery page, we've got something similar. We've got the heading and we've got gallery, but we've got this here. What's that doing there? Okay, that's not appearing on the other pages. Now, in order to hide that, let's have a look what the difference is. So we can see it's here, but it looks grayed out compared to here. So there's something on this page where we need to hide it. Now, for that, if you click on the item, you can see there's this eye with a line going through it. That means it's hidden, okay? So let's have a look here. Okay, look, there's no line going through the gallery there. We'll click that, and now it's grayed out, it's hidden. I can click save, and I go back to here. And if I refresh the site, and I go to gallery, there we go. So you can see it's got the same style. If I go to about, okay, so you can notice it's slightly different. You can see here to start with, the who are we slide on the about one, it's actually sat behind the header, whereas the gallery one, it's sat underneath, okay? So we need to make some changes for that. We need to find why that's happening. So there's something different. Okay, so let's have a look at what's different here. So because the container is not the problem, we've got to see why this gallery section is not sitting behind the header. Because what we've got here is a header which is sat on top of the anime. We want this to be behind it, okay? And the way we do that is we need to check some sort of page settings. Now, as you can see on the top here, we've got these two options, which are Spectra page settings. If you click that, you've just got some custom CMS options. There's, I think you can do. And we've got this Astra page settings, okay? Now, if we scroll down, you'll see this advanced settings. And this is where you'll see transparent header is set to enabled, okay? Now, let's check our page. So if we go here, and we click on the Astra settings here, on the right hand side, we can go to advanced settings. And our transparent header is set to inherit. So again, to make sure that all the pages sync and match each other, we want to make sure that we've got this. So we can set that to enabled. Close that and click save. Now, if we look at the refresh this page, you can see that the navigation is now sat and the header is on top of the image. So you can see there's now a similarity between these two pages. So let me just close that. I've probably not used the best image. This image is better because it's clearer at the top. But you can see the point. It works. I think for this container, I am going to change the. Let's take that off. Let's go back to the block. Let's change this image for something a bit better. Maybe something like that. Save. Let's go back to the gallery page, refresh. And there we go. That's a lot clearer. Is that the same one? No, it's similar. But that's better. So now we've created a page, a blank page, and we've created an element by recreating something from another page, okay? And that's the point of this. I think, I'm not going to go through recreating every element. You've seen me do the home page featured image, and you've seen me do a normal page featured image. I just think you need to now decide which elements you might want to carry over from another page and create them on your new blank page. Okay, so for now, let me just close all these down and go back to our dashboard. And then if we flip back to here, this is where I want to talk about patterns, because patterns actually will save you a lot of time. Okay, so patterns. What are block patterns? So pre-designed layouts within the WordPress block editor that allow you to quickly add professional sections like headers, galleries, or call to actions without starting from scratch. So we haven't touched on patterns yet, and we'll have a look at them in a second, and we'll see what patterns are available, because it's important that you need to check what patterns are available first before you start recreating blocks, because it might already be saved. So for example, that home page feature that we created, or not the home page feature because we don't use that on the home page, but the header feature that we recreated for the gallery page, that might already be preset as a pattern in the template. So instead of having to rebuild it and, you know, change font sizes and colors and all that, we could just call it. And even if it's not saved, we could create it, and that's what I'll show you now. Okay. So finding patterns in the editor. So explore the patterns tab in the block editor, where you can browse ready-made designs for different purposes, such as testimonials, services, or image grids. That's what we just talked about now. Customizing patterns for your site. So adapt colors, fonts, and content within a pattern to match your brand's identity and site design. So again, you know, it might be that there's a pattern that you really like the look of, but it's not quite right. Just pick it, change it, and then you can save that pattern so you can use it throughout the site on other pages. And then speed up the page design. So using patterns to rapidly build pages by combining multiple sections, saving time while ensuring a cohesive look. And then finally, inspiration for new layouts. So patterns can spark creative ideas, helping you design custom pages by seeing how professional layouts are structured. Okay, so for that, this is what I would be doing. I'll be going to pages, and then go to, let's go to the About page, for example. And you can see under this item here, what you've got here is this container, yeah? We've created that already. Before that, actually, let's click this plus. Let's say we wanted to add something. What we've shown you so far is how you add blocks, okay? And as you can see, here's all the blocks you can add. You can add any block you want, and we've covered that quite a lot by now. But you may have noticed to the right of blocks, you've got patterns, okay? And these patterns allow you to view pre-made layouts. So if you click, well, let's not click all because there'll be too many, but if you click on About, you can see this layout. So if I want to use that layout, I just click it and it'll add a pre-built block with everything in it already, as opposed to having to build it from scratch. So if I go to banners, you know, these are banners that are not necessarily part of this template, but or this starter template, but these are ones that I could use. Okay, calls to action. Let's have a look what calls to action there are. All of these. Yeah, look at that. If I wanted to create like something with 3 packages, I could just pick this, customize it, change the colors, and I've already got it. So I haven't got to build it out from scratch. Okay. Footers, if I want to change the footer, I could change it to one of these if I wanted like a navigation in it. Galleries, brilliant. So if I want to create a gallery for my page, instead of building it out from scratch, I could use one of these. Okay. Headers, I could change the header. Posts, so obviously when we've got blog posts added, we want to change how they look. Testimonials, text, so different text, ways of displaying text, and uncategorized. I don't know what that one is. So that's where patterns are. Now, you can see we don't have this as a pattern. So what I like about patterns is, let me just close that. So this block here, if we look at it in the document overview, I like this. So every page I'm going to create for this website, I want to be able to create this. All right. So what I'm going to do is on this container, which is selected, the block selected, these 3 dots here on the right hand side, I can click that and I can put create pattern. Okay, so what it'll do is it'll save a snapshot of that block so we can call it whenever we create a page. So let's do that now. So let's create a pattern and we'll call this our WP Odyssey page header. Okay, or feature. Feature. This is the feature for every page. It's not the header, because the header is the bit with the logo and the navigation. And then you can pick what category you put this in. Okay, so I'm going to put it in banners, because it's a banner for me. All right. And then, so yeah, leave it like that and click add. So that now has been saved and put in the database. So I can use that wherever I want. So let's create a new page. So let's say I want to create, let's save that. Let's go to pages and let's create a new page. Let's say I want to create a page called testimonials. Okay. Now to start with, we know we want to hide this because we don't want that to appear. Now I can click plus. I'll click on patterns this time instead of a block. And we put it under banners. There we go. There's my preset block. Okay. My preset pattern. Now if I click on document overview, I can go in here. Okay, so if we want to edit this, we need to detach it from its current state. And then you can see here who we are. So you can put your testimonials. Okay, so now let's save that. Let's open up a new page. You can see, just got to do this to the page so that this container itself needs to be advanced options again. And then we want to put that to enable. And there we go. And there we go. Look, we can see now that we've created a reusable header over and over. So I can not only change the title, which I've done there, I could change the background image as well. So if I wanted a different background image on this one, I would go to container. Where is it? There, container. Where's the style? I'm on the wrong one. Okay, so in here, you'd go to this sidebar options, style, and then we could change this image to this one. No, that one doesn't look good. This one maybe. Select, save, and then we can refresh. Yeah, there we go. New background, but you know, you can see it's got the same layout and everything. So every page now that we create, we can just call this pattern, which will allow us to you know, reuse a block or you know, from another page over and over again. Okay, so that's patterns. And I think, you know, as you start, you know, what I suggest you do is check patterns that already exist that you could use to save time. But if you create one like we did in the last slide, then save it as a pattern so that you can reuse it. Okay. Now, for this, optimizing for mobile and user experience. Okay, so we've touched on this at the start of the video. So responsive design basics. So ensure your page layout adapts seamlessly to different size screens by previewing in mobile, tablet, and desktop modes within the block editor. Testing mobile layout, so use the preview feature to check how your pages appear on mobile devices, adjusting any elements that look misaligned or oversized. So like we did earlier, we saw that the text was too big, so we changed it to one that would adapt based on the view width. I would suggest doing that for tablet and phones, but we'll have a look at that now in a second. Simplify navigation, so ensure the existing menu created by your starter template is clear and functional. You'll learn how to customize and create menus in details in an upcoming lesson. So I want to put that in there because it's important that menus are different on mobile phones than they are on desktop. You'll notice normally you'll see that little burger icon in the top right hand corner. You'd click that, a menu would come out, as opposed to having the, you know, the navigation along the top. But we haven't covered menus and navigations yet, but you know, we will. And adjust spacing and alignment. So optimize spacing, padding, and alignment for mobile to maintain a clean, professional look without crowding elements. And then prioritize speed. So minimize large images or unnecessary elements that can slow down loading times, ensuring a smooth experience for mobile users. So if you've got a massive image that you're using for desktop, maybe use a different image for mobile that's smaller and more lightweight, because there's a higher chance that, well, there's a chance that your user could be using 4G or 3G, which is a slower internet connection to the internet at home. And obviously, if their experience is, you know, spending 5 seconds loading that image that's unnecessary, they're going to get frustrated and they're going to go elsewhere. So let me just show you quickly how we do that. So obviously we've created this pattern without making it responsive, and I wouldn't recommend that, but that was not the point of creating the pattern. But what you want to do now is let's go to our gallery page that we did first, yeah, where we created this, you know, header. So if I highlight this text and I go to the block, what we did was, we can see here that you get the options of this icon here, okay? And you can see it's got a desktop icon. So if I click tablet, I can then control maybe I want it to be left aligned on a tablet, yeah? So now if we look at it, let me just preview here. So if I preview this on the desktop, it's in the middle. If I preview it on the tablet, it's on the left, okay? So it's just to show you can customize things, but the layout is not necessarily something that you need to change depending on the device. It's more a case of the font size, okay? So for that, you go to typography, which is under style, typography. And as you can see here, for desktop, we've set the typography for this to be 70 pixels. Now, if I change that to a tablet, okay, you can see that it's using 70 pixels also, okay? So, which is probably fine, but I might write a bigger word there. And I would suggest that for anything responsive, when it comes to tablets or phones, that we use the VW, okay? So VW, view width. So if I type in here, I don't know, just put any number in for now to see. You can see 50 VW, that means it's using 50% of the width of the window to create a font size, which is far too big. So what I would do is type in any number and then use the slider until you're happy with it, okay? So I'd say that looks pretty good. 8. Yeah, and it's always good practice to do this with the biggest word that you've got or the biggest text that you've got. So if you've got, you know, testimonials, gallery, and about, then you know testimonials is the longest word. You want to make sure testimonials fits, okay? But you would do this if you could before creating the pattern. So for me, I think that looks pretty good, yeah? Now, when you go to phone, you'll notice it's done it automatically, because I think the way it works is it inherits from up, down. So it's now created its own version of it. If I want to override that again, I would pick VW and I would put, you know, maybe 10 in and just see. Maybe I want to go a bit smaller. Yeah, something like that is nice. But the point is you can control this, okay? And you can see now on the mobile, it looks like that. On a tablet, it looks like that. And on a desktop, it looks like that, okay? So I know whatever device somebody's on, the font size is going to work. And what you need to be doing really is just going through all of the elements to make sure that the page, and an easy way to do it for beginners, like right at the start, is when you've created a page, let's just leave this. We don't want to save it first. Cancel, save, and then we'll go back to here. Let's go to the home page. Once you've built out your page, and hopefully you'll build out a page, you know, bigger and better than what I've done here. This is just to give you the ideas for doing it. But once you've created your page, you just go to tablet, and then you can look at it yourself and go, okay, well, this is the one I created where we haven't made it responsive, okay? I think we can just delete that for now. So we're looking at the page. This is the one that was created. So this one looks good. I'd be happy with that. I don't think there's anything here that looks out of place. The only thing I'd say is maybe this text, okay? So, you know, these column text, maybe I'd want to make sure that they all fit on the same number of lines, okay? So if I went to typography, where is it? That is the description. And if I clicked on typography, I might want to set this to VW, yeah, and put like 3. That's too big. Let's go to 2. Let's have a look what 2 looks like. Okay, 2. And then I can go here and I can do the same. I want it VW2, maybe 1.5. This is where you play around with things, okay? We'll just put it 2, it's fine. And then this one, we can put it to VW2 as well. So now, this is dynamic, so obviously different mobile sizes have different widths, so, you know, a really big iPhone Pro Max or whatever is going to have a wider screen than like an iPhone 6. But when you use VW, everything looks in proportion, so as the screen gets bigger, that font will get bigger, and you just need to play around with it. And look, I'm not going to be able to teach you everything in this lesson, but the whole point of this community is that you ask questions, okay? If you run into an issue, post something in the community, or come on the live calls and ask me a question and I'll help you do this, okay? Because this just takes practice and takes time. The whole point of this lesson is to show you what's possible and what you should be doing, okay? So yeah, that's mobile responsiveness. So just check in the website to make sure that it looks good on different devices. If something looks out, then you make a change, all right? And then, again, let me move me out of the way. Consistency across pages. So this is important. So maintain uniform design. Use the same colors, fonts, and layouts across all pages to create a cohesive and professional look. We covered this earlier. We want to make sure that, you know, the style looks the same. You know, that's the whole point we created that pattern, is so that, you know, every page looked like it had the same, it was from the same website. You don't want to be going to one page, you've got a different header, different footer, you know, different colors. You want to try and keep it as, you know, in sync as possible. So stick to your branding. Ensure elements like logos, typography, and color schemes align with your brand's identity for recognizable style. You know, there will be some cases where some websites, you know, maybe you've got a multicolor branding and like a different color represents different services. That's fine, because they'll still have the same look and the same, you know, feel. But you know, you have one page that looks totally different to another one, people will just get confused, and it'll just be something that'll subconsciously tell them, I don't like the look of this website, and they might go elsewhere. So just, you know, try and get it as close as possible when you're building new pages. So standardize spacing and alignment. So keep margins, padding, and alignments consistent to improve readability and visual appeal. Like I said, you know, try and match everything as possible from each one. When we did the header, we tried to make sure that the letter spacing was the same. We try to make sure the padding was the same, just so it's not a shock when they go to a different page. Repetition for familiarity. So repeat design patterns for sections, e.g. call to actions and testimonials across pages to help users navigate effortlessly. So again, with this, even with call to actions, like make sure you keep the same color as well. Like if the button's yellow on one page, make sure they're yellow on another page, because it'll just remind them, right, okay, that's a button, that'll go to a certain place. Just make sure you're trying to keep everything in line. And then test. So test for consistency. Regularly preview your site to catch any mismatched styles or inconsistencies across your pages. One thing I haven't covered there is once you've got your site live, make sure you test it on different browsers as well, because one thing I find quite often is that, you know, you may get different results on Chrome as you do on something like Safari, and that can be frustrating. But you know, don't get too hung up about it. This is your first website, you know, you're already doing amazing. Just get a website up and running as your first website, and you know, your next one will get better, and the one after that better and better, and you just keep learning as you go. So yeah, so that's that. So again, summary. Let's go through what we've covered. So we've learned from template layouts. We've had a look at, you know, what has already been added to your website by the theme, so we can see what the starter template does, how it works. So we hopefully have learned that. Then we started a new page from scratch, or actually a new block and a new page from scratch. So built step by step using the block editor, replicating professional designs with ease. So you saw, you know, I know some of it might be a lot for you because it's new, but honestly, rewatch the video, see how I did it, how I recreated, you know, certain blocks, and just open up multiple tabs. You know, open up multiple tabs so you can flick back and forth and compare what's different on one page to the other, and that'll hopefully help you create these sections easier. So leverage patterns. So quickly add pre-designed sections to your page for functionality and style. So hopefully you found the patterns section useful. just create them. Like try and get them perfect for each device first, like desktop, tablet, and mobile. Then capture it by creating a pattern, and then you can reuse it on any page as you build your website. And it's just going to save you so much time. So yeah, patterns is a nice little shortcut. Optimize for mobile, so ensure seamless user experience across devices with responsive design practices. So again, I've shown you what we do. Again, just preview the page in on different devices, and just make sure things look nice and in place, just so you don't get left with websites that look weird on mobile phones. Like I said, 50% of your traffic will probably come on mobile phones, so it's important that you make sure it's right. Consistency across pages. So maintain uniform colors, fonts, and layouts for a cohesive and polished site. So we've covered this in great detail now. I don't want to go over and over the same thing again and again, but yeah, you can just make sure pages look right. And the only way to do that is by testing, playing around with it, playing around with it, making sure it's right. So look, we've covered a lot there. I know that's probably gone a bit more advanced than a complete beginner. So I know you've just installed this template, you've used starter templates, and now you've been able to create and manage your own blocks, building them from scratch, not just like we did in the foundation course. So yeah, we're plowing ahead. We're churning along. We're getting things built up, and hopefully your knowledge of WordPress is building. Hopefully it's not becoming too overwhelming for you, because this stuff's pretty basic at this stage. And that's all I ask now, is that if you need to rewatch this video, or the parts of it that are important, and what I'd love that you do is start creating your own custom pages, custom blocks within your starter template, and again, share it in the community. Share your wins, because these are wins. Every time you build a new page, a new block, that's a win, because you'll remember when you need that for your next website. So yeah, again, like I always say, hopefully you're enjoying everything. I'm looking for feedback below, so make sure you drop me any comments in the pinned post below, and yeah, any questions, obviously just ask them below, or join a live call, and I'm there to help you all along the way. But yeah, we'll see you on the next lesson. Thanks. Okay, so welcome back. So now you should be getting familiar with building pages using the block editor. You should have had some practice now, obviously, using the templates, the pre-built starter templates, starting to create some blocks of your own, moving them from page to page, just getting familiar with the whole thing. But in today's video, I want to just touch on, let me just move me out the way, page builders, just an overview and the basics. So we're not going to do a full workshop in this video showing you how to build a website using page builders. If that is something that you do want, then obviously just leave a comment below in the pinned post, and maybe we'll arrange some sort of workshop where you can watch me build a website using a page builder, so you can get more hands-on and more visual help on how to do it. But this one is just for the overview and the basics, so that you're aware of what it is and what they do. So here's what we're going to cover today. So introduction to popular page builders, page builders versus the block editors, so the difference, key features of page builders, setting up a page builder plugin, and then creating page layouts with the page builder. Okay, so warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, obviously, if you want to save some time, watch the video in 2 times speed. Okay, so introduction to popular page builders. Okay, what are page builders? So tools like Elementor, Bricks, and Beaver Builder, and there's loads more out on the market as well, that enable drag and drop customization for building pages without coding. And that's it, basically. I think the best way to explain it is like when you're designing something, whether using Photoshop or Figma or anything like that, you're dragging and dropping things all over the place. And what page builders allow you to do is build a website in a similar way. And that's basically it. It's just a visual tool for putting the page together, and you just got a lot more control than you do over like the blocks that we've been using. So why page builders matters? So they simplify design, offering visually rich layouts and accessibility for beginners and professionals alike. And you'll see this, I think they are good for beginners to come in and be able to start building a website. You can control what goes where. You can't quite do that with the block editor. And you'll find that you'll come across, web agencies that use, page builders to build websites. So whether you're a beginner or a professional, it can be used by literally anyone. And then popular choices in the market. So Elementor for ease of use, Bricks for speed and performance, and Beaver Builder for reliability and simplicity. There are others on the market that you'll come across. There's tools like Divi, which is not so much drag and drop. It is in a way, but it's slightly different. WP Page Bakery is another one. And, you will come across others. They all work in a similar way. But generally speaking, the most popular one that you're going to come across is Elementor. And then seamless WordPress integration. So designed to work within WordPress, these builders maintain flexibility and functionality. Okay, so page builders versus the block editor. So what are the difference between these? So page builder tools offer drag and drop functionality, pre-built templates, and advanced customizations options for faster, more visual design. Now, you probably noticed yesterday with the site that we were building using the block editor that it was a bit static. There wasn't much going on it. It's a nice looking website, but there wasn't much going on. If you want to build something, with a lot more features, a bit more dynamic, then that's when you'd use a page builder. It's like a block editor on steroids. It just gives a lot more features. So the WordPress block editor focuses on native WordPress blocks. So that's the Gutenberg editor, that's part of WordPress, for lightweight design, ensuring simplicity and better performance. So as you saw, simplicity is the word. It was a simple looking website, but it was a website. That's the point of this course, to teach you how to build a website. But it is simplicity. Now, one thing to bear in mind is that when you're building a complex website and you're not coding it, even when you are coding it, you're actually, generating more code. But with a page builder, because there's no code being built, what's happening is as you're building the page, the template, the plugin Elementor is coding out your website as you're laying the elements on the page. And in order for it to do that, it has to add excessive code in, code that you may not necessarily need if you'd coded it from scratch. And what that does is that creates a page that's actually, full of code, is more code than needed, and that can slow down the website. Whereas the block editor, it's simple, it uses less code or generates less code from what it generates, and just means it's, offers better performance. So that's why I wanted to highlight that. So key differences. So page builders provide more design flexibility, while the block editor offers a streamlined approach with fewer external dependencies. And that's basically what I've said. The two of them do a similar thing. One is a streamlined, lighter version. One can build nearly anything. I wouldn't say anything because there are limitations, but almost anything. And we'll have a look at those now in a second. So when to use each. So use page builders for complex, visual, intricate sites. Choose block editor for straightforward layouts with faster performance. So what I would say is that's true to an extent. That's, when you would need each one of those options. However, I feel like if you're going to use Elementor or one of the block editors and you like it and you get familiar with it, then you would use it to build all of your websites. You wouldn't go, I'm going to use this for that website and this for that website. I think the reality is, if you prefer the block editor, then you'd use that for your websites. If you prefer Elementor, then even if you're going to build a simpler website, then you would still use Elementor. You just use the simpler elements. So yeah, I think you'd use what you prefer, down to preference, but that's what each one is built for. Okay, so key features of page builders. Okay, drag and drop interface simplifies page creation by letting you visually position elements without coding. So even though it has, an overview so you can see what's in what place, what containers are in place, you can literally drag and drop things into place, edit them, and build out your website like that. So that's the first key feature. Pre-built templates, so speed up design with ready-made layouts for various page types and industries. So just like the block editor, you're going to get the same access to those templates. With Elementor, you're going to get more advanced templates and more advanced sections that are Elementor specific. So that's something to bear in mind, which can save you time. Custom widgets and modules, so add advanced functionality like sliders, forms, pricing tables directly into your pages. What you'll see with Elementor is it does have a lot of more advanced features like these. However, a lot of them come only with the Pro version. Now, in this lesson, we're not going to install the Pro version. We're just going to look at the free version that you can download through the WordPress repository. And we'll be restricted with some of those items. And I want to highlight that in this video because a lot of the videos that you'll see online, they'll show you how to build a website using Elementor, but they haven't told you that you need the paid version, the Pro version, which means you've got to buy a license for it. So I think to start with, we start with the free one, and it's only when you decide, actually, you know, I really want a slider, then obviously you need to upgrade to the Pro version. So, but even out of the box, it does offer some custom widgets and modules. Global design settings, so ensures consistency across pages with tools to manage fonts, colors, and spacing site-wide. So similar to the customize settings that you had for the block editor under the appearances menu, the Elementor has its own global settings that you can use, and this just, you know, ensures consistency across all of the pages. And then responsive design tools, so includes mobile friendly editing and preview to optimize the site for all devices. Again, similar to the block editor, similar to what you had for the block editor, you can see what it looks like on each device. You can preview it in each device. I just think the tool within Elementor and the block edit, the other page builders, is a bit more advanced. And yeah, you can do the same thing. You can, you know, set different font sizes for different devices. You can hide elements on different devices. So it might be that you've got this great big slideshow on the desktop. You know, you don't want that on a mobile. So you could hide that one on the mobile and then, you know, create a more mobile friendly slider for mobile. So yeah, that's just a good thing that you've got for the page builders, the responsive design tools. Okay, so setting up a page builder plugin. Now, installing the plugin. So access the WordPress dashboard, navigate to plugins, add new, search for the desired plugin, so e.g. Elementor, and click install now. So like any other plugin. Now, what I would say is if you're using the Astra theme, you would have noticed yesterday that when we installed the starter templates, that we were asked which page builder we were using, and at the time we chose the block editor. If you'd have chosen Elementor, it'll actually install Elementor for you with everything it needs for building that site. And I think that's the way we'll do it now, because by now we've shown you how to install plugins. Have we? Yeah, I think we have. If we haven't, it's coming soon. But installing plugins is one way. But I think, you know, to keep it nice and simple, if you're using the Astra theme, this is how you would do it. Okay, I'll show you both anyway. Activating the plugin. So after installing, click activate to enable the plugin, the page builder on your site and access its features. Configuring basic settings. So set up global options such as default colors, fonts, and page layouts to align with your site's branding. And then adding a new page. So use the page builder to create a new page by selecting edit with page builder. So for example, you know, we'll have a look at that in a second. And starting with a blank or pre-designed template. And then exploring the dashboard. So familiarize yourself with page builder's interface, including menus, drag and drop options, and editing panels for seamless integration. Okay, so let's do this now. Let's flip back to our amazing website. So just to remind you what we've got at the moment, we've got this website that we created yesterday, which was using the block editor. Now, so installing the plugin. So first of all, you can go to plugins and you can click add new plugin, and then you can search your plugin here. So Elementor, you'll do that one first. And then you'll just click install here, and then you'd activate it. So after installing it, this would turn to a blue button and you'd click activate, okay? So that's one way of doing it. Now, if we're in the Astra template, we can do it this way as well. Now, under starter templates, so we've already got starter templates installed, so it's not asking us to activate that this time. If you haven't installed it, then you'd get a prompt before this window showing you, asking you, do you want to install starter templates? Just click yes and activate. In this case, we don't want to because we've already got it. And then I don't want to use the AI builder. We want to use the classic starter template. So build with templates. And this is where you get asked which builder you're using. So last time we clicked block editor because that's the built-in WordPress one. This time let's click Elementor and see what happens. Now, what type of website are you building? So again, we've got similar, well, the same templates. The same templates are available to us here, okay? Now, just so we can make this a bit different, let's pick this one, okay? And what we'll do is we'll upload our logo here. Have I got a white logo? Let me find my white logo so we can add that. Where have I got a white logo? This one. Okay, let's put that on our desktop and then we'll upload that to here. No, that didn't work. We'll upload it to here. Why is that not working? Let's upload it this way. So we'll go to our desktop, open the logo, move me out of the way, click select, and then we can see the logo's in there. It's a white logo, so I've white out the logo, so it just looks like that way. Click the font. I think this one was the closest to the font, so we'll pick that one. Colors we leave as default and click continue. So this is exactly the same process we went through yesterday, okay? So page builder is automatically ticked. We can't unchoose that. Contact form, we're going to want that. We're not doing e-commerce, we're not doing donations, and we'll just leave all these blank for now, okay? So we'll click continue. Now it says like, looks like you've already got a site created with starter templates. That's the one we did yesterday. So it's picked up that we've already created a website. That was just for fun and just for demonstration, so I don't want to keep that. So I'm going to build and submit and build my website this way. And then what will happen is it'll delete all of the data of the website that we created yesterday. For me, that's fine. If you've put a lot of work into it, then obviously don't. So for me, it's fine. I'm going to click submit, build my website. So look, what it's doing now is installing Elementor, it's activating Elementor, it's just creating all the widgets, it's importing the forms, importing everything that it needs to do to create this website so that it works with Elementor. As you can see, it doesn't take too long, a bit longer than just using the block editor. I think yesterday it said 8 seconds, 12 seconds. Okay, so view my website. So you can see now it's created this website. Similar website to yesterday, it's just slightly different, okay? But that's basically how you install Elementor, okay? So we don't need to activate the plugin because we've already done that. Configuring basic settings. Now, it is worth noting here that once you go back to your admin, you will have under the appearances menu, you will see customize. When you click global, you'll have these colors, and these are the color palettes that are set for here, okay? Now, you can change these if you want. So if you prefer this one, you can. You can see it's changed the buttons, colors. So pick whichever one suits you, okay? And you can go through these global settings just to make sure that everything works for you. If you want to change the font, you can. If you want to change the container, what type it is, so full width, you can. For me, I'm happy with everything as it is by default, so I'm not going to make any changes then, all right? And then adding new pages. So you'll see now when we go to pages, what we've got now is it's actually removed all the pages we created yesterday and created new pages. So these are slightly different now. But if I click on home page, you'll see this editor now looks very different, okay? It hasn't got the block editor anymore. It's got this edit with Elementor. Now I can go back to the block editor. So if I click that, click continue, you can see it's just a mess, okay? And that's because the blocks used for Elementor and the blocks used for the block editor work in a different way. And the block editor can't work out how to display these. So if you're using an Elementor site and you've built a page with Elementor, you need to make sure that you're in the Edit with Elementor section of your WordPress dashboard. And when you click that, you'll see the page loads up exactly like it is on the front end, but you've got this Elementor logo on the left-hand side, which means you're inside the Elementor editor. All right, so that's that. If you want to get back, you can click this, exit to WordPress. And let's go back to some of these pages. Now, one thing that's important to notice is that when you're on pages, you'll see which pages have been built with Elementor, okay? And then the gallery page, you can see that's one that we created yesterday, which isn't part of this template, same as testimonials. So when you click on that, it should be normal that it goes into the block editor because we haven't built this with Elementor. If you did build it with Elementor now, because we originally built this using the block editor, if we now want to change it to Elementor, we have to start from scratch, because when we edit it with Elementor, you'll see that it doesn't understand the code. Actually, because it's the Astra theme, it does. So ignore that, it does. Okay, so you'll have to test it. I've seen it in the past where you've opened up a block editor page inside Elementor and it hasn't understood it. So just have to test it first, okay? So just test. This one does, great. So let's exit there. So that's it. So we've installed Elementor and we've got it on our website. And you can see now, look, the gallery has changed to Elementor. It's recognized that. And yeah, so important, one thing you should do as well is check the Elementor option. So on the left-hand side here, you'll see Elementor. So if you click on that, this is where you'll see, you know, like with most, like Astra, all the plugins, you'll see like, you know, it's their homepage. Because we're using the free version, you will see a lot of offers to upgrade to the paid one. So like upgrade now, you'll see here, look, upgrade now. So it's up to you whether you want to upgrade. It's not that expensive. You know, maybe I'll put a link below, you know, if that's something that you do want to do. But I don't think there's a need just for the sake of this video. So you'll see here you've got some Elementor specific settings, so you can decide, you know, which post types can use Elementor. So if you didn't want blog posts, for example, to use Elementor, you just untick that. And you'll see these are just the default settings, okay? Most of which you won't need, especially at this stage. Maybe we'll cover them at a future date, but for now you won't need to do those. Role manager, so you can set different roles as to who can use Elementor. So what user roles? By default, it's the admin, but if you want the editor to be able to do it, you can. Generally, an editor is someone that writes articles, so they wouldn't need to, but you can, you know, edit the roles. Element manager, so if, you know, these are all the different elements that are available inside Elementor. If you want to disable any or enable any, you can. These are the pro ones, so it gives you an overview of what you're missing. I will put a link to this actually. So this is like pro versus free, so you get an idea of what elements are available in free and what's in pro and what's missing. So you can see, look, template libraries in both. So you can see everything that's in both. And then as you scroll down, you'll start to see these red crosses. So for example, you know, slides, you know, most websites that want a slideshow, they're not available in the free version. So you'd have to upgrade to pro to get that. But yeah, I'll put a link to this so you can study it in your own time and just see, you know, get an easier overview of what you're missing out on by not having the pro. So what other Elementor options are there? So tools, some useful tools in here. You're probably not going to need them at the start. When you migrate websites, sometimes, you know, your old URL will still be there. You can use this replace tool. So you could put your old URL in, put your new one in, replace, and that'll update the database, making sure that there's no old URL still on your website. Version control, maintenance mode, and import and export. So, you know, you're not going to need those for this lesson. System info, this is quite useful to know where it is. You know, if you ever have any issues with Elementor in the future and you need to contact Elementor support, quite often they'll ask you what information you've got here, because they want to be able to see. And then you've got this download system info. So they'll ask you, can you send us the download system info? You'd go here, copy that, and then you'd be able to send them, and they can see an overview of maybe what the problem might be. You can get help. submissions. But again, you can see all of these items here are only for the Pro. Okay, so that's that. Now, just for you to get familiar with the Elementor editor. So let's click on this home page. Now you can either go into the home page and then click edit with Elementor, or if you hover over this item, you'll see you've got these quick links underneath and you've got edit with Elementor there. So you can go straight, bypass the pages page and go straight into here. Okay. Now, some of this will be very familiar to the block editor because, you know, there are similarities between them. And one of them is, you know, you can just scroll down the page and you can see how this page has been built. All right. Now, if you want to see how it's been built, you can use this structure and it'll give you this pop-up. Okay. This pop-up can sit wherever you want. You can drag and drop it to wherever, you want it to be. And you can expand these. So if I click this container, you can see it's highlighted the slide, this featured image at the top. Yeah, I can open it. I can see there's a heading in there and a button. Okay, if I want to hide this item for whatever reason, I can just click the I, same as with the title that we used in the previous one, and then it's gone. So if ever you think, oh, where's my section gone? Open up the structure and just make sure nothing is grayed out. Okay, so that's that. Let me just bring it back. Now, as you select these items, or even if you select them with your mouse, the left-hand side, so not the right like previously, the left-hand side will show you all of the options that you've got for this. Okay, so let's have a look at this button, for example. So you've got a tab here for content, so it'll show you what type of button you want. And as you can see, you can pick different ones. Okay, so I want the default. You can change the text, whatever you want. And exactly the same, you add a link here. Now, in the block editor for buttons, you have to add the link by finding the link and pasting it in. With Elementor, you can do certain things. You can create dynamic tags and link options, okay? And this is going to take time for you to, so dynamic options are only available for Pro. So this is what's going to come up quite often as you use the free version of Elementor. There's going to be constant roadblocks that you're going to want that are going to say, you need to upgrade to Pro to be able to do, use this feature. So, but you can just close that and it'll just, remove, all the different additional options that you might need. Now, what I was saying about not being able to, having to get the manual link in the previous, if I want to link this button to the about page, I should be able to start typing about and it's highlighted or identified the pages that I might be referring to. So if I click about, that's it. I haven't got to go and get the link and paste it in there. I can just search for what I'm doing in that bar, what I wanted to link to, and then that's it, okay? If I want to open in a new tab, I can generally do that when you go into an external site, not internally. And then you've got some additional options like add no follow, custom attributes, icons, and give it a button ID, okay? So that's how you edit each element. Again, same here, you can click this, and what you'll have is on each of these items, you'll have a content tab, you'll have a style tab where you can change, alignment, color. So by default, it's used white. So if I click this item, you get to see all of the global colors that we set in the customize option. So as you can see, these are the options. So you can see it's used the white, which is theme color 6, or you can manually override that and use something that you want. Paste your code in there, or find the color that you want. If I want it red, I can. Okay. For this, I don't. I'm going to click the theme colors and use that. So using the theme colors, just make sure that you're not starting to use different color greens. If you're using your eye and going, oh yeah, that green looks like the green I just used, they don't. So just use the global option, and that'll allow you to make sure that you get consistency throughout all of your page. And then, every different element has got different will have different options, okay? And it'll take time for you to go through these and get familiar with them. Then you've got advanced, and in advanced, that'll allow you to add different margins, paddings. Again, same thing applies. You can either use pixels, percentage, EM, REM, VW, or custom, okay? And you can unlink these by, clicking that, and then they all go to 0. You can add them separately. When they're locked together, if you add 10 here, they'll all have 10, okay? So as you can see, it's adding padding everywhere, okay? So I want it to be 0 there. And that's it really. You're just going to go through this page customizing it. So if you're happy with the page layout and you just want to change them, you can just go in, you can just change this. So okay, get started now. So you just got to customize this site if you prefer Elementor to exactly what you want. Okay, so you can just click on this, click on this. Every single thing is an element. Okay, and that's how this page has been built. But for now, I think you're just going to use this to edit, and then you'll see the footer here at the bottom, and you'll see the header at the top. Okay, header's not actually on display there. So I'm not going to save anything here. I'm just going to go back to the WordPress dashboard. Before I do that, actually, let me show you how you add new elements. So you'll see on the top, you've got this plus, okay? And when you've got that plus, this search comes and you'll see all of the elements that are available. So unfortunately, there's not a great deal of elements available on the free plan, which are these. And then you've got all of these pro ones. These are general as well, so that's fine. So you can see which ones are available, which ones are not, by this padlock appearing on the right hand side. I'm just used to having them all available. And then you've got global. Again, global elements are not available in the free version. So you can create global elements and use them across the website, but on the free plan you can't. So if I wanted to add like some text in here, this is what I mean by the drag and drop. Okay, so I wanted to add a text editor here. I can drag this by holding my mouse button down, and then as I drag it, you'll see this pink line appearing as where do I want to drag it? Okay, I want it here. Okay, so now I can put in from beginner to pro in, might want to fix that. Okay, so there we go. So that's in. Now, even though it's in, it looks, I can't see it. Okay, so now you've got to start styling it. Okay, so with that selected, you can see the text editor is there. I can see the text is in place. And then under styles, I can say I want it center aligned. I want it a color. So I can pick one of these global colors. So again, I think white is probably the best. Typography, so very similar to the block editor. You can click this, then you can click the font family you want. So again, default works for me. I can change the size by using this. And then the weight. I can change line height, letter spacing. Everything that we could do yesterday is done inside this little text editor here. Okay, so that's, before I moved away, I just wanted to show you how to add new elements in. And again, learn from templates, okay? So you can see every time you add a section, you add a container first. So I want to add a new block in here. I would add a container first, and then inside the container, I would add what elements I want inside it, all right? So that's that. Let me just leave there. I don't want to save anything. Go back to the dashboard, and what I wanted to do is just cover off so when you've got the pro version, let me just show you this. So under templates, this templates directory is something that is it's something that is part of Elementor, and it allows you to create reusable blocks. Okay, so under templates, when you click that, you'll see you've got save templates, pages, sections, and containers. Okay, so that's where a lot of the templates will be held. You can create like a header, footer, sidebar, you name it, you can create a template that will go in there. Now, because we've got the free version, or it could be because of the template that we're using, the header and the footer actually are controlled under appearances. So normally, most Elementor sites that you'd work on, you'd have a header and a footer that you could edit in Elementor. And when you edit the header, it edits it globally. So it would be on every page. If you make a change, it's on every page. But here, what we've got is under appearances, we've got customize. And you'll see here, we've got the header builder. So our header is created here. So we've got the site title, we've got the button, and we've got a primary menu. If we want to make changes to that, we can, okay? So look, transparent header, we did this earlier. Enable on complete website. We've got that already. Logo width. So yeah, so everything header-wise is there. And that goes to the footer as well. So when you go to customize under appearances, you'll have a footer builder as well. Okay, so it shows you the footer. As you can see, we've got the copyright text on the right hand side. We've got the footer menu, which is this, and we've got some HTML, which I assume is this logo, okay, which is parked in the middle. But you can edit your header and footer here. These become global as well. So once you change it once, it appears on every page. So you haven't got to worry about doing it, multiple times. And that basically is like a brief overview of Elementor. Now, create a page layout with a page builder. Okay, so choosing a template or starting from scratch. So begin by selecting a pre-designed template or starting with a blank canvas to create a custom layout. I think this goes back to what we talked about yesterday as well. I think having the ability to use a template allows you to learn from them, and I think that's how you learn how to build them yourself eventually, is just by using templates, editing them, customizing them, and then with that in knowledge, learning how to just build out your own pages and your own sections and templates. And then adding and arranging elements, so use the drag and drop interface to place widgets like text, images, and buttons, organize them into rows and columns. So like we just did now, on the demo page, I showed you how you drag and drop things into place. Customizing section settings, so adjust padding, margins, background color, and other design elements to match your site style. So we did that. And then incorporating interactive features, so add dynamic elements like sliders, forms, and animations to enhance user engagement and functionality. Again, sliders are not something that's going to be part of the free one, but there is an image carousel that you can use. And then previewing and saving your layout. So let me just show you what that means. So if we go to pages, and let's say I wanted to, create this gallery page, okay? So at the moment it's nothing, we just got this. So edit with Elementor. And then we see this totally blank page. So you've got the structure here, which is empty. So we've got absolutely nothing here, okay? So if I wanted to create this page and make it look like or appear like it's part of this website, then there's a few things that I can do. So as you can see, this is totally empty. I think maybe we haven't covered this navigation well enough yet. So let me just cover this off first. So at the top, we've got the Elementor logo. If we click that, we've got some options. So we've got Theme Builder, which is a pro feature. We've got History, which can be useful because if you make a mistake and you want to revert something, you can use this History. So click that, and you can see the revisions that we've made on this page. So I can revert back to different. So you can see, whatever it might be, and then you can apply that change, okay? So that's what the history is. User preferences, keyboard shortcuts might be handy, and then to exit back to WordPress. Now, we did cover this, add elements. When we want to add something, we can just drag and drop these into place. We've got globals, which are available only for Pro. So, you can just browse through these, take your time, have a look at all of the different elements that are available that you can use. Then you've got the site settings here. So when you click that, these are like global settings for the whole site. Some of these will match what you've seen in the admin, but just, again, have a look at these, spend some time doing that. We then can close that. We've got our structure. So at the moment you can see this page is totally blank. Okay, so we've got nothing there. We can just close that. And then along the top, You've got showing you what page you're on, you're showing what other pages we've got in Elementor, and we can add a new page. This cog is for page settings, so these are like page specific settings, so nothing to do with the elements. This is actually for the structure of the page, and you can just go through there, same sort of tabs. You've got settings, styling, and advanced. Then you've got these three icons at the top, which allow you to see the website in desktop, tablet, and mobile, and then you can obviously adjust. Now, whatever settings you're on here will represent what's on the left hand side here. So as you can see, the margin for this at the moment is going to be on desktop. If I switch it to tablet, the margin will be for tablet, and if I put it to mobile, the margins will be for mobile. So you can literally inherit the desktop version all the way down to mobile phone, or you can specifically specify which elements you want to change or display or hide on different devices. So that's what you can do with those. Maybe we'll show you those in a moment. You've got a checklist here, what's new, you've got a finder, help, and preview. So this is obviously quite handy. So before you make any save any changes, you can click this preview, and that'll allow you to see what the page looks like before saving. And then you've got this publish button with some other options like save as template and view page. All right. So for me, what I'd be doing is at this point, you now want to make this page look like something that's part of your website. Okay, so now some of the icons here that you might look familiar for you is this one. So this starter template. If I click this, then you can see here that two tabs at the top. We've got pages and we've got blocks. Okay, so if I want, I could go through here and find a page that I want to import into this page. Okay. And I don't want to do that, but that's where I could import something and have a good starting point that I can then edit for the rest of the page. Okay, so that's that. Blocks, you can then search for different blocks. These are like preset blocks that we can use. So for example, if you want this one, like show your clients, you want this one, you can just browse through here, click the one you want, and then import it into your page. All right, so that's another thing that you can do. Now, not only with the starter templates, you can also look at Elementor specific templates. So this folder icon here, if you click that, you can see that here you've got blocks, same as before, that you can use and import. Okay, so you can browse through those and import them. Obviously, keep an eye out for this Pro icon. Obviously, if you're on the free version, you won't be able to use those. You've then got pages, so there might be a specific page that you want to use. So you can just, again, browse through the pages. You know, you might think, oh, this one's perfect for what I need. You just insert it and edit it. And then you've got my templates, okay? So at the moment, we haven't got any templates. Now, because I want this site to look exactly the same as, I want this page to look exactly the same as the other pages, so it looks like it's part of the website. What I'd actually be doing is, let me just... I think there's nothing to save. So let's come out of here, exit to WordPress. Now, what I'd be doing is I'd be browsing my site. So we've got this, and I'll be taking inspiration from the pages that have already been created to see which page I want my gallery page to sort of resemble or look like. So for me, I'd be going around here and I'd be thinking, all right, I've got the about page. Yeah, that one's pretty close to what I want. Services. No, it's not really. Well, that could be a gallery page. Instead of having these services here, we could just have a gallery. So that could be one, and the contact page. Same. I don't want the contact details. So I think for me, the about page is probably the closest that for what I want for a page. So this is what I would be doing. I would go to the about page in the admin, and I would edit with Elementor. So let's just click that, and we go into the Elementor editor. And then one thing that we haven't covered yet is, obviously we're starting to get familiar now with what we're seeing here in Elementor, but this is like the page feature. And if you notice, this has appeared on every single page that we created, that we had. So it was on the contact page, it was on the services page, and it was on the about page. So if we're going to create a gallery page, we want to keep the same theme, okay? So what I would be doing is, if you right click on this feature, this block that we've got here, so again, if we want to look at the structure, we can see this is the container that we're talking about. If I right click anywhere in this, I've got edit container, duplicate, add new container, copy, paste, paste style, paste from other site, reset style, generate variations with AI, save as template, save as default, and structure and delete. So for me, I think we could make this feature image a template, because we can just call it and reuse it on every page and then just edit it. So if I click save as template, you can see here enter template name. So if I put page feature, call this, you know, what you want. I'm just showing you what I would call it. So I'd click save. And there we go. Now under my templates, I've got something called page feature. It's a container. It was created by me on this date. I can preview it or I can insert it. Okay. So let's close that for now. And then let's head back to our, or we can do that here. We can either flip back here. So let's go to our gallery page that we've created. Discard. I don't want to make any changes. Now inside this default block, let me just close this structure block. So this is like the default block at the moment, okay? So there's nothing in there. It's basically saying to me, look, what do you want to add to this website? So for me, I want to add that template that we just did. So I can go to templates now and I can click on this. So you've got blocks, pages, templates. Now we've got my template, the one I just created, okay? So I can insert that, apply, and there we go. We've now added the featured image to this page, okay? Now here, I want to see if this is possible actually, because it doesn't let you do it without the free version. Okay, so this website, this template seems to have the style of everything in lowercase, okay? So let's put this gallery, okay? So now we've got that. If we want to change the background image, we can. So we would just click here, heading, style, advanced, where's the background image? Oh, we're on the wrong one. So let me just close here, click container, style. And then if I want to change this image for a different one, I can click choose image, have a look at what we've got. This one looks pretty cool. Oh no, that's not the one. Let's pick that. There we go. So now I've got my gallery page, okay? So I've now, every time I create a page from now on, I can just call the feature, I can create a blank page, I can call the feature image template, and that starts my page. Every page can start with this, and then they've all got that, you know, synergy. Now if I click the preview button, you can see now it's added my header in, it's got the feature block that we just created, and we've got this footer, okay? Now we need to add something in between. Now let's have a look how we would do that. What would we do? So let's go back to edit with Elemental. What I would do is I would search for gallery. Now the nice gallery is behind the paywall, so we can't use that. So we'll use the basic gallery. And what I do is I would grab that and I would drag it into this block here. Okay, so now we've created a gallery. You can see here it's inside a container. It's called basic gallery. And then because that's selected on the left hand side now, I've got the options to start to populate that gallery. So I always start from the top down and work my way right. So the first option is this content block, okay? And the first thing is images. So I want to add what images. So if you click this plus, you can then add images. Now I've already downloaded a load of images. If you haven't got images, I'll put a link to this. This is Pexels, and this is a royalty-free place that you can go and download images. They've got loads of images. You can go there, download them for free. Once you've downloaded images, I always recommend that you optimize them before you upload them to your website. So for that, I would use tiny PNG. So you can just drag and drop your images in here. This will do lossless compression, so it'll compress the images down as small as possible so you can keep your website light and fast. And then the images won't look any different to as they did before. They're just a little bit smaller and, you know, allow your website to stay fast. So I've already done that, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to select those images. So let's have a look. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's pick 10, all right? Let me just move it out of the way. So I'm going to create a new gallery now that I've selected those 10. you can see the gallery images are here, and I want to insert this gallery. Okay, doesn't look very good at the moment there. Let me just move that out the way. Let me move me out the way. But this is like the starting point. And then what you need to do is just go through the options, like I just said now on the left-hand side, till this looks good. So we want these to be thumbnails for now. Let's have a look. We want 5 columns. So we've got 5, 5, 5. Do we want to show the caption? No, I don't want to show that. We want to link to the media file. Lightbox, yes. So that looks like that. Now, under style, we want spacing to be default. Right. Now, this is going to be for the block. Okay, so I think here we need to pick a bigger size. So let's go medium. And as you can see, that looks a little bit better now. All the images are nice and tight together. Now, because we're using the basic gallery, there's no option to set the different cover size here. So you will find that, you know, there will be some gaps in the images. Okay, let me just see if there's an option here to no, there's not. Yeah, I don't use this basic gallery normally. I normally use the normal gallery, which allows you to set the images as cover, which means they fill the whole space. So what might be a good idea is we just leave it like that, and we've got these little gaps. All right, so we've got that selected, and under style, spacing, custom, I wonder if we can, you know, you can set little gaps between them if you want. This is just up to you. This is just a preference, yeah. But the idea is that you should keep, you know, a nice even gap between each one, maybe like 20 pixels. That's such a shame they don't like expand. Yeah, we don't want any border. It's just annoying having the free version of this. Okay, so that's the styling of the images. If you want to add a border radius, you can. So if you added 10, you can see you can add like you know, a border radius to the images. Depends what your preference is. And then under advanced, we can then talk about the layout. So, you know, this is a bit close to that. So I think we want to detach this. And then what we can do is we can add some margin at the top. Now, remember we said with margin, it's always top, right, bottom, left. So it works clockwise. So we can add some gaps there, maybe like 50 or something. And then you can preview what that looks like. So preview layout. And there we go. So we've got a gallery page. And then if we click these, they open up in the light box. You can browse and scroll through with your finger if you're on a tablet. But that works. I think that works. That works as a gallery page. Obviously, if you want to add some content, you could. I think if you were going to do that, I would, let me publish that. And again, just to save you as much work as possible, I would be going back to the About page and I would see what block you could use. That would be nice. So, you know, I think maybe something like this. So you could just right click, you could copy that. And then when you edit that page, let's go to gallery. If you scroll down, I think we can paste that in there. So we've now created a block exactly the same as the previous one. I want to move that to here. And then, you know, you could just say, I haven't planned this, whatever you want to say. Okay, now, again, same thing again. We've put that in, it looks good, but we need to add some padding around. I want to detach that. So maybe we can add 50 padding there, preview that. Oops, let me just save that by going like this. Let's publish it and then preview it. And you can see now, you know, that maybe looks a little bit better, okay? But you're going to have to build out this site, the way that you want it. I'm only doing some ideas to give you, suggestions on what you could roll out over, in the different places. Maybe you want to add more images. But yeah, I think if you're going to use Elementor, like the Pro license is probably going to be, so, it's inevitable that you will buy it, but play around with the free version first to see, make sure that you like it. So, yeah, I'll add links in the description for Pexels and Tiny PNG View, and I'll add a link to this so you can check the benefits of the two versions of Elementor. But hopefully, that's just giving you a bit of an insight into Elementor and what you can do with it. Hopefully, the point is you can see it's a lot more powerful than the block editor, and, I think it's worth you learning how to use it, because you're going to come across sites that have it, and being able to use it will be useful. But I think it would be, a really good idea that maybe I did a workshop showing you how to build a website using Elementor. What I'd love to do eventually is have, side by side how you would code a website and how you would use one in Elementor. Maybe time it, see how long it would take to do each one of them. And then even then do a speed test on afterwards, see which one performs better. But anyway, that's just giving you an insight into Elementor. The same thing applies to Beaver Editor if you want to use that. And obviously the other one was Bricks. I've never used that. I've heard good things about it, but it's a premium plugin. So, maybe we'll do something on that, down the line as well. But the point of this was just to make you aware of page builders, and, you just need to roll your sleeves up now and get stuck in and start using them to see if they're for you or not. So just a quick summary. So we've looked at an introduction to page builders. So we've explored popular tools like Elementor. We've explained what Bricks and Beaver Builder are for creating custom page layouts. Page builders versus block editors. So we've highlighted the difference between WordPress's native editor and page builders, focusing on flexibility and ease of use. I think, to be fair, like the blocks editor actually can bang out some, pretty good websites. It's just like a lighter version of using a page builder. So we looked at the key features of page builders. So covered the drag and drop interface, pre-built templates, widgets, and customization options. Setting up a page builder. So demonstrate how to install and configure a page builder plugin for your site. So we've done that with Elementor. And then creating a page layout. So we've shown how to design and customize a layout with interactive elements and responsive design features. So I know this lesson could be a lot better. I know, it could be a hell of a lot better, to be honest. But I think as page builders is not really the area that I specialize in, it's difficult for me to say to you, page builders are amazing, so you should build a website, because I code websites. But I know I have customers that have got Elementor. I know I need to be able to use these tools. And I know for a beginner starting their journey with WordPress, chances are you're going to pick up something like Elementor or the page builder to build your first website. And, that's something that you need to do before we can move on to the next steps. So look, this course is going to get better and better over time. If you're inside the free community or the paid community, you're going to constantly get those updated lessons. If you're not in either of the community, then make sure you do go to school.com/WP Odyssey free, and just come into the free community. Not only will you get the benefits of all these lessons organized in one place, but you can join the free Q&A calls as well. So let's get to work. So after this lesson, if you fancy the idea of using these page builders, then get one installed, start installing one of the pre-built templates, start customizing the pages, and this is your time to practice and get your hands dirty, really, and get the experience of playing around with page builders to know if it's something that you want to progress with. I recommend it. I don't think it's the best way of building a website, but I do recommend that you know how to do it. So yeah. So I think that's it for this one. I think on the next lesson, we're going to look at, what other pages you're going to need to create. So we'll do that next. And then, we're quickly getting towards the end of, building your first website. So look, as always, any questions, any recommendations, drop them in the pinned post below. And we'll see you on the next video. All right, so our website is starting to come together. Welcome back. I just want to talk today about some of the other pages that you're going to need. So as you notice with these templates that we've been using, they all come with like a home page, about page, services page, contact page, and that's about it. And then we've talked about creating things like testimonials page, contact galleries page. But I just want to talk about in this video, creating some of the other pages that we're going to need. So let me just move that out of the way. Let's start with this. So creating additional pages. So this is what we're going to cover today. So planning your website structure, structuring content with purpose, repurposing templates creatively, building utility pages, and that's it. So it should be a quick video today. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And as always, pro tip, if you want to save some time, you can watch it at double speed. Okay, so planning your website structure. Get industry inspiration. And now this is so important, right? Explore competitors' websites or industry leaders to gather ideas on page structure and essential content for your niche. Now, this doesn't mean go and find competitors and copy their websites completely. What it means is have a look around at competitors' websites or someone that's in your industry, maybe not necessarily in the same town as you, but just have a look at other websites to get ideas of what pages you might be missing and how those pages could benefit you. Now, you'll know what feels right for you, and that's what you need to do. So if you're a web developer and you're going to go looking at web developers' websites, you might see that they have specific ways of laying out their content, specific pages that they've created, and that might resonate with you, and you might feel like, oh, that's what I want to do. I want to do that. Because what you want to do really is before you start creating all these pages, you want to create your own sitemap. Make a list, write it with pen and paper, it doesn't matter. Or make a list on notes of all the pages that you feel you need. That's where you should be starting with. And then identify core pages. So determine the pages most critical to your goals, like home, about, contact, and key landing pages. Because everyone's website is going to be used for different things. Like generally, they're all for getting leads. Some are for answering questions. So you might be more heavy on FAQs because you don't want people calling you. Your website, everyone's website is going to be different. So, it's up to you to, do the research for what you need and identify, exactly what pages you're going to need. And then navigation flow. So visualize how users will move through your site by mapping your menu and internal links to ensure a smooth experience. So it could be that, most people will land on your homepage. Where do they go next? Do they go and look at your services? From there, do they go to learn more about you and then they contact you? Or do they learn more about you first, then they look at your services? Then they look at some social proof. This is for you to plan out what your flow will be, because that's how you will determine, where your call to actions go and where they're set on each page. So just the stuff to plan out. And then prioritize user needs. So think about what your audience is looking for and ensure those pages and answers are easy to find. Okay, so if your website's going to be hosting documents and that's what you want, make it easy for people to find documents, then make it easy to find those documents. Don't hide the links at the bottom, make them prominent at the top. If it's for one of your services, that's your main services, make it prominent on your homepage. Don't hide it in a sub page. So just prioritize the user needs, because the website is not for you, it's for your user. The user wants to come on your website, they want to see, okay, how is this company going to help me? That's what they're going to think. They don't care about you so much, they want to know how you're going to help them. Okay, so structuring content with purpose. So craft clear calls to action. You see these labeled as CTAs. Each page should drive a specific action, such as signing up, contacting you, or exploring services. So every page should have a reason. So, the contact page, the reason it's there is because you want someone to contact you. If they're not doing that, then there's something wrong with it. And every page should have a flow. When they go to your services page, they should read a bit about the service, learn about it, see how that can help them. And then, as they flow through the page and they see, this is a good fit, maybe some social proof, then they'll see the call to action. So you want to make it as easy for the person as possible when they're on your website, and make sure that those calls to actions are, in the right place for that user. Service page pages focus. So highlight the value of each service with compelling text, images, and benefits tailored to your audience needs. And I'd argue here you need to add, social proof as well, because, it will help sell your products. So showcase social proof. Here we go. Add testimonials, reviews, or success stories on relevant pages to build trust and credibility. I always like having them, front and center on the home page. I don't think there's anything wrong with having their own page as well. And I like, scattering them across the website on different services pages. So if you've got a testimonial that says how amazing you are at installing central heating, and you've got a central heating page, then you want that testimonial on that page. I think it's good to have, flashes of testimonials on the homepage as well. So, just, again, take inspiration from sites that are doing well. If it works for somebody else, you can use it and adapt it to work for you. And then about page storytelling. So focus on your unique story, values, and missions to foster a connection with your audience. Now, your about page isn't necessarily just about you. It's about how you can help your audience. So just think about that. Think about when you're putting the content together, how you can tailor it and manipulate it so that the user reads it as something that's going to benefit them, not just, oh, I'm Dan, I like fishing, I like, whatever it is. It's boring, it's not important. And then contact page simplicity. So include a clear form, clickable contact info, and other details like maps if relevant. So, it's so important now to make sure that phone numbers, emails are clickable, because people that are on their phone, they'll go to your contact page, they want to click your map and get shown the Google map, for example, or see exactly where you are so they know how to get to you. If they click the phone number, they want to make sure that calls. And there's nothing worse than you see the phone number, you want to call it, but you can't. You've got to, go back and forth, type it all out. You want to make sure things are easy as possible. So make sure your contact page is as simple as possible. And then repurposing templates creatively. This is something that we've just touched on in the last lesson. Create page templates for consistency. So use the block editor, or if you're using Elementor, use the Elementor templates to save reusable templates for frequently used layouts such as services or portfolio pages. Exactly what we've done, where we've created a template for the home feature. Now when we create a page, we can just call that header feature, and then just change the text, change the image, and then that page is up and running. And you can do that for all the different sections of pages. Adapt existing templates. So modify pre-built templates to suit your brand by adding or removing elements like image galleries, FAQs, or call to action. So yeah, just make the most of what you've got there, and adapt them as you need them. So unify sub-services pages. So use the same template structure for all sub-services pages to maintain a consistent look and feel across the site. So I'm not saying the pages have to look exactly the same, because they don't, but let's say you've got a services page, and in there you've got a list of services that you offer, like we said earlier, central heating, plumbing, 24-hour call out. Then all of those pages are your sub-services. You want to be using the same template for each one of those, so they feel like they're all the same, but you make them unique by having different images, different, titles, different call to actions. Everything, should look like it's a sub-service page, and they know where they are on the website. Okay, even a breadcrumb, so they know how to get back to the previous page and pick another service if they need it, and obviously call to actions as well. And then mix and match sections. So blend template elements such as testimonials or feature sections to create visually appealing and functional pages. So yeah, like I said, if you've got testimonials, put them in the services page. If you haven't, then leave them out, obviously. But if you have, put them in. You can add a gallery, so it gives an idea of a sub-service page. You can show photos of installations that you've done or websites you've built, photos that you've taken, whatever it is. So, just mix and match those elements into those page templates. And then building utility pages. So this is an area that gets overlooked quite a lot, but it's so important, okay? So these are some of the ones that I think are important. So having a blog, create a blog section to share updates, insights, or expertise, building engagement and improving SEO. Honestly, WordPress was originally built for blogs. You've got the best blogging platform as part of your website. Now, most people build a website and it's literally just their business website with no blog. Having a blog not only will help users, because you can share not just updates about you, but things that they'll find useful. If you can get them to keep coming back to your website because they're reading your blog, it's only a matter of time before they make an inquiry. And honestly, this is something that I wish I'd learned a lot earlier, that a blog is so important for SEO, because they're the pages that are going to drive inquiries to your website. So honestly, have a blog. Now we'll be covering this in more detail in, I think it's the 4th course where we'll be doing the content creation. So, if you want to be part of that, then make sure you're in the WP Odyssey Pro course. But we'll be covering that in a lot of detail. FAQ, so answer common questions and objections to enhance user experience and reduce, I won't say reduce inquiries, but reduce useless inquiries, time wasting inquiries. You can have, FAQ sections on your homepage. So that's where you have, a section which shows, the most common FAQs. And then you can have an FAQ page. So frequently asked questions where, are you open Saturdays? Then yes, you don't need to take a call for that. Only you can plan out your FAQs. You know what people are asking you non-stop. So just make a detailed list of that. Put the most popular ones on the homepage. And then if you've got more than say 4 or 5, then you can put them on a specific FAQ page. It could be also that you've got service specific FAQs. So, on your plumbing page, for example, you'd have all the plumbing related FAQs. So what you want to try and do is try and avoid sending users back and forth to different pages. So if they're on your plumbing page and they're just at the top and they say, look, we're the best plumbers in, 20 miles of Cardiff, whatever it is, and you're drawing them into this page, you want to be keeping them on that page. You want them going elsewhere. So if you can answer all their questions as they're going down, you show them social proof, you can show them, photos of jobs that you've done, and then at the bottom they can contact you easily to make an inquiry. That's the perfect page. Okay, so it's a bit like a sales funnel. They start at the top and they work their way down. Yes, some people will drop off because they weren't needing your services, or you've filtered out the customers that you don't want. So FAQs are so important. Privacy policy and terms, these are so important. So ensure compliance and trust with legally required pages tailored to your site. Now this is probably the biggest sticking point with websites. When you ask a customer to create their content, it's quite easy for them to talk about themselves for their about page, or to create content for specific services that they do. Quite often we need to make their content better. But privacy policy, I'll put some links actually in the description below. But you can use a privacy policy generator. There's a couple that are good. So you got Termly and privacy policy generator. I'll pin these below. See which one works for you better. But literally, you can just go into one of these and it'll ask you questions. So, privacy policy page, okay, I've got a website or an app. I got a website. So there we go. And then it'll just ask you questions. So you put your website in, put your website name in. What are you, a business or an individual? What country are you in? And then basically it'll ask you questions, and then based on your answers, it'll generate a document for you. That's your privacy policy. You can copy, paste it into your website. You then got a privacy policy page, okay? And then you're being a good boy or good girl, and you're not breaking any rules. So it is important to have privacy policy pages, but I know it's difficult to write them out. So yeah, definitely use tools that are available, and I'll pin those below, okay? Testimonials and case study pages. Obviously we've covered this already. Showcase success stories or detailed case studies to establish credibility. If you're new, obviously you haven't got any, then you need to try and do anything you can to get them. I would suggest offering to do small tasks for free, being helpful. Just do anything, because the biggest turning point I had in getting inquiries was, we'd probably built over 100 websites before I'd even asked for a review. And then we realized, we need to ask for reviews. So I just sent mails out to everybody saying, do you mind leaving us a review on Google? We did. we started building up lots of reviews on Google, and honestly, that changed the amount of queries that were getting, because people would go on Google, they search for web developers, they'd see our Google page listing and see all the positive reviews, and then that would, lead to inquiries. But, before we had nothing, so why would anyone call us, other than word of mouth and recommendations that we had. So if you can have a page or sections splattered across your website where you've got testimonials and case studies, that's just going to help convince potential buyers for buying from you. And then a careers page. So if applicable, attract talent by highlighting job openings and company culture. So again, not everyone's going to want this. Small businesses probably won't have this. As you're getting a little bit bigger, you may need it. So, I think a careers page can be helpful. And then press or media pages. So share media mentions, press releases, and downloadable resources for journalists or collaborators. So again, this is probably, another level. It's not quite a beginner's website request, but you could have downloadable resources. So it's not necessarily for press or media. It could be that, you've got brochures for your products. An example for this is, a carpet shop. They might put downloadable brochures to explain the products. So having a page where people can go, scan the name of the products that they're looking for, click on it and view the PDF, for example, that's the same as this. I would recommend having that. So they're the main pages, but like I said, you need to do your own research on your industry and just take inspiration from, anything that you feel like would benefit or you'd like to have on your website. And, it's going to be a process of testing. Some pages that you think are a good idea might get absolutely no use, no good, no visibility. And you might just think, okay, well, I can scrap that, put something else in. But that's something, again, that we'll cover when we cover analytics, so we'll know how our website is performing. But because it's your first website, you've just got to get something up and running. And some of these things are just to get the juices flowing, get your ideas in motion so that you think about what pages you might need, because you might not have thought about some of these. You might have just thought, like most people, home, about, contact us, and services, and that's it. All right. So summary, what have we covered? I said this would be a short one. So planning your website structure. So how to gather inspiration, map your site, and prioritize user needs for a clear and effective layout. Honestly, do this. Get a piece of paper, plan it out first before you start building the pages. Structuring content with purpose, so crafting content that aligns with your goals, from service pages to call to actions and social proof. And then repurposing templates creatively, like we said, using and adapting templates for consistent professional design across your site. And then building utility pages, so essential pages for FAQ, terms and testimonials to enhance functionality and trust. And not only that, it just adds more content onto your website and makes your website more content rich and more likely to appear in search engines. Like FAQs, you must have noticed now, like when you ask questions in Google, like Google is generally, somewhere where you ask questions, so what is the best website builder? I'm just making this up, nothing might come up now. But generally what you'll see is, you'll see these questions, okay? So people also ask, what is the number one website builder? Now, where do you think this content's coming from? This is coming from FAQs on that page. Which is the best platform to build a website? There we go. That's coming from some FAQs or questions answered on that page. So this just gives your website another opportunity to rank, because not everyone is doing this. This is a very competitive search. But if you did a search for what's the best material for your living room carpet or something, I don't know, I'm making that up, but just think about questions that are important for you and just put them on your website, because it's just another opportunity to get found. Your blogs should be all about answering questions, like helping people with how they should do things in more detail. But they're just things because people will go on Google and ask questions, and you want to be able to answer those questions, and that's how your website's going to get found. All right, so that's that. So we've covered repurposing templates, building utility page, so we've done that as well. Okay, so that's it, I think, on this one. I don't think there was anything visually to show you. Obviously, I'll share some links below, useful resources that we've covered in this one that I think will help you. And your homework really is just to get planning, get out there, plan your structure of your website before you start building all these pages. And then, once you've got that all in place, you can start implementing it. So yeah, hopefully you found that useful. Obviously, as always, I'm always looking for feedback, looking for, if you've got any questions or you've got any concerns about anything, just drop them in the pinned post below. And yeah, we'll see you on the next video. And yeah, we're getting close to having this website finished. So yeah, we'll see you on the next one. All right, so welcome back. Okay, so now that we've got our website pretty much populated, it should be looking pretty good now. I think one thing we haven't touched on yet that we need to cover is menus, navigations, and the widgets. So I thought we'd get into that today. So menus, navigation, and widgets. So here's what we're going to cover. So crafting intuitive menus, enhancing menus with custom links and categories, customizing widgets in sidebars and footers, and then menus and widget organization tips. Okay, so how we're going to get these onto the pages. So warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, if you want to save some time, you can watch it at a faster speed. So crafting intuitive menus. So define your site's primary goal, identify the main actions you want visitors to take, such as browsing services, reading your blog, or contacting you, and structure your menus accordingly. So when you've installed these starter templates that we've now got, or the Elementor template that we've installed, the menu has been forced upon you. So it's been given to you, and they've put, I think it was home, about, services, contact. Okay, because generally speaking, that's what people will have as their menu. Doesn't mean you have to use it. So don't feel like you have to use that. If you feel like, you've got a specific service, like 24-hour call out, for example, and you want that to be, in your navigation, put it in the navigation, because that's what you want people to click. You want to make it easy for people to find what you want them to find. So, don't feel like you're stuck. But, in the last lesson, we asked you to plan out, what pages you want on your website. With that plan, you should be highlighting the items that are the most important to you, because that's how you're going to craft your actual menu. And then keep it simple. So avoid overwhelming users with too many menu items. Focus on key pages and group related content, under drop downs if necessary. So this is so important. I would keep the menu really short, because you just don't want to give people too many choices. You know what you want your user to do, and that's what you should be populating your menu to do, because you can navigate them to the other pages in other places on your website. The navigation should be there to drive people to what you want them to do. So, but yeah, keep it simple. I know you'll go to some websites and you'll see drop downs and all sorts of, sub menus. I wouldn't recommend that to start with. If you're a small beginner website, then you just want to keep things as simple as possible. Okay, so logical flow. So arrange menu items in a logical order that reflects the visitor's journey, starting with general information and leading to specific actions like contact us. So, in your navigation, you could have, home, about us, services, contact us. Okay, they could be your menu items. But it might be more important that, you have your homepage link first. And that's debatable whether you need that, because most people now know they can click your logo to go back to the homepage. So home, and then maybe services is more important. So you'll have services first, then about, and then contact. Okay, so again, only you know what you want people to do, and that's what you decide. But this is just about teaching you how you can set it up the way that you want it. Okay. And then highlight important pages. So use positioning and labels like home, services to make high priority pages easily accessible. So like we just said, if services is more important than about, put it first, because that's what you want to drive people to. And then consistency across pages. So ensure the menu design and structures are the same on all pages to avoid confusing users. So nowadays with dynamic websites, you normally have your navigation in a header, and that header is across all the pages anyway. But yeah, try not to confuse customers too much. So let me just show you quickly, what we're talking about when we discussing menus. So just want to show you, I've reverted this site now back to the block builder one, but this applies to whichever version of site you're building, whether it's the block editor or whether it's with Elementor, any theme, this will apply the same. So if I go to my menu, and let me just reverse this back because I was just playing around with it earlier, and this is what we had. Okay, so we had a menu that looked like this. Okay, so when I go to refresh, this is what we had. We had home, about, services, and contact. Okay, so that's there, and at this point you've had no choice in changing that. It's just what's on your website. Okay, now in order for us to manipulate that and set what we want it to be, in your dashboard, what you do is you go to appearances on the left hand side, and you'll see, you've got these options here like themes, patterns, customize, widgets, and menu. So the one that we're talking about now is menu. So when you click that, you get presented with this screen, which is where I just was a second ago because I was playing around with it. And then so we've got home, about, services. Now, if I want to add a new item, well, first of all, let's say I want to rearrange these. Okay, let's say for me, contact is more important. Then I could move contact by dragging and dropping this menu item to here. Okay, now when I go to view the site, you'll see it's made no difference at all. And the reason that is because you have to save every time. Okay, so every time you make a change here, you need to save, and then you can go back to your website, refresh, and you'll see now that contact has moved from where we had it at the end to the second item. Okay, so we can control what appears here just by dragging and dropping them. Now, if you want to add a new item, the first thing you do is you'd select here. So on the left hand side, you'll see you've got pages. Now, these are the most recent ones. Then you've got view all, so you've got all of your pages, and then you've got a search facility for your pages. Okay, so for us, because this is quite a small website, view all and most recent are going to be very similar. But it's quite handy, the most recent, because let's say you just created a brand new page, then that will be the most recent and it'll appear in the most recent here. Okay, so if I want to add the gallery item, let's say I want to add this gallery item to this navigation, I would just highlight it, add to menu, and you'll see it'll automatically get positioned in the last place. Okay, so if I save this now, you'll see gallery will be at the end. Okay, there we go, gallery's at the end. Now, so, first thing you do is you add all of your items that you want to appear in navigation, and then you just reorder them the way you want. So for me, what would make sense is this. I'd probably say about is probably least important. I think homepage first, services, that's where I want to, sell my products and services. So that's the first thing people are going to want to look for. Gallery might just give some ideas of, what we do. It could be we have testimonials in here as well. So let's add testimonials. I think that's important. And then a bit about us, and then, get in touch. I don't know why, but for some reason, contact always seems to, go at the end. So let's save that and see what it looks like. And there we go. So we've now got this, navigation in place, which I think, works, and it flows pretty well for the pages that we've got. All right. So, so that just covers everything here. Okay, so that gives you an idea now how you add a navigation. So enhancing menus with custom links and categories. Now, add custom links. So include external links or unique internal links like a booking page or resource hub to provide quick access to essential content. So what this means is, where we've just shown you now, all we've shown you to add is how to add specific pages. But there's other things that we can add, which we'll go into now in a second when I show you. So organize by categories. So use blog categories or product categories in your menu to help visitors easily find grouped content such as recipes or services or latest news, whatever it is. Highlight key actions. So include call to actions links like sign up or get a quote to guide users toward conversions directly from the menu. So this just means we can just change what's being said, and I'll show you that now. And then drop-down menus for depth. So use drop-down menus to organize related pages, keeping the main page clean while offering depth for users who want to explore more. And then custom link labels. So write clear, concise, and actionable link text that communicate exactly where each link leads. Okay, so just to go back to this, what I want to show you is possible. Now, if we go back to our menu, what you've seen here on the left-hand side is we've got pages, we've got posts. So these are, blog posts that we will have added. I know we haven't covered the blog yet because that's something that will come. but the blog is where you can search for articles that you've written, or whatever it is that you've got a blog about. If it's recipes, that's fine. If it's you've got an online shop, then you can find specific products. You might have a best-selling product that you want to add to the menu item. This is where you would search for it, but you add it in exactly the same way. You've then got custom links. So this is where you can add links that are not necessarily on your website. So to make this easy, let's just go google.com. Let's say I want to add a link for google.com. So I can copy the link, I can go back here, and then I can paste the URL in here, and I can put the link text to whatever I want. So these say home services. So these have inherited what we've called the page. Okay. So if I wanted to, if I want to type in here Google, I can add that to the menu, save changes, and then when I go back here, you'll see now we've got Google written here, and when I click it, we get taken to Google. Okay, so you can add custom links, straightforward enough. All right, so that's that. You've also got categories. So obviously when you've got your blog set up, and that is under posts, you can see here we've got categories, and we'll be setting up that in not the next one, the one after, the course after, which is all about content creation. We'll be creating a blog. But this is where you can create categories. So you could have a category called recipes, a category called news. You could have one that's called all news, which covers everything. So this is where you can add your categories. Now, at the moment, we've only got uncategorized, okay? And we can add that to our menu. Now, if I want this to be called something different, because uncategorized is not very useful, then when you open this, you can actually overwrite what the page is about. So this won't change the page, it just changes the menu item. So I might want to change this to blog, okay? And then I can click save. This menu is getting a bit big now, so we wouldn't have that normally. But so when I click that, it'll take me to the uncategorized category, which shows all the posts. Now, we haven't set this up, obviously, but I'm just showing you what you can add here. Now, another thing which might be important for you is we covered screen options early on, okay? So when we give you an overview of the WordPress dashboard, we mentioned that we've got this screen options. Now, this is quite important on this page, because when you open screen options, you'll see that at the moment we're seeing the options for pages, which is here. We're seeing posts, which are here, custom links here, categories, which are here. Now, what we haven't got is tags and formats, okay? Because by default, you're not really going to use these, okay? But if you wanted them, you could, okay? And sometimes when you add custom post types, so for example, you could add a custom post type, which we'll cover again in advanced modules. You might add a custom post type such as, testimonials, where you can add all testimonials. So it's like a category, but just for testimonials. That might not appear by default, but if you came here, you'd be able to enable it. So, don't forget about this screen options menu. Now, one thing I think is quite important here is this link target. All right, so I'm going to enable that. And then what that does is, it hasn't changed anything here, but it changes something inside here. Now, this Google menu item, now generally when you link to an external page, so let's say you've got a page, it's not on your website, what you don't want to do is that they get taken away from your website. So let's say you've got a customer, they're on your website, and they click this Google link, all right? Now, you'll see in the same window our website was in, we've now gone to Google. So we've gone to an external page, and our website is basically forgotten about. So now I can search for, YouTube, all right? And then I'm gone. What you can do with, let me just close this. What you can do with what we've just enabled now, which is this link target, is we can, when we go to Google, you'll see we've now got this new option here, which is open link in new tab, okay? So I can decide now, actually I want this to open in a new tab, and so that my website stays in their browser. So when I save that, if we now go back to our website, so let's open this, open in new tab. And if I click on Google now, you'll see instead of replacing what we were, our website, it's now opened it in a new tab. So when they do close that tab, they're back to our website. Okay, so that's just something that is worth bearing in mind with the screen options. I think that is quite important. All right. Now, what else? Yeah, another one is drop down. So let me just go back to pages here. So we talked about having a hierarchy of pages where we had a parent page and a child page. So what I've done, let's create let me just go here. I want to just view the site in desktop. Oh, we haven't saved it yet. Let me just go here. I just want to check something in our services. So we've got web design and we've got graphic design. Okay, so let's create a new page called graphic design. So this is just a brand new page called graphic design. We're not going to put any content on it. Just move me out of the way. And what we said was on the page tab, we can now set the parent of this page. Okay, so we want services to be our parent page, and then underneath that we're going to list our services. Okay, so this graphic design is a service. So what that means is we need to set the parent page to services, and if you click on this you can then search for services. All right, then I can click publish. Okay, and then I can preview this page. So now we've got this view page. It's just a blank page. It's nothing amazing. You know, we haven't done anything, but it is just a blank page. Okay, and you may need to create these. Now, when I go back to menu items now, so if I go to appearances, menus, one thing I can do with this menu is I can create drop downs. Okay, I'm sure you've seen these when you go on websites. So the way you create drop downs is you select your sub pages. So I've created web design and I've created graphic design. So if I highlight both of those and click add to menu, now what you'll see is they add it to the bottom again. So this menu is going to get absolutely massive if you leave it like that. But what you can do is you can drag these and you can drag them up. And I want them to go under services, okay? And then you'll see these dots. You can see as I move it over, it'll lock in to this place here and I can let go, okay? So now this is indented to the services. So it's a sub item of this one. And I can do the same with this. So you can see that one didn't lock in. I want to make sure it locks in underneath these. So now we've got two sub services, and when we click save, now if we open this in a new tab, now one thing you'll notice here is that the services item has now got a little chevron pointing down to indicate that this menu item has got more pages underneath it. And when we hover, you'll see we've now got our services listed here, okay? Just something that's quite handy, and you probably will use this on a website. So you've got services, web design, and I can click on these and then I can go to those pages. All right, but I can still click on services and go here and see my services. One thing I do need to do is I need to, link these buttons to the relevant services. I'll show you how to do that. So if we edit this page, look, we've gone back to the block editor here, so we need to get the URL. Where is it? Content. Oh no, call to action. Yeah, I want to check if this is, can we do the same thing here? So if I put in web design, no, it doesn't work like it did on in Elementor. So anyway, what we would do is we would go to get the URL that we want, so we know it's web design, so we can get that web design, and I can paste that here, and then scroll down. We can go to this one, and then we can get the graphic design. I know this is deviating a little bit away from what we were doing, but it's always good practice to do things as you go. Okay, so now when we go to our home page and I click on services, these should work now. So when I go to explore web design, I go to the web design page, yeah. And if I go to the graphic design, I go to the graphic design page. Okay, so that's just something else you can do with menus, is have these drop downs. Now, what else have I missed? We've done custom links, highlight key actions. So yeah, these are just custom links. So if you want, for example, this contact page, it currently says contact, but you might want that to be, you know, free quote. Okay, so don't worry if you need to change the menu items to go to a page that's already got a name. Oops, didn't want to do that. So now our contact page says free quote. That might be a bit more clickbaity and a bit more, you know, more of a reason for someone to click. But when they click it, look, they just get presented with your contact page where they can fill out, you know, the contact form. But yeah, be creative with these. You know, you want people to be clicking them. So, you know, that's basically everything about menus. I'm trying to think, when do we cover assigning those? Let's do that now, actually, because we're talking about menus. So under appearance, when you go to customize, if you're using the block editor, then this is how you would do it. In Elementor, it would be slightly different. We'll have a look at that in a moment. But as you can see here, you've got these options here, and we'll go into these in the next video in more detail. But the header builder, you can see here, we've got this header builder. Okay, so what this is, just something that to build this header. Now, if I want to assign a different menu here, I can click this, and then I can choose which menu I want. Okay, so at the moment, we've only got one menu, which is the pre-menu, and that's there. Okay, so that's what's going to appear. If I want to create a different menu, I could, and then I could select which one I want. I think, you know, I wouldn't be changing that, but I think there's an argument that we could change this bottom one, because we would want that to be something more along the lines of, you know, terms and conditions, contact us, privacy policy, and we'll do that in the next video. Okay, but for now, let's create a new menu so we can show you. Okay, so for that, we need to have these pages created. Now, in the last video, I told you to start planning what pages you're going to need. But for now, let's just create some dummy pages. Okay, so we'll have terms. We'll have privacy. Publish that. And I think that's probably it. I think that's probably all we need. So we've created some more pages. Okay, so now in appearances under menu, we've got this pre-menu. Now, if I want another menu created, I can do that here. So I can create a new menu. All right. And in here, you just basically got to give it a name. So I'll call this footer menu, and then you create the menu. All right. And then what we can do is we can add what we want to appear in the footer menu. So for me, I think what would make sense is having terms, privacy, about, and contact. All right, so let's add those. And then I'd probably put that first. Yeah, something like that. Save menu. All right. And then what we've done now is we've just created a new menu. That doesn't affect our website because that's not the menu that we're calling here. We're calling the pre-menu here. But in the bottom, if I want to, you know, add that, I would go to appearances, customize, and then I would go to the footer builder. And let me just move that out the way. So we've now in here, it's automatically selected it. So what you would do is you'd click this, you'd type in footer menu, which is done, and then click publish. You can see what that would look like. That is not. Okay, so the footer menu is actually using the pre-menu. Okay, so what we need to do here is we would put the footer menu there. Oh no, sorry. Under here, so footer menu, we would click. It's just coincidence, it's called it the footer menu, and I've called it the footer menu as well. So that's why I got confused. So in the primary menu, which is being used here, we're using pre-menu. And then in the footer menu, we're using what we've called footer menu, okay? And this just makes a lot more sense, okay? So we don't have the same things up there. If you want to add services, you can, but for me, I wouldn't bother, all right? So then let's click publish. We can then go out of this, which is saved. And then when we view our website, we'll see at the top now, we've got the pre-menu. and at the bottom we've got this footer menu. Okay, now every theme and template that you use will have different ways of adding them, but that's how you would do it using the block editor. All right. So I think that covers menus. I think what's left to do now is just looking at widgets. So maximizing widgets in sidebars and footers. So obviously menus is one thing that allows us to create navigation. Widgets, they're like, pre-templated blocks that you can call all over the place. So add functional elements. So use widgets to include search bars, recent posts, or calendars that enhance usability and keep content accessible. So you can literally put anything in a widget. I don't use a great deal of widgets because I think now with page builders and custom builds, you can just reuse code over and over with like little templates. But it's good that you know what they are, where they are, and how to set them up. Showcase key information. So highlight business hours, contact information, or social media links in the footer or sidebar for visitor convenience. Include call to action. So add widgets like newsletter signups or promotional banners to drive engagement or conversions. And then organize widget layout. So arrange widgets in a logical order, keeping the most important information or features at the top for easy visibility. And then custom widget content. So adjust widget settings to align with your site's branding, such as colors, fonts, and text labels for a cohesive look. So I just want to show you where that is. So it's under appearances. Let me just close this down. So when you go to appearances, you go to widgets. You'll see here that under widgets, they've got these preset widget areas. So you've got the main sidebar, you've got header, which has got nothing in it. It's got this one that I added actually, so let's remove that. So you've got the header widget, you've got the footer bar section 1, and you've got footer bar section 2, and then you've got some inactive widgets. Now you can add widgets. This uses the block editor in exactly the same way. Okay, so if I wanted to add something in the header here, I could just click add, pick the block I want, and then populate it. Okay, now I can see here under footer bar section 1, we've already got an Earth logo. All right, now this is answering a question for me because we've always been saying for this template, why is there nothing here? Okay, there's a problem, there's a broken link of some sort. So you can see we've got footer bar section 1 here. And if I go to appearances customize, let's leave that, not needing to save that. And I go to the footer builder. At the moment, we've got HTML and there's no image. All right, so I'm gonna delete that because we don't want that. So if I click plus here, and what this doesn't do a good job of is labeling these. So if I click widget 1 and I click the cog, yeah, I can see there that's picked the footer widget 1, all right, which has got that Earth logo in it. So if I publish that, you'll see now that instead of having no image, we're actually using a widget. So the widget is the logo, which we chose to put in there, or it was actually the template that put it in there. And now that widget is being called this. So you can call these widgets in different places on the website. Now, unfortunately, with this template, widgets normally appear header, really, in the footer or in a sidebar. Now, you can see with this template that we've got, we haven't really got a sidebar. So there's no sidebar on the home page. There's no sidebar on the services page. There's no sidebar on the about page, which was created. And there was no sidebar on the contact page. So some templates that you use or themes will have specific widget areas, and normally, and you will have seen these when you're on certain websites. So when you're maybe browsing, reading a blog, you'll normally see the article, and then on the right hand side or the left hand side a column that's called a sidebar, and that sidebar will hold things like latest posts, or it'll have like tags that you can click on, different categories that you can click on. That's what you'd use widgets for, okay? But this template that we're building now and your first website, it's not really that necessary, because even here, even though we decided to use a widget for demonstration purposes here to get this to work, we could have done that without a widget, because this footer is global anyway. and we could have just assigned a logo and that would appear on every page. All right. So I just wanted to touch on widgets so you know what they were. And then just finally on widgets, menu and widget organization tips. So highlight key pages, so prioritize important pages like contact or services by placing them prominently in menus or using call out widgets. So we've done that by, having it in our navigation. They're obviously two very important pages. You want people to see what services you offer and you want people to be able to get in touch with you. So you want them to be prominent in your navigation. Maintain consistency, so ensure menus and widgets follow the same style, tone and structure across all pages to enhance user trust and familiarity. Also consider how they will work on tablet and phone. This is an important one actually, because, and I think we'll do this in the next video, because one thing to bear in mind if we come out of this, we'll do this the old-fashioned way now. So if we look at this website and if we just minimize this and think about how this is going to look on a tablet, you can see it's starting to look messy at that point. So if someone's got a tablet that size, it's messy. But you can see as we get to this size tablet, the menu has changed to be some sort of drop down. Okay. And as we keep going to a mobile, we just got this drop down. So we want to bear in mind what this is going to look like on different devices. But we'll cover mobile responsive stuff on the next video. Okay, so use drop down sparingly. So only use drop down menus when necessary to organize subpages, keeping the main menu clean and accessible. So if you've got sub services and you want them to be visible on the home page, let's say you've got 10 sub services that you offer, I wouldn't be recommending that you put all 10 of those in the drop down menu. Maybe put like your 3 or 4 most important or most profitable services, the ones that you want people to find you for, because obviously they can click on services anyway and see all services. Or you could add a link in the drop down of services to say see all services, and then that goes back to your all services page. So you're telling the user, hey look, these are the most important ones, but this one is, if you're looking for someone else, maybe we've got it in our services. So that's how I would be. I wouldn't be listing a massive long drop down. The last thing you want is when someone clicks on this and it goes all the way down to the bottom with 10 services, because it's going to put people off. Okay, so that's just a recommendation I would go with. Okay, so avoid clutter. So keep widgets minimal in sidebars and footers, focusing on essential tools like navigation and search. Yes, a search widget is definitely something that you will use. I think maybe we'll look at that in the next video as well. So a search widget is something that, if you've got a blog or you've got an online shop, search is going to be so important. For a website like this, what we've got, like small business website, I don't think there's a need for a search, but if you add a blog, search is going to be needed. And I think that's something that you can add in the header of every page, because no matter what page you're on, you want someone to be able to search. So you'd have a search at the top of every page, and then you'd have a search in the sidebar on the blog page as well. And you'd use a widget for that. And then just test user experience. So click through menu items and interact with widgets to ensure everything is intuitive and functional. And I think that's so important that, we'll be covering that before we go live, definitely. But as you add and change things, just test it, okay, that works. That works. It goes to the right place. That goes to the right place. Gallery. And yeah, so like I'm saying, just test everything that you do to make sure it works. So blog, okay, we don't want that, so we'll delete that. I'll do that later. But yeah, so that's just, always be testing. Okay, so we've covered a lot there, and I think it is important that you do have that lesson on menus and widgets, because they're things that are part of the core of WordPress, and they're things that you will need. So what have we covered today? So 1, crafting intuitive menus. So create clear and user-friendly menus that guide visitors effortlessly through your site. So hopefully now, with what I've shown you, you've got familiar and you understand how to, create widgets and menus. So, you've got nice navigation. Enhance with custom links and categories, so add flexibility to your menus by including custom links, pages, and categories for tailored navigation experience. So obviously we've shown you how to add all of those in, and we've shown you how to use the screen options to make sure that, if you want to display certain pages that are not available, you can enable that, and you can open links in new tabs by opening the target option as well. So we've covered that. Maximizing widgets, so use widgets strategically in sidebars and footers to provide extra functionality, improve user experience, or user engagement. And then organization tips, so maintain simplicity, consistency, and clarity in menus and widgets to keep your site clean and user focused. So that's menus and navigation. So hopefully you found that useful. I think it was a valid lesson. I think we're coming towards the end of building our first website. We've got everything built out now. I know, like I said at the start of the video, we were given a navigation. We didn't choose the navigation that was given to us. So I think it's important that, you've got the ability and the tools to be able to customize that as you want. And you've got that now. So what's, in the next video, what we're going to be looking at is, I've made some changes actually to the layout of the course while I was going through it. So if you'd seen it prior to this recording of this video going live, you might have noticed that it's changed. So next we're going to be going into, let me just wait for this to load up. So bringing it all together. So that's the next lesson where we're just going to show you how to summarize everything up. And then we look at bonus introduction to CSS. So if there's anything you want to style, customize, I'll show you a bit about CSS before we go into the advanced stuff. And then we'll have a look at the next step. So we're getting there. We're close to getting your website finished. We're not far away. So hopefully you've enjoyed that. As always, any questions, any feedback for me, drop them in the pinned post below. And we'll see you on the next one. All right, so welcome back. So we're getting there. We've now got pretty much a fully working website, but I just think there's a few things that we might have missed throughout this course that you could benefit from. So I just want to talk about in this one, just summarizing everything, getting everything that we might have missed in place. And let me just move me out of the way. Let's get started here. So this one's called Bringing It All Together, okay? So this is what we're going to cover. Exploring custom options, mobile responsiveness checks, contact form setup, testing navigation and links, and then publishing your website. So just going in, some of these we might have covered already, but I just want to go into them in a bit more detail and make sure that we've covered everything as we should. So warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip it, don't fast forward. Pro tip, watch the video at 2x speed if you want to save some time. Okay, so exploring customized options. Okay, global settings. So adjust site-wide settings such as typography, colors, and spacing to ensure consistency across your pages. These options are the foundation of your site's visual identity. Now, I know when we set the page up for the first time, we got to pick a font, we got to choose some colors, but I just want to go into more detail and I want to hone down exactly what font you're using. Because, as you build your website, things might change. And I think just before going live, you want to just make sure everything looks right and you've picked the right font. Maybe explore what the other fonts might look like so you get an idea. That's just something that I think we need to cover. Header and footer design. We looked at this yesterday, but customize your header and footer to include your logo, menu, and other essential elements for a polished professional look. Again, I know we've touched on this, but I think there's a few things that we need to look at before going live. And then widget and menus, configure and position widgets in sidebars and footers, finalize navigation menus for an intuitive user experience. Looked at this a little bit yesterday, but I think there's more we can do. And then advanced customized features. So explore additional customization options like background, custom CSS, and other theme-specific settings to refine your site's design. So I think without just talking too much, I think we just get into the settings and we can have a look at what I'm talking about and what we might have missed. So if we go back to our website and we go to Appearances, Customize. Now, I just think what we'll do is, just to make sure we don't miss anything, we'll just go through all of this so we're not missing anything. Okay, so in global, I know we've gone here already, typography. I just think this is an opportunity for you to just pick, preset fonts that might work for you, okay? Now, it's not to say you have to use a preset font. You might not want any of these presets, but what this does, this just changes all the fonts in the whole website for you, so you don't have to think about what font. You just look at it and go, yeah, that looks nice, I'll go with that. So for example, I might go with this one. You can see the navigation has changed font, the font in the titles have changed, the font that we used here has changed, the whole website style has changed, okay? Now, it doesn't really match my logo. Well, my logo's up here, okay? So I'm not going to use that one. And you could flick through these just to get a rough idea of which one matches best, okay? So it could be, this one matches the closest. Now, if you're happy with the closest, use that, that's fine. But what I wanted to introduce to you was this section here. So body font is things like this, the content on your website, okay? The body text. Now, if I know that I want to use a specific font, I can pick that here. So I know that my logo for WP Odyssey uses the Roboto font, okay? So for me, I could go to body text here, and I can actually search for it to see if it's in there. There we go. Now I know my font for the body is matching my brand, okay? So I know that's perfect. So I want to keep that. And I'm happy with the weight to 400, which is the default. And the font size for me looks good. If I wanted it bigger, I could. I don't. I want it to leave it as it was because it worked fine. You've got line height here as well, so you can change that. So obviously if you did do this, you could obviously reduce this to 1. But for me, because this is set already, you can see it's changed it there. That's been preset, okay? So for me, I'm going to put this back to 1.7, and I'm going to put this back to 17. So there we go. All my body font is fine now. So I'm happy with that, okay? Heading font. Now, heading fonts are all these big titles, okay? So you've got web design, graphic design there, Earth, endless potential. So I might want to change these to also match Roboto. So I can go here. It's currently using outfit. So I'm going to go Roboto. And, for me, I'm happy with that. Now I'm happy that all these fonts and everything matches my logo, okay? So for me, I'm not going to change that. I've not used the preset. I've used Roboto, okay? Now, one thing we haven't gone into any detail on really is the hierarchy of headings on a page. So when you go to a page, let's go to web design, for example. Oh no, we haven't done anything on that. Let's go to services. Okay, so normally you'll have a H1, and that's probably what this is set to, okay? And then you've probably have a H2, and then inside this, if you had a paragraph, you may have a H3 and even a H4, okay? Now, it goes down to 6. 5 and 6 don't really get used, and it's not something you need to worry about because they won't have much impact on SEO. Unless you're actually working with an SEO agency that tells you, put this as a H5 or H6, I wouldn't be using them. I'd be using 1, 2, 3, and 4 and use them hierarchy, okay? So H1 would be for the page itself. That's telling the search engines, this is what this page is about. You only have one H1 on a page. So for me, it would be this, services, okay? Then H2 would be like the heading of a section. And then if you've got headings inside that section, you'd go H3. H4 would be headings inside that section. So you could, if you wanted to, change font type and size for each different type of heading, okay? So if you click on this H1 font, you'll see it's using inherit, which means it's using the heading font that we've set, Roboto. If you wanted it to be different, you could. Then you can set the font weight. So for me, actually, let me just go to heading fonts. Font weight is probably, I want it a little bit heavier. So let me go to medium. That's good. I'm happy with that. So we'll leave that there. But if you wanted H1 to be, super bold, okay, that's not a H1. So that's not worked. This page must not have a H1. Let me just check. Oh no, it is a H1. Okay, so what happens sometimes is this text here has already been set and designed a specific way, and it's overriding the default H1 for the website. So for that, you'd have to go into the template and reset size that. But you would see as you're going through it, okay, that's not working. There must be somewhere else that's overriding this title and you need to go and change it, okay? So let's put it to inherit for now. But the point is you can come in here and you can change this font size, the font type, the font color, the font line height, everything about the font for each H tag, heading tag here, okay? So for me, I'm going to leave them as default, but you will notice that H1s are generally visually bigger than H2s. H2s are bigger than H3s, H3s are bigger than H4s, and so on and so forth. So you can see H1 is set to 48 by default, this is set to 38 by default, this is set to 30 by default, and H4 is set to 24 by default, okay? And we know we've got the paragraph tags, which are set to 17. So this is just a place for you to go and set your default heading tags so that they work with your theme, okay? So for me, I'm happy now that we've got what I wanted. So colors, we can obviously, pick preset colors, or if we want to specify exactly what colors we want to use, we can do that here. So I just want to make sure that you're familiar with that. Container, this is quite difficult to show on a laptop because it's quite narrow. But for container, this is like the size of the website. So you can either have it boxed or unboxed. So unboxed means it'll just fill the page. Boxed means it's got like a border around it. So the content of the page will sit inside a box. And then obviously you've got these container layouts. So you've got normal, narrow, and full width, okay? Like I said, it's difficult to show on here. You need a bigger screen to be able to see. And then, yeah, so you've got like container width you can set, and the narrow container width as well. So that's up to you if we want to change those. I'm happy with what we've got. Buttons, so let's go back to the home page. So this button has been created inside of the header template. So it's not something we can override here. But if we did pick one of these presets, we can see what sort of buttons are available. Okay, we've got ones there with transparent background. I'm happy with what I had, so I'm going to revert it to this one. But I can change the text color, the background color, the border color, all matching my theme. I can change the font, but it will be inheriting it, so it's fine. I'm happy with that. Padding, border width, and border radius. So the border is like the spacing. The border width, sorry, is we haven't got any border. So that's like whether you want a border around the button. I don't. Border radius applies to this. So when you've got like the rounded corners. If you want to make it more aggressive, you can make it, really like a capsule, or you can just soften off the edges with a small border edge, like a 5 or 10 pixels. So if we chose this one, for example, let's see if this works. If we change this to 5, you'll see it starts on the top left-hand corner and works its way around. But if we link them, so if we link and I change this to 5, you'll see that just gives like a soft edge to them, okay? If I set it to 30 or 100, you'll see it's more aggressive, okay? So for me, I want to just revert my button back to this nice square button, okay? So that's the button options. Scroll to top. I like this feature. This is something that I think you should enable, so you can just turn it on. And what that means is, as you scroll down your page, you'll see this little icon in the right-hand corner. And what that does is it allows the user to go back to the top just by clicking that, okay? And it just scrolls back to the top. So for me, I'm going to keep that on. I think that's a cool feature. Accessibility, I'm not going to get too much into this. I'll leave it on, but basically accessibility is like some people that will be visiting your website may, have, they may be partially sighted, or they may have difficulty with colors. So accessibility is something we'll do in an advanced topic. Leave the default setting on for now because it does what it can. These are very basic settings, but they should be on. And I think we'll cover accessibility. It's more of an advanced topic because you want to make sure that everybody can use your website. You don't want people that going on your website that can't see certain colors being, struggling with looking at your website. Block editor. So here you can change the block editor type. For me, I'm going to leave it as default. You can play around with that if you want. I don't think there's much need for me to do anything with that one. And then miscellaneous, so smooth scrolling to IDs. Again, I don't get too complicated on the things with this at the moment. Basically, one thing you can do with websites is, in your navigation, these are links to pages, okay? Or this one was like an external link. You can link to sections in your website. So, I could have, a link here that says about us. And instead of going to an about us page, I could click it and it would just scroll to here, okay? By default, it would jump to there. It would basically, jar. It would go from where you were to there in a click. And it would look like it's loaded a new page really quickly, okay? But when you put smooth scroll on, what that does is the user, when they click about, they'll actually see a visual scroll to there, and it's smooth, it just goes, so it looks like you've moved to a new section on the page. So I do like that, but I'm not using, we haven't discussed that or used that yet. So, it's not going to have much of an effect, but that's what that is, all right? So we've done that, miscellaneous. Okay, so that's covered the global settings. Now, header builder, we have talked about this, where we can set what we want to use in our header. So I think, because we're at the point now where we're, tidying up our website, I think we'll go back, let's publish these changes that we've made so far. And I'm going to go back to my navigation, appearances, menu, and I'm going to pick my pre-menu, and I'm going to tidy this up. Okay, so I want home services, gallery testimonials, about, free quote. I think we'll put that back to, oh yeah, that's one thing we didn't talk about yesterday was, we originally changed, this was the contact page and we changed it to free quote. So sometimes you might be thinking, I can't remember what this page was called before. If you look at the bottom, it'll say original contact. Okay, so we can go, okay, I want that back to contact. Okay, so that's that. This Google external link, I don't want it. So if I want to remove it, I open it and I click remove. And blog, we don't have a blog, so I'm going to remove that as well. Okay, so I'll save that menu. Now if I go back to customize, you'll see now we've got the new navigation, which is, a lot cleaner and more realistic to the sort of pages that we want, okay? So inside the header builder, you can see we've got 3 rows here. And what we can do is we can add different things to the row. And these work in a similar way to the block editor. I think they're all part of the original block editor. Let me just mute that. So if I want to add something above here, maybe I want to add like a search. So I can click this plus button and then you get presented with, some widgets that you can use. So I might want to add a search. So if I click that, you'll see now it's added a search bar at the top, okay? And this is just a case of you playing around with, what you might want to appear here. You might want some, think you can add, we won't have an account because we don't have an online shop or anything. But you could have, so if you click this and you go here, you've then got a visual editor. Okay, so HTML1. So you could put something here like, welcome to WP Odyssey, just to balance it off. So now you've got like a welcome message, and on the search on the right hand side, you've got this. It's white at the moment. I don't think that's very clear, so we might want to change that to our purple. Because I've deleted it, we haven't got it. Let's go this green for now. Icon color. Why is it not changing? Okay, don't know why that's not changing. It should. Let's see if we publish it. Does it make any difference? Okay, I don't know why that's not changing. Must be a bug or something. But for me, I don't want to add any of this, but I'm just showing you that, you've got, and what's difficult is like, these vary depending on what theme you're using. So for me, you probably wouldn't need that. I think that's something that you'd probably have if you had an online shop or a blog maybe. People, that want to, be able to search your blog. you're not going to need this with a normal business website. So, but as you remove these, if there's nothing in the row, then it'll leave like a blank section, and that's what we want. We want it to be hidden, and we want to just leave that, okay? So for me, that's my header builder, okay? And there's nothing I want to change in my header. I'm happy with it. Breadcrumbs, I think this is worth touching on. Now, the way breadcrumbs work is it's basically a way to visually see where you are in the website. So obviously the home page is like the top one. Then you'd have, you know, services, and then you'd have like your sub-services. And what breadcrumbs allows you to do is like see where you are and easily click back to the previous page. And this is normally something that you would do on a big website, especially with a big blog, that you need to see, you know, what category you're in, what the post is called. So just to show you, if we go to the services page and, well, actually, let's go to the web design page because that's even further into the hierarchy. Let's say I want to enable this. So at the moment, it's saying none. Let's just pick any one. And you can see here, look, we've got home, some funny characters, services. So basically, it's not recognizing the custom separator. So if I pick a different separator, you'll see this looks a lot neater now. So I'm inside home, which is inside services, and then web design. Okay, so it's like the hierarchy. So if I want to then go back to services, I can just click services, and then I go back to it. Okay, so that's what a breadcrumb is. That's a choice of yours. If you want to use it, it's up to you. But you've got some options here that you can, you know, different options basically. So you can say, look, I don't want it on the home page. It's pointless because the home is the only page. There's nowhere to go back from it. Enable on blog, enable on search, enable on archive, enable on single page. Maybe there's no need for it on like a single page like this, so you can hide it. For me, I'd be using it on a blog. So definitely on a single post, on a singular, and 404 I wouldn't bother either, okay? But I'm not going to use a breadcrumb anyway, but just want you to be aware what it is and that you can enable it in this theme, okay? Blog, we haven't touched on it in this course at all. That's going to be a future course where we talk about content creation and blogs. So I'm not going to enable anything here, but you have got some blog specific settings. If you decide to go off and create a blog, then you've got blog specific settings here. So the blog archive is like the menu page where you see all of your blogs. And then the single post is the actual article that you've written. So you just have some specific settings for each one of those. Page, so these are page settings. So this is like the single page is what we're looking at now. These are the pages we've been creating. You can just see that you've got some options here, like, you know, the default layout, the container style, sidebar. If you're going to use a sidebar, we don't have a sidebar, so I'm not going to play around with that. And then obviously you've got some design options as well. And then search page, we haven't got a search, but again, it's a page, but it's a pre-generated page that WordPress has got built into it. So you wouldn't create that page and then customize it. It's just a page that is pre-built with WordPress and automatically will display whatever you've searched for, okay? But you've got some settings there, okay? And there's more around the layout. So that's what the page settings are. Sidebar, again, like I said, we haven't got a sidebar here, but you have got some options here. So you can decide the width of the sidebar, whether it's a sticky sidebar. Sticky sidebar means as you land on the page, obviously you'll have a sidebar at the top, you'll have your header at the top, and then you'll have the content and a sidebar. So as you scroll, normally what would happen is everything would scroll up as you scroll, okay? I've never done this before, but what would happen with a sticky sidebar is that the sticky sidebar would stay in place and the rest of the page would scroll. Okay, so if you had like really important links here, they would never go out of view as the user scrolls and reads the article. So that's something that you can do, which is quite cool. So that's sidebar. Footer builder, exactly the same. You know, there's a couple of things here that we could probably tidy up. So this is, I think, a HTML item. Let's get rid of that. So if I click on this, yeah, you can see. So now it's going to be 2025. So I'm going to use a more up-to-date one. The logo, this is not the right logo. So for that, I could just click this cog and then I can edit this here, okay? So as you can see, this, I want to replace this image. So if I click here, upload, Oh no, I've got my media library already. So I'm going to pick this one, select, and then it's replace the logo in there, okay? So that is that widget. Design, I can then decide, I think I should be able to design the size of this. We don't want to undo that. We want to leave it like that. And then, so that's just being able to do that. Heading color, font title size, I think that'll work. Okay, so there's no way of changing the size of it. It's just a fixed block at the moment. Okay, we'll just leave it nice and small like that. And then we've obviously got our custom footer menu that we created yesterday. That's appearing here. So that's cool. So I'm happy now with that footer. So that's the footer builder. I wonder if there's nothing we can do there. Okay, fine. Custom post types. Now we're not using custom post types. That's something we'll get into advanced modules again. So custom post types by default, let me just publish these. Let's go out to the custom. So by default, you've got two post types, okay? And the two post types that WordPress creates for you when you install WordPress is posts and pages. And hopefully now you know the differences between the two, okay? Posts are used for blogs, and they're like articles that you can constantly keep adding to. And then pages are content about your business or what you do. So they're like more static content, okay? But you can create custom post types. So you could create post types called testimonials, okay? And then what you'd have is you'd have a new menu item here instead of post called testimonials, and in there you can add a new testimonial. So instead of adding a new post, you add a new testimonial, and they work in the same way, but they're just organized a little bit better. So that is something that you can do, and that's what custom post types are. And in the appearances menu here, which I've now lost here, customize, there was an option for custom post types, okay? So floating elements, we just don't have it, so it's not relevant, okay? So they're like the theme settings. Now, under site identity, we've covered that already. We've looked at the fav icon, the site icon, which we've now got here. So if you haven't got one of those, create it. Use something like Canva to create an icon, and then you can upload it, and that'll appear in the admin and on the front end when people go to your website. And it also is used for when people bookmark your website. So if someone bookmarks your website, then that's the icon that will be associated with it. So that's important. Site title and logo settings. Again, here you've got your logo. You can choose the size of it, the title, and just a few other basic options that we've already covered, and we've got the design there as well. So that's the site title. Primary menu, we've already picked that, so we've got that. Transparent header is on, which means that we did it sits behind, so that's fine. Sits behind. So that's that. Then we've got menus. We've already covered that. So we've got our footer menu is set to the footer menu, and the header menu, the primary menu at the top, is set to this pre-menu. So we don't need to make any changes there. Widgets, we're not using any apart from that one in the footer here. We're using this widget. So your theme has 8 widget areas, but this particular page does not display them, okay? Homepage settings, we did this right at the start. So this is not any settings for this page, it's just deciding which page is going to be your home page. So whether you want it to be blogs by using the latest post or a specific page, and obviously we've chosen the home page. And then additional CSS, we're going to get into that in the next lesson. It's going to be a bonus lesson, just how we can style things ourselves. All right, so that is the global settings. Now there's nothing to save because I've already saved it, and we can go into that. And I just wanted to cover off those things because we haven't done every single thing there. We've touched on it, but I wanted to make sure that everything is in place. Okay, so mobile responsive checks. Now this is important. As you're going to build your website, you notice there, even we went through that settings page, the customize option, and we didn't even check what it looks like on other devices. So the reason that is because I want you to understand the limitations of WordPress's preview. So the built-in WordPress customizer provides fixed screen previews for common devices, but it doesn't represent all possible screen sizes in a real world behavior. So, let me just show you, it's probably easier. As you can see here, when we go to customize, so this is our home page, yeah? Now, if I click this tablet, it's showing me, this is what it's going to look like on a tablet. Now, I can't change the size of this to look at what it looks like on a big tablet, a small tablet, a different shaped tablet. I just can't, okay? And the same thing goes to a mobile phone. Like, this is what it's telling me it's going to look like on a mobile phone. Now, this doesn't look anything like my mobile phone, and I know that an iPhone 6, which is the old small one, a bit like what this is showing, and a new Samsung Galaxy, whatever they call, I don't use Android, by the way, but whatever the newest Samsung and Galaxy is, they're not going to show the same size screen. So the point is, these tools are good to give you like a basics start, but there is a limitation in them because they don't let you be a bit more dynamic, and that's why they're not great. But you need to use them, and I'll show you how to in a second. But what I've said here is use browser developer tools. So use Chrome Dev Tools or similar tools to inspect and test responsiveness across a wide range of custom resolution and screen dimensions. So look, you might not be familiar with the development tools. Now, you've built a website now, you're a developer, okay? So don't let anyone say anything different. So what I would say is, just to show you what that is, let's go back to our browser. And if we open up a new page, okay? Let's open up a private window, okay? So let's go there, WP Odyssey test. Okay, so now we can see what our website looks like. We're not logged in at all, so this is just what it looks like to normal customers, okay? People that come on our website. Now, if I click right-click, inspect, now by default, what you'll see is this, okay? You'll see, actually you won't, you'll see this. When you do that, you'll see this. Let me move me from there. Now, what this allows you to do, this developer tool, I use it all the time. It's something that developers use because it allows you to see why things might not be working on specific websites, okay? So if I inspect, so if I can click this little icon on the left-hand side, when you've highlighted that, what you can do then is you can browse around your site and pick specific items. So I can pick this, okay? And then what happens is on the right-hand side, it shows you the styling that's being used to create that. So as you can see, a font size 80. So if I change that to 380, yeah, you can see now it's changed the font size to this massive text. Now don't worry, this is not affecting your website or visitors on your website. It's just a way for you to test and see how things might work. Now CSS, I don't want you to get too worked up about this yet because we're going to learn that as we go. Just for now, let's put it back to font size 80. The reason why I want to use this tool and show you this tool is because it's got this responsive checker on basically this icon here. So if I click that, what it allows me to do is I can pick from these devices and see what it looks like on different devices. Now, this is in the way. So what you can do is these three dots here on the right-hand side, you can decide where the dock will sit. So for me, I'm going to put it on the right-hand side. And then now I'm looking at this iPad Pro, yeah, and it's at 17%. So let's just put that to, let's say, 75%. Now, you can see here what it looks like on an iPad Pro. I can see what it looks like on an iPad Air. Okay, so you can see it looks different on an iPad Pro to an iPad Air. Okay, but in the tools inside WordPress, it just shows you what a tablet looks like, and that's just not a fair reflection. Here, iPad Mini, Surface Pro. So you can see they all look different, okay? You can actually put it in responsive mode, and what that allows you to do is just drag and drop. Not drag and drop, sorry, just drag it so you can see. And what I always look for is this. So keep going. Look, it's broken the site there because the navigation now doesn't fit on one line, and that's because it's been set using pixels, and pixels are a fixed size. They're not taking into account the width of the screen. So that is a problem, okay? But this is where, you know, we're not going to talk about how to fix that in this lesson. We're just going to talk about things to look out for. And as you can see, look, in this view, you can see that this is too high on the page. It should be sat around here, okay? And then, you know, it looks quite good there. The logo is probably too small there. But that's the point. I just want to talk to you about, you know, getting familiar with the development tools in Google Chrome. Most browsers will have this. So if you're using Firefox, it's got its own development tools. If you're using Safari, it's also got its own one, but you need to enable it. It's not there by default. But it's quite handy because you can just see what, you know, different sites look like on different devices. And, you know, as you can see, iPhone, Pixel 7, there's just slight difference. And yeah, so it's a good little feature, good tool, and I suggest that, you know, you get familiar with using it, because if you're going to start building websites, it's something that you're gonna need. And then finally, also test on real devices. So whenever possible, view your site on actual phones and tablets and to experience how it looks and functions. Because what we've just done there in Google Chrome is we've loaded the website in Google Chrome on the different devices. Honestly, trust me from experience, when you go on a real device, sometimes you can catch other issues, and especially if you're looking at it in other browsers. So for example, the biggest one I have problems with is Safari on an iPhone. It looks different to what Chrome does on an iPhone. And sometimes you need to catch what is the problem and style it accordingly, because you want to make sure it looks perfect on every single device. The point is test. Do as much testing as you possibly can, and you know, do that using the development tools and do that using a real device. So pick up your phone, go to the website, have a look, browse around the page, see if you can find anything that causes a problem, and then you know, right, I need to fix that. Now, also leverage advanced tools. So consider using Blisk or similar browsers to emulate different devices and ensure responsiveness is consistent. Now, I'll put a link to this below, because this is just a browser that you can download and use, and it's designed specifically for testing different devices, and it's free, okay? So I've already downloaded it, but I think I'll put the link below, so I think it's Blisk. I'll put Blisk download, there we go, blisk.io, okay? So if you go to the home page, cross-device testing done right, okay? And this is what you can do with it. You can load up multiple different devices, and as you scroll on one, they all scroll, so you can see exactly what it looks like on different devices. So let's just show you that quickly, because it is pretty cool. It always does that. It opens it on my other screen. Okay, so this is Blisk. Okay, so as you can see, this just looks like Google Chrome. It's no different. So if I go WP Odyssey test and I open it, as you can see, we've just got a normal browser, okay? So if I click this Blisk icon here, you can see now I can pick multiple devices. So what we've got here now is an iPhone 8 Plus, and we've got a Google Pixel 6. And as you can see, look, as I'm scrolling here, it's scrolling on the iPhone as well, okay? You can see both sides load pretty much the same, so that's cool, yeah? But the logo for me is a bit small, so I know in this case, the logo is too small. So what am I going to do for that? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my customize option. I'm going to go to the site identity. I'm going to click on logo. And as you can see, look, I'm happy with the logo size on desktop. But if I click mobile, I can see the logo is too small. Now, in order for me to do that, you can see the logo width here is set to 96 pixels on a mobile. Now, as I scroll that, you can see you can make it a different size. So for me, you know, maybe something like that is more suited. That looks better for me. So if I publish that, if I go back here, let's see if this works. So sometimes when your website will be cached, your browser will cache what it looks like. Okay, so if you hold down the refresh button and then you click on empty cache and hard reload, it should clear the cache, but it hasn't. Okay. Let's leave that for now. We'll have a look at why that is maybe later on. If you run into the same problems, just let me know and we'll have a look. But what you can do in Blisk is you can actually use Device Manager here, and you can pick from all of these devices. So you can see, look, iOS, you can choose from iPhone 15 Plus, the latest ones, all the way down to, you know, small little old ones. So if you launch that device, you can see what that website looks like on, in comparison to the others, what it looks like, okay? So, yeah, I think it's a cool tool. I think, it's free. You might as well use it as much as you can. And, if you want to close one down, you can. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want to see what it looks like on a tablet. Then you can pick, any one of these tablets. Let's have a pick of that one, launch device. And there we go. It's bugging me, that logo now, why it's not updating. But yeah, so it just gives you an idea what your site looks like on different devices, and you just got to test, basically. And I think using Blisk is something that's definitely going to be of benefit to you, and it's a good tool to have in your armory, okay? And then, focus on key interactions. So check that clickable elements, navigation, and forms work seamlessly on touch screens, and verify visual consistency across all breakpoints. So like we said, get your device, browser, move it to different sizes to see what breaks, what doesn't break, and then you know what you need to fix or concentrate on. And check links, because one common one is, for example, when you hover over a menu item and it brings a drop down on a tablet, you can't hover, you have to click. So you want to check that things like that work on different devices. All right, so we've covered everything there for mobile responsiveness. Now, contact form setup. Now, what we haven't covered is, and we'll be covering how to set up a contact form from scratch in the next course module, which will be for essential plugins. But you notice that the starter templates that we use actually included a form already on the contact page. So when we go to our, let's go back here, let's close that. Let's come out of here. And then let's go to our open a new tab. Let's go to contact page. So this is the contact page that we created. You can see we've got a contact form here, okay? But we've got no idea what this form does. We haven't configured it, or whether it works or not. And you can see if you try and send a message, it says, you need to fill out these fields. So I just wanted to touch on that because it's something we haven't discussed at all. So contact form setup. So verify the existing contact form. Ensure the pre-built contact form for your theme is functioning as expected and visually matches your site's design. So one, you just need to go on the front page, make sure it looks properly, make sure it's got the right fields that you want, and make sure that it works, okay? And as you can see, it probably won't to start with. Check email settings, so confirm that the form sends submissions to the correct email address and verify delivery by testing yourself. You want to do this now because the last thing you want is, you get your first client landing on your website, they fill in the form and it goes to some random email address that you're not monitoring. That customer doesn't get a response from you, they get angry and they start saying, bad things about you. So this is so important that you get the contact form settings right. Customize form fields, so adjust the form fields to suit your needs, such as adding or removing fields or for phone numbers, drop downs or specific queries. So only you know what you need on your contact form. Again, take inspiration from competitors to see what sort of questions they're asking, and what information you need from people when they inquire. So you can adjust the form. We'll do that now in a second. Spam protection, so you can implement a capture or enable spam filters if not already configured, ensuring you receive legitimate inquiries only. So it goes without saying, as your website grows and becomes more popular, you're going to get more spam on your website, because if you've got a contact form that's not protected by any spam, any bot can fill it in and send you inquiries, and that can get annoying and frustrating. But there's loads of things we can do to overcome that. And then mobile and usability tests. So verify the form is easy to use on mobile devices and check for any formatting or functional issues. Okay, so if we go to our website, so this is the contact page. If I click edit page, and you can scroll down here, I have to move me over there for this one, and you can see there's the contact form. Okay, now if I click on this form, and you've selected the block, so you can see here it says form. And just remember, if you forget that, open up your overview and make sure you click the form. Form, not fields, okay? So you need to pick the form. So now that we've picked the form, you can see on the right hand side, we can get rid of that. You can see we've picked the form and we've got here, so we've got some settings. So general, Show label, so that's yes or no. There's an argument that you should be showing the fields. So that's like the titles, yeah, okay? Again, for style-wise, they always look nicer and cleaner without them. But the problem is when you start typing, this disappears and then you might forget what that field was about and you can't see. So that's just a preference thing, okay? So don't get too hung up on that. Let me just pick the form again. So leave it on off for now. Hidden field label spectra form. Style box dot underline, you know, this only change if you feel like it needs changing, okay? So here's some things. You've got success message. So once you've sent a message and it's successfully been sent, it'll say underneath the form has been submitted successfully. So that's cool. That's enough. If you want to customize that, you can. That's where you would do that. If you get an error message, so there's been some errors while submitting the form, please verify all form fields again. So it could be that you've put, you know, the email address in the phone number field, or, you know, and it would know because they're specific fields. So the fields are either text or email or phone or text, you know, a message field. And we can show you those in a second. Now we've got the submit button. This is just the button itself. So what you want it to say, you can customize that there, and inherit from theme. So that's cool. So that what that does, it takes the same styling of buttons that we're using elsewhere. Again, continuity. We said we want to do that. And then actions. This is the most important one. So enter an email address to receive. So at the moment, if someone fills this form out, it's going to go to abc@gmail.com. So you're not going to get it, all right? So whether you're using the Elementor form or you're using this one, just check the settings in the same way. So look, I want this to go to dan@wpodyssey.com. And the subject form submission, that's fine. Okay, and then we touched on the Google reCAPTCHA, so whether we want to enable that or not. V3, hide the V3. So normally we've got to set this up, so I'm curious to see how Astra does that. But we'll just try it. But this is just to prevent spam. So the V3 is Google's more recent version, and what it does, it takes a score base. So it scores the users in the application, whoever's filling out the form, sorry, it scores their interaction with the website, so it can identify whether it's a bot or not. If it is a bot, then obviously it won't let you send a message. Sometimes that can cause problems with genuine queries, but I normally use it because I prefer it to the V2, which is like where you get a pop-up and it says, you know, how many zebra crossings do you see or how many cars can you see. That can just be a bit annoying, and it's just a barrier to someone sending you a simple inquiry. And then presets, you've got your different presets, okay, so not important. And then you can obviously style it and, you know, some advanced options as well. So the most important one I want you to make sure is that you've got the right email address in. So we can save that. And then let's go back to our, let's close that. Let's go back to our private browser. Now I always test in a private browser because it doesn't store any cache or settings. So if I go here and I put your name, so my name is Dan Davis, I'm going to put my email address. I'm not going to use the same one. What am I doing? Phone number, I'm not going to put that in. I don't want to share that. And then my message. Hey, this is a test. Okay, send now. And the form has been submitted successfully. So let's wait and see if I get that. So we'll come back to that once it comes in. But yeah, so that's when you know it works. Okay, so the last thing you need to do is you need to make sure that you receive the email. If not, then you may need to speak to your host to see why that's not coming through. Let me just see. Okay, there's nothing to do there. Okay, so yeah, and then just check it on a mobile device as well, just to see if that. And there we go. So at the moment, this is what's come through. Let me just open that, and I can share it on my screen, yeah? So I received this email. So it was from Daniel Davis. It was sent to me, and it was ID was there, first name Dan Davis, email was there, and I put, hey, this is a test. Okay, so that's it. The contact form works. I know that's another thing you can check off on your checklist before going live. The contact form works. All right. Now, testing navigation and links. So check menu functionalities. So ensure all menu items lead to the correct pages, categories, and external links without errors or broken paths. I think with this one, that's important because if you come across any broken links, someone clicks a link on your website and it goes to a broken website, that can have an effect on your ranking in search engines because it's just not giving a good message to search engines that your website is up to date and it knows what it's doing. So you need to make sure, one way of doing it is manually testing. I think at this stage of website development, when you're building a small website, it's easy to do. As your website grows and becomes bigger and bigger and you've got like thousands of products on your website, it's pretty much impossible to manually test that. So you can use tools like broken link checkers, which we'll cover in more advanced lessons. And, that'll just save you a lot of time and effort with checking links. But for now, manually check every link to make sure that there's no broken links. Verify internal links. So test links within your content, including buttons and inline text to confirm they navigate to the right sections of your site. Again, one little tip is that if you're writing something on the home page and you mention one of your services, for example, or you say, we've been building websites for 5 years, then the building websites, you could link that to your web development page or web design page. If we've been designing websites, you'd link that. So they're internal links. So they're links that just go to other pages on your website. Just make sure they work. Like on the services pages, we did the button, and the button had like a link to that page. So that's just something that you just need to check that they work as well. Test external links, so ensure that links to external resources open in new tabs if required and are correctly formatted. We talked about that yesterday as well. We want to make sure that they open in new tabs so that they don't get taken away from your website. If they need to be taken away from your website, of course, don't open up in a new tab. But generally speaking, you want them to come back at some point if they're just checking something out that you're talking about. And then responsive menu testing. So verify that menus function seamlessly on desktop, tablet, and mobile devices, including drop-downs and toggle menus. Now, you would have noticed on the demo site that we did on mobile just now, the navigation changed to a burger. So that's fine, okay? And we'll have a look at that now. And then 404 checks. So navigate through your site to identify and resolve any links leading to 404 error pages or unexpected destinations. So that's the same as just checking your links, making sure they work. So what we're saying about the mobile one was this. So as you can see, the navigation hides because there's no room for it. And then you get this icon. So when you click that, you get your menu in this way, okay? So that's the mobile. So just verify that that works. The links will work the same because it's calling the same pre-menu, I think it was called. So it's calling the same menu, but you just want to make sure that these work. Okay, so that page was a blank page, not the best example. Services, there we go. So we know that they work. So just manually check all of those. Okay, so publishing your website. Now, we've gone through this and we haven't really put it in like a development mode, but there are ways of building websites because this is a brand new website and no one is going to find it. But if you're working on a new website and it's a secret and you're already an established business, it's quite often that your website would sit behind some sort of coming soon page or under development page. So that's just something to bear in mind. So final content review. Double check text, images, and media across your site for spelling, formatting, and accuracy. This is just being thorough, going through, making sure that, there's no errors on your site. You're only going to get one chance to make that first impression. So if someone comes to your website, if they see anything that looks out of place, they're going to let you know. So check for placeholder content. So remove or replace any demo content for templates to ensure a polished and a professional appearance. You'll know, when you install these demo templates, it's populated to the hilt with, dummy pictures, dummy text, and, quite often it'll be something like lorem ipsum, and you don't want someone finding that. So again, just test, make sure every page is, set up correctly. SEO basics, so add meta titles, descriptions, and alt text for images to optimize your site for search engine before launch. Again, I don't want you to get over worked up about this because SEO is something we're going to cover in a lot of detail in a future course. I think for this, just to show you quickly, because we're at this point, when you've got an image, let's go to the About page. So when you've got an image like this, for example, adding the image is one thing, okay? But when you click on that image, you can see, I think it's done this way on the block editor. You've got a title and an alt text, okay? So this tells search engines what this picture is about. And also it can help with like, you know, if someone has got visual issues and they can't see the website very well, then, you know, they use tools that will read out to them what a picture is about. And this alt text might describe your website. So it'll say, this is a picture about, you know, a scenery. So they understand what they're looking at. But yeah, so this is just things that you can do to help with SEO is, you know, alt text, titles. And yeah, so, you know, we're going to get into SEO further on, but this is stuff that you can do. If you know a bit about SEO, then, you know, at this point, just make sure that your images and all that is all set up correctly for SEO. Okay, so back up your website. So create a full backup of your site using hosting provider or a backup plugin to safeguard the progress. So I think it's always good practice at this point. You know, you've got your website, you've built it, you're happy with it, and you think, right, okay, this is version 1 of my website. I want to take a backup of it before going live. And you can do that in your hosting, or you can use a plugin like Updraft, Duplicator. And I won't go into that into detail now because it's just to get you up and running. But yeah, use some sort of plugin to get a backup of your website, store it safe. So if anything goes wrong, you can always restore to this state that it is now where you're happy with it. So yeah, that's something to, you know, I always do that before going live, just making sure you've got a backup. And then finally, go live. So remove any coming soon or maintenance mode settings and officially publish your site to make it accessible to visitors. So yeah, so that's it. At this point, you've got a fully functioning website. You've gone through it in, you know, great detail, and you've put it live. You know, I think you should give yourself a pat on the back. You know, you've built a website. I know it might not be the best website, but it's always, you know, no one's first website is the best website. But the point is, you've built a website, and, you know, you're probably already thinking like what you can do to improve it. Just like I'm thinking what I can do to improve this course as well, because it is version 1, just like, you know, version 1 your website. So, you know, I think we've done a lot so far. There's a lot more that we can do, obviously, to make sure that you're able to build, you know, better websites. But the point is, you've built a website. That's the first challenge. Okay, so just to summarize what we've done, so we've refined global settings, so unified your site's look with detail adjustment and typography, spacing and theme options. We did that at the start. We've done some mobile responsiveness testing, so ensured your site works flawlessly across devices using advanced tools like Chrome Developer Tools and Blisk. So you can download that. Like I said, I'll put a link in the description below. Contact forms set up verified, so you've confirmed that the form is functional and directs submissions to the correct recipient. You know, yeah, we've done that. We've put it in. We've received the test, so that's fine. Navigation and links checked, so validated all menus and links for seamless user experience. Checked for broken links to make sure there's nothing there. And we've website published, so reviewed and launched your site with confidence, making the completion of your first WordPress site project. So that's it. Let's get to work. So I think now, obviously, at this point, you've watched the video. I think there's a few things you can go and do now just to do these final checks, and then you should have your first WordPress website built. So well done. That's an amazing achievement. You know, I want to see what you've built, no matter what it is, what it looks like. I want you to share it in the win section, share it with everybody. Let's see what website you've built. And yeah, I can't wait to see, really. And then obviously, you know, if we decide to go further forward with it, you know, there's a lot more that we can do to improve and help you on your WordPress journey. But for now, I think that's the end of basically teaching you how to build a website. I think the next two lessons I want to touch on are, we're going to look at some custom CSS. So we'll do a bonus lesson on that, because I think, you know, having some understanding of CSS is definitely going to help. And then I'll do a quick breakdown video just to explain, you know, what the next steps are, you know, whether you want to continue or not, or, you know, you're happy with the skills that you've learned so far. But yeah, we're coming to the end of the building your first WordPress website module. So yeah, look, As always, I'm looking for feedback, so leave it below in the pinned comment, and if you've got any questions or anything, just leave it there. And yeah, please share your progress so far. I want to see what you're building and whether this has been useful to you. And yeah, we'll see you on the next video. We'll talk about some custom CSS. All right, see you on the next one. All right, so welcome back. Now, this is a bonus video. I just want to introduce the concepts of CSS to you. So let's just get stuck into that now. Okay, so introduction to CSS. So here's what we're going to cover today. So what is CSS? Adding CSS in WordPress, simple CSS adjustments, targeting specific elements, testing and previewing changes. Okay. So warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And as always, pro tip, if you want to save some time, you can watch the video in 2 times speed. Okay, so what is CSS? So definition of CSS, cascading style sheets. That's what CSS stands for. It's a language used to control the visual appearance of your website, from colors and fonts to layout and spacing. So by default, when you build a website, you have HTML, which is basically the instructions of what is the content and the structure of the website. And then CSS is what makes it look pretty. Now, as an example for that, let me just show you what I mean. Now, this is a website. This is what a plain website would look like. Okay, it's got no styling at all in it. And you can see here, it's just basic text with some links. And by default, the browser is styling it this way. So this Google Chrome browser is deciding to color these links in blue. There's a default size given by a browser for different heading sizes. You can see they're just slightly bigger here, they get smaller. And yeah, and this is the default look for what lists would look like. Now, what I've done here is I've actually hidden the CSS, okay? So let me just inspect this element. And this is what the HTML would look like. Okay, if you really want to know what it would look like, you can right click and view page source. And you can see this is what the HTML looks like. All right, so that's how the website has been built. And then you can see here, there's a style sheet which has been assigned to this website. Okay, and that style sheet contains all of the CSS, and it targets all of the elements and tells them, what they should do and how they should look. Now, for this example, I've hidden the CSS, okay? So if I right click, inspect, we get this little inspect window here that we've shown you already. And inside the head, there's a script here for the style sheet. And you can see I've just renamed it to break it so that it doesn't work. So let me just enable that now. Let me edit this and I'll change this back to CSS. Okay. And when I click off, the CSS will kick in. And now you can see this is what the CS has done, okay? So that's the power of what CSS does. Now it looks totally different, yeah? So it basically does everything visual that you see. It basically adds the design to the website, because without it, every website would look the same. White background, black text, blue links, boring bullet points. So yeah, so that's what CSS does, okay? So, separation of content and design. CSS works alongside HTML, separating the structure from styling to ensure clean, maintainable code. So they're just totally separate. You work on your HTML in one place, or if you were using WordPress, the HTML is created by dragging and dropping, and the CSS is generated as you choose what styling you want in the design tab. But with what's happening in the background is the HTML is being constructed and the CSS file is being generated by WordPress so that it can do this. Obviously, the alternative is that you can build your own HTML and you have your own style sheet, and then they work together. Customization power. So with CSS, you can go beyond default theme settings to achieve unique and precise design adjustments. So the reason I want to add this course in, this lesson in as a bonus at this point is because I just thought it would be important for you to understand what's going on in the background. Like when you're dragging and dropping things, or you're loading, templates into your website, what's actually going on. And it might be that you've given your H1 titles, for example, a specific font size, but you might want to use CSS to actually target specific elements like H1s on a specific page to look a different way. And I think it's important that you understand how that's done and how to do it, okay? Adaptability. So CSS makes it possible to create consistent, responsive designs across devices, enhancing user experience. And then examples in action. So changing buttons and colors, adjusting text spacing, and hiding elements are just some of the many possibilities with CSS. I got to work out I can move me because I can't even read that there. Okay, so that's that. Now, adding CSS in WordPress, okay? Now, using the WordPress customizer, so navigate to Appearances, Customize, Additional CSS to add your custom code directly and preview the changes in real time. So let me just show you that, because you may have stumbled across this already. Let me close this down, let me close that down. So this is our website, we're in WP Odyssey test. So this is how one way that you can add custom CSS. You go to Appearance, Customize, wait for it to load. And on the left-hand side, when you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you can see here, Custom CSS. And you've got this blank window, all right? So that's one way that you can add custom CSS. CSS in Page Builder. So some plugins like Elementor allow you to apply CSS directly to specific elements for precise styling. So again, in Elementor, you would have seen the same thing. Under the page settings, you can apply specific style sheets or styling to an element. So if you want to go outside what the page builder does, and you've also got global CSS settings as well, so they apply to the whole website. Theme or child theme style sheet. So for advanced users, custom CSS can be added to the theme style sheet or a child theme to maintain changes during theme updates. So just to go into that quickly, I don't want to overcomplicate things at this stage, but what I think is important is that you understand if you use a theme, so let's say you've bought a theme from Theme Forest or you've downloaded one, like Astra, for example, if you make changes to that theme, if you go into the code and you make changes, every time there's an update, you will lose those changes because all the file structure will be overwritten. So one workaround to that, and it's the advisable way for actually making customizations to the theme, is you can create something called a child theme. Now we'll cover this in advanced topics in WP Odyssey Pro, but I just want to touch on it now. So if you have a theme here called, Dan's theme, if I edit that, when I release an update, all those changes will be lost, okay? And I'm not talking about things that you edit inside the WordPress dashboard. I'm talking about if you make edits and changes to the theme, the actual files in that generate it. So what you could do is create something called a child theme. And a child theme basically says, I'm going to use everything from the parent theme, but if you want to override anything, you can, okay? And then you can create customizations in here. So one common use of a child theme is that you want to make things look slightly different. So you could use this parent theme as your layout, and then you can create a child theme just to create your own custom styling. And what I'm saying here is in the child theme is that, oops, gone too far there, is that you can use a child theme. For advanced users, you can use custom CSS, okay? So at this point, this might not be of interest to you. You might be thinking, I only want to build my first WordPress website. I don't care about advanced things. But I just want you to know what's possible and the ways that you would do it. So child theme is something that we will cover because it's important that you know how to do it, and that is one good way to add custom style sheets. And then plugin based solutions. So you can use plugins like Simple CSS or Site Origin CSS to manage your custom style sheets without modifying core files. So what that does is you can download a plugin, and that plugin basically gives you an area, a bit like what the Customize does, where you can add all of your custom style sheets, all your custom styling, and then that gets injected into your website. So if you did make an update to the theme because there's a new update that's come out, then you won't lose that because it's still injecting the same style sheets into your website. So that's another way of doing it. And then finally, you've got inline CSS, which I put here not recommended. So inline styles can be added directly to HTML blocks, but the method is less organized and harder to maintain. And that's true because what you can do is you can add inline CSS. And what that means is you add let me just show you. If we go back to here, if we go to this website, now, so in here, if I click view page source, just so you can see the back end. So if I do a search here for .css, you'll see here, look, we've got some CSS files that are being loaded, and this is the theme CSS. Okay, so if I click on that, you'll see here's all the CSS that's been generated. Now this has been minified, which means it's getting rid of all the spaces. But normally speaking, you would see it structured in a way that's, readable. Let's have a look if we've got any that are not minified. Okay, let's have a look at CSS examples. So let's close that. Well, if we go to any page, just go view page source here, and if we do a search for .css, is it all in line? Terrible example. Let's find a website. Let's go to this one. This is one I've shown before. So if I right click, view page source, I do .css, so you can see we've got a style sheet. This is what a style sheet would normally look like. So as you scroll down, you'll see, this is readable. Okay, so you can see, right, this is targeting that element, this is targeting that element. Whereas when we looked at this one, you could see it's not readable because it's been minified. Okay, so that's the difference. You wouldn't do that. Your website will be programmed to do that because it makes it faster. Okay, so that's something that we'll cover again in advanced topics. So let me just close that down, that down, that down, and that down. And I can't even remember what the point was now. Inline CSS. Okay, so when you go to view page source, inline CSS would be something like this. Okay, so this plugin has done this for, used it for us, but you haven't done it. But inline would mean you're just adding it straight into the HTML. You're not putting it in a separate file. Quite often that can be, more difficult to manage and organize, so it's not recommended. But that's what that is. Okay, so let's go back to the presentation. So simple CSS adjustments. So just, I want this to be like a beginner's guide or an introduction for you for CSS, not how to do CSS in full, because that's going to take time for you to learn. Okay, so changing colors and backgrounds. So modify elements, colors and backgrounds to better match your site's branding using CSS properties like color, and background image. Okay, so I think we'll just do this as we go. All right, so if I've got a website here, let's go to, I'm opening it up in a private browser just so I'm not logged into the WordPress admin, and this is what the website would look like. Okay, so I did show you this inspect tool. So when you go to an inspect tool, it brings up this little window at the bottom here. So let me move me out of the way here. And what you can do with this is, if I want to change, let's say, the background color of this element, first of all, this is how I would do it. I would play around with the inspect tool first so you can see what you're actually doing. So what you could do is you could select this highlighter and then highlight this section, which is here, and automatically it will pick the element that's got the style sheet here. Okay, or you can use this element.style. So that means it's doing it directly to the item that you've picked. There's no preference here. Generally, I do it here because that's the root container. Okay, now you might find that this will affect other places, and if it does, you could. So some basic CSS would be background, and as you start typing, the browser will show you, which ones you mean, because there's loads of back. So I want background color. So, and there you go. Just remember that with color and background color, you do it the American spelling. So it's always C-O-L-O-R, not O-U-R, otherwise it won't work. So if I click background color, I can now set there anything I want. So if I type in red, you can see it's now changed the background to red. Looks awful, I know. But if I wanted that, then this is a way that I can go, yeah, that looks cool, I want that. And then what I can do is I can copy this item and paste it into my custom CSS section in the WordPress admin. So this is just a way that you can play around with it, okay, and just see what it looks like. But some of the easy ones that I mentioned there is background color. So that obviously changes the background color of the element that you've picked. So for here, we've picked the whole section. It could be that I want to change the background color of this. Okay, this is the H4 tag. So I could type in here, background color blue. And then if I want to change the color of the text, I would type in color white. Okay, so that's how you would do it. So there's background color, which changes the background color, color, which changes the text color. What was the other one that we said? Color and background color. And then some of the basic ones that you should be aware of is padding. So I can click pad. I can either do padding top and put 50 pixels, or I could do padding. And with padding, you've got to give the values for top, right, bottom, left. So if I wanted to, let's just comment that one out. So if I do padding, so if I do padding, if I do 10 and I only put 10, what it'll do is it'll apply 10 pixels to top, right, bottom, left, okay? But if I want to specifically target each one, I can put 10, 0, 50, 20, okay? So what that's done is it's applied 10 pixels padding to the top, 0 padding to the right, 50 pixels padding to the bottom, and 20 pixels padding to the left, okay? So what that does is it adds a space around the element that you've created. So padding is something that you will be familiar with. You will have seen it in the options of your website builder. So yeah, that's just what padding does. But using the blue background helps you visualize what padding does, because it affects the element that you're speaking about. Now, there's another one which is called margin. Now, margin, a lot of people get these mixed up. A margin applies to the space around that element. So if I wanted to put margin bottom 100 pixels, you can see now it's added 100 pixels margin underneath the element. So it's not inside the element, it's underneath the element. And margin works the same way as padding. So if you if we comment that out and we apply margin in the same way, so as a general, if I put 50 pixels, you'll see it's added 50 pixels margin around the element. Okay, so it doesn't affect the background color of the actual item, it's around it. And that's because it's put 50, 50, 50 around each corner. So if I wanted to put 0, 0, 0, 100 pixels, that's the bottom, and then left, it would do that. Okay, so you can do it what you want, but they're the like the basic ones. So like color, background color, padding, margin, and then you can see by looking at the elements here other things. So you can see here, look, font size is 24 at the moment. Let's see what that looks like at 30. Maybe I want that to be 30, so I can just check it out and see what it looks like, and I can just use up on my at cursors to see what that would look like if I went really big. And if I like that and that's what I wanted, then I can go, yeah, that's cool, I want that. And then you can just right click this because it's already selected the element that you want, and then paste that into my editor, and then that would apply that throughout the site. Okay, so that's I've gone off on a tangent there, but that's basically what some of the basic CSS is. Okay, and I think because this is like a trial and error at the moment, I'm just seeing how things go. All this course is going to be totally re-recorded with with better content as I get more feedback. And, just let me know what, is CSS something that you want to know about at this stage of the course, or is it something that you want to leave to, more advanced topics when we talk about development? And then adjusting spacing and alignment. So we've done that, use margin, padding, and text align. So that was another one that we didn't do. So you can do, and there are a lot of CSS syntaxes that you need to remember, but you just start getting used to them, and obviously you quickly start learning, oh, how do I do that again? And the more times you use it, the quicker it'll come to you. So look, if we just uncomment these out and we put it back to what it was. Okay, so it's just back to that. We want to change this back so it'll inherit. So another one is text align. So you can do text align, and then the browser will teach you all the different text aligns that are available, and you can just scroll through them to see what it does. So center, it's going to put it in the center. End, it'll put it at the end. Justify, what justify does, it just fills it, the content area, but as you can see, it's not working there because there's not enough content. Left align, right align, and start. Okay, so they're the ones that you need to remember, and like I said, you're going to learn these as you start using them. So that's another important element that you're going to be targeting. And then customizing fonts. So control font styles, sizes, and weights with properties like font family, font size, and font weight for a polished look. I need to learn how to use this as well. So yeah, we've covered those. We looked at those inside the editor in WordPress, where I showed you can change the font size and the font weight, and font family. Well, I'm just showing you this because inside the WordPress dashboard, you're just picking and picking different elements. Like, I want this font, I want this weight, I want this size, and what that's doing is creating the CSS file for you. And if you're interested, then obviously you know how to do it yourself now. So hide unwanted elements. So remove unnecessary elements from view using the display none property for a cleaner interface. I think that's one that you probably will use quite a lot. So if you've got, your website, and, it's going to happen where you got your website and you're thinking, oh, there's something on there I just don't want. I want to hide something. There's nothing specifically on this page that I think we'd want to hide. But let's say on the contact page, you wanted to hide these social icons, yeah? Well, what you could do is you could just highlight the social icon so you could see, or it might be just this one that you want to hide, the LinkedIn. I don't want the LinkedIn one. Okay, so you select the LinkedIn element, and then you could type in your display none, and then you can see then, okay, yeah, that looks neater and tidier. And then in your style sheet or your customizer, you can then target that block. So it's doing it here for you. Okay. To explain the structure of this, we'll do that at a later date, but in this presentation, but I just want to show you that's picking the last one, and then you can just put display none for that and it would hide it. Okay, so that's that. And then I think as at this stage of the course and what we've taught you so far, a lot of these things you're going to be able to do inside the page editor anyway, and that's the whole point of the customize options and the block editor, and also page builders. You're going to be able to do this anyway, but there's going to be certain circumstances where you're going to want to target a specific element, and it'd be good for you to know how to do that. And then button styling, so personalize buttons with hover effects, rounded edges, and color changes for improved interactivity and design consistency. But again, we've done that inside the editor in WordPress, but it might be that one specific button you want to change the style of, you want it to be orange instead of the default green, then this is how you would be able to do that. Okay, so testing specific elements. So using classes and IDs, apply styles to specific elements by targeting their class or ID, ensuring precise customization without affecting other elements. Now, so what I mean by that is, if we go back to, let me just move me there because we want to see this editor. If we go back to services, now if we go here, we can see this is called H1 UAGB heading text. Okay, you can see that. And if I want to add a styling for this, okay, so let's do that. Let's click plus. You can see it's now created an element for this, right? So if I click color purple, oh, we're already green, blue, okay, you can see it's not worked, because the reason it hasn't worked is because this element underneath it has got priority over this one. And the reason it's got priority is because you can see here it's got UAGB heading text, but it's also got this element. So if we take this out and I show you what I mean, let's do it in a text. Where's my code editor? Right, so if I don't allow, I create a new window and I put it here. So if we put this here, so what this style is doing, right? And I just want to show you this because each one of these dot something is a class, okay? And when they're joined, it's when an item has got multiple classes. So this one's got a space. So let me just show you what I mean by this, okay? So this has a hierarchy of this, okay? So then I can put color blue, all right? So what this is doing is, this is saying, and we use dots for classes and we use hashtags for IDs, okay? So for a class, so the way to translate this has got header, and then it's got H1, okay? So this is targeting all H1s inside any class called header, okay? Now what we did, and why ours doesn't have as much authority in the style sheet as this, we just went, we want to style H1, okay? But this one, because it's got a class of a div above it, an element above it, it's saying it's got more priority on the page. So sometimes what you've got to do to make your style sheet what you want override something is, one, you can use the important class call, which would be exclamation mark important, okay? And what you're doing then is you're saying, hey, this blue is more important than other things, okay? So that's one way of doing it. Or you can call this as well. So we could take this and paste it here. And even without the important now, because it's something that we've added, it's now overridden the default one, okay? Now, as you can see, this class here, this WP block UAGB advanced heading dot UAGB. So these are here. You can see it's got that class there. So UAGB advanced heading, UAGB block 99, blah, 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 blah. Okay? So that's why that one is calling, because it's got that class and that class. Now, this is another way of showing you. So this is like the home page. And this is why the inspect tool is so important, because you can see all of the classes. So as you can see here, look, this has got body home, okay? So if I click on this, I can put here color blue. Okay, so on the home page, this works. Okay, so it's overridden that. Oh no, that's because I've targeted the specific element. But if I click plus and I went, I hope you're following along here because this is funny. Blue, you can see it's not working because this has got priority. Now you can use the inspect tool to find the classes. So everything here is inside this body. You can see everything that is on this page is inside this body, and this body has a class called home because this is the home page. Okay, so if I created a new element, okay, and I wanted it to be home. So let's say you've created one that's conflicting with this. You could create a new one and you could put, right, this is inside home and it's a H1. So I want to change this to color blue. But it's not enough because it's got these elements as well, okay? So if I take these and I put them here inside home, paste, blue, color blue, it's done that. So this is now, like, the hierarchy has got bigger. So what I'm saying is here, what I've done is I've copied this, and that will work most of the time, okay? So that's what we've done. But I've gone one further where I've gone home, and I've gone like that. Let me just do that. So I've done that. So now I've gone one higher. This will override anything that's competing with just header. Now, an example of this would be if we go to services here and we take what we did earlier, yeah, we just change this color to blue. Okay, so let's put this in now. So if I right click copy rule and I go to my WordPress site and we go here and I paste that in, okay, and publish. Now you can see it's not changing anything on this page because that's not the same style sheet. But if we go to the services page, it's not worked either. So let me just check why that would be. I think we had this problem yesterday with the cache. Let me go back to see if we can clear the cache. Let's go to Bluehost, my account. We'll just log in. We'll see if we can clear the cache now. But my point is, you can, like, this element that we targeted here, okay? So we can see on the front end, it's actually worked. I don't know why it's not working in the browser, okay? So we can see now that it's blue. Ignore that page because that's not it. So now we've added that style into customize. So it has worked. Appearance, customize. So I've added this style sheet here, okay? And that's because this heading, we created it as a global element for every page. Ignore that, it's just not updated there. But on the actual website, why is it doing that? On the actual website, you can see it's done it blue, okay? Because we've used the same block on every page, we've targeted the header inside that block to be blue, okay? Now, if we go to look at each page, you'll see this page here that we're on now, services, it won't add a class called services, but it will add a class for the ID of the page normally. So let's have a look. Okay, it hasn't added the ID there. Maybe it's added it here. So we've put here. So as you scroll down, you can see here, look, article post 77, okay? So this is the ID of this page. Now, if I change this inside here, so if I add this to the start and a space, so what we've done now is we've targeted post 77. So let's click publish. And remind me which one is services, yeah? So now when we go here, you can see on the about page, it's gone back to green because we're not styling this element. And the same on contact, it's green. But if I go to services, it's blue because we've targeted the element on that page, which was post 77. I know, I'm just showing you what you can do, okay? So the point is, when you target an element, sometimes you might find, well, I've set the CSS, why is it not working? And that's because there's something already in place that's overriding yours. And the more classes in hierarchy above you can add, the more chance you've got of your CSS taking effect, okay? And what we've done there is we've just taken the post ID, which is saying, look, I want to target the services page, which is post 77. And then you can copy then whatever element it was that you want. So whether it's that, you know, whatever it is. But that's how you would target a specific element. Okay, went off on one there. Nesting selectors, so we've covered that now. So we've said, you know, you'd pick the element here, here, and here, and then you'd be able to target a specific one. Because you could just style all H1s. You could say, H1, I want it to be color red. You could do that. But you'll find as you test the website and you browse it, not all of them are red because there might be something that's overriding it with more classes. I think I need to, you know, do this visually. It'd be a bit better. But anyway, let's go. Okay, pseudo classes and pseudo elements. So enhance interactivity in design by using pseudo classes like hover or focus, and pseudo elements like before or after. So these are a bit more advanced than what we need at this stage. Obviously, basic CSS is things like, you know, color, background color, text align, padding, margin. They're the things that, you know, I think to start with you will be using. But you can target like the hover. So if you've got a button, you would call the button's background color to be red. But then you could also use these pseudo classes. So what you would do is, if you wanted it to be hover, you use the colon and you use hover. And what that does then, if I put in your color red, so what this would do is it would change the color of H1 when you hover over it. It doesn't make sense because normally changing color on hover is normally when it's something that's actionable. So it'd be a link, or it would be a button or something that you can click that takes you to somewhere else. So, but that's how you would use that. So use the colon hover to do that, okay? Now, one other thing which I mentioned here was the before and after, okay? So before and after, what you can actually do is you can inject some text as well. So if we look at this, for example, let me just move me there. If we look at this, let's say I wanted to add something before that or after it. I can select the element and then, let me just turn my color up. So I can select the element and then I can click plus to add this. And then what I could do is I can put double column before, all right? So now this is gonna add something before. Now, there's nothing there at the moment, so it's not even going to work. There's nothing there, so it's not going to style anything. But what you can do is you can add content in there. So you can add content by adding, you know, double quotes, and then I can just put, hey. Okay, so using a style sheet, using CSS, I can now add things into this. Okay, so the word's not actually there, but because I've added this before item, you can see now it's added that. And if I wanted to style that, because I'm specifically targeting it, I could put it color red, font size 12 pixels, maybe a bit small. Let me see if this works. Display block. So it means it's going to have its own block. So it's obviously done that. I could then do line height 1, padding, nothing at the top, nothing on the right, maybe 25 pixels underneath, and then nothing on the left. Okay. So look, this might be a bit pointless, but I just wanted to show you that you can use these pseudo classes like before and after. And then what you would do is, this is where I like playing around and testing with things because you can see how it's going to work. And then I can just take this, copy rule. I can go back to my custom style sheet here in additional CSS in the customizer, and I can paste that. Publish. Okay. So now, pointlessly, every page is going to have this hey about it. But that's done using CSS. Okay, so that's that. Let me know, actually, it might be handy to have some sort of like, you know, basic checklist of styles that you could be playing around with. And then targeting HTML tags directly. So apply universal styles to specific HTML tags, so e.g. H1, P, or A, for consistent typography or designs across the site. So like when you're creating a style sheet, you will want all of your H1s to have the same sort of style. So you would create a style sheet and you say, H1s, I want you to be font size 50, I want you to use this font, and I want you to have this line height, I want you to all be text align center. You know, that's how you'd build it. You want all paragraph tags. So then when you're writing text and you're writing, you know, a blog article, they all look the same. They all have the same layout. It's only in instances where, let's say you've got a different page and you want the H1 tag to be like, you know, massive because, you know, for any particular reason, then you could style the H1 on that page alone to make it different to the others if you wanted to, okay? So that's how you can target HTML tags directly. And then combining selectors for precision. So combine multiple selectors, easy header, menu, A, to target specific areas or components for detailed styling control. And that's basically what we covered in, you know, showing you this. Okay, so that's how you combine them. So, you know, the home with this. Now, this is not how you do CSS. This is Sass, and we'll cover that at another point. This is like a better version. For this, you'd have to do it. You know, for that, you would do it like this. So you do home, header, H1, hover, color red. Okay, so that's how you would actually do this code. That's Sass, but I wanted to do it that way to show you a hierarchical way of how it is structured and what takes precedent over something else. Okay, so that's how you would do CSS. You'd copy that, you'd paste it into your style sheet, and then that's how it would do that. Okay, and then yeah, testing and previewing changes. So, you know, we've sort of done that. So using browser dev tools, so test your CSS changes in real time using tools like Chrome Dev Tools, allowing you to preview adjustments without altering the live site. That's why I like doing it. You know, I use that to get an idea and then I move it over to the site and then test to make sure that it's working. Previewing in the WordPress customizer. So use the WordPress customizer to safely preview CSS changes before publishing them, ensuring they look as expected across your site. So we've done this just now in the preview tool and it didn't work because there's something caching. Caching, if you don't know, is when your browser or your website stores your style sheets, your images, your text, so that it doesn't have to reload the same thing over and over and over. It caches it, stores it, so that it'll load faster the next time. This can be really good for website performance and it's mandatory. And we'll be covering that a lot when we get to the performance module. It can be really annoying when you're trying to make little changes all the time because, you know, you can't see the changes. So that's something that, you know, you're going to have to get used to, or you're going to have to learn or find out how to clear your cache. Now, your cache could be inside your hosting, it could be in your website, it could be in Cloudflare, and it could be inside your browser, okay? If it's in your browser, then there's an easy solution to that. You would just open your dev tools, okay? So just to show you, without the dev tools open, you can't hold down this refresh button. You just have to click inspect, which will open up the dev tools. And then when you hold down this refresh button, you get this menu, and then you can click empty cache and hard reload. And what that'll do is it'll clear the cache that your browser has stored to try and make the website faster and reload it from scratch. And then that's when you get to see your changes. So that is how that works. Okay, so just be aware with caching. What were we on there? We were using browser, previewing the WordPress customizer. Yeah, we just said that didn't work. Cross-browser testing, so check your site on multiple browsers like Chrome, Firefox and Safari to ensure consistent rendering and functionality. I'm telling you now, you will stumble across it where you think, the site looks amazing in Chrome, and then one of your customers will go on the website on Safari and they'll be going, oh, this doesn't work, or that doesn't work, or whatever it is. So you need to test on Safari. It used to be Internet Explorer that people would have a lot of problems with. That doesn't exist now because I think Windows uses something called Edge. But the main culprit from my experience at the moment is Safari. So yeah, just test on Safari as well. Responsive design testing, so test how your changes affect mobile, tablet and desktop views using responsive design tools, ensuring your site adapts well to all devices. We talked about that yesterday, and I've shown you, different tools that you can use to test mobile responsive. And then roll back and backup options. So always save a copy of the original CSS or use version control tools to revert any changes if needed, ensuring your site remains functional. So with style sheet, it is possible that it could break your site, because if you have a rogue character in there, the whole style sheet might go. Because if you've got one rogue character, for example, let's say you've got, you've forgotten this or you've forgotten this, then that'll merge the next styling into this one, and so basically you won't understand it. So just make sure you got backups of your style sheets. If your site breaks, check your style sheet changes to see if any characters are missing or anything's not targeted properly, and yeah, that will help you solve that issue. Okay, so just a quick summary of what we've covered now. So understanding CSS basics, you've learned how CSS enhances your site's appearance and functionality by targeting specific elements. Like we showed you at the start, you've got the demo page with no styling at all. It's just a blank page. And then the style sheet obviously, brings it to life. Adding CSS safely. So we explored how to add and test CSS within WordPress using the customizer and other tools. Practical adjustments from spacing and colors to hide elements. Now have the skills to make effective customization. And then testing for consistency. So testing changes across devices and browsers to ensure your site remains user-friendly and visually consistent. And then, next steps of CSS, ready to explore advanced CSS techniques. Take the foundation with as your confidence grows. So basically what I'm saying here is you've just got to play around with CSS. There's no fast track to learning CSS. You literally just need to play around with it. Set up a blank page and just style things. You can do some amazing things with that with CSS. Like the basic things that I've shown you today, things like padding, font size, colors and things, they're pretty boring. What you want, you can actually, use CSS for animations, I'm not going to show you now, but you can do like pretty good animations with CSS. And, I think it's a good thing to have up your sleeve that you know how to do CSS. But, just drop me comments below. Let me know what you thought about it, whether this was useful, what you think I missed out, what you think you'd like to learn more of, whether you need CSS at this point. But I just wanted to touch on, some of the advanced topics. And, the whole point of WP Odyssey is I want to teach everything that I know to you, but it's just going to take time. And I'm learning at the moment, like when's the best time to teach different things. So, hopefully you found this bonus lesson useful, and, there's only one video left now, I think, in this course, and it's just like we'll just discuss the next steps, what's available to you moving forward, and yeah. So any questions, as always, drop them below. I look forward to answering them, and yeah, we'll see you on the next video. All right, so welcome back. Now, in this video, I just want to talk about your possible next step. So it's just a little bonus video just to show you what's to come. Now, if I just minimize me out the way and we get started on this. So next steps, here's what we're going to cover in this video. So we're going to reflect on your achievements. We're going to discuss what's next in your WordPress journey. I want to talk to you a little bit about what is WP Odyssey Pro, and then, just talk about, keep moving forward, because that's going to be important for you on your journey. So warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And as always, if you want to save some time, you can watch it at a faster speed. Okay, so reflecting on your achievements. So you've built your first WordPress website. Look, celebrate the fact that you've taken the foundational steps to build a functional website from scratch. This is a huge milestone. Honestly, you've built a website. Some of you may have never even thought about building websites before you started this course. So, the fact that you've now at this point where, you've got a fully operational website, you should be proud of yourself. And, honestly, I want to say well done. I'm proud of you. Hopefully by this point you're watching this, I will have seen some of your videos in the group, in the community, and I can start giving some feedback and things. So yeah, well done. I'm really pleased that you've managed to build a functional website. Now, mastering the basics of WordPress. So you've learned to navigate WordPress, customize your site, and create pages using templates and the block editor. So you should now be feeling, pretty confident in WordPress. And, even if you decide not to stick around and you think you've learned everything you need from me, then, hopefully now you've got the good foundations to, go on and build bigger and better things moving forward. So create a strong foundations for growth. So your site is now a launch pad for whatever comes next, whether it's growing your business, sharing your passion, or scaling to advanced features. Like, honestly, not many people take the time to learn the foundations. Like, most people just will, install a theme and then they'll go, oh, I've got a website, or they'll pay someone to build a website for them. And then when they want changes, they haven't got a clue where to go, how to change things. So the fact that you've done this and you've put some good foundational work in, and you understand, a lot of the background around things, how they work, it puts you in a good position. So, you're not going to be reliant on, other people moving forward. And then gain confidence in your ability. So by taking action, you've proven you can learn and apply new skills, setting the stage for further success. Honestly, you can now, with the foundations, you can now go and build anything. Obviously, practice makes perfect, and, mistakes make perfect, because obviously as you make mistakes, you'll think, oh, that doesn't work. How do I make that work? And then you'll go off and do research, or you'll ask in the community, someone will answer you. And that's how you learn. So, hopefully you feel like you've gained that confidence now that you may not have had, when we first started this, you may not have even, like I said, even thought about building a website before. And now, you know how to pick your domain, you know how to buy hosting, to connect your domain name to your hosting, to install WordPress, to build a website. There's loads of stuff that we've shown you that you can now do. And then set yourself apart. So most people don't take the time to truly master the basics. You're ahead of the curve by taking your website live and being ready to evolve. So like I said, having those foundational skills that you've sat there, you've listened to me talking. Sorry if it's been boring, but you've sat there, you've learned, all the basics, and, like I said, you're miles ahead of most people that have got a WordPress website, because they've either inherited it or, bought it, or just clicked a button to install something and they've got no clue how it works. So look, honestly, I'm not just saying it, well done. If you've gone through the course, you've watched everything, and you've built a website, pat on the back, well done. Okay, so what's next in your WordPress journey? Now, for this, I just want to say, I've said it at the start, and I love the quote, WordPress is a journey, not a destination. And on that journey, you've just now learned how to build a website. Okay, so you've learned the foundations, you've built a website, but there's a lot more to learn, in terms of WordPress. And I just wanted to cover off now what some of those things are and maybe how I can help you. So first of all, advanced customization and functionality. I think that's going to be the natural progression. You're going to want your website to do more. So explore advanced techniques like plugins, advanced CSS, and custom post types to enhance your site's features and design. So like I said, I wanted to introduce CSS in the last video, but there's a lot more that you can probably do with it, whether it's, manually coding it in or using the block editor or page builder. But there's a lot more advanced techniques as well that, until you know what it is you want, and that might be just doing research, looking at other people's websites and going, oh, I've seen this feature, how can I build that? And being able to recreate it. That's the sort of things that we want to be able to teach you in the advanced section. And then optimizing for performance and SEO. So learn how to speed up your site and optimize it for search engines to reach a wider audience and improve user experience. So once you've built a website, you've basically inherited a website now, and you've got no control over, the SEO or the speed on it, because that's just the default WordPress website that you've built. Every time you build a website, the natural question is from a customer is, how do I make it faster, and how do I rank it on search engines? So they're the things that come next, and obviously they'll be part of, future courses. But they're the sort of things that, even if you decide not to carry on working with me or listening to me, then they're the sort of things you need to be going off and learning about. And then security and maintenance essential. So protect your site from threats and ensure it runs smoothly with ongoing updates, backups, and monitoring. So yeah, it goes without saying, moving forward, one of the things that you need to get your head around now is security and making sure your website's kept up to date, because plugins, WordPress, themes, they all need to be kept up to date to make sure that your website stays secure. We'll talk about it more in the plugins course, but and the security course. But basically, when you see an update, it's really important that you run them, because a lot of these updates not only include new features, but quite often security patches that are important for your website. So so that's one of the core things that I'll be teaching is security and maintenance. And then building on your success. So expand your site by adding blogs, e-commerce functionality, or new pages to keep growing and enhancing your audience. So, it could be that, your website that we've built now is absolutely no good to you because you're an online store and you want to be able to add e-commerce. Well, that's another area of WordPress that we can learn. Blogs, honestly, I cannot stress highly enough how important a blog is, no matter what your website is. If it's a shop, if it's a business, blogs are what's going to drive traffic to your website. So that's going to be something that we'll cover in the content creation course. But I just want you to be aware that, that's something that you should be exploring and starting to set up, whether you want to do it on your own or not. And then another option for you is to join WP Odyssey Pro. Let me just move that out the way because it's stopping me from reading things. So dive deeper into your WordPress journey with expert guidance, live Q&As, and active community designed to help you master advanced skills. So just taking you to the next level from where you are now. If you've just built your first WordPress website, then there's a progression from here, and that's what WP Odyssey covers. And obviously I'll be there to help and support you along the way. So what is WP Odyssey Pro? Okay, comprehensive Masterclass roadmap. So access a structured learning path covering advanced topics like SEO, security, performance, optimization, and more. Now, one of the things that I have done is I've tried to lay this out for you so you've got, clear visibility on what is in the Pro version. Okay, so in here, if we go to the free, in the classroom, you can see here, I've still got no graphics here. You can see that, we've now completed this WordPress foundation. We've completed this building your first website. Obviously, I'm doing this in order. So at the moment, there's nothing in here. But inside the essential plugins, I do want to give a free video here, just a summary of essential plugins. So maybe that'll go up next week or this weekend. We'll see. But that's what we're doing. And then that's where it'll stop. But this is what is in WP Odyssey Pro. So content creation, this will be a full course around, how to create effective content, how to create a blog. So that's going to be the content creation course. WordPress security, that's going to be absolutely massive course and really important one. Performance optimization. So you're going to want to make sure that your website's, running as fast as possible and you're doing everything that you can to ensure it's fast. SEO, if you want to be ranking on search engines, we're going to be covering, all the best practices for on-site SEO. And all of these play a factor in SEO. So, having good content, that's converting content, that's going to drive people to your website. Making sure that your website's not hacked, that's going to play a big part in SEO. And obviously make sure you've got a fast, lightweight website is going to play a part in SEO as well. And then e-commerce, so if you're looking to build an online store, then we'll cover everything that you need there for e-commerce. And then, if you're looking to go into real advanced topics, I want to, discuss things like, theme development, so you can understand how to build and customize your own themes. Even make, products and services out of that, where you can create themes and sell them on marketplaces, or you can create themes and create recurring income by renting out websites to people. customers. And then WordPress Business Builder. So, everything that I've learned that's helped me build my WordPress business and, managing client websites. So if you're moving forward and you're managing multiple websites, there's a lot I've got there to share in terms of, how to manage clients' websites, because we're actively doing that now. Okay, so exclusive resources. So utilize premium templates, tools, and plugins to enhance your website's functionality and design. So inside the program, we'll definitely be having, I'll be listing out all the resources that I've been using over the last 10, 15 years, sharing any templates, whether that's business related templates or whether there's templates that you can use for WordPress. Basically sharing, everything that I've got and I've built up a library of over the last 15 years. Live Q&A sessions. So, you can participate in regular live sessions with experts to get personalized guidance and answer your specific questions. So not only will these be hosted by me, the plan is we'll be going live every day doing a Q&A. Maybe we'll teach some sort of topic and then open up for like Q&As. So that's going to be all part of the WP Odyssey. I'm calling it Pro just to differentiate from the free, but it's probably just going to be called WP Odyssey. So in there we'll be doing that, and my aim is, as things grow, we'll start bringing in some guest speakers into these Q&As. So we'll bring in someone that specializes in design, we'll bring in people that specialize in SEO, copywriters, everything that you're going to need to succeed in all areas of building WordPress websites. And then we've got the supportive community. So join a network of like-minded individuals for collaboration, feedback, and shared learning experiences. So that's going to be something, even though I know we've got a community inside the free one, at this stage, everything's, still in beta mode and everything's quite quiet. But, the way I see things going, obviously there'll be more people in the free community than in the paid one. And obviously you'll get more closer attention and support in the paid community because there'll be less of us in there. And then continuous updates. So stay informed with the latest WordPress trends and best practices through ongoing content and updates. So like I said, I mean this so much because WordPress is a journey, not a destination. I'm constantly having to learn new things. Trends change. There's always an update. I can film a course on WordPress this week and then next week they could update the whole dashboard and things look different. So, constantly need to keep on top of things, and that's part of what I'll be doing in the Pro one. So look, whether you decide to go to the Pro or stay in the free and keep listening to what I've got to say, or whether you want to go off on your own, the only thing I do suggest is that you keep moving forward. Okay, so apply what you've learned. So take the foundational knowledge that you've gained and put into practice by creating, managing, and refining your site, or whether any other sites you're building. Like obviously your first one, I guess what I'm saying is your first website is probably not going to be your best, okay? Just like this is my first course, I know it's not going to be the best, but I'm going to just keep making this better all the time. And, that's what you should be doing with your websites as well. Just keep improving them. Your first website is going to be okay. Your second website is going to be better. Third website better. Just keep, moving forward basically and applying everything that you've learned. So explore advanced skills. So dive deeper into areas like SEO, e-commerce, and performance optimization as you grow in confidence and experience. So, there's going to be tools that you can take. You're going to know if you're ranking on search engines or not, but you can use tools that are online that can help you identify why your website might not be fast. Because look, by default, when you use WordPress, you add themes, you add plugins, you keep adding things on top of each other. And by default, when you've added everything into place, it can be a bit clunky. But there's tools you can use to sort of clean that up and make your website fast. So, that's the sort of things you need to be exploring if you run into those problems. And then join the community. So stay engaged with fellow learners and experts in WP Odyssey, free in this case, for ongoing support and shared success stories. So hopefully, even in the free community, the community will be able to help and, give you support and feedback on everything you're doing. I'm here if you need me, just drop me a message. So just get stuck into the community. And then set new goals. So use the progress as motivation to tackle new challenges and continue building your skills. Okay, so like I say to everybody, just keep moving forward, and you're gonna basically improve your skills. And honestly, don't get annoyed when things go wrong, because they're going to go wrong. Things are going to go wrong with websites. You know, your website's going to crash. It's going to go down. But that's when you learn, honestly. Like once one thing happens, like the biggest learning lesson I had was way back in the day. I did not update plugins and my websites got hacked. You know, that was the best thing that probably happened to me, because at the time it felt like the worst thing. I wanted to curl up and die. But I learned a new skill. I learned something that was really important and has led me to create a company that, you know, manages WordPress websites and keeps on top of people's plugins. So, you know, don't get annoyed when it happens. Just embrace it and just think, you know, you're learning a new skill when something bad happens, okay? And then stay curious. So WordPress is an ever evolving, embrace the journey and keep learning to stay ahead. So like I say always, WordPress is a journey, not a destination. So, you know, just keep looking for new things to learn. So yeah, so in summary, you know, celebrate your progress, reflect on how far you've come from installing WordPress to building your first website. If you haven't done so already, please share any websites that you've built in the community. I want to see them. I want to see what you've come up with. Your journey continues, so this is just the beginning. There's so much more to explore and master in WordPress. Unlock advanced skills, so consider joining WP Odyssey Pro to dive deeper into essential plugins, SEO and security and more. Obviously, there's no pressure. I'm just there for you if you need me. You know, I'm going to be building out this course whether you join or not, and, you know, offering support to people on live Q&As. If you want my help, then, you know, if you've enjoyed this and you felt like, you know, you've resonated with me and you know, you want me to teach you more, then, you know, I'm there for you in the pro group, okay? And then stay connected. So engage with the community for ongoing support, inspiration and guidance as you grow. And then, you know, just keep building. Use your new skills to create, refine and expand your WordPress projects with confidence. You know, we touched on it. We said, you know, there's tools like local WP. Just get that installed on your computer. Start a new project. Mess around with it. Learn, you know, play around. Get external JavaScript libraries, see what they do on your website, what you can do with it. Just keep playing around with WordPress, okay? So let's get to work. Now, I don't want to say this is the last video that I'm offering this community, because in the next course, the plugins one, I'm going to do a summary of basically the things that you should be looking out for essential plugins and functionality. I'm not going to go into all the details on, you know, how and what to do. That's something that's going to be in the pro community, but I am gonna just give you a feeler and a taste for what you should be doing, because like I said from the start, I wanted to teach people how to build a WordPress website in the free community. The only thing we haven't really done is, you know, talked about plugins, and I think that's important. I know we've shown you some basic plugins, but I really want you to have, you know, a better understanding of some of the plugins that you should be considering for your website. And then I'll feel like, you know, I've done my job. I've shown you how to use and build a WordPress website, and part of that is plugins. And then, yeah, so hopefully you've enjoyed it so far. I hope you enjoyed everything. Obviously, I'm always looking for feedback. So, you know, as always, check out the pinned post below and, you know, leave me your thoughts. If you've got questions, let me know. If you want to ask me something private, send me a DM in here. And yeah, I hope we get to work together more in the future. If not, then that's cool. You know, I hope you've enjoyed it, and yeah, we'll see you around. All right, so welcome back. So you're now in the plugins module. Now, I know in the free community, this is just going to be one video where I want to summarize everything, because, you know, what I did say is I want to make sure that you've got the ability to build a working WordPress website. And part of that will be using plugins. So I just want to cover that off. So let's get started into this. So essential plugins and functionality. So these are just things that I think you need to consider if you're not going to be joining the paid community and taking this further. Some of the things that I think are really important that you look at are, you know, some essential plugins and what their functionality is, and understanding it all. So this is what we're going to cover today. So what are plugins? Essential plugin categories. Choosing the right plugins, how plugins work together, and next steps with advanced plugins, okay? So if we just start, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward, and pro tip, as always, watch the video in 2x speed. So what are plugins? Let's start with this. Okay, so extend WordPress functionality. So plugins are add-ons that expand the capabilities of your WordPress site, enabling features like SEO, security, and custom design. Honestly, you can find a plugin that does absolutely anything. It'll do everything. You can go from a simple contact form, or you can find complex plugins that maybe will add an e-commerce store to your website and allow you to take payments through Stripe or payments through PayPal. There's plugins that can do absolutely anything. You name it, there's a plugin for it. Diverse options. So there's thousands of free and premium plugins available to suit various needs, from simple tools to advanced functionality. Like I just said, you can find a plugin that does absolutely anything. Easy installation, so plugins can be installed directly from the WordPress plugin directory with just a few clicks. So honestly, you can just go to the plugin section, search for what you want, have a quick browse, click install, activate it, and then it's on your website. Yes, some plugins need some configuration, but some of them just install them and that's it, job done. Customization without code. So they allow you to add features without the need for technical coding knowledge, and keep your site optimized. So choosing the right plugins ensure your site remains fast, secure, and user-friendly. And this is true. There are plugins that add functionality, like things that actually allow people to use the website, or like contact forms or making a payment. But there are things that work in the background that nobody actually uses. They'll just help you with the performance of your WordPress website. So, essential plugin categories. So these are the things that I just think you should be aware of or should be looking into a bit more if you're going to go and do this on your own, because without these, you might find yourself in a bit of difficulty. So let me just mute this. We'll cut this out. So, SEO plugins. So improve your site's visibility on search engines with tools that optimize keywords, metadata, and content. Now, out of the box, WordPress is SEO friendly. So you'll be able to set your site title. You can set alt tags on your images. You can do everything that you need. Obviously, it's got the friendly permalinks as well. It's got everything you need inside WordPress. Now, to take that another level, what SEO plugins allow you to do is, again, just quickly install it. You can, go to plugins, install a plugin, and some of the more popular ones are like all-in-one SEO. You've got Rank Math and you've got Yoast. So they're the most popular ones on the market. Install a plugin, and then with that, you can then set titles, metadata inside each page or post. And then there'll be a widget inside that page in the admin that'll allow you to tell it what keywords you're trying to rank for this page. So let's say you got a page on plumbing, and you're trying to rank for plumbers in Cardiff. Then you can tell it, right, I'm trying to work on plumbers in Cardiff, and then it will tell you based on your content how well you're going to do. Okay, so what your score is. And then you can fine tune your content to cater for that keyword, and then you can set your title, your description, so you can see how your website will appear when someone finds it in Google. So, that's just some of the benefits of SEO plugins, but I think, it goes without saying you have to have an SEO plugin installed. Which one you choose is up to you. We'll go into a lot of detail on each one in the paid course. But you just want to, you definitely want to, have an SEO plugin in place and get that configured, and then you can start playing around and seeing how that improves your, your rankings. Security plugins. So protect your site from hackers, malware, and spam with features like firewalls, login protection, and monitoring. So again, as important, if not more important, is a security plugin on your WordPress website, because without one, you're basically blind. Security is an issue with WordPress. It's not an issue with WordPress itself. The issue is that people don't keep their website up to date. And WordPress, as we've said, it is the most popular platform on the internet for building websites. And because of that, it comes with the fact that, it's the most targeted. Obviously, it's open source, so, all the code is basically public. and with all of the different plugins, themes, the core itself, there's so many things that could go wrong that open up backdoors for potential hackers to get into your website. And you just want to make sure that you're doing everything you possibly can to stop any, compromises of your website. Because just like an SEO plugin will help guide you through what you're doing right or wrong for SEO, a security plugin will guide you through what you're doing right and wrong for security. So, for example, making sure all your plugins are kept up to date, your WordPress is up to date. And when I say, there's an issue with WordPress for security, that's because people don't keep their plugins up to date. They don't keep WordPress up to date. And then they've got out-of-date software. And that's no different to having a Windows computer where if you haven't updated the latest software, you're at security risk, or, your website, your computer will be slow. It's no different. So make sure you've got up-to-date PHP, up-to-date plugins, up-to-date everything. Then there's things that you can do like, malware scans. So SEO plugins will scan your website structure to see if there's anything you can find that might be a problem. Obviously, spam can be a problem. Some notable mentions probably go to WordFence, Securi, Defender Pro. Just do some research, see what security plugins you come across. And I think a lot of it comes down to preference. Like, I've got my preferences, and I just think you just got to try and find a security plugin that you like and that works for you. And yeah, that's just one real strong recommendation. Okay, so performance plugins. So boost site speed and performance by caching content, compressing images, and optimizing code. So I've included performance plugins. It's not just finding a performance plugin. There's probably a few that you'll need to make sure that your website is fast. So obviously, as you start building out your website, it's going to start adding more and more code into it, and that's just going to create more bloat. For performance, one thing that I do recommend is, making sure everything is kept up to date, because quite often, I've seen it before where you've got a website that's a bit slow. When you upgrade the PHP version to the latest version, even though there's a risk that your site might not be compatible, so you need to test thoroughly first, it does improve performance as well. So making sure everything's up to date. And then performance plugins, you've got things like caching plugins, which will, things like WP Rocket, which will, help make your website faster, basically. So it's not a plugin that you just install and then it's done. It needs to be configured, and the configuration for it is based on, your website. So what I would say is, that's something that we'll go into a lot of detail when we get around to it in the paid community. But for now, I just suggest that you do get a performance plugin, because if you go to Google PageSpeed Insights and do a test on your website, ideally you want to be getting around 90 to 100 out of 100 for desktop, and anything over 75 is considered good for a mobile. So if you're not getting that, then some of the things you need to be doing is getting a caching plugin, and then getting some sort of way of optimizing your images as well, because when you upload images, when your website loads, all those images, they'll take bandwidth and slow your website down. And obviously the more people on your website all the time downloading those images will slow your server down. So images, you need to make sure they're optimized and served in next gen format so that they're lightweight. And obviously some sort of caching plugin, something like WP Rocket. You can also use things like Cloudflare which is a CDN, which will distribute your website version all over the internet. So they're just some things that you should be considering when it comes to performance. Backup plugin, this is so important. Obviously, safeguard your data with automated backups that can be restored in case of site issues or crashes. And I've said this before on social media, hopefully your host is doing backups for you, okay? Now, I don't know how many backups you'll have with your host, so I suggest that you check with them. It might be that they'll just do 7 days of backups, and at least you might feel then, okay, great, my backups are covered. Honestly, the amount of times where, well, I'm not going to say it happens all the time, but it has happened more times than I like. You've got a website, it's been backed up by your host for 7 days, and then you discover something has gone wrong with your website and you're on day 8, 9, or 10, then you haven't got a backup of it pre-issue. So any backups that they restore, they're restoring the issue every time. So that's why I suggest that you use some sort of backup plugin just to keep your own backups. It's always nicer to call your host and say, oh, look, I've got a problem on my website. Can you restore the website to an older version? And they just do it for you. That's the ideal scenario. But if they can't restore a version that you need, because you haven't noticed something, then, you know, it's always nice just to have the insurance of older backups at your disposal as well. So using a backup plugin, you know, get something like Dropbox or Google Drive and just store them there, configure I think Updraft Plus is probably the easiest one to use. Get those backups stored, and, you know, I would be storing anything up to like 30 days of backups. I think the chances of you needing anything more than 30 days are slim. But look, at least you're in control. And if you've got lots of Dropbox space and you want to store, you know, a year's worth of backups, do it. But take daily backups, and, you know, for me, I'd suggest maybe, you know, 28 days or something like that, 28 days, just so you've got more than your hosting has got. Okay, utility plugins. So enhanced functionality with tools for contact forms, social sharing, analytics, and more. And honestly, there's backups, there's plugins for anything, obviously. And, you know, there's so many different ones that you could use. And, you know, like I've said to you, there will be like contact forms, there'll be spam, things that you can look for spam. But like I said, I don't think you need to just go, now that you've got a website, go, oh, let's find as many plugins as possible. Don't do that, okay? That's why I've kept this list short, because I think as a bare minimum, you need an SEO plugin, you need a security plugin, you need performance plugin. And I say only if your score is low. If you've got a really lightweight website and, you know, you don't need it, I wouldn't install it yet. And then backups are really important as well. And then as you evolve and you get used to your website and you start thinking, oh, I wish my website did this, then you start adding new plugins to, you know, to find the solution for those things. But I wouldn't go rushing out and installing a load of plugins. It's probably the worst thing that you can do, okay? So they're the essential plugin categories. Now, in terms of choosing the right plugins, so check for reviews and ratings. So look for plugins with high ratings and positive reviews to ensure reliability and user satisfaction. Compatibility. Ensure the plugin is compatible with your WordPress version and other plugins to avoid conflicts. This can be tricky because obviously, you know, when you go to the WordPress repository inside WordPress, you go to plugins, you search for a plugin, you can clearly see which plugins, you know, which plugins are doing well, which ones have got a lot of active users and which ones have got, you know, a lot of downloads. And I think it might be worth us just looking at that now quickly. So let me just open up, we can just go to any website for now. It doesn't have to be the demo site that we've done. So if you go here and log into your website, whichever version or whichever website that you're using, and then on the left hand side, if you go to plugins, the website that you're working on, and then you can add a new plugin. Okay, so this is where you add new plugins, and then you search. So if I search for like contact form, I want a contact form. Okay, then you can see you'll get list of all of the plugins that it thinks are relevant for you, okay? So you can see we've got Contact Form 7. It's currently got 4 out of 5 stars, which has dropped because it's always had 5 out of 5. That's why I was a bit taken aback there. So 4 out of 5, but it's got 10 million active users, okay? And it'll tell you it's compatible with your latest version of WordPress. So, you know, if you install this, you're using it with 10 million other people that are using it, so it's obviously does a good job. WP Forms, it's got 6 million active installations, so less, but it's got 5 stars. And I'm seeing this being pushed a lot more at the moment. So, you know, maybe it's something I need to look into a bit more. I've always been Contact Form 7, but it doesn't matter because what you're doing is you're adding the functionality of Contact Form. And I think this one, because it needs styling, it's probably off-putting for some people that, you know, this one's obviously comes with some sort of styling already, so it looks a bit more attractive. This one looks a bit bare bones, which is, you know, what developers, someone like myself, looks for, because I don't have to then override any styling. I prefer just styling it the way I want it. But yeah, that's the point. Look, you can see, and if you click on it, you can see then some more information about it. So what things that I look for is, first of all, is it updated recently? So you can see this one was last updated 2 weeks ago. Like if it says it was updated over a year ago or 6 months ago, that's a red flag for me, because I know it's probably not being looked after properly anymore. And then, you can see it's compatible with this version. It requires, a high PHP, and then these reviews. And then, it's got mainly 5-star reviews, but it's got a few 1-star. So you can just look at those reviews and just see horrendous, overcomplicated plugin. And I'm guessing most of these are because people have got to style the form themselves, and they don't want to do that. They just want something that looks pretty out of the box. Trust me, this is probably the best plugin for forms that I'm aware of. But that's not the point, okay? The point is to show you, how you can check whether they're compatible or not, okay? So we've done that one, yeah. And then active install and update. So like we said, prioritize plugins with high number of active users and recent updates for ongoing support and security. We just saw there 2 versions of contact form plugins, and you can see both had been updated recently, and they both had a very high number of active installs. So you're not going to go far wrong with either of those 2. It's just going to be a case of preference. And that's why I always suggest people have like a staging site, so you can install the plugin, check it out, test it, make sure it's for you, and you'll just build up a knowledge database yourself of which plugins you like. So when it comes to contact forms, you'll know which plugin you like, and then you'll just use that for all of your websites that you build, because you know how to configure it, to set it up, to do everything for it, and just do that. And the same thing applies for all the plugins. Okay, so developer reputation. Opt for plugins from reputable developers or companies known for quality and support. And you'll only learn this over time, because you will start seeing names of developers as you're, looking for plugins. So for example, when I'm looking for a plugin that does a certain thing, sometimes I won't find it in the free WordPress repository. I'll look online for plugins, and I'll see, that one's been built by the same people that built blah, blah, blah. And I'll know then, okay, that's a plugin that I can trust, because they always build good, plugins. They have good support. And I know then that that's going to help me not, save time and not waste time down the line with that plugin. So yeah, developer reputation is something to look out for. And then, like I said just now, start simple. Begin with essential plugins and avoid overloading your site with unnecessary ones to maintain performance, because plugins will transform your website and make it, really powerful. But having too many plugins always slows it down, because they're all injecting their code into your website. And I'd say if it's a website I haven't built and someone's come to me to help them improve the performance of their website, we always start with which plugins they're using and which ones are essential and which ones we can get rid of, and just removing unnecessary plugins, or maybe combining plugins. Maybe there's a plugin that does 2 things and you're using 2 different plugins. Well, we can get rid of that one because this one does it as well. So don't over install plugins. Only install the ones that you really need. And especially at the start, like I said, start simple. I've given you the essential categories, start with those, and then just work your way through your WordPress journey and add them as you need. Okay, so how plugins work together. So enhancing functionality. So plugins can complement each other to expand your website's capabilities, such as combining SEO and analytics tools for better insights. And this applies to anything really. There are plugins that are specifically on the market to work with other plugins. So for example, you'll have, WooCommerce is a plugin that you can use to make your WordPress website an online shop. But then there's plugins out there that are, PayPal for WooCommerce. So that is a plugin that's specifically for WooCommerce. You can't install PayPal for WooCommerce if you haven't got WooCommerce installed. So, just bear in mind that there are plugins out there that, work together. And yeah, just, make sure you, pick plugins sensibly. Potential conflicts. So be mindful of overlapping functionalities between plugins that can cause conflicts or slow down your site. Now, you will come across this as you're adding more and more plugins. you will find that some of them will conflict. And if your website ever crashes from plugins, then you just need to do a process of elimination and start deactivating the plugins until your website comes back, because there is thousands of lines of codes inside all of these plugins, and it's inevitable that something will conflict with another one. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen all the time, and it probably, you may never experience this. But as you add more plugins, it is gonna happen. And if it does, you can report it to the developer of the plugin, and generally they'll try and apply a fix, or they'll tell you, oh yeah, check this page because we've got a known conflict with that plugin. They don't work. So don't panic if it happens. Just if you install a plugin and it breaks your website, just deactivate it. And then, reach out to the developers of the plugin, and they'll probably, either be thankful that you've told them that there's a conflict, or they'll, just tell you, yeah, we know, we're working on it, and that's it. It's just something we've got to deal with plugins. But like I said, it won't happen that often, but it can happen. And then integrating with themes. So some plugins are designed to integrate seamlessly with your theme, enhancing the overall user experience. So yeah, you'll find themes that will recommend plugins. So when you install a theme, you'll get a warning message to say you need to install these plugins to make this theme work. So for example, you might install a theme and it'll be pre-built to work with a specific contact form, a slider, and whatever else. It could be WooCommerce. Even if it's an e-commerce theme, it'll say you've installed the theme, you now need to install these plugins, and it could be WooCommerce. So so that's a good way to really stop you from going off and installing things that maybe don't work with your theme or might cause problems, because while this theme is being developed, they've tested thoroughly the plugins that they want you to use to work with the theme. So yeah, so just go with what the theme recommends is my recommendation if that happens. And then testing new plugins. So always test new plugins in a staging environment to ensure compatibility with existing tools and features. Now, this is just up to you. If you've got a busy website and there's lots of traffic on it, I would not be just installing new plugins just to, test it out. If you've got no traffic, it's up to you whether you want to do it on a live site or not. I always recommend best practices. You've got a staging site, so you've got a copy of your website running on a development server or on the same server on a new URL. So like something like dev.yourdomain.com. And then in there, you can just practice and play around with plugins that you want to try out, and it doesn't affect customers on your website. And you get an idea then of which one you're going to prefer to use. You could even use it on local, get local WP installed. We've covered that already. Get that installed, and yeah, just play around with plugins, okay, before you put them live. And then once you're happy, move it over to live. And then building a toolkit. So create a balanced set of plugins that align with your website's goals without overloading your system. So, and again, this for me, now that I've built, over 200 websites, I've got a toolkit. I've got my go-to plugins that I like to use. I know they don't conflict with each other, and it's very rare now that I go outside of that to try and find something else. But I am always open to, new trends and trying out new things, because, as you start dealing with customers' websites, they don't always use the same plugins you do, so you need to be aware of how they work. And, I always find it as something I look forward to. I really want to learn about new plugins, because it could be that it's better, and then if it's better and faster than what I'm using, then I can roll that out to all of my customers and improve their performance of their website. So yeah, don't be afraid of trying new plugins for what you do, even if you found something that you like. But as you're building websites, it just saves time when right, okay, I know Contact Form 7 is going to do this. I know how to style it. I don't want to go off and learn another way of building contact forms. But, that's just a preference. But yeah, build up your own toolkit is what I recommend. And if that means testing out different ones, so be it. Okay, so next steps with advanced plugins. Exploring premium plugins. So consider premium options for advanced features like enhanced SEO, performance, optimization, and e-commerce capabilities. So all the plugins that you'll find in the WordPress repository, in your WordPress dashboard, they're going to be free, okay? And a lot of them are just free plugins, and you just use them, and that's it. They're free Free. Some of them are freemium. So what that means is, they're free to a point, but then if you want to use some of their advanced features, you can upgrade, buy a license, and then you get the premium versions or features that they include. And then some plugins are just premium. You just got to buy them outright, and then that's it. You own a premium plugin, which normally comes with a license for one website or 5 or 10 websites or unlimited depending. But yeah, you just need to consider whether you need that. So for example, most of the SEO plugins that I've mentioned, they'll have a free version, which will allow you to do most of the basic features. And then they'll have a premium version, which you'll need to pay for. That will give you, some advanced, features, which then, allow you to push your SEO further forward if you need it. Same for things like optimizing your website. To really optimize a website, you're going to need to pay for a plugin. There are free ones on the market, but the paid ones normally not only come with better features, but better support. So if you're stuck with anything, you've got someone to reach out to. And yeah, that's just something that you're going to, that's what you're going to find is premium plugins are generally, I'm not saying always, generally better and have got just more support. So same with themes, it's exactly the same. So learning plugin settings. So dive deeper into customizing plugin settings to tailor functionalities to your website specific needs. I love doing this. I love on a staging site, just, once I've got my plugin set up, just going through all of the options that are available to see what I can do to make it better. And obviously once you've, nailed the settings on one website, they might not quite translate to another website, but that's how you learn how to make plugins work better on your website. It's just playing around with the settings. And just remember, you can't break it on a development site, because the worst thing that can happen is it breaks your site, you just revert the option, and then you're back to, as you were before. And you just keep testing out what settings are available and how you can make your sites, more efficient. Okay, integrating automation tools. So advanced plugins often include automation features, streamlining tasks like email marketing or backups. So that's true, things like, if you're going to do email marketing, you can use plugins like MailChimp. And what that'll do is, each time somebody buys a product on your website, it'll capture their email address, store it in MailChimp as a customer, and then you can email market them, down the line to say, hey, look, you bought with us before, here's some new offers that we've got. So, automation like that. You can also have automating plugins that, I'm sure you've seen it before, where you're looking for products online and you see Google Shopping. So those products are fed through to Google through a feed from your website. So you can get plugins that will feed Google your website products, but also update the stock levels as well. That's what's important, because there's no point sending a customer from a Google product to your website and saying it's out of stock. There's an argument that that's good, because then they can go and look for other things. But most people, when they find a product in Google, they want that product. So if you haven't got it, they'll get frustrated and go off elsewhere anyway. So these premium plugins can obviously feed your stock levels and everything through to Google to make sure that, it's up to date. But yeah, again, it's really difficult to nail down what plugins to talk about in this video, because every website will need different ones. But, I just want you to be aware of, what the advanced topics are. And expanding functionality gradually. So add plugins as your website needs evolve, focusing on tools that enhance user experience, like advanced forms, social media integration, or analytics. And like I said, to start with, I always recommend you do install Google Analytics to start with, but it's not going to be that important for you, because you're going to have no visitors on your website. And as you start growing, you're going to start going, I wonder how many people went on my website this week. And then that's when you go, right, I better add Google Analytics. And it's only as you use your website and you start evolving with your website, you'll start thinking, I wonder how you can do that. I wonder how you can do that. And then you'll find plugins if needed to do those things. So like I said earlier, start small and then just expand, the functionality gradually. Don't pile your website with plugins at the start, because one thing we talked about when we first started the whole course was that WordPress is great because you can scale as you grow, and your hosting, if you've gone with like the smaller package, might not be enough as you add all these plugins. And there's no point having all these plugins on your website slowing your hosting down if you've got no traffic on your website. So that's why, wait as you've got traffic, then you've got to increase your hosting, increase plugins, just do it step by step. And then the most important thing for any WordPress website, honestly, this is something I'll go blue in the face talking about, forever, is staying updated. So regularly update and monitor plugins to ensure compatibility, security, and optimal performance. I've learned the hardest lessons of my life by not updating plugins. Honestly, update plugins. There's a small chance when you update a plugin, it could break your website. There's a massive chance that if you don't update your WordPress website, that you could get your website compromised. So for me, it's always better to update your plugin and then deal with what needs to be dealt with after that. And obviously we can discuss that in the future lessons, than not updating plugins and having a website that's got known vulnerabilities on it, and there's bots on the internet searching for websites that have got out-of-date plugins. As soon as they find it, they're in, they can take your website down, they can replace the homepage, redirect the traffic anywhere. Total nightmare. And if you haven't got backups, then you're in or if your backups only last for 7 days, and this happened more than 7 days ago before you've noticed, then your website's totally ruined. So honestly, stay up to date. Make sure your website plugins are up to date. I wouldn't recommend auto-updating plugins initially. I want you to get familiar with updating a plugin, seeing that there's no problem, and then as you get confidence in your website, then you can start automating updates. Okay, so that's something that's really important. Now, just to summarize what we've covered today, so plugins enhance your website, so that's what they are. They extend functionality and customize your site to meet your specific needs. Literally, you can install anything you want. Essential categories to start with, so focus on security, performance, backups, SEO, and user engagement for a solid foundation. I wouldn't go any further than that at the moment unless there's something specific you need, but these are things I suggest that every website does have. If it doesn't, then you're basically blindfolded is what I'd say. And then choose wisely, so opt for well-reviewed, frequently updated plugins to ensure compatibility and reliability. We've covered that off and I've talked about what's important there. And then grow at your own pace, so add advanced plugins gradually as your site requirements expand. And then experiment and learn, so explore plugin options to discover new ways to optimize and improve your site. And that's it. So hopefully you found that useful, because like I said at the start, I wanted to make sure that if I'm giving a course out to teach people how to build their website, they needed to know about plugins. That's probably as far as I'd probably go with talking about plugins at this stage. If you obviously want to go into more detail with plugins with me, then obviously we've got WP Odyssey Pro where we can do that. But for now, hopefully you found that useful. Obviously, I'm always looking for feedback. So again, use the pin post below. Just let me know what you think. If you've got any questions about plugins, let me know below. I'll try and answer as much as I can. But yeah, hopefully you feel like you've got good value out of this course, and you now feel a bit more confident that you've got a WordPress website. There's still a lot more to learn. If you want to go down that route, that's available for you in WP Odyssey Pro. But if not, hopefully you've enjoyed it. Ask any questions in the community, join the live Q&As. I'm there to help. And yeah, we'll see you soon.